7 days have passed since he saw you Weiwei at the summit of the snowy mountain. Over the past 7 days, the news of Lin Yun obtaining a quota without having to undergo the final test spread out, and it caused a massive commotion within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. After all, Lin Yun teased the Saint Elder on his first day there before giving Jiang Yu a beating and crippled Jiang Feng. This piece of news shocked everyone, and no one could understand why. Various rumors began to spread, especially from the descendants of the ancient saint clans. After all, they were prideful, and they even tried to display their talent before Mu Shuling, hoping that Mu Shuling could look at them in a new light and receive the qualification to be taught privately by her. But they never expected that their schemes would go down the drain, and it was taken away by Lin Yun without them knowing it. Especially when there were rumors that Mu Shuling was giving personal guidance to Lin Yun. This nearly made them lose their composure. Lin Yun naturally couldn't be bothered by those rumors. Now that he had obtained the quota and didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed, his days in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion gradually relaxed. Aside from occasionally going to the summit of the snowy mountain and playing for Yu Weiwei, he had nothing better to do. He would occasionally stroll around the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and spend the night comprehending the sword technique that his master gave him. But he still hadn't recovered his cultivation, so he couldn't practice this sword technique. The threshold of this sword technique was the Samsara Edict realm, and Lin Yun was barely qualified to practice it because of his heaven-defying sword intent. He had only restored 2 of his dragon pulses so far, and he did not need to take the risk. But it was fine for him to comprehend it. There was nothing else he could do about it, since he still had yet to restore his cultivation. But his mental energy and the blue dragon skybreaking art were rapidly improving. With the help of the profound Saint Pellets, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of 6th grade Saint Spiritualist, and his mental energy was even stronger than the geniuses of the ancient Saint clans. But since he didn't have any mental energy cultivation techniques, his foundation was slightly inferior to theirs. But with the Divine Phoenix Touch and Phoenix Heart Song, his trump cards far exceeded those geniuses. The next few days were peaceful, and Lin Yun's heart gradually calmed down under the gentle breeze. But he never forgot the true objective of coming here. He had to head to the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion and determine if it was the Azure Dragon's lineage. He didn't hope to subdue them, but he would have more confidence to deal with Tian Xuanzi if he had their support. With the help of the Azure Dragon's lineage, he could stand firmly in the Kunlun realm. But he was still worried about his injuries, since waiting wasn't a solution. After all, cultivating was like rowing a boat upstream, and you'll fall back if you stop moving forward. He couldn't spend his entire life on music Dao, which was temporary. His primary reliance was his sword Dao. His cultivation was paused, but the geniuses of this era wouldn't stop because of him. But he didn't receive any information from Enlu Yen, and he currently didn't have a solution because the petals of the heavenly snow lotus were no longer enough to treat his injuries. Lin Yun sat down in a hall before a chessboard, playing with Gu Jun. During this period of interaction, Lin Yun resolved his conflict with Gu Jun. In reality, they didn't have much conflict to begin with. Gu Jun was well-informed and knew many things that other disciples didn't. He knew Lin Yun was treated as a treasure by Mu Shuling and the pavilion master. On the other hand, Lin Yun didn't want to offend the other elders since he was staying in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, not to mention that he had offended Jiang Yu. Thus, they swiftly formed a familiar relationship with each other. "You brat, why is your heart in a mess for the past few days? Don't tell me that you're running out of profound Saint Pellets?" Gu Jun smiled. "It's more than enough to deal with you," Lin Yun said in disdain. "Ha ha." Gu Jun smiled as he placed a chess piece down. He said, "You lost." "Ah." Lin Yun glanced at the chessboard and saw Gu Jun slowly removing his white pieces. He didn't even have to count to know he had lost entirely. 6 of 10 wins. "Again," Lin Yun said. "You're really shameless to say 6 of 10 wins." Gu Jun's lips twitched when he heard what Lin Yun said. Lin Yun's attainment in music Dao was terrifying, but he wasn't talented when it came to chess. The two first played with profound Saint Pellet as a bet. But Lin Yun gave up after losing 3 profound Saint Pellets, changing the rules to 2 of 3 wins. Then, he changed to 3 of 5 and 6 of 10 now. In terms of shamelessness, you've reached a whole new level. You look decent since even the Saint Elder places great importance on you. But why don't you have any bottom line? You even want to bully an old man now. Gu Jun laughed as he cleaned up the chessboard. Why don't you say that to yourself? You're over 200 years old, and you even resorted to such means to con my profound saint pellets. Lin Yun rebuked. Gu Jun's face blushed, but he replied, I'm doing this for your sake. You're already using the profound saint pellets in the Dragon Pulse realm. So what will you use when you reach the Samsara Edict realm? The profound saint pellets are already high-grade saint pellets. What grade is higher than saint pellets? Lin Yun asked casually. Heavenly pellets. But it's hard for heavenly spiritualists to refine them, and they can only be refined by divine spiritualists. In the current Divine Dragon era, divine spiritualists are even rarer than Emperor Realm experts. So I'm really doing this for your sake. It's a waste for you to use profound saint pellets now. Gu Jun explained, and he routed back to the profound saint pellets. I heard Saint Elder bestowed you quite a bit of profound saint pellets. What else did you hear? Lin Yun asked. I even know a secret about you that the Heavenly Origin Mirror discovered. Gu Jun squinted his eyes. Oh! Lin Yun maintained a calm expression and asked, How can you possibly know it? The likes of the Saint Elder should only know the information of that level, right? Are you boasting? Ha! Don't try a psychological method on me. Gu Jun smiled. I've stayed in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion longer than Saint Elder. Why don't you speak then? One saint pellet. Gu Jun said. You're really shameless. Lin Yun's face turned black, but he still handed a profound saint pellet over. Stowing the profound saint pellet, Gu Jun smiled. The Heavenly Origin Mirror discovered that you possess a sovereign constellation. Lin Yun was first alarmed before he breathed out a sigh of relief. It was fine if it was just the sovereign constellation. So you really do possess a sovereign constellation? Gu Jun was stunned when he saw that Lin Yun didn't deny that. The shock he felt was even more significant than Lin Yun's. When Lin Yun glanced at Gu Jun's expression, he instantly knew that Gu Jun still wasn't sure about that. Tell me, which lineage are you from? There aren't many sovereign constellations inheritances left. Gu Jun smiled after he came to his senses. The Heavenly Origin Mirror can't tell? Lin Yun countered with a question. The Heavenly Origin Mirror can naturally see through all illusions. I'm only asking casually. Gu Jun coughed and replied indifferently. Seeing this, Lin Yun instantly knew that this old fellow was bullshitting. His sovereign constellation wasn't fully formed yet, and it was natural that the Heavenly Origin Mirror couldn't see through it. If this was the only secret that Mu Shuling grasped, he did not need to worry because this had no connection with his true identity as Lin Yun. While they were casually chatting, a figure rushed over. This person was Luo Shuyi, and she had some anxiety on her face. Lady Luo, what's the matter? Lin Yun asked, seeing Luo Shuyi's anxiousness. The exquisite court is here, Luo Shuyi said, gasping for her breath. Lin Yun was briefly alarmed and calmed down after listening to Luo Shuyi. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion wasn't under attack, but the exquisite court's disciples had come. This was normal because competition existed everywhere. In the ancient barren domain, the competition between sex disciples was often, and the outcome of their competition could affect the prestige of their sections. As one of the 4 musical houses, it was normal for the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to be challenged. The 4 musical houses are the Flying Snow Pavilion, 7 Exquisite Palace, Myriad Flower Hall, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Exquisite Court doesn't seem to be one of the 4 musical houses. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion can't deal with the Exquisite Court, Lin Yun asked. Not since a long time ago, Gu Jun smiled. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has been ranked at the bottom of the Nirvana banquet the past few times. Not to mention the Jiang clan's lineage in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. It has been a few hundred years since we had a profound fairy before Yu Weiwei came. The 4 musical houses from back then were nothing but a showcase. Otherwise, why do you think the Divine Mountain would send Mu Shuling over? This was surprising, but it also made sense. After all, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was more unique than the other 3 musical houses. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was a branch of the Heavenly Fragrance Sacred Ground in the Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea. Gu Jun continued secretly placing down a chess piece. Oh, the Exquisite Court isn't a pushover, and they've been eyeing the 4 musical houses title for a long time. With the Nirvana banquet imminent, they're trying to cause trouble, which is an obvious scheme. If they win, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion might lose the qualification to participate in the Nirvana banquet. Glaring at him, Lin Yun had no idea what Gu Jun was rejoicing about from his tone. Saint Elder told me to inform you to deal with them. If they forced the Profound Fairy to come out to clean up the mess, then what? Saint Elder said that if the Profound Fairy is forced out, she'd make you spit out all the profound saint pellets you consumed. Luo Shui whispered. The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched when he heard that. What did Mu Shuling mean by spitting out what he had already consumed them? He now knew that Mu Shuling was overprotective of this junior sister of hers. Young Master Lin, the chief disciple isn't around, so we can only rely on you now, Luo Shui said. When Gu Jun placed a chess piece down, he said, Go on. You've recently caused huge resentment in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, so this is an opportunity for you to prove yourself. Oh, and you lost this match as well. Lin Yun was speechless because he hadn't even started. But he couldn't be bothered with that and swiftly headed towards the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion with Luo Shui. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had 36 mountains, and the Cloud Fragrance Mountain was used to receive guests. Normally, no disciples would be here, but this place would become bustling with people whenever there was a challenge. But today, the hall on the Cloud Fragrance Mountain was filled with people. When Lin Yun and Luo Shui landed on the ground, all the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples were briefly stunned before an uproar broke out amongst them. Lin Xiao is here. What is he here for? That fellow is a barbarian, so it's futile even if he's here. I can't figure out why someone like him, who hasn't even displayed his music Dao so far, can obtain a quota. He's so late when our enemies are already here. I bet he never considered himself a member of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The faces of the already depressed Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples became even darker when they saw Lin Yun. After all, it was unavoidable for Lin Yun to attract hatred since he was too famous. There was a massive commotion in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion since he had obtained a quota before anyone realized it, and this naturally made all the disciples unhappy. Sensing the surrounding enmity, Lin Yun knew that there were a lot of rumors revolving around him recently, but he never expected that their hostility would be so massive. Honestly speaking, he wasn't too fond of the surrounding atmosphere. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Zhang Mu stepped out from the crowd and came before Lin Yun. Beside him were Xiang Feilwan and Zhuo Yun. Their faces were pale, and they were clearly heavily injured. Seeing this, Lin Yun instantly knew that the 3 must have fought and were defeated. Looking at Lin Yun, Xiang Feilwan said, You're here to see us make a joke out of ourselves, right? Young Master Lin is here to help us win, Luo Shui quickly explained. Him? The 3 of us were defeated. So what can he do? Zhang Mu snorted with disdain flickering within his pupils. When Lin Yun raised his head, he knew that these people were from the Divine Dragon Empire's ancient ice domain and were prideful. They were the ones who held back during their performance at the Saint Altar back then. So Lin Yun didn't waste time talking to them and walked through the crowd. He wanted to see who was fighting in the hall. Can he really turn the tables around? Zhuo Yun asked. Bullshit. He'll only embarrass himself, Zhang Mu said coldly. His hostility for Lin Yun was deep. He felt that Lin Yun had stolen his opportunity. If he had received personal guidance from Mu Shuling, he wouldn't have lost today. Let's go and take a look, the trio said with their faces dark. When Lin Yun and Luo Shui came forth, they saw Lin Wan fighting with a woman. This woman was prideful while placing a bamboo flute by her lips. That person is one of the prominent younger disciples in the Exquisite Court. Her mental cultivation has reached the pinnacle of 6th grade, and I heard that she has already grasped the high-grade noble tone. She's only 1 step away from complete mastery, Luo Shui explained beside Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded his head. Lin Yuan might not be from an ancient saint clan, but she's the chief disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, and she wasn't weak. Not to mention that she had gone to the ancient barren battlefield. One person played the lute while the other played the flute, and they both had high attainment in music Dao. They played powerful scores, and their music manifested into various phenomena. The phenomena the person playing the flute manifested was terrifying, with countless musical notes manifesting into crimson serpents. The crimson serpents were gorgeous, but they had a lethality beneath their beauty. No matter how beautiful they were, those were venomous serpents, which was a rare form of music Dao. On the other hand, Lin Yuan fought firmly with her lute, stopping those serpents from getting close to her. Lin Yuan's gaze passed over them and landed in the exquisite court's direction. Aside from some elders from the exquisite court, there was a purple-robed man. This person was dashing, but his gaze was terrifyingly cold. Lin Yuan could sense a powerful mental energy being emitted from him. This person had probably reached the 7th grade Saint Spiritualist, and anyone could tell he wasn't a pushover. That person is Su Dongfei, the strongest of the exquisite court's younger generation. He was arrogant earlier and even asked the profound fairy to face his challenge. Luo Shui continued. Her eyes were filled with disgust and lingering fear when she looked at Su Dongfei. While Lin Yuan and Luo Shui were talking amongst themselves, many people from the exquisite court noticed Lin Yuan. After all, they had caused quite a commotion when they arrived. Thus, their gazes were attracted to them as Lin Yuan and Luo Shui came forth. Who's that person? A new disciple that the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion recruited? I never heard of him before. While the exquisite court's disciples were discussing amongst themselves, Su Dongfei said, even the ancient Saint Clan's geniuses like Xianxia have failed, so it's useless even if he comes. Today I have to force their profound fairy to come out. It's futile, no matter who comes. That's right. We can only thoroughly step on the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion by defeating the profound fairy. It's best to defeat them openly and make them embarrassed. At that time, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion won't have the face to head to the Nirvana banquet. The exquisite court's disciples echoed alongside Su Dongfei. The exquisite court didn't conceal their voices, making Lin Yuan wonder just how great their enmity was against Yu Weiwei. He could clearly hear their voices, and the chill within his pupils grew even denser. It was fine if they had no enmity for him and only had enmity for the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, because Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered with that. But having such a massive enmity against Lin Yuan was a different story. In the past, he wasn't bothered since he didn't know that the profound fairy was Yu Weiwei. But since he already knew about her, he couldn't ignore it. If they wanted to bully Yu Weiwei, they would have to ask if he would agree. If this is the best you can do, I can't be bothered to play with you anymore. The exquisite court's disciple lowered her flute and looked at Lin Yuan with a cold flash in her pupils. Lin Yuan merely glanced at her opponent before she said, "That'll depend on how capable you are." Humph! The exquisite court's disciple raised the flute back to her lips. Her flute music suddenly became sharp like a venomous serpent with halos of crimson light spreading out. The next moment, the crimson light manifested into multiple crimson serpents that descended towards Lin Yuan. The venomous serpents soon filled Lin Yuan's sight. As she strummed the lute even faster, rings of crimson sound waves spread out. As countless venomous serpents fell from the sky like a crimson rainfall, the exquisite court's disciple, Lan Hongyan, smiled as she began to move about in the hall, leaving behind crimson afterimages. As her flute and her figure changed, it made it harder for others to catch her, and this was enough to prove that she had plenty of fighting experience. But coincidentally, Lin Yuan came from ancient barren domain, not to mention that she had experienced the ancient barren battlefield. So this didn't make her panic, and she soon found a solution to deal with Lan Hongyan. As her figure began to move about like a piece of paper, her footsteps were even more bizarre than Lan Hongyan's. It didn't take long for her to put Lan Hongyan in a difficult position with various phenomena being destroyed. It was so much so that flaws started appearing in Lan Hongyan's music, and her aura became chaotic. Senior Sister Lin is going to win. We're finally going to obtain a victory after 3 losses. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples were excited, and a smile rose on their faces. After all, they had too much pent up with 3 losses. But Lin Yun lightly furrowed his brows, and he had an ill premonition. What's wrong? Luo Shui smiled, seeing that Lin Wan was going to win. But when she noticed Lin Yun's expression, she couldn't help being worried. It's a little troublesome? Lin Yun noticed that the exquisite courts party didn't panic and even seemed confident, as if they weren't worried for Lan Hongyan. Suddenly, his face changed. Not good. Executing his divine dragon eyes, he soon noticed something wasn't right. When Lan Hongyan blew on her flute, crimson powder was drifting out of her flute and merged with her music. When the powder fused with the surrounding phenomenon, the powder became even more sinister. He instantly knew that the powder was poison, and that made his face turn cold. Although they didn't say any rules in the fight, using poison in an official battle was still despicable. Suddenly, Lin Wan felt powerless and threw out a mouthful of blood. The blood that she threw out was black, and it was terrifying. Senior Sister Lin! Exclamations resounded while everyone became worried about Lin Wan. On the other hand, Su Dongfei smiled and commented, "This battle has come to an end." The serpents took this opportunity to bite Lin Wan. But that wasn't all. Lan Hongyan had no intentions of stopping and continued to play her flute. A 100-foot serpent suddenly pounced forth, baring its jaws at Lin Wan. No! Luo Shui's face changed. But just when the serpent was about to bite Lin Wan, a hand appeared behind her and gently waved. As a thunderstorm rampaged along with a dragon roar, countless dragon runes condensed into a dragon's head, letting out a roar in the direction of the crimson serpent and crushing its head before anyone could react. As crimson rainfall fell from the sky, Lin Wan was stunned as she turned to see a familiar figure. Aren't you a little too vicious for a woman? You already won the fight, but you still want to take her life? Is everyone from the exquisite court as vicious as you? Lin Yun turned to coldly look at the exquisite court's party. When he said those words, the faces of everyone from the exquisite court sank. Lin Yun's sudden appearance not only surprised the exquisite court's party, but also the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples. Lin Xiao actually made a move. He does have some courage. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples might not like him, but they hated the exquisite court even more, especially their despicable means. When they saw how Lin Yun forced Lan Hongyan back with a wave of his hand, their eyes lit up. Those like Zhao Mu, Xiang Feilwan, and Zhuo Hongyun, who had an intense enmity for Lin Yun, were briefly stunned by this scene and were also surprised. He really stood out, Xiang Feilwan said. He was surprised. It's just brute strength. If he has the ability, why doesn't he use his music Dao? Doesn't it look bad on him to use brute force? Zhang Mu said in disdain. Everyone fell silent because many disciples shared the same thoughts as Zhang Mu. They had to admit Lin Yun was strong, or he wouldn't be able to cripple Jiang Feng. But they were competing in music Dao here, not martial Dao. Lan Hongyan's face was terrifyingly dark when she was forced to take a step back by Lin Yun. Just when she wanted to make a move, Su Dongfei stopped her. Su Dongfei squinted his eyes with a vicious light flashing across his pupils. He snickered. Even if my exquisite court is vicious, we're still competing in music Dao. But you suddenly launched a sneak attack with brute strength. Aren't you more despicable? Is that so? Lin Yun smiled and took a step forth. Why don't we have some fun then? When Lin Wan heard that Lin Yun was going to make a move, she first rejoiced before she became concerned. Young Master Lin Xiao, he's the chief disciple of the exquisite court. He has a terrifying attainment in music Dao, and he has long achieved the pinnacle of noble tone. Understand now? You're still not qualified to fight me. Even those ancient Saint Clan's disciples are nothing in my eyes. So who do you think you are? You're not qualified. No one in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is qualified except for the Profound Fairy. Su Dongfei mocked. He was extremely arrogant, and he didn't bother concealing it at all. His words nearly made the faces of all Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples pale. After all, no one could accept being mocked in their own territory, not to mention Su Dongfei even said that he wanted to fight the Profound Fairy. But there was nothing they could do but suck it up. Ha, don't tell me that the profound fairy is an ugly bitch. Why isn't she showing up after everyone in the heavenly fragrance pavilion was defeated? Don't tell me that the profound fairy is a turtle who only knows how to hide. Lan Hongyan said with disdain with her brow raised. But the moment she said that, she took a slap to her face that caused half of her face to swell. Everything happened too quickly, and Su Dongfei couldn't respond quick enough. He could only sense a breeze blowing past, and Lan Hongyan was already slapped. As for Su Dongfei, he took a step back by instinct. When he came to his senses, Lin Yun already returned to where he initially stood. How dare you slap me? Lan Hongyan flew into a rage and looked hideous, with half of her face swollen. Well done. Luo Shui snorted and came forth. She roared. You bitch. Has our profound fairy offended you? Do you have to use such vicious words to insult her? The profound fairy is 10,000 times more beautiful than you. Where did you get the face to say that our profound fairy is ugly? Luo Shui was genuinely furious this time. Since she was well educated, it was rare for her to scold someone. But today, what Lan Hongyan said made her mad. Not only was Lan Hongyan vicious in using poison in a sparring match, but she even insulted Yu Weiwei in public. So how could she still endure it? My mouth is mine, and it's my freedom to say whatever I want. Who are you to interfere with me? Lan Hongyan said coldly. Lin Yun smiled and said, My hands are mine, and it's my freedom to slap whoever I want. Carry on if you dare, and I'll give you a slap for every sentence you say. You think I don't dare? Lan Hongyan was furious, but she swallowed her words after seeing Lin Yun's smile. She was afraid, but another slap flew over, sending her flying away. As blood splattered, her entire face became swollen. Lin Yun didn't hold back at all, and used the Azure Dragon grasp with his slap. This naturally made the exquisite court's party furious, and their elders' faces were terrifyingly dark. Senior brother, he slapped me. Lan Hongyan cried out. Su Dongfei's lip twitched because Lin Yun was a little unreasonable. Since when was there someone like him in the heavenly fragrance pavilion? He thought Lin Yun would hold back since he had already made his move. But he never expected Lin Yun to suddenly give Lan Hongyan another slap. Even everyone from the heavenly fragrance pavilion was terrified because Lin Yun was really overbearing. Then again, they weren't too surprised because he even dared to cripple Jiang Feng. What was there that he didn't dare to do? That fellow was a barbarian to begin with. Don't look at me. I'm just a barbarian, and I can hit anyone I want. Everyone in the heavenly fragrance pavilion knows that I'm a barbarian. If you're unhappy, why don't we have some fun? We'll compete with just our music Dao. Lin Yun smiled with his eyes squinted, looking at Su Dongfei. He had vented all his anger from the 2 slaps, but he still wasn't happy. Where did this group of idiots come from to say that Yu Weiwei was ugly and only she was qualified to fight him? Qualified? Where did Su Dongfei get his qualification from? They were just someone with a wretched mouth and in need of a beating. Su Dongfei's face was cold, and he said, I already said that you're not qualified. If the profound fairy isn't coming out, I'll leave, then. But I'm afraid that the entire heavenly domain's unholy sea will feel that your heavenly fragrance pavilion isn't qualified to participate in the Nirvana banquet at that time. You think a barbarian like you can slap the faces of everyone in the world. If you defeat him, the profound fairy will fight you. A cold voice resounded right at this moment. While a commotion came from outside the Cloud Fragrance Hall, Mu Shuling came in with a group of elders. When the 3 elders from the exquisite court saw Mu Shuling's appearance, their faces became grave. They didn't dare to look down on this Saint Elder, who was younger than all of them. Saint Elder, can we take your words seriously? An elder asked, looking at Mu Shuling. A promise is a promise. Mu Shuling coldly replied. She then looked at Lin Yun and said, If you lose, I'll make you throw up all the profound Saint pellets you ate. Since you like to call yourself a barbarian, I'll fulfill your wish this once. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because he knew that Mu Shuling was serious about what she said, but he couldn't imagine the scene of Mu Shuling giving him a beating. Shrugging his shoulder, Lin Yun looked at Su Dongfei with a smile. Brother Su, come on. Since the Saint Elder has spoken, I'll give a barbarian like you the honor, then. But music Dao is more terrifying than martial Dao. So don't be alarmed if I accidentally injure you. Su Dongfei smiled. That is also what I wanted to say. Lin Yun responded with a smile. Are they really going to compete in music Dao? Is Lin Xiao insane? Who the hell is he to say he can win with his music Dao? If he loses, the profound fairy will have no path of retreat. Can he do it? The exquisite court didn't have much response, but everyone from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion broke into an uproar with doubts about Lin Yun. Su Dongfei had captured this all with his eyes, and he sneered as he took out a long flute from his robes. When he started playing the flute, piercing flute music manifested into boundless musical notes that swept out, pressuring Lin Yun. As Su Dongfei's hair and clothes fluttered, he emitted boundless noble-like pressure. Anyone could tell how terrifying Su Dongfei was. He was much stronger than Lan Hongyan. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples fell silent, and their faces were covered with concern. They didn't believe that Lin Yun could beat Su Dongfei in terms of music Dao. They could foresee Lin Yun going down on his knees. After all, none of the present disciples could bear the pressure coming from Su Dongfei. Lin Yun's foot moved, and he took 3 steps back. When he took 3 steps back, he suddenly turned around and landed on a stone platform with the thunderstorm zither appearing on his lap. A sinister light flashed across Su Dongfei's pupils as the Saint Rune within his profound palace lit up. As the boundless mental energy surged from his profound palace, it significantly strengthened his attack. Not giving Lin Yun a chance to respond, he wanted to immediately suppress Lin Yun before Mushuling. This much still isn't enough. Lin Yun smiled, but his pupils were filled with a chill. He executed the Azure Dragon Saint physique. As a connection between him and the thunderstorm zither was formed, the boundless thunderstorm energies were mobilized within the zither. The next moment, zither music resounded, and a thunderstorm suddenly appeared. The sky immediately became dark, and the flute music that charging over was stopped. When Su Dongfei raised his head, he could see a dragon wandering within the thunderclouds, stirring a boundless power between heaven and earth. This shocked Su Dongfei. His heart sank when he looked at Lin Yun again because he knew Lin Yun had hidden his true strength. He no longer dared to treat Lin Yun lightly. As his hair fluttered in the wind, crimson lights shone out from his body and merged with the flute music. Under the crimson light, the flute music changed and dissolved into a crimson liquid that looked like blood. Purgatory was then instantly formed. But Lin Yun calmly looked at Su Dongfei coldly as his 10 fingers danced on the zither. Every time he strummed his zither, the heavens would tremble, and a bolt of lightning would descend. Lin Yun's zither music became even more ferocious when the thunder rumbled. But the next rumble of thunder would overlap with the zither music, and the zither music gradually became louder. Like that, the zither music and rumbling thunder competed, causing the entire cloud fragrance hall to tremble. This was an endless cycle, and no one could differentiate the zither music and rumbling thunder any longer. They could only feel that Lin Yun was competing with the heavens. After 10 rounds, Lin Yun raised his hand, and the crimson purgatory was torn into pieces, causing Su Dongfei to take 10-odd steps back and throw out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples were dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Yun. They were all stumped and wondered if this was really Lin Yun. No one dared to believe this scene, including Zhang Mu, Zhuo Hongyun, and Xiang Feilwan. As thunder continued to rumble in the sky, Su Dongfei took several steps back before stabilizing himself. This scene shocked everyone because they didn't see Lin Yun being suppressed, which was what they had predicted. On the other hand, Su Dongfei threw out blood and retreated when Lin Yun made his move. Everyone took a cold breath and froze as they looked at Su Dongfei. Su Dongfei stabilized himself with great difficulty, with his hair disarrayed and several holes in his clothes. They could even see the blood stain on his body, and his aura had become chaotic. He was caught by surprise by Lin Yun and suffered a significant loss. But Su Dongfei was impressive because he didn't suffer any severe injuries, even when he suffered such a significant loss. Lin Xiao, Su Dongfei's hair was terrifyingly distorted, and his killing intent nearly gushed out from his pupils. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, his image was totally ruined. If he challenged the profound fairy in this state, he would only end up as a laughingstock. "I'm here. Sorry about that. I'll go easy on you next time." After all, Brother Su said that music Dao is more terrifying than martial Dao. "Sorry about that." Lin Yun smiled and said in a playful tone as he looked at Su Dongfei. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples were shocked by Lin Yun's performance. Hearing what he said, they couldn't help laughing. Lin Yun did the same thing by using Su Dongfei's words to slap his own face, but it was satisfying for them to watch. It didn't take long for all the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples to start laughing. Regardless of the outcome of this fight, Lin Yun had already helped them vent their pent-up emotions. As Su Dongfei's face became even eerier, the corner of his lip twitched, and he nearly lost control of his emotions. Glaring at Lin Yun, Su Dongfei roared and raised the golden flute to his lips once more. "This is just the beginning. You'll be begging for mercy in a while." As he played his flute, a violent current rampaged, and Su Dongfei unleashed his full strength without holding back. Very quickly, the current swept up by the music manifested into hundreds of sinister ghosts. 100 Ghost Parade. When the phenomenon began to take form, the faces of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples became grave. They knew that Su Dongfei had finally become serious. This should be the trump card he prepared for the profound fairy. When Su Dongfei's killing intent swept out along with his flute music, the ghosts he summoned pounced towards Lin Yun. Some of the ghosts were fake and some were real. Thus, this made it even harder for everyone to determine which was fake and which was real. Some sinister ghosts even looked like Luo Shui and Lin Wan, and this was meant to mess up the opponent's state of mind. His method could be considered vicious. But just when those ghosts were about to reach Lin Yun smiled, and his music changed. The music soon manifested into a blazing sun that rose behind him. The blazing radiance incinerated all the ghosts that got close to him. This was an ancient score Lin Yun learned from Lil Purple, Sun and Moon. As the zither music continued, the golden crow Saint Rune within Lin Yun's profound palace ignited, and golden light shone from his body. When musical notes flew out from his fingers and overlapped with the golden light, Lin Yun looked mighty with his hair fluttering about. The golden light had manifested into golden blades under the sound waves flying towards Su Dongfei's lethal spots. In the path of the golden blades, fine cracks were left in the surrounding space. But the tips of the blades were emitting a cold flash, filled with killing intent. Seeing this, Su Dongfei inwardly snorted. He had already suffered once and wouldn't take Lin Yun lightly anymore. As his fingers moved on the flute, a crimson air current rose around him that swept the blades away. At the same time, Su Dongfei closed his eyes, tilting his head back and forth to avoid the attacks while unleashing his attack with his music. The crimson air current distorted into a vortex in the air, and there was a gigantic bone spear that flew out from the vortex. Golden Crow. Lin Yun raised his head, and his fingers danced as he looked at the bone spear, which looked like it came from purgatory. Right then, densely packed golden crows flew out from the sun behind him. Holy shit! All the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples were utterly stumped by this scene. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun had also reached the pinnacle of noble tone, and his mental cultivation was also deep and unfathomable. The attacking means of a musician was a combination of mental energy and sound waves, in addition to their comprehension of music scores. Since Lin Yun could achieve such a terrifying phenomenon, his attainment in music Dao wasn't any weaker than Su Dongfei. It may even be stronger. As the golden crow and bone spear clashed, their collision manifested a terrifying wind current that stirred between them. This surprised Su Dongfei, but his eyes soon turned cold, and crimson light began to be released from his body. As the crimson vortex grew in size behind him, it looked like it was about to turn into a crimson ocean. In the blink of an eye, the zither and flute music sped up, becoming so complicated that even the massive platform within the Cloud Fragrance Hall became distorted. Lin Yun and Su Dongfei's figures became blurred on the platform, and their focus reached unprecedented heights. This was a dangerous exchange because they were both competing in their speed. This was the same as two peerless cultivators clashing in close combat. If either of them wasn't careful, they would suffer a devastating attack. Watching the clash between Lin Yun and Su Dongfei, the entire Cloud Fragrance Hall became quiet. Regardless of the exquisite court or heavenly fragrance pavilion, both parties were nervous and didn't dare to utter a word. As the yin-yang symbol of wind and lightning energies revolved, a powerful thunderstorm energy exploded from the sun above Lin Yun. The outburst of energy immediately sent Su Dongfei flying back. How can this fellow's achievement in music Dao be so terrifying? Su Dongfei had blood dripping from his lips, and he raised his head to eerily look at Lin Yun. Suddenly, he tapped his left hand on a bizarre mark engraved on his chest. His facial expression became sinister as blood bled from his 7 orifices in the next moment. Su Dongfei was risking it all, and he roared, "Lin Xiao, I'll defeat you today." The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion isn't qualified to participate in the Nirvana banquet. The music from his flute suddenly became sinister, and 18 waves rose from the crimson ocean beneath him. As the waves roared and intertwined with the flute music, it formed into a bizarre array on the crimson ocean. Before everyone could respond, a terrifying dragon roar echoed. But this dragon roar sounded evil, as though it was the embodiment of all the evils in the world. When Su Dongfei started playing this score, the spiritual energy in the surroundings heavily fluctuated. The disciples of the exquisite court all had excitement on their faces, while Mu Shuling furrowed her brows with shock in the depths of her pupils. Luo Shui and Lin Wan's faces also changed as they yelled, "Young Master Lin, be careful. That's an ancient sinister score. The Blood Dragon Scripture." Su Dongfei's face was sinister as a brutal light flashed across his pupils. It was already too late for Lin Yun to do anything. As a crimson dragon flew out from the crimson ocean, it emitted a horrifying aura that made everyone's scalps numb. And some people even took several steps back. This crimson dragon was sinister and ugly, enveloped in a black demonic light that appeared to be the embodiment of all evil. Countless sobbings could be heard coming from the crimson ocean, and those sobbings were filled with horror. The crimson dragon turned around and swept a glance at everyone with a sticky liquid dripping down from its jaws. This scene scared everyone. Some people even fell onto the ground with their faces becoming pale. Mu Shuling was also shocked because this was probably meant for Yu Weiwei, and she realized that these people were really insane. The terrifying crimson dragon rose to the sky before it dove down. The crimson dragon was enveloped in demonic light, and the flute music from Su Dongfei manifested into crimson smoke that poured into the massive dragon. As the crimson dragon let out a roar, it dove towards Lin Yun at a terrifying speed, and a vast shadow enveloped half the Cloud Fragrance Hall. Seated on the stone platform, Lin Yun was right in the shadow center. When a powerful dragon aura swept out, the flute music pushed the crimson dragon's rage to the limit. Before it descended, the immense pressure also caused cracks to spread on the ground, and the entire Cloud Fragrance Mountain lightly shook. This made the faces of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and Exquisite Court's disciples change as they quickly retreated. The commotion that was being caused by the Crimson Dragon was too great. "That fellow is actually playing the Crimson Dragon Scripture," Luo Shui said. The Crimson Dragon Scripture was a sinister score and also a forbidden score. Anyone who wanted to play it successfully would have to pay a great price. With Su Dongfei's current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to play the complete Crimson Dragon Scripture. But just a small portion was enough to turn the tables around. Even Luo Shui and Lin Wan, initially confident in Lin Yun, couldn't help becoming nervous when they saw this scene. The ancient sinister score is indeed impressive. Lin Yun remained seated and raised his head to look at the crimson dragon that was swiftly approaching. But he was still wearing a smile on his face, and he didn't have much panic in his pupils. Taking a deep breath, the second Saint Rune in his profound palace shone, and he pushed the azure dragon Saint Physique to the limit. As countless dragon runes poured into the thunderstorm zither, golden light shone from his body. His fingers also shone brightly, and a pure phoenix aura suddenly swept out from his body. The aura was filled with an ancient presence and aloofness. The divine phoenix touch, sun and moon, and the thunderstorm zither. I wonder how powerful this will become. Lin Yun smiled, and his 10 fingers began to dance the next moment. As the massive sun above his head began to melt, it formed into a dazzling golden crow that circled in the sky. Golden lights were gushing from its wings, and it dyed the entire sky in gold, spanning 100 miles and made him look like an immortal. Simultaneously, silver light gushed out from his fingers, and a silver lake was swiftly formed on the ground of the Cloud Fragrance Hall. The lake was massive and it was silver, looking like a mirror. At the lake's depths, there was a silver phoenix that looked like a moon. Regardless of Lin Yun's martial techniques or music scores, he mixed his own comprehension into them and wouldn't follow what the creator left behind. This was the same for sun and moon. He had infused his understanding of the divine solar-lunar fist into it, and the fusion was perfect. A golden crow manifested the sky, and a silver phoenix manifested the earth. As the thunderstorm zither played, it reached a height that would even make Lil Purple exclaim. A cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils as the sun and moon changed. He then let out a roar, and a dazzling radiance shone from his 10 fingers. The yin-yang symbol continued to revolve within the thunderstorm zither before an ancient dragon roar echoed from it. As a terrifying power swept out along Lin Yun's fingers, the sun and moon began to fuse. It didn't take long for the sun and moon to fuse into a 1,000-foot-long sword. It was a divine sword with the sun and moon engraved on it. Covered in traces of aging, a horrifying sword intent swept out from the divine sword. As the divine sword soared into the sky under everyone's gazes, it turned into a streak of light and flew towards the crimson dragon. Before they even clashed, 2 terrifying auras had already swept out from the crimson dragon and divine sword, clashing together. The surrounding space began to tremble and distort when the 2 immense auras collided. When Lin Yun raised his head, a cold light flashed through his pupils, and the golden human within his sword ocean emitted a dazzling radiance. Lin Yun's pinnacle of firmament sword intent then empowered the divine sword. Slash! Lin Yun roared. As his hair fluttered, he played an overlapping note with his right hand. The entire crimson dragon's head was snapped off as blood splashed out. As the crimson ocean crumbled, Su Dongfei lowered his flute and took 10 steps back. Whenever he stepped back, he would throw out a mouthful of blood. After taking 10 steps back, he was staggering and was struggling to remain on his feet. You lost. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the latter with a smile. 3 exquisite court disciples came forth to support Su Dongfei. At this moment, Su Dongfei's facial expression was sinister as he looked at Lin Yun and roared, I've not lost yet. The reason why you can win against me is all because of that ancient zither. That must be an ancient Saint Zither. Before Lin Yun could even respond, the exquisite court elders stood up, roaring, The heavenly fragrance pavilion can't beat our disciples, so they have to resort to this? Aren't you guys afraid of becoming a laughingstock in the world? Or are you implying that we don't have any ancient artifacts? Before the heavenly fragrance pavilion's party could recover from their shock, they flew into a rage when they heard what the exquisite court's elders said. They were simply too shameless to blame the quality of musical instruments when they lost. After all, Lan Hongyan had used poison earlier to win. Although the heavenly fragrance pavilion's party was furious, they didn't say anything because a loss was a loss. Su Dongfei even resorted to a forbidden score, and yet he had the cheek to blame Lin Yun for using a better musical instrument when he lost. Was everyone from the exquisite court sore losers? Seeing this, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and turned to Lin Wan with a smile. Lady Lin, do you mind letting me borrow your lute? Lin Wan was first shocked before she smiled. You can go ahead and use it if you want. There's no need for you to be so polite. She didn't even hesitate to throw her musical instrument over. She was happy that Lin Yun would use her lute, so how would she refuse? Waving his hand and taking the lute, Lin Yun gave it a few tries before he turned to look at the exquisite court's party. I don't mind playing another round if you guys are such sore losers. All your disciples can come and challenge me at once. This way you guys won't have any excuses then, right? Lin Yun's laughter left Su Dongfei and others dumbfounded, because Lin Yun was a little too arrogant. What's the matter? You guys don't even dare to come at me together? Lin Yun mocked. Go! Kill him! Su Dongfei gritted his teeth. The exquisite court's disciples couldn't stand Lin Yun's arrogance. Not to mention that he had definitely exhausted himself from the previous fight. Yet he still dared to be so arrogant? Did he really think that the exquisite court was a pushover? Before Su Dongfei could finish, the exquisite court's disciples already took out their instruments and circulated the saint runes in their profound palaces. Ha ha ha! Come! Lin Yun laughed. As he played the lute music wasn't gentle, but was filled with boundless ferocity in the form of a crimson light that swept throughout the surroundings. The crimson light contained boundless killing intent and raging fury, dyeing the entire lute's strings red. In the next moment, thunderstorms raged, and bloody flames rampaged. As the ferocity turned into a phoenix cry, the entire cloud fragrance hall trembled, and the musical notes played by the exquisite court's disciples crumbled when they came in contact with the phoenix cry. This was too shocking. Even the three exquisite court's disciples were dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Yun with shock. As Lin Yun played musical notes with the lute, every vibratoin of the lute string would manifest into a crimson shockwave, and the lute music was like an endless storm. The exquisite court's disciples all had pain on their faces. Whenever they tried to play their musical instruments, they would throw out a mouthful of blood before they could even play a single note. Not long later, they all covered their ears with their faces being distorted from their pain. This scene shocked everyone in the Cloud Fragrance Hall. Is this Lin Zhao's true strength? Without Su Dongfei, the exquisite court's disciples who defeated Zhang Mu, Zhuo Hongyan, and Xiang Feilwan couldn't even put up a resistance against Lin Yun. That's the Prairie Phoenix Fire. Zhang Mu, Zhuo Hongyan, and Xiang Feilwan recognized the score that Lin Yun was playing, and they were all shocked. Right then, a phoenix cry echoed throughout the hall. This phoenix cry was aloof and ethereal, and a phoenix enveloped in flames descended from the sky. The exquisite court's disciples immediately fell to their knees when the phoenix appeared. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the battle ended shortly after it started. The speed of the battle's end had surpassed everyone's imagination. Lin Yun stood up and looked in the exquisite court's direction. Does anyone else wish to challenge me? His words were like a bolt of lightning that rumbled beside the ears of the three exquisite court's elders. The three elders' lips twitched, but they were so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. They all had fury blazing within their pupils and felt greatly humiliated. They wouldn't have said those words earlier if they knew that Su Dongfei would be defeated so quickly. Now, their words came around to slap their faces because all of the exquisite court's disciples were defeated by Lin Yun. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is truly worthy of being one of the 4 musical houses. The exquisite court has lost, so we won't come again within a century. They were all depressed, and the leader of the 3 elders ultimately stood out before leaving with Su Dongfei and the others. Looking at this group of people leaving, Lin Yun didn't say anything, but the Cloud Fragrance Hall was already filled with cheers. When countless gazes fell onto Lin Yun, there was no more dissatisfaction, and their pupils were filled with respect. Turning around to look at Mu Shuling, Lin Yun smiled. Saint Elder, you said that you'd make me spit out all the profound saint pellets that I have consumed if I lost. So, what are you going to do now that I've won? Everyone's lips twitched because Lin Yun was still as arrogant as before. He had just defeated the exquisite court and now wanted to ask the Saint Elder for a reward. They no longer had any hostility towards Lin Yun like before and felt that his ability was worthy of his arrogance and should be rewarded. Mu Shuling, who had always remained indifferent, couldn't help smiling before she waved her hand. As a wine jar flew towards Lin Yun, she said, "This is the myriad flower wine brewed on the divine mountain. It's brewed with 10,000 different flowers for 1,000 years. It's yours now." Receiving the wine jar, Lin Yun opened it and took a sniff. He instantly couldn't control himself and started gulping it down. He raised the wine jar with his right hand, and the wine flowed into his mouth like a stream. This gorgeous wine needed 1,000 years to brew, but Lin Yun didn't take long to finish it. Ha ha ha. Good wine. After Lin Yun finished the wine, he said in a somewhat drunken stupor before tossing the empty jar aside. Looking at this, Mu Shuling's cheek couldn't help trembling. After all, finishing such a precious wine in one go was a complete waste. While everyone was dumbfounded, Lin Yun sat down and started singing with the lute. Drunken today when there's wine, celebrating my comrades returning from the battlefield. The world is massive, and nothing can stop my freedom. Receiving orders, facing dangers, bragging about my achievements, and never retreating. Let me brave through my journey. In the beginning, everyone thought Lin Yun was in a drunken stupor, but they were shocked after hearing him singing. Lin Yun sang as he played the lute, and his beautiful voice instantly captivated everyone. When they pondered over the song's lyrics, they were dumbfounded when they looked at Lin Yun again. Drunken today when there's wine, celebrating my comrades returning from the battlefield. The world is massive, and nothing can stop my freedom. Receiving orders, facing dangers, bragging about my achievements, and never retreating. Let me brave through my journey. Lin Yun played the lute and gave Mu Shuling a brilliant smile. Seeing Lin Yun smile, Mu Shuling blushed, and she didn't dare to look straight at Lin Yun. With a smile, Lin Yun felt great after he was done playing the song. Senior brother Lin, play another song. Senior brother Lin, play another song. Cheers echoed in the cloud fragrance hall just when Lin Yun was going to stand up. All the disciples had gone insane, and Lin Yun's mind cleared up a little, instantly placing him in an awkward position. But he soon sank into the surrounding atmosphere because this didn't feel bad, and a smile soon rose on his lips. I'll play another song? Lin Yun was a little dizzy from the alcohol, but he still smiled at everyone. Okay. Everyone in the hall echoed. Ha ha ha. Let's play another song. Then, Lin Yun smiled and started singing another song. The mundane world is laughable, and infatuation is boring. It's not bad to turn a blind eye as this life has yet to end. Smile to others when you're awake, and forget it all when you're dreaming. Lamenting that the sky turned dark too early, and life is too unpredictable. Mu Shuilong, who had already walked a distance out, suddenly stopped when she heard Lin Yun's song. She couldn't help turning around to see Lin Yun playing the lute and singing. Resolving love and hatred, sing to the wind, and I'm only willing to stay happy till I become old. Even if the wind is cold, I don't wish to run any longer. Even if the flowers are beautiful, I don't want them. The higher the sky, the smaller the heart. I seek not karma, for I am filled with pride. Mu Shuling stopped completely and couldn't figure out how Lin Yun came up with such beautiful lyrics. Did he write them himself? When Lin Yun was done with this song, the crowd briefly savored it before they cheered again. Lin Yun was smiling as he looked at the crowd. But just when he was going to sing another song, he was stumped when he saw a young lady looking at him in the crowd. This lady had an adorable pair of crescent eyes, and her face beneath the hood was akin to 100 blooming flowers. Lin Yun's mind was blank at this moment because he had no idea when Yu Weiwei arrived. He wanted to leave by instinct, but he could only smile for some reason. As if there was a rapport between them, the girl also smiled, and the reunion was beautiful. At this moment, everything became insignificant under their smiles. In the beginning, Lin Yun was worried that Yu Weiwei might recognize him and that he might bring trouble to her and the heavenly fragrance pavilion. But when they both smiled at each other, Lin Yun inwardly bitterly smiled because he knew that Yu Weiwei had already recognized him. Even An Luyen could see through his disguise, so how could Yu Weiwei not see through it? He could change his face, but his personality and feelings when he saw an acquaintance wouldn't change. Not to mention that this wasn't his first time seeing Yu Weiwei. In this period, he often played the Ni Chong dress song at the summit of the snowy mountain, and it was hard to ensure that Yu Weiwei hadn't recognized him then. If she only had a speculation before, she practically had confirmation now. But Yu Weiwei didn't expose his identity because she knew his current position. It was pretty good this way, and it was fine that they both had a rapport between themselves. After Yu Weiwei gave Lin Yun a smile from the crowd, she quietly backed off and disappeared. Lin Yun's heart dropped. He wanted to chase after her by instinct, But he fell to the ground when he stepped off the platform and felt powerless. His head felt heavy, and his entire world was spinning. When his consciousness began to fade, he instantly realized that he had drunk a little too much. Just when the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples were about to step forth, a figure descended and grabbed Lin Yun before disappearing from the hall. Lin Wan and Luo Shui breathed a sigh of relief because Mu Shuling had brought Lin Yun away. With the Saint Elder around, Lin Yun should be fine. After Mu Shuling brought Lin Yun to the summit of the snowy mountain, she threw Lin Yun to the ground. The chill and the strong impact made Lin Yun sober up a little, but his vision was still blurred when he looked at Mu Shuling. He could see multiple Mu Shulings overlapping one another, and he couldn't focus, no matter what. At the same time, a burning sensation began to spread throughout his body. He could feel his entire body burning as if the fire had been accumulating for 1,000 years, and it was entirely being released within his body now. This made Mu Shuling, who was concerned in the beginning, furrow her brows. When she held onto Lin Yun's wrist and sent wisps of her Saint Dao into Lin Yun's body, she finally understood what was happening after she saw Lin Yun's injuries. When Mu Shuling's palm fell onto Lin Yun's chest, a chilling white light poured into Lin Yun's body, and the chilling light contained Saint Dao. The domineering chill instantly suppressed the blazing flames within Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the blurred Mu Shuling within his sight gradually sharpened. He asked, "What's wrong with me?" The Myriad Flowers wine is 1,000-year-old saint wine, and a mouthful is usually the limit for others to drink. You drank the entire jar, so the saint aura contained within the wine is exploding within your body. Mu Shuling explained. Is that so? Lin Yun scratched his head. It's nothing big, and you should be able to absorb it with your saint physique. But I just checked your body, and 2 of your dragon pulses have practically been destroyed. Since you can't improve your cultivation, you can't absorb this saint aura. Mu Shuling continued to explain. So I nearly burst apart? Lin Yun's face changed. More or less. It's not safe now, and I can only suppress it for you. Mu Shuling replied. Letting out a breath of relief, Lin Yun knew he should be saved now. Looking at Mu Shuling's expression. You have 2 choices. I can help you disperse the wine within your body, or I can fuse the saint aura into your physique so that you can refine it when your injuries are recovered. Mu Shuling said. Brewing the Myriad Flowers wine really takes 1,000 years when compared to the Mo clan's Millennium Flame. I picked the latter. Lin Yun soon made a choice. That works. But you have to promise me something. Mu Shuling said. Saint Elder, please go ahead. I examined your injuries earlier, and your dragon pulses are severely damaged. It's practically incurable, and it's not caused by external factors. So I have my doubts and want to see if you have a dragon bone. You know what I mean? Mu Shuling said. Saint Elder, you don't even believe the heavenly origin mirror? Not to mention that Saint Elder can examine me based on my current condition, so you don't have to ask me. Lin Yun smiled. Do you agree, or do you not? Mu Shuling interrupted. Go ahead. Lin Yun removed his shirt straight away. Mu Shuling briefly hesitated before she placed her hand on Lin Yun's chest. Her fair hand was cold, but Mu Shuling could clearly sense Lin Yun's heartbeat. When Mu Shuling's hand fell onto his chest, Lin Yun secretly circulated the divine tortoise transformation, completely concealing the blue dragon bone and transforming it into an ordinary bone. Mu Shuling was confused as she examined Lin Yun's body. When her palm fell onto Lin Yun's chest earlier, she had already sensed a powerful dragon aura. But Lin Yun wasn't entirely conscious earlier, and she didn't like to probe someone's privacy in that manner. But when her Saint Dao poured into Lin Yun's body, she became puzzled after she couldn't sense any dragon bone. Saint Elder, are you done? Lin Yun asked. I'm done. Mu Shuling retracted her hand with her face blushing. Strictly speaking, this was her first time having such intimate contact with a man, so she couldn't help feeling bashful, even when she was half a step into the saint realm. You really don't have a dragon bone. How can your Azure Dragon Saint physique be that strong? Then, Mu Shuling couldn't help asking. I refined a droplet of a divine dragon's blood. Lin Yun explained. That was the truth because the Azure Dragon Lord did give him a droplet of Divine Dragon's blood back in the ancient barren battlefield. It makes sense now, then. Mu Shuling nodded. Well, I don't care if you're flower burial, since I won't do anything to you. But I would have to make preparations to ensure that the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion won't be in trouble because of you. This is the reason why I have to verify. I understand. Lin Yun smiled. He had interacted with Mu Shuling, and he understood her rather well. He could trust her, but not everyone else in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. You can go now. I have suppressed the myriad flowers wine's Saint Aura for you, which has fused into your physique. Even if your injuries don't recover, the Saint Aura will gradually merge with your body as time passes. Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. Mu Shuling was rather adorable. All right, but I have to leave for a few days, so I won't be able to play for the Profound Fairy during this period. It will take about 3 days to half a month, but I'll surely come back. Lin Yun said after taking a deep breath. What happened today gave him a wake-up call, and he couldn't delay healing his injuries any longer. So he decided to make a trip to the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Mu Shuling glanced at Lin Yun before gently nodded her head. Returning to his residence, Lin Yun briefly rested before looking for Gu Jun. Upon seeing Lin Yun, Gu Jun smiled. Hehe, at least you have some conscience to remember me. He had already heard what happened in the Cloud Fragrance Hall. Lin Yun chased away the exquisite court by himself, and even the pavilion master had secretly shown up. Lin Yun was a famous person in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. I need to go out, Lin Yun said. For what reason? Gu Jun asked, squinting his eyes. Lin Yun didn't answer, and he gave the latter a profound Saint pellet. Remember our previous agreement? Ha ha ha. Of course I remember. Gu Jun smiled and snatched the profound Saint pellet. With that, he almost took back all the profound Saint pellets he lost to Lin Yun. If he could find an opportunity to con a few more from Lin Yun, he might even be able to make a profit. Let's go. The two left the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and went to the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The entire journey was smooth, without any accidents, and they swiftly arrived at the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Along the way, Lin Yun wondered if he was overly suspicious. Regardless of the exquisite court or Jiangyu, none of them did anything, which was really weird. The Heavenly Star Pavilion? Why did you come here? Gu Jun asked. In the Vermilion Bird District, the Heavenly Star Pavilion was a rather famous chamber of commerce, and its position wasn't at all inferior to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Wait for me outside. Lin Yun recollected his thoughts and entered the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. This made Gu Jun's lips twitch because Lin Yun was really rude, and he even wanted to give Lin Yun a beating. When Lin Yun entered the Heavenly Star Pavilion, he took out the card that An Luyen gave him, successfully entering the core region of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Every single Heavenly Star Pavilion had such a place, a massive lake with a cauldron at the bottom of it. On the lake were various buildings that decorated the lake. Lin Yun waited there for a long time. Just when he was wondering if he should leave after waiting for a long time, Mo Linger appeared. Mo Linger was a trusted aide of An Luyen, and Lin Yun asked, Is Lady An busy? Yeah. She's meeting a guest right now, Mo Linger said in an unnatural tone. Lowering his head to take a sip of the tea made Lin Yun furrow his brows, and he said, Who is this guest? Please be patient. That guest doesn't like to be disrupted. Mo Linger said anxiously. Bring me there, Lin Yun said after lowering the cup. That's... Mo Linger's face was ugly. Lead the way, Lin Yun repeated with his face sinking. Seeing this, Mo Linger didn't dare to look at Lin Yun straight in the eyes, and she could only lead the way for Lin Yun. One had to admit that Lin Yun looked terrifying when his expression was dark. After all, he was someone who killed a great saint. For some reason, the pressure he gave off when he was furious wasn't something that someone from the same generation could bear. Mo Linger didn't dare to look at Lin Yun and could only lead the way, with Lin Yun quietly following behind her. Throughout the journey, Mo Linger wanted to turn around several times, but she didn't dare when she sensed the invisible pressure coming from her rear. After they passed through multiple corridors, Linger brought Lin Yun to a serene pavilion. This was at the heart of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and the roof was black. The pavilion was lit up by some lamps that made this pavilion look mysterious. Missy is inside. Linger lowered her head. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see two figures within the room, and they seemed to be discussing something. Lin Yun was familiar with one figure, and he could instantly recognize that it was An Luyen. The other person should be a man, but Lin Yun couldn't recognize this person. Young Master Lin. This is an important guest that not even Missy dares to offend. Linger said with her head lowered. What are they talking about? Lin Yun asked. He could sense that something wasn't right from Linger's gaze, and he didn't like to beat around the bush. Missy has given me orders not to say anything about it. Linger nervously lowered her head. I'll go and ask them myself then, Lin Yun said. Young Master Lin, let me report your arrival. Linger suddenly raised her head. No need. Lin Yun patted her shoulder, circulating the blue dragon sky-breaking art to freeze the ladder on the spot. When he took 3 steps, he could sense that he had passed through a membrane, which should be a spiritual array. Circulating the divine tortoise transformation, Lin Yun concealed his aura and got close to the two. At the same time, he also executed the divine dragon eyes, and his vision pierced through all obstacles. But the pavilion was enveloped in a waterfall like St. Tao, making it hard for him to look through. But he didn't give up and executed the 3 dragon seals. When the 3 seals revolved within the sun and moon in each of his pupils, Lin Yun finally managed to see what was going on inside. And Luyen was in the pavilion, donned a blue robe and wielding a fan. Seated in front of her was an elegant and noble youth. She asked, Young Master Lu, have you reconsidered? Are you going to sell the heavenly snow lotus heart that's in your hands? She had delicate features and emitted a deadly charm even when she donned a male disguise. Her smile made her look even more enchanting with a red blush on her skin. As the youth in front of her raised his head, he smiled. Lady N, I already said there's no need to be so courteous. You can just call me by my name, Qianxin. But An Luyen merely smiled and didn't reply. As Lu Qianxin took a sip of the tea, he asked, The tea is great, but it's a little too bland. Does the Heavenly Star Pavilion have any good wine? We naturally do. If young Master Lu is willing to sell the heart of your heavenly snow lotus, I can do my best to get any wine you need. And Lu Yen said, That won't do. The person is also important. Even a delicious wine will be hard to drink if it's not with the right person. Lady N, what do you think? Lu Qianxin asked, and his gaze was fixed on An Luyen. Young Master Lu is right. And Lu Yen smiled. But we have already been chatting for an hour, so it's time to go into the main topic. Young Master Lu, you can be more straightforward and tell me if you're willing to sell your heavenly snow lotus heart. Lu Qianxin got up from his seat and slowly approached her. Wearing a smile, he said, A beauty like lady and has begged me multiple times, and I would have sold it to you if I could. But it's not in my hands, it's in my uncle's. Young Master Lu must be joking. Everyone knows that your uncle dotes on you a lot. If I remember correctly, that uncle of yours is pretty old and he rarely goes out, so he doesn't need it at all. And Lu Yen replied, Ha ha. Lu Qianxin smiled and didn't refute those words. Sitting back down on the chair, he looked at An Luyen and said, The heavenly snow lotus heart is rare to begin with. They're practically not for sale. Saint City might be huge, but there aren't many of them. The 3 from the 10 Chamber of Commerce in the Vermilion Bird District were all brought by a mysterious venerable from the Demon Gate. Aside from the one in my hands, I guarantee that Lady N won't be able to find another one elsewhere. You found me 3 times, so I won't beat around the bush. My Lu clan can get anything your Heavenly Star Pavilion can offer me, so I want something that cannot be bought. He smiled and squinted his eyes, looking at An Luyen's figure. The meaning behind his words was obvious, since An Luyen was priceless to him. Not only was An Luyen blessed with an outstanding appearance, but she was also famous in the Heavenly Domain City. Many people knew there was a new gorgeous beauty in charge of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. It was too unrealistic to use force on her, but this was a priceless opportunity since she had something to ask of him. Now that he had hooked her up, he couldn't be bothered to conceal his intentions any longer. Young Master Lu really knows how to joke. I don't know what you're talking about, and it's getting late, so young Master Lu can return first. And Lu Yen smiled. Lu Qinxin smiled. This is a pretty good place, so serene and safe that even my guards can't come in. It's a suitable place to do some things, and I can stay here. Young Master Lu, please have some self-respect. And Lu Yen said coldly, Are you sure about that? Lu Qinxin smiled. I already heard that you urgently need the heavenly snow lotus heart, and you even offered a high price. Someone important to you must be injured, right? You better reconsider it again because I'm asking this of you, and it'll be a different story when you beg me. Just when he was dreaming and waiting for Liu Yan's reply, the pavilion door was shattered with a punch. The door was destroyed, and the spiritual arrays enveloping the entire pavilion were forcibly torn apart, causing the ground to tremble. A person shrouded in a chilling aura stepped in, and blood dripped from his right fist. He swept his gaze through the room before his eyes stopped on Lu Qinxin. Who are you? Lu Qinxin exclaimed as he stood up with his face changed. But Lin Yun didn't say a word and executed the divine dragon eyes. In the next second, the boundless divine dragon's aura started pouring into Lu Qinxin's sea of consciousness, and Lin Yun dragged him across the air before he could even respond. Get lost. When the thunderstorm energy swept over, Lin Yun clenched his fist and threw a punch with countless dragon runes gathered on his right fist. His punch shattered Lu Qinxin's ribs, causing the latter to throw out a mouthful of blood, while sending him flying out. When Mo Linger saw Lu Qinxin rolling to her feet, her face changed, and her heart dropped. Although she already expected this scene, she never expected Lin Yun to be so brutal and wouldn't go easy on Lu Qinxin right from the start. After Lu Qinxin was caught by surprise, he briefly struggled on the ground before getting back on his feet. He charged into the pavilion and yelled, Lady Yin, are you all right? This person dared to intrude on the forbidden ground of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and my Lu Saint clan won't let him off. He was shrouded in rage, but he was dumbfounded when he entered the pavilion, looking at Lien carefully wrapping a bandage on Lin Yun's hand. This scene instantly made his face green, and he nearly lost his composure. He roared, Lien, give me a fucking explanation. Who the hell is he? The heavenly snow lotus heart is for me. Do you understand now? Lin Yun replied. Lu Qinxin was stumped upon hearing that because he thought Lien was buying it for a Saint Realm senior. He never expected that it was meant for someone so young, and Lien didn't refute what Lin Yun said. Thus, this instantly made the surrounding atmosphere awkward. Lu Qinxin's face became even darker, and he had never been humiliated in this manner before. He roared, Lien, you lied to me. But Lien smiled and replied, Lu Qinxin, I never lied to you. It's all your one-sided feelings. I only wanted to buy your heavenly snow lotus heart right from the beginning, and you know what you're thinking. Not to mention that I have already given you enough face. Lu Qinxin's face changed. He couldn't take this lying down. He could feel blades slicing across his heart because of the humiliation. A long time later he roared, You bastards! I, Lu Qinxin, have never suffered like this in Heavenly Domain City. Offending me, you can dream about buying the heavenly snow lotus heat anymore. I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy one day. When Lien was done bandaging Lin Yun's hand, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted her hands together with a smile. Young Master Lu, aren't you curious about who the Demon Gates Venerable that brought the 3 heavenly snow lotus hearts is? Who? Lu Qinxin regretted the moment he said that because he had an ill premonition, and he looked at Lien with disbelief. You're right, it's me. And Lien smiled. Why you? Lu Qinxin was angered to the point that he threw out another mouthful of blood. Linger, send him out. Don't let anyone disrupt young Master Lin and me. And Lien said, Young Master Lu, please. Mo Linger wanted to help Lu Qinxin up from the ground, but the latter pushed her aside. What Lien said, in the end, was like a knife stabbing into his heart. and it was even more painful than having his heart pierced by 10,000 arrows. "Young Master Lin, you're a little too impulsive today," and Luyen smiled. Lin Yun didn't say a word because he knew he was too impulsive. After all, this was the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Since Luyen dared to let Lu Chenxin in, she naturally had ways to deal with him. But it didn't matter because no man could endure it after hearing Lu Chenxin's terms. "Here are 3 heavenly snow lotus hearts, and they should be able to help you recover from your injuries." And Lu Yen took the heavenly snow lotus hearts out and placed them before Lin Yun. Opening the box, the heavenly snow lotus hearts were crimson like blood, but they also gave off a sacred and holy feeling. Lin Yun was surprised because he thought Lu Yen was lying to Lu Chenxin. After all, a heavenly snow lotus heart was already priceless, but Lu Yen managed to obtain 3. It's no wonder why she didn't make a contract with him for such a long time. "Since you already have 3, why did you still want to buy more?" Lin Yun asked. "I just want it to be safe, not to mention that you must recover from your injuries quickly. You have already wasted a lot of time, so you can't possibly wait for 6 months." And Lu Yen said. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun finally understood what Lu Yen had done for him. He said, "I owe you too much. It's fine. I'm happy that I can just stay beside you." And Lu Yen smiled, and her smile was gentle. "Young Master Lin, hurry up and refine them. I have already prepared a place for you. There's a secret realm within the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Regardless of the commotion, no one will disrupt you." And Lu Yen stowed the heavenly snow lotus hearts back in the box. She was thoughtful, and she even prepared a place for him to refine the heavenly snow lotus hearts. An hour later, in an isolated space within the Heavenly Star Pavilion's secret realm, a spiritual lake was long prepared, and Lu Yen dropped the heavenly snow lotus hearts in it and mixed in some herbs. It didn't take long for bubbles to start rising on the lake along with a heat wave. The entire lake looked like a terrifying pool of blood. Young Master Lin previously said that the effects of the leaves would gradually weaken over time. "So I initially wanted to prepare 5 to help you recover from your injuries, but we only have 3 now. I'm not sure if you can fully recover with 3. And Lu Yen said, "There are only 2 dragon pulses left to repair, so it should be enough." Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. "Then, let me help you undress." And Lu Yen smiled. When Lin Yun hesitated, Liu Yan's hand had already come in contact with him, so he gave up all resistance. After he was done undressing, Lu Yen smiled. "You don't need to refine the herbal lake. You just need to soak yourself in it. I'll be taking my leave first." As Lin Yun soaked himself in the herbal lake, he looked at Lu Yen, and ripples spread out in his heart. Lu Yen was charming, and it was hard for him to resist her charm. Lin Yun's hand reached toward Liu Yan's face, which made Lu Yen blush. But despite blushing, flames were blazing within the depths of her pupils, as if she was looking forward to Lin Yun taking another step forth. "Young Master, do you want me to stay behind?" And Lu Yen reached out and grabbed Lin Yun's hand. Her hand was soft, but she firmly held on to Lin Yun's hand. "I can refuse you, but I can't accept myself losing you, just like what happened earlier. Even if I know you'll be fine, I'm still worried that you might suffer just to collect heavenly snow lotus hearts for me and do something impulsive." Lin Yun said. He had this chance in the future, but he would reject or maintain a distance with her and only treat her as a friend. Even after their relationship became closer, they still didn't cross that line. "That's enough." And Liu Yan's eyes welled up with tears, and she said, "That's enough. What you said is enough. I'm only a demoness in the eyes of others. Many people are eyeing me, but no one treats me like you do. You saved me in the dragon remnant astral realm and even gave me the white dragon bone. Young Master Lin must have other women around you, but I don't want to compete for anything. It's enough as long as I have a position in your heart. Although I didn't say anything earlier, I was happy that you made a move earlier." And Lu Yen mustered her courage to look at Lin Yun. Her love was pitiful, but it was real. Lin Yun was dazed, looking at Lu Yen. As he reached out, Lu Yen gently floated to the lake. He asked, "You won't regret it?" "I'll never regret it." And Lu Yen looked at Lin Yun. breathing out a sigh of relief in his heart. Lin Yun knew there were many people after his life, but Luyen firmly stood beside him, to buy heavenly snow lotus heart for him, and Luyen was willing to interact with a scumbag like Lu Chenxin. Although Luyen didn't say anything, he knew she must have suffered a lot to gather the 3 heavenly snow lotus hearts for him. If he let her down, he knew how sad she would become. Most importantly, Lin Yun realized he had a spot for Luyen in his heart. He didn't attack Lu Chenxin because of his friendship with Luyen but because she had a position in his heart. Thus, he couldn't accept seeing her being bullied by anyone else. If you won't regret it, then I... When Lin Yun was about to speak, Luyen suddenly covered his mouth and said, "You don't need to speak much, and I'm satisfied knowing that I have a position in your heart. You don't have to give me any promises, and this is my first time. I hope that young Master Lin can be gentle." Her voice became softer when she spoke, and her face was red. When she raised her head again, she gradually removed her clothes and was only left with her undergarments. But since she was in the lake, her body was damp, and the undergarments were sticking to her figure. This further outlined her figure, and her half-concealed and half-revealed peaks looked even more outstanding. With a smile, Luyen gradually got close to Lin Yun before their bodies came in contact. In the next moment, the lake water started splashing around. It had been long since Lin Yun felt so relaxed, and the interaction with Luyen was so beautiful that it couldn't be described with words. He was soon submerged in it. Although this was Liu Yan's first time, her knowledge had opened Lin Yun's eyes. It was so much so that Lin Yun could sense 2 warm currents flowing within their bodies, and his injuries were recovering even faster. After asking Luyen, Lin Yun learned that it was the secret cultivation technique of the heavenly demon canon. Luyen did browse through it, but it was her first time using it. If Lin Yun also cultivated it, it would benefit them even more. After knowing that this secret technique could speed up the recovery of Lin Yun's injuries, Luyen was even happier, and no longer had any reservations about using it. Luyen was charming in the fog and had no qualms about using the secret technique. At this moment, she gave her beloved her heart and body. Their kisses were like 2 serpents trying to indulge in each other's tastes, trying to give the other party their everything. Occasionally, violent ripples would spread out on the lake. A long time later, harmony descended between the 2 of them. Lin Yun and Luyen felt delighted in their hearts and bodies. When Lin Yun lowered his head to look at Luyen, he saw that she was exhausted and was weakly lying on Lin Yun. At this moment, she looked charming, and Luyen smiled. "Young Master Lin, check your injuries." When Lin Yun examined his injuries, he was shocked to discover that he had completely recovered. Furthermore, countless saint auras began to flow into his violet palace. Not only did he recover all 4 of his dragon pulses, but they had gotten even stronger. Where did the saint aura come from? Just when Lin Yun was puzzled at the improvement of his cultivation, he suddenly recalled the myriad flowers wine. The saint aura stored within the myriad flowers wine for 1,000 years nourished his every cell, and he could absorb it after his dragon pulses were recovered. "I'm fully recovered," Lin Yun said, opening his eyes. This made Luyen rejoice, and she finally felt relieved. After knowing Lin Yun's injuries, she was worried about this for a long time. She then immediately started searching for the heavenly snow lotus hearts when she came to Heavenly Domain City. Since the leaves were no longer effective, she began to look for the hearts of heavenly snow lotus at all costs. She was worried about Lin Yun every single day. When he finally recovered from his injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Can I undergo my tribulation here?" Lin Yun asked. He could sense that his cultivation was improving rapidly due to the myriad flowers wine. So Mu Shuling didn't lie to him. "You can, but will you be all right to undergo your tribulation now?" And Luyen asked in a worried tone. "I'll be fine. The Azure Dragon Lord gave me a droplet of the Blue Dragon's divine blood, and my physique has gotten much stronger. So you don't have to worry about me." Lin Yun replied. "I believe you. You're the best." And Luyen smiled. Lin Yun had experienced 4 tribulations, and the second was the most dangerous to him. The third was relatively simple, and the fourth was smooth because he had the help of big brother Jiangling. It wasn't because Lin Yun's tribulations have weakened, but the blue dragon's divine blood significantly strengthened his physique. Logically speaking, even if he lost an arm, he could regrow a new one quickly. Then again, it would exhaust a tremendous amount of his vitality, and he would be in a weakened state for a period of time. The blue dragon's divine blood that the Azure Dragon Lord gave him had practically excavated the potential of the blue dragon bone. It also allowed him to cultivate a dragon spirit body refining technique like the blue dragon skybreaking art. After Luyen left, Lin Yun began to face his tribulation in the secret realm. The saint aura of the myriad flowers wine and his accumulation in the ancient barren battlefield allowed him to smoothly make a breakthrough without any bottleneck. His cultivation charged through, and he just had to undergo the test of his tribulation. His fifth tribulation was more terrifying than the first four added together. For hours later, Lin Yun's physique was completely rotten, with terrifying flames and lightning lingering on the ground. As he laid on the ground, there wasn't any complete flesh on his body, and he looked like a dead person. Even his consciousness had started to fade away. Only his heart was still beating. As his heart pumped, his vitality slowly came back to him. When a powerful wave of energy spread throughout his body along with his pumping heart, his vitality surged, and light began to flow from his tattered body. His blue dragon bone had been completely activated, and he was regenerating his flesh. He was like a sapling that was granted new life with dragon runes wandering on the surface of his body, emitting a blue light. Not long later, a robust, perfect figure appeared on the ground, and Lin Yun could sense a boundless energy coursing through his body. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, a terrifying golden light surged from his pupils, and he suddenly sat with his legs crossed. 5 dragon pulses faintly appeared behind him, emitting a saint light that should belong to a saint. But because he drank the myriad flowers wine, it gave his dragon pulses some saintly radiance. Letting out a breath, Lin Yun felt satisfied and clenched his hands together with a light flashing within his pupils. He couldn't remember how often he had been forced into desperate straits on this path. But his injuries this time were the worst. He defeated a Samsara Edict Realm expert, slew a Saint Lord, a great saint, and even fought Tian Xuanzi. Each fight placed his life on the line, and he would have died during any of those battles. If he had another go, Lin Yun wasn't sure if he would still have that courage. His mentality back then was rare to forsake his life and death for his master and the sword sect. But he ultimately made it through. Tian Xuanzi, I will be back sooner or later. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. He would never forget what he experienced. If it weren't for Tian Xuanzi, he wouldn't have to disguise himself, and his name wouldn't become taboo in the world. With a flash, he appeared on a plane in the secret realm and circulated the blue dragon skybreaking art to practice the sovereign dragon fist. When 3 seals were activated along with the sovereign dragon seal, a dragon roar echoed from his body, and the dragon aura he gave off would increase whenever he formed a seal. When he formed the sovereign dragon seal, a 7-colored radiance would fly out from his hands, and each beam contained the power to tear apart space. When Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar, the dragon origin within his violet palace exploded. When the boundless dragon origin poured into his hands and formed the sovereign dragon seal, Lin Yun's dragon aura quickly broke through the limits of the 5th pulse dragon pulse realm. It stopped after reaching the 9th pulse dragon pulse realm. The seal was like a cauldron containing violent energy, and a boundless dragon origin was fluctuating within his body. Soaring divine dragon, Lin Yun roared and circulated the mantra of the sovereign dragon fist. When his dragon origin began to ignite, thousands of dragons flew out from his body, and there were close to 100 of them soaring to the sky. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like a dragon king and had the prestige of a deity. Looks like I'm still a little lacking, Lin Yun muttered and circulated the blue dragon sky-breaking art, pouring 100,000 dragon runes into the 1,000 dragons. The dragons quickly became vivid, and each of the dragon's pupils had flames blazing within. Heaven and earth suddenly looked tiny before Lin Yun. When Lin Yun pushed his hands forth, the dragons rampaged within this region. Letting out a breath, He could now practice the second form of the sovereign dragon seal, the divine dragon order. I've finally reached the manifestation stage. But he didn't have to be in a hurry now, and he wanted to gauge his current strength now that he had recovered from his injuries. In the past, he was limited by his injuries and couldn't unleash his full prowess. But he no longer had such concerns now. Lin Yun immediately started practicing the Dragon Pulse Realm section of the Divine Sun-Chasing art, which was enough for him to use until he reached the Samsara Edict realm. After all, the Divine Sun-Chasing art was a powerful movement technique. He could continue to practice it in the Saint realm if he could complete it. He was fully submerged in practicing the Divine Sun-Chasing art, and the Great Sun's aura that he gave off became even more powerful. He could appear 10 miles away at his full strength after he practiced 100 times. When he practiced 1,000 times, the golden light on him turned into flames that were like a bright sun. When he practiced 10,000 times, he could manifest the golden crow phenomenon when he took a step forth. As the golden crow spread its wings apart, it cast a massive shadow down on the lake and looked enormous. Gasping for his breath, Lin Yun's forehead was covered in enough sweat that it was as though he was just fished out from the water. He was exhausted and had no idea how long he had been practicing. But the Divine Sun-Chasing art gradually became more deep and unfathomable when he practiced. This wasn't just a movement technique. After reaching the Dragon Pulse Realm section, this movement technique began to contain the traits of the sun and not just chasing the sun. It might seem like a movement technique, but it was comprehensive and contained everything. If Lin Yun continued to practice, it was just a matter of time before he grasped the Great Sun Tao. But it was really too exhausting to practice the Divine Sun-Chasing art 10,000 times in one go, but he had immediately brought it to greater mastery. He was only half a step away from complete mastery, and the manifestation stage was even further away. Swallowing a pellet, Lin Yun began to cultivate and gradually became familiar with the three phenomena: Myriad Miles Divine Radiance, Rising Great Sun, and Golden Crow Wings. Since he reached greater mastery in one go, he needed time to stabilize himself to make the three phenomena become a form of innate ability by letting them settle within his body like seeds so that he wouldn't forget them in the future. Lin Yun was so immersed in training, it was as if he wanted to make up for the time he wasted. When the Divine Sun-Chasing art stabilized at greater mastery, Lin Yun continued cultivating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. On this day, black petals rose from the ground beneath Lin Yun. A horrifying, dreadful aura spread out from the ground when the petals spread out. When 64 petals opened up, it was like a stage that enveloped Lin Yun within it. And this was a sign that Lin Yun had reached the 7th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Time to head out. Lin Yun slowly stood up. He still had many things to do, and he couldn't keep staying here. After all, it might not be exactly good to have everything all crammed together. When he saw An Luyen upon getting out of the secret realm, he asked, "How long have I been in seclusion?" "You've been in seclusion for 33 days. And Luyen said, after 33 days of seclusion, Lin Yun underwent a drastic transformation. His cultivation might be at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Still, An Luyen could sense a deep and unfathomable aura coming from Lin Yun, and the pressure he gave her even surpassed geniuses at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. But she was happy for him. Not only did Lin Yun recover from his injuries, he even became stronger than before. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that he was in seclusion for 33 days. He had lost the concept of time when he cultivated. He told Mu Shuling that he would be back in half a month at most, but it had been a month. He could predict that he would be reprimanded when he returned. "There's an old man that kept asking about you, claiming to be an elder from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and that he has a good relationship with you." "Gu Jun." "Yeah, but he has a pretty good temper. We arranged him in a guest room and gave him some profound saint pellets. After that, he no longer asked about you." The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that, because that old man wasn't worried about him at all. "You want to go and meet him?" And Luyen asked. "No hurry. I have something to ask you." Lin Yun looked at An Luyen. "Oh? Please, come with me." Now that they have taken another step in their relationship, they have become closer. An Luyen was pretty gentle, and there wasn't much change in her attitude towards Lin Yun. She didn't show more affection because of her relationship with Lin Yun, but there would be flames blazing within the depths of her pupils when she occasionally looked at Lin Yun. When Luyan and Lin Yun returned to the Serene Pavilion, Lin Yun took a sip of the tea and asked, "What's Lu Qinxin's origin? Young Master Lin is worried that he might take revenge against me? You don't have to be concerned about that." And Luyan smiled. "I might be the Heavenly Star Pavilion's manager on the surface, but my true identity is a venerable of the Demon Gate. Lu Qinxin is nothing compared to me." Lin Yun fell into a brief silence when he heard that because he nearly forgot about it. And Luyan might seem friendly, but she was someone on the demonic path. To be able to become a Demon Gate's venerable meant many people must have died before her eyes, and she couldn't be underestimated. It was impossible for her to be in that position if she wasn't ruthless. The competition within the righteous sects might be intense and brutal, but it was nothing compared to the demonic path. Some demonic cultivators even killed babies to cultivate, and none of them were soft-hearted. Everyone couldn't be just differentiated between righteous and demonic, but demonic cultivators didn't have that many reservations when compared to someone on the righteous path. Lu Qinxin doesn't have any impressive background, but his big brother isn't simple. Not only in the Vermilion Bird District, but his big brother can be considered a figure in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. And Luyan filled up the tea for Lin Yun and continued, "Young Master Lin, have you heard of the 4 young masters? Go on." Lin Yun suddenly became interested. "They're the Wind Edge Lord, Snow Master Lord, Autumn Mountain Lord, and the Blue Frost Lord." Lord is a title given by the Divine Dragon Empire to young generations that aren't part of the royal family's lineage, and only those who are extremely talented can be bestowed with a title. Aside from the title not being able to be inherited, their positions are equivalent to kings, and their clans will be conferred a title by the Divine Dragon Empire as well. And Luyan smiled. You can take it as the Divine Dragon Empire making the 4 clans into their representatives since they can't interfere in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. With that identity, they naturally have a noble status here. The Divine Dragon Empire again. It appears that he couldn't avoid the Divine Dragon Empire, no matter where he went in the Kunlun realm. Wind Edgelord is Lu Qinxin's big brother, Lu Qinfeng. He's also known as Wind Edge, and his strength is at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. He was already in the top 100 on the Dragon Pulse realm many years ago, and the Lu clan is deeply rooted in the Heavenly Domain City. They have a close relationship with many forces and are in the limelight after being given a title. And Lu Yen explained. After filling up the tea for Lin Yun, she went behind him and massaged his shoulders. Her hands were gentle, and she gave off a fragrance. Occasionally, Lin Yun could feel a soft squeeze on his back. As he heard what Lu Yen said, he could feel a hot breath on his neck, making him wear a bitter smile. And Lu Yen really was a vixen. Oh, I discovered that the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion might be connected to the Azure Dragon's lineage. Someone once saw an Azure Dragon on the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, and their pavilion master also once displayed the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. There are also rumors that they're related to the Dragon Gate. And Lu Yen said. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that because this meant that he was in the right place. How much do you know about the 4 musical houses? The Flying Snow Pavilion is proficient in weapons, the 7 Exquisite Palace is proficient in dance, and the Myriad Flower Hall is trained in both zither and the sword. What about the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Then, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion ranks at last. They're ranked at the bottom during the past few Nirvana banquets. It has been a few centuries since the last profound fairy was born, but the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is the most mysterious amongst the 4. They're not in a good situation recently, and there are rumors that they will be kicked out from being one of the 4 musical houses. Is the profound fairy important to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? It's important because the 9 heavenly profound dance inherited by the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion can only be practiced by the profound fairy. The moment the profound fairy succeeds, she'll be able to suppress all the dancers who are in the same generation and even open the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's inheritance. But it's difficult to practice, and I heard it has to be paired with the Ni Chong dress song. And Lu Yen explained. I see, Lin Yun replied. Young Master Lin, Take a look at this. And Luyen walked to a wall and opened a complicated spiritual array to retrieve an ancient book for Lin Yun. This is? Lin Yun asked curiously. And Luyen's face blushed, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Yun. Young Master Lin, just take a look. Carefree Harmony. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, looking at the title of the book. When he opened it, he finally knew why and Luyen was blushing. This book was named Carefree Harmony, but had another name in the heavenly demon canon, Harmonious Canon. This was created by a couple, becoming a demonic technique after it spread out. After all, regardless of whether harvesting yin to nourish the yang or vice versa, there are consequences to them. It will leave behind a huge loophole in the heart. But if a couple practices it, and Luyen explained. In the end, her voice became soft, and her face blushed red. She asked, Young Master Lin, do you want to try it now? Sure. A night later, Lin Yun left in Luyen's room and came to the guest room and saw Gu Jun. For maids were massaging Gu Jun. But then the maids left when they saw Lin Yun. Gu Jun placed the saint fruit in his hand down and looked at Lin Yun with a weird smile, as though he had discovered a secret. He smiled. It looks like you have a deep relationship with the Heavenly Star Pavilion's manager. Did you think you can stay here and enjoy your time if I didn't have some relationship? Lin Yun replied. You're really shameless. When he saw the list and Luyen gave him, he finally knew how much Gu Jun benefited from the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Just the profound Saint pellets alone, Gu Jun had borrowed over 10. Aside from that, he would consume saint fruits as his meal, and he also got a lot of profound dragon pellets that weren't at all inferior to the profound saint pellets. As for delicacies, he feasted on them like deserts. Gu Jun's expression became awkward, but he still denied it. He argued, Don't bullshit. I didn't. I'm only borrowing them. Did Saint Elder send anyone over? Lin Yun asked. Of course. But I dealt with them for you, so you can be relieved. Gu Jun smiled. Don't forget that you're only borrowing them and have to return them. Lin Yun glanced at Gu Jun before leaving. Hearing that he had to return them, Gu Jun immediately wore a smile and quickly followed behind Lin Yun. He tried to deal with it in his own way, but it was futile. Gu Jun even resorted that he would tell Saint Elder what happened in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't fall for that. Are the resources that little in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Lin Yun asked. You're an expert at the pinnacle of the Samsara Edict realm, and your position is only second to Jiangyu. Why do you think I have to borrow them from the Heavenly Star Pavilion? The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has been going downhill for the past few years. It's still all right in the past because there were ways. But everything changed when Saint Elder came. The pellet chamber only listens to Saint Elder now, and there's no way we can interfere with it. Gu Jun sighed. As a law-enforcing elder, you're really shameless. Lin Yun said. You know nothing. Not everyone is blessed with great fortune, and not everyone has the protection of seniors. Profound saint pellets and profound dragon pellets are extremely precious, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion didn't have much even at their peak, not to mention the current Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Jun smiled. But just when Lin Yun was about to reply, the sounds of hooves galloping on the ground could be heard. When they turned their heads to where the galloping hooves came from, they could sense an outburst of ferocity sweeping over them. They could see a group of people riding a black beast approaching their direction. They're all donned in armor and gave off powerful auras. Since flying was forbidden in the Heavenly Domain City, aside from saints, there was a high threshold if anyone wanted to ride their mount or a carriage in the city. Before that party got close, everyone on the streets quickly split apart. It's the black uniformed guards. It's the Lu clan's black uniformed guards. The black uniformed guards rarely appear, so why did they appear so publicly now? Did someone offend the Lu clan? They seem to be the private army of the Wind Edgelord. Everyone in the surrounding area was shocked when they saw the black uniformed guards. The black uniformed guards? Lin Yun furrowed his brows. The black uniformed guards are the private army of the Wind Edgelord. I heard they're trained in the same method as the Divine Dragon Empire's Scarlet Battalion. each of them especially picked out and were being groomed at Dragon Pulse Realm before officially joining the ranks of the black uniformed guards. Gu Jun explained. Gu Jun wanted to retreat to the side, but when Lin Yun wasn't moving, he said, "Let's avoid them. They're here for me." Lin Yun replied. The black uniformed guards stopped 100 meters away from Lin Yun and Gu Jun. This entire troop was donned in heavy armor and wore masks that only revealed their eyes. Right then, multiple gazes containing killing intent fell onto Lin Yun. The leader of this party pushed his mask up and revealed his face. It was Lu Chenxin, whom they met not too long ago in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. "Lin Xiao, you really know how to hide. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Chenxin coldly smiled. He had thoroughly investigated Lin Yun since he could call out his moniker, Lin Xiao. "You still remember what I said previously? This matter won't end so easily." Lu Chenxin rode his black beast and looked at Lin Yun from a higher position, and his gaze was filled with disdain when he looked at Lin Yun. He initially thought that Lin Yun had a vast background, but Lin Yun was just a lowlife from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. When Lin Yun swept his gaze over, the other party had 60 people, and the weakest was at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. The two people beside Lu Chenxin had the highest cultivation and were both at the Samsara Edict Realm. As for their stages at the Samsara Edict Realm, Lin Yun couldn't tell because they didn't make a move. Their black armor that they wore was Saint Amour that had a powerful spiritual array engraved on it and was reflecting a dark luster. "Old man, the black uniformed guards are here for business. So get lost if you don't want to offend the Lu Saint clan." Lu Chenxin barked, since he couldn't see through Gu Jun's cultivation. "Haha, I'll get lost now." Gu Jun bowed with a smile while he retreated to the side. This made Lu Chenxin's eyes flash with ridicule, because he initially thought that Gu Jun was someone important. But it turned out that Gu Jun was a nobody after seeing how he bowed and wore a fawning smile. "You don't have to return, then," Lin Yun said indifferently. Gu Jun, who bowed and was about to leave, suddenly straightened his back. He looked at Lin Yun with a smile. "That's a whole new story now, but they're the men of the Wind Edgelord, so there's no way a pile of old bones like me can deal with them." Just when Lin Yun raised his head and glared at Gu Jun, the latter said, "So you have to increase the price. I won't bring you along next time then." Lin Yun replied without any expression. "Old dog, didn't you hear me when I asked you to get lost?" Lu Chenxin roared when he saw Gu Jun coming back. "Haha, just for those 2 words, I can break an arm of yours." The harmless Gu Jun suddenly turned around, and his expression was cold. When he coldly looked at Lu Chenxin, the horrifying aura that he gave off immediately made all the black beasts go down on their knees. Chaos descended from the black uniformed guards, and not even the mounts of the 2 Samsara Edict Realms experts were exempted. When their mounts fell onto their knees, their mounts began to twitch non-stop. "Crawl!" As a terrifying chill swept out from Gu Jun, he flicked his finger before the black uniformed guards could get on their feet. As the black uniformed guards' armor began to shatter, waves of Nirvana aura swept out and sent the black uniformed guards flying away. "Come here." Gu Jun waved his hand and grabbed a hold of Lu Chenxin through the air. "Not good." The faces of the 2 experts beside Lu Chenxin changed, and they quickly grabbed onto Lu Chenxin's shoulders, wanting to immediately leave with him. After Gu Jun moved, the faces of Lu Chenxin and the 2 old men beside him immediately changed. The 2 old men wanted to pull Lu Chenxin back as their hands fell onto his shoulder. Then, they released a powerful aura, surprising Lin Yun because they were both at the Nirvana stage. A Nirvana stage expert was a peak master in the Sword Sect, and Lu Chenxin actually had 2 Nirvana stage experts as his guards. This further showed the terrifying foundation of the Lu Saint clan. But even with the protection of 2 Nirvana S-stage experts, Lu Chenxin's body flew over, bringing the 2 old men over as well. "Leave with the 3rd young master." The old man on the left made a decision, and he loosened his hand on Lu Chenxin's shoulder. His body began distorting like a wave, and his entire body turned into black liquid. As the black liquid wriggled, it turned into a black venomous python, and it reached Gu Jun. The venomous python roared and spat out a mouthful of black venom. The venom was terrifying, not to mention after it had fused with flame intent. When it spat out, it became a black venomous flame. "So you're actually a beast," Gu Jun sneered. He ignored the black venomous flame, and his hand continued to reach out toward Lu Chenxin. When everyone was puzzled, 3 figures appeared behind Gu Jun, one playing the zither, one playing the flute, and one playing the drum. When the music resounded, the venomous flames were extinguished before they could even get close. After losing a protector, Lu Chenxin's figure was immediately dragged over to Gu Jun. Before Lu Chenxin could even beg for mercy, his right hand was quickly ripped off. The pain made Lu Chenxin scream with his face distorted. His body trembled as blood splashed out from his wound as he laid on the ground. "What?" The 2 old men were shocked, and their pupils were filled with fear when they looked at Gu Jun, who was holding onto a severed arm. "Watch yourselves next time. If you want to beat a dog, you should look at the owner," Gu Jun said coldly. "Lin Xiao is the disciple of my Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Saint Elder, and this arm is a lesson to you. Get the senior of your clan to come and pick it up from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion." The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched, and he glared at Gu Jun. "My arm. Return my arm." Lu Chenxin sent a furious look at Gu Jun. He wanted to crawl over to his arm, but the 2 old men stopped him. "Let's go." The 2 old men were decisive and quickly left, knowing they couldn't beat Gu Jun. After all, Gu Jun was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. An expert of this level was rare in Heavenly Domain City. This was because this person was the strongest in the city as long as saints didn't appear. Looking at Gu Jun carefully freezing the arm, Lin Yun asked, "You should be able to exchange quite a bit of profound saint pellets with this arm, right?" Having his thoughts exposed, Gu Jun's face turned red, and he refuted, "Don't slander me. I'm taking revenge for you. What about that? If you want to beat a dog, you should look at the owner, then?" Lin Yun asked coldly. "That was an accident." "An accident?" Gu Jun coughed. "Let's go. This place isn't safe, and the Lu clan's men might arrive here any time." Gu Jun quickly left this place with Lin Yun. When they crossed a river, Lin Yun noticed a massive courtyard at the far end of the river. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion only had 36 mountains, and this courtyard had over 40 hovering mountains. Towering walls surrounded the outer region, and the courtyard gate wasn't far from the river. Many boats were going back and forth, and they could see many extraordinary-looking people entering the gate. The entire courtyard looked majestic, and it was hard for anyone to imagine that someone could occupy such a massive region in the Heavenly Domain City. If one looked at it closely, a saint probably created this river, since it had perfectly fused with the surrounding sceneries. "What place is this?" Lin Yun asked. "That's the Lu clan," Gu Jun answered. "What day is it today? Why are there so many people entering the Lu clan?" Lin Yun asked. He could tell that the guests entering the Lu clan weren't simple. It should be the West Garden Banquet of the Wind Edgelord. After the Empress granted him the title of Wind Edgelord, he would hold a banquet in his residence every year at this time. Gu Jun replied, "I'm afraid the banquet this time isn't simple since it's close to the Nirvana banquet. All the famous musical houses in the Vermilion Bird District are invited here. Even the geniuses of the 6 Holy Lands might be here, and this Wind Edgelord has a huge connection. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion isn't invited? How is that possible?" Gu Jun smiled. "This Wind Edgelord has a huge ambition to support a musical house to replace the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He's the one who's behind the Exquisite Court's previous challenge." "What is this person planning?" Lin Yun muttered. "Our Profound Fairy, what else? I heard that he fell for our Profound Fairy at first sight, and he resorted to force after being rejected several times." Gu Jun replied. A chill flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, but he shook his head. How can a person of his caliber be so impulsive over a woman? Of course he's not. I heard he has been after the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's position as one of the 4 musical houses. Suppose the musical house he supports manages to replace the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. In that case, he'll have a quota to participate in the Nirvana banquet and form a relationship with the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. The Divine Dragon Empire is very interested in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. Gu Jun smiled. He won't give up, even after the exquisite court was chased away by you. The Nirvana banquet is only a few months away, so he won't stay still. Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thoughts. A brief moment later he said, "Since we're here, let's go and take a look, then. Are you courting death? This is the residence of the Lu clan, the residence of an ancient saint clan. I won't be able to protect you in there," Gu Jun said in shock. Lin Yun glanced at Gu Jun and said, "Don't bother acting. Isn't this the reason why you brought me here? As you wish, then. Furthermore, we can't wait for them to knock on our doors, right? Since we're going to face them sooner or later, there's no harm in meeting the Wind Edgelord now." Gu Jun was briefly stunned before he smiled. "When are we going?" "When night comes," Lin Yun said and closed his eyes to meditate. This surprised Gu Jun because he did want to probe Lin Yun. But he never expected Lin Yun to see through his intentions so easily. Not only did Lin Yun see through his intentions, but he could maintain his composure. This proved that Lin Yun wouldn't be a simple figure in the future. When night came, Lin Yun crossed the river and reached the gate. The Lu Saint clan was bustling with people due to the arriving guests, and Lin Yun knew that they were all geniuses who were invited, including the geniuses of the Six Holy Lands. Standing outside the Lu Saint clan, Lin Yun finally knew where this Wind Edgelord got the confidence to scheme against the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Amongst the guests, Lin Yun could see a group of musicians entering the Lu clan's residence. He took out the Thunderstorm Zither and concealed his aura with the Divine Tortoise transformation before mixing into the crowd and entering the Lu clan's residence. "Did you see another person entering the Orchid Creek Valley? Your eyes must be messing with you. Who dares to cause trouble at the West Garden banquet?" "Oh yeah." The guard no longer dwelled on that because there were too many people today. Just like that, Lin Yun smoothly made it into the Lu clan's residence. "Which junior brother are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" A woman beside Lin Yun suddenly asked. "Senior sister Yun Shi, it's natural that you've never seen me before, but I've seen you from afar. You can just call me Lil Lin. I've just joined the Orchid Creek Valley for 6 months." Lin Yun smiled. He had heard someone calling this woman's name earlier, so he remembered her name. He practically remembered everyone's name in the Orchid Creek Valley in such a short period. "Is that so? Then I look forward to your performance. Don't make a mistake and embarrass the Orchid Creek Valley before the Wind Edgelord." Yun Shi no longer doubted Lin Yun after hearing his natural response. "What kind of person is the Wind Edgelord?" Lin Yun asked. "The Wind Edgelord is extraordinary. Although his main focus is on martial Dao, he's also proficient in music Dao and has collected many ancient scores. He's after the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion position as one of the 4 musical houses since it has declined over the years. He intends to conform all the musical houses in the Vermilion Bird District to pull the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion down." Yun Shi smiled. Lin Yun was surprised because that intention was too obvious. He couldn't help asking, did the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion do anything wrong? The Wind Edgelord wanted to spar with the Profound Fairy several times, but she wasn't even willing to meet him. "That's the same as disregarding the Wind Edgelord," Yun Shi said curiously. Lin Yun smiled when she said that and finally knew that Yun Shi was an admirer of the Wind Edgelord. After all, why did Yu Weiwei have to put the Wind Edgelord in her eyes? "But I heard someone impressive joined the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion recently. The exquisite court went to challenge them, but they were all defeated by a person called Lin Xiao. I wonder how this person looks. And he must be ugly." Yun Shi was an extrovert and chatted about many things with Lin Yun during this time. Hearing what Yun Shi said, Lin Yun merely responded with a smile. Half an incense's time later, they were finally brought to where the West Garden banquet was being held, the West Garden of the Lu clan's residence. This banquet was simple yet grand, with all of the seats being filled. The main table was at the highest position, and there were 2 rows of guest tables on the left and right of the main table. The outer region was meant for musicians and other special guests. Aside from that, some exquisite fake mountains were converted into guest tables. The main table naturally belonged to the Wind Edgelord. Those on the left and right were ranked according to their strengths, with the stronger seated closer to the main table. The West Garden was close to a lake, and the lake contained the Saint Vein of the Lu Saint clan. The banquet was held beside the lake, and many beautiful ladies were dancing in the center before the banquet began. Right then, the butler of the Lu Saint clan led the Orchid Creek Valley's party to a remote corner. "Who is he?" A blue-robed youth suddenly walked over and looked at Lin Yun with his brows furrowed. This person was extraordinary, and Lin Yun could sense powerful mental energy from him before they even got close to each other. When Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the fingers of this youth, he was surprised because his hands were a little terrifying. If he used this pair of hands to play the zither, it would surely be terrifying. But before Lin Yun could speak, Xianxia explained on his behalf, "Senior brother, this is Lil Lin. He just joined us recently." The blue-robed youth glanced at Lin Yun before he said, "Then, look after him and ensure nothing happens." The Wind Edgelord gathered the geniuses from today's various musical houses, wanting to drag the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion down. "I want to go to the Nirvana banquet, so ensure that he does not ruin it." "Hehe, it'll be fine. Who doesn't know that Senior Brother Zither is the strongest of the city's west? And no one in the same generation can compete with you." Xianxia chuckled. When the blue-robed youth heard what Xianxia said, a smile appeared on his lips. As a musician, he naturally wanted to participate in the Nirvana banquet, but the quotas were in the hands of the 4 musical houses. The other musical houses were fine, but the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had declined, but they're still not giving up on their quotas. He couldn't accept this, and the other musical houses in the Vermilion Bird District shared the same thoughts. While the blue-robed youth was chatting, he was dragged away by the Wind Edgelord, letting the blue-robed youth sit on a table closer to the main table. This signified that Wind Edgelord held great hope for the blue-robed youth. "Who is he?" Lin Yun asked. "He's Senior Brother Kong Ing. Ha ha ha, you're really a newcomer. You don't even recognize our chief disciple." Xianxia chuckled. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled because he nearly gave it away earlier. But it was fortunate that Xianxia was innocent, since anyone else would have started suspecting his identity. While the two were chatting, an elegant figure walked into the West Garden. This person was young, but he gave off a prestigious aura. Not only did he possess a prestigious and amicable aura, but his gaze was also filled with charm. Wind Edgelord. When he came, everyone quickly cupped their hands together. This person was handsome, and he said, "Ha ha ha, Wind Edgelord, it has been a long time." When the Wind Edgelord raised his head, he smiled, "Brother Huang, it's actually the representative from the Ming cult. He's more handsome than the rumors stated." Xianxia's eyes were shining when she looked at this person, which went the same for the other women of the Orchid Creek Valley. Their faces had turned red with excitement. "He's handsome," Lin Yun smiled. Xianxia's eyes shone with admiration. "That person is Huang Xuani, who was ranked first on the Elysium Core ranking for a long time. Who doesn't know about him in Eastern Desolation? Not to mention that he's also from the Holy Land and famous even after he made it into the Dragon Pulse ranking. He will definitely grow into an influential figure like the Wind Edgelord." Lin Yun had long paid attention to this person, but he never expected that someone he had blinded back then would recover his vision. The Ming cult was genuinely worthy of being a holy land, and they probably had quite a few saints with extraordinary medical skills. Compared to when they last met, Huang Xuani was graceful while he was chatting with Wind Edgelord. After all, he was the genius of the Holy Land, and the influence of the 6 Holy Lands was stronger than the ancient Barren Domain's 8 powerful sections. In the past, the Sword Sect was also a holy land. Over the past 3,000 years, the Sword Sect had been working hard to bring the Sword Sect back to being a holy land, and God knows how many people sacrificed their lives because of it. Just thinking about it, Lin Yun's mood dwindled, and he wondered how his master was now. If it weren't for Tian Xuanzi, his master would have probably reached the Emperor realm, and he also wouldn't have had to go into hiding. "Lil Lin, what's the matter?" Xianxia asked when she noticed Lin Yun's expression didn't look good. "I'm fine." Lin Yun smiled when he came to his senses. "How are you fine?" The cup in your hand has been crushed, Yun, she said, pointing at Lin Yun's hand. Placing the cup down, Lin Yun smiled. I once met Huang Xuanyi. I was present when Flower Burial defeated him. So I can't help feeling a little emotional. Flower Burial? Wow, you actually met Flower Burial. Yunxi's tone was filled with envy when she looked at Lin Yun again. Lin Yun smiled upon hearing that because he didn't expect Yun she would be his fangirl. How is Flower Burial compared to Huang Xuanyi? Lin Yun asked with a smile. Flower Burial is definitely more dashing. What about Lin Xiao? Don't mention him. He's definitely not a good person to even bully a girl. Big Sister Lan is such a good person. But he was actually so ruthless towards her. Yunxi's cheeks puffed up, and she continued. If he's standing in front of me, I would surely return him the 3 slaps. I don't think you will have that courage. Lin Yun smiled. As Yunxi blushed, she shyly said, Why wouldn't I dare? I will definitely dare to return him the 3 slaps. Ha ha ha. It's fine. If he dares to come, I'll make him let you slap him 3 times. Lin Yun couldn't help teasing Yunxi upon seeing how adorable she was. Humph. Keep boasting. Yunxi snorted. Wind Edge Lord. More people came forth to greet the Wind Edge Lord. A group came with a man and a woman leading the party. When Lin Yun glanced at this party, he couldn't help smiling because they were people he knew. They were Su Dongfei and Lan Hongyan of the Exquisite Court. Brother Su, it has been long since we last met. The Wind Edge Lord abandoned everyone else and came forth to greet Su Dongfei. He didn't mistreat Su Dongfei because of his failure in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. On the contrary, he was polite and passionate as he smiled. How are your injuries? Are you all right? With the saint elixirs from you, I have long recovered from my injuries. Su Dongfei said. That's a piece of good news. We'll talk again when the banquet ends. I collected some incomplete scores recently, and I'll need Brother Su to give me some comments on them. The Wind Edge Lord elegantly smiled. This made Su Dongfei feel flattered. The other guests also nodded their heads and felt that no one could compete with the Wind Edge Lord in terms of manners. After Su Dongfei and Lan Hongyan sat down, the Wind Edge Lord received the other guests. Most of the guests were musicians, and all the famous musicians from the Vermilion Bird District were here. Even someone like Su Dongfei, who possessed the pinnacle of noble tone, couldn't stand out here and could only be considered first-rate amongst everyone here. Zhang Yu is here. A voice resounded, making the Wind Edge Lord's eyes light up. He stepped forth and smiled. Uncle Jiang, you've finally come after so many invites. All the guests were alarmed, and they quickly turned their attention over. Everyone here knew the objective of the West Garden banquet. This banquet was aimed to gather all the musicians in the Vermilion Bird District to replace the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's position as one of the 4 musical houses. Zhang Yu was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Law Enforcement Hall, so they naturally would be shocked that Zhang Yu would attend the banquet. I have to thank Wind Edge Lord that my son's injuries have been healed, so I have to come, emotionally or rationally. Zhang Yu laughed and he was in a good mood. Beside him, Zhang Feng had wholly recovered from his injuries, even though his complexion was still pale. It's just a small matter. Uncle Jiang, please sit down. The Wind Edge Lord smiled as he led Zhang Yu and Zhang Feng to their table. Suddenly, an uproar broke out from the surroundings, with everyone shocked, looking at the entrance as 2 people walked in. The 2 were handsome and captivated everyone's attention just by walking in. Xiahou Feng and Xian Wuhan. Those 2 are actually here? The Wind Edge Lord's face is really huge for them to come. It looks like this West Garden banquet will be interesting. Everyone's emotions were high, with excitement on their faces. When Yunxi saw Xiahou Feng and Xian Wuhan, her eyes shone so brightly that it was as though she wanted to immediately pounce at them. Who are they? Lin Yun asked. Xiahou Feng is proficient in the flute, Xian Wuhan is proficient in the short flute, and our senior brother is proficient in the zither. The 3 have grasped the saint tone and are all grand musicians. Yunxi smiled with her face blushing. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by that. Just because he could grasp the saint tone under the guidance of Lil Purple, that didn't mean others couldn't. After all, he didn't spend much time cultivating the music Tao when compared to those devoted from a young age. In the eyes of others, he should be someone who's considered a monster to grasp the saint tone after picking it up midway. The two of you came together? The Wind Edgelord smiled. I came when we bumped into each other. Xiahou Feng smiled, holding onto his flute, and he gave off a faint elegance that made him look like a celestial that would be carried by the wind any moment now. On the other hand, Xian Wuhan wasn't at all inferior when compared to him. They both grasped the saint tone, and the aura that they were emitting was clearly stronger than other musicians. The banquet soon began when all the guests arrived, and everyone laughed and chatted. The topic slowly shifted to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and the Exquisite Court's recent challenge. I heard someone arrogant recently appeared in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and Brother Su suffered in his hands? Someone's gaze fell onto Su Dongfei. Su Dongfei was placed in an awkward position to be asked publicly. Beside him, Lan Hongyan's face was cold, and she nearly lost her composure when she heard Lin Xiao being mentioned. Brother Su can just speak. There are no outsiders here. The Wind Edgelord said with an amicable smile. That's true. Lin Xiao's achievement in music Dao is shocking. His music contains ancient rhythm, and he also has a mysterious finger technique. Most importantly, this person has fused his martial Dao and music Dao. But his character is poor. He is vicious and even humiliated my junior sister using music Dao. Su Dongfei smiled. He's just a dog nurtured by the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Lan Hongyan said coldly. She looked unsightly, which made everyone's faces change as they turned to look at Jiang Yu. After all, Jiang Yu was an elder from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. But Jiang Yu merely took a sip of his wine and smiled. That person is indeed a dog. Not only is he a dog, but he's a rabid dog. He likes to claim to be barbarian. And he crippled my son's dragon pulses and 10 fingers when they had an argument. Everyone took a cold breath when they heard that. This Lin Xiao was really ruthless. That's not all. He even teased Saint Elder on his first day in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Jiang Yu added coldly. Looks like this person is also a lustful dog. The Wind Edgelord smiled. Ha ha ha. Everyone else laughed along, and the atmosphere became joyful. Far away, Yunxi exclaimed when she heard their conversation. Is Lin Xiao really that bad? She didn't have much of a good impression of Lin Yun, but she couldn't help feeling weird when he heard everyone discussing Lin Xiao behind his back, including the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's elder. But if his character was that bad, why did the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion still want to accept him? Play your zither, and don't let the dancers mess up the tempo. Lin Yun smiled. On the stage, Huang Xuanyi took a sip of wine and commented. Looks like the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has declined to accept someone so unruly. They don't deserve a position as one of the 4 musical houses at all. That's right. To accept someone as despicable as Lin Xiao, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion should have been kicked out long ago. They don't deserve their position to begin with. Not to mention they accepted someone like Lin Xiao. The other guests agreed. The Wind Edgelord smiled. All of you need not to be so emotional. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion determines the 4 musical houses. We do not determine them. But we should get rid of this Lin Xiao because he's too much. His words were beautiful because he only targeted Lin Xiao, not the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. But if the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion handed Lin Xiao over, they would take a massive blow to their prestige. The matter would blow up if they didn't hand Lin Xiao over. Lan Hongyan's blood began to boil as she recalled what had happened. She said, Wind Edgelord, you have to help me. That Lin Xiao bullied a woman like me with his martial Dao just because he has the entire Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion backing him. Su Dongfei rolled his eyes and instantly understood what the Wind Edgelord was trying to do. He needed an excuse to deal with the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Since Lin Xiao was determined as a scumbag by everyone not long ago, this naturally became a great excuse for them to make a move against the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Even he hadn't forgotten his loss to Lin Xiao back then. I ask the Wind Edgelord to uphold justice for my junior sister. That Lin Xiao is despicable, and someone like him shouldn't exist within the Heavenly Domain City. His existence alone brings down our city's reputation. Su Dongfei said as he went down on one knee. Please get up. I can't accept you guys kneeling to me. The Wind Edgelord said. Huang Xuanyi toyed with the wine cup in his hand and sneered. Get up. A mad dog like him doesn't need the Wind Edgelord to personally deal with him. You guys think too highly of him. Didn't you guys say that he likes to call himself a barbarian? Let me deal with him, then. I happen to have a hobby of beating up dogs. The Wind Edgelord swept his gaze over before stopping on Xiao Hofeng, Xian Wuhan, and Kong Ying. He held those three with the highest regard amongst all the musicians present because they were grand musicians. If he's willing to compete in the zither, I'm willing to play with him, Kong Ying said. Ha, the heavenly fragrance pavilion has fallen. They have a profound fairy that doesn't show herself, and they even accepted a Lin Xiao. There's no way they can convince everyone with that, Xian Wuhan said while drinking his wine. In the end, the Wind Edgelord's gaze moved to Xiao Hofeng. Seeing this, Xiao Hofeng smiled. I'm not interested in him, and it's enough with Brother Kong around. I'm more interested in their profound fairy. Wearing a smile, the Wind Edgelord said, Then let us pay the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion a visit tomorrow morning. Thank you, Wind Edgelord. Lan Hongyan and Su Dongfei quickly got up with the excitement on their faces. This was because they knew that they could finally take their revenge now. I don't hold much hope in that. Saint Elder places great importance on Lin Xiao, and it won't be that simple for you to take him. Jiang Yu said. I heard this Saint Elder came recently, right? In terms of seniority, there's no way she can be compared to Uncle Jiang. We're only targeting Lin Xiao tomorrow, so I'll need Uncle Jiang to discuss this matter with the other seniors of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Wind Edgelord smiled. That shouldn't be an issue. Jiang Yu smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys think? The Wind Edgelord smiled. It's naturally part of our responsibility to rid the city of scum. That's right. Someone like Lin Xiao should be taught a lesson. So let me see if the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion will hand him over tomorrow. If the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion isn't willing, they should be removed from being one of the 4 musical houses. The Wind Edgelord invited everyone, and they naturally knew what he was planning. So everyone agreed with the Wind Edgelord, which also brought the atmosphere in the banquet to a new height. As the Wind Edgelord emitted an aura at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, he said, We'll go with that plan. Then, we have to make the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion hand over Lin Xiao, regardless if they want to or not. His voice had suppressed all the noise in the banquet, causing a brief silence. But right then, beautiful zither music resounded, instantly captivating all the dancers. Their dance also became charming, and they were fully immersed in it as their dance gradually became faster along with the music. They even wore bizarre expressions, as though they had sold their souls to the devil, and this scene made everyone feel their scalps tingle. They were like phoenixes dancing on stars. Who's playing the zither? The Wind Edgelord roared. Not only Huang Xuanyi but all the musicians present could sense that something wasn't right, and someone was clearly controlling the dancers. If it weren't for the Wind Edgelord's words that caused a brief silence, they wouldn't have been able to notice it. This realization instantly made everyone feel a chill run down their spines, and they quickly turned to look at where the music came from. Silver starry sky and 9 heavenly phoenix dance. Who the hell are you? The Wind Edgelord's gaze became sharp, and he used his cultivation to interrupt the music. When the music stopped, all the dancers fainted on the ground. When Lin Yun raised his head, he smiled. You guys have been back talking about me for an entire night, but you don't even know who I am. There's no need to wait for tomorrow. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Lin Xiao is here. Lin Yun's voice wasn't loud but firm, and the entire banquet fell into a dead silence. They were just back talking about Lin Xiao earlier, calling him human scum, and were planning to deal with him tomorrow. So they couldn't help feeling shocked when they saw that he was also present at the banquet. Not only that, but no one noticed the ancient score that he played. They probably wouldn't have discovered that Lin Yun had sneaked into the banquet if it weren't for the Wind Edgelord. On the other hand, she was shocked as she looked at Lin Yun. She couldn't believe Lil Lin was Lin Xiao, and she was just talking badly about Lin Xiao earlier. Most importantly, Lin Xiao didn't seem to be a bad person, as was rumored. He's Lin Xiao. Isn't he a little too bold? He actually sneaked into the West Garden banquet without anyone knowing it? Many people muttered, and their pupils were shocked when they looked at Lin Yun caressing his zither. Su Dongfei and Lan Hongyan were shocked when they saw Lin Yun, especially Su Dongfei, who nearly dropped his wine cup. They still hadn't forgotten what happened in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and that experience had affected them greatly. Although he spoke of Lin Yun's vicious actions earlier, he didn't mention how Lin Yun defeated him, even after he used a forbidden score. This was because it was too humiliating. As for Lan Hongyan, she was enveloped in fear, and she could feel her cheeks aching when she saw Lin Yun. But they soon regained their composure because this was the West Garden banquet, the Lu clan's residence, and the Wind Edgelord's territory. So Lin Yun was no different from courting death to come alone. Thinking about it, their gazes became eerie as they looked at Lin Yun. On the other hand, Jiang Yu and Jiang Feng were shocked. When Jiang Feng saw Lin Yun, he was so terrified that his legs nearly wobbled. He asked in a trembling voice, "Father, what should we do? Why are you afraid of him?" "I was just troubled that I didn't have an opportunity to deal with him," Jiang Yu said coldly. "Pretty impressive zither skills, young Master Lin. Since you have such skills, why sneak your way in? You can just enter openly, and you don't need to sneak in," the Wind Edgelord said without any emotions in his words. Lin Yun coming alone placed Wind Edgelord in a difficult position. If he couldn't deal with this matter right, it would ruin his reputation when the news gets out. "It's only a moment of interest, and I have no intentions of hiding my identity, to begin with. But hearing everything you guys said and even wanting to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion tomorrow, it'd make no sense if I still didn't show up," Lin Yun calmly replied, while everyone in the surroundings wore unnatural expressions. No matter what, it was awkward that the person they were speaking badly of was listening amongst them. "I initially only planned to look at this West Garden banquet, but you guys insulted me repeatedly, so there's no way I can keep sitting around." Lin Yun looked at everyone and continued, "I have an inferior background, and I don't dare to hold myself against everyone here. But all of you have insulted me when you've never met me. So, isn't that a little too much? Even an ant has its own prestige. I might be untalented, but I'd like to seek guidance from everyone here. I want to know where you guys got your confidence to insult me from," Lin Yun said. He was donned a white robe, looking at everyone present. But his voice was like a rumbling thunder that shocked everyone present. Everyone here was just insulting Lin Yun earlier and even said that they wanted to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to capture him. But now, Lin Yun was standing before them with his zither, challenging everyone present. Just his guts alone had shocked everyone. Despite feeling unhappy, the Wind Edgelord asked, "How do you want to compete? Martial Dao or Music Dao, anything works. Anyone amongst the same generation can freely challenge me." Lin Yun smiled, sweeping his gaze over without any fear in his pupils. Hearing what Lin Yun said, the Wind Edgelord became confident because what Lin Yun did was no different from courting death in his eyes. A mere dog dares to act with such impudence in the Wind Edgelord's West Garden banquet? Do you treat me as if I don't exist? Do you think you're qualified? Martial Dao and Music Dao both work? Let me, Huang Xuani, challenge you, then. Huang Xuani toyed with the wine cup in his hand and wore a playful smile. Looking at Lin Yun, he said, "Don't you like to call yourself a barbarian? Let us have some fun, then. Brother Huang, go for it." Brother Huang, well said. No wonder he was previously first on the Elysium Core ranking. Teach him a lesson. Did he think he's a figure just because the Wind Edgelord is polite to him? Huang Xuani's words caused many people in the surroundings to echo along. Brother Huang, there's no need to waste your time on him. You're a genius of the Holy Land, and you're only lowering your status to deal with someone like him. It'll make us look like weaklings if we need a Holy Land's genius to deal with a mad dog like him. A blue-robed youth stepped out. He was a famous swordsman in the Vermilion Bird District, and he was at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. Your words make sense. Huang Xuanyi smiled. His cultivation is 2 stages higher than you, so you can leave now if you can't accept it. I'll personally pay the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to deal with you tomorrow. The Wind Edgelord said. It's fine. Lin Yun replied indifferently. Great. The young swordsman stepped forth and stood before Lin Yun. You guys can fight all you want. This place is reinforced by spiritual arrays, so you don't have to worry about destroying anything. You guys also don't have to worry about injuring anyone, because I believe my Lu Saint Clan seniors will handle it. The Wind Edge Lord wore a playful smile and raised his wine cup. The blue-robed youth moved. He was fast, proving that he had practiced a formidable movement technique. When he drew his sword while dashing towards Lin Yun, his sword released a vibrating noise that perfectly fused with his wind intent. His speed was neck-breaking, and he was already before Lin Yun when he drew his sword. Many people in the surroundings couldn't even tell if his sword reached Lin Yun first or if he moved first. When he swung his sword, a faint ripple spread out in the surrounding space, causing space to distort. Ordinary people couldn't see through anything behind that strike, but everyone here was an expert. They could tell this blue-robed youth had perfectly fused his sword and wind intent. Furthermore, he even came in contact with the surface of Space Dao. Ordinary people wouldn't even know how they had died under this strike, not to mention blocking it. You lost, the blue-robed youth declared when he drew his sword. This was because he was confident in himself. But when his sword was about to touch Lin Yun's forehead, a dazzling light radiated from the surroundings as 2 fingers clamped onto his sword. Even when the sword began to vibrate, the sword could no longer budge. When the blue-robed youth raised his head, a bizarre scene occurred. He felt as though he was in an ocean of sword intent, and Lin Yun was the deity of this ocean, looking at him. No matter how he raised his head, he couldn't look at Lin Yun's actual appearance, and he could only see Lin Yun's eyes. No matter how he mustered his dragon origin, he couldn't withdraw his sword, no matter how he tried. This shocked the blue-robed youth as he circulated all 7 of his dragon pulses. When thousands of saint runes were activated on the saint's sword, terrifying flames ignited from the sword that made it look like a dragon. It struggled and roared as if it would shred Lin Yun into pieces when it broke free. But a pure dragon roar echoed from within Lin Yun's body, and his fingers gave off a faint radiance. Suddenly, the blue-robed youth's saint's sword began to shatter inch by inch, and each inch of the sword turned into a horrifying storm that swept through the entire West Garden banquet. This occurred too suddenly, instantly putting the West Garden banquet into chaos. In the next moment, everyone watched as the blue-robed youth threw out a mouthful of blood before he was knocked flying away. On the other hand, Lin Yun stood with one hand behind him, and he hadn't budged from where he was right from the start. Is this the best of your strength that gave you the confidence to insult me? It looks like you're right. All of you are weaklings, Lin Yun said while sweeping his gaze over. A bunch of garbage thinks that you guys are a dragon after banding together? Martial Dao or music Dao, anything works. Anyone amongst the same generation can freely challenge me. Lin Yun's words were like a resounding slap to everyone present. Those who insulted Lin Yun earlier could feel a burning sensation on their cheeks, and their gazes became terrifyingly eerie. There had never been such an arrogant person in the past West Garden banquets. They initially thought Lin Xiao was just a reason for them to visit the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion tomorrow. But who could have thought Lin Yun would sneak into the banquet and challenge everyone? There was no lack of arrogant people in the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea, but it had been many years since there was such an arrogant person like Lin Xiao. As for Yun Shi, who initially held enmity for Lin Yun, she was in a daze while looking at Lin Yun. She never expected Lin Xiao to be so upright, and he didn't look like a despicable person, as everyone said earlier. The West Garden banquet fell into silence once more, and no one could imagine that the blue-robed youth would be defeated so quickly. He was defeated too quickly and couldn't even touch the edge of Lin Yun's robe. Although the blue-robed youth could still put up a fight, anyone could tell that the blue-robed youth was just courting humiliation if he continued the fight. You're really arrogant. Huang Xuanyi slammed his palm on the table. As he stood up, he coldly roared. It looks like I have to give you a beating today, no matter what. His hair fluttered in the wind, and the demeanor he gave off right now captivated everyone's attention. Huang Xuanyi was also at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but anyone could tell that he was stronger than the blue-robed youth, judging from the aura he gave off. When he stood up and emitted a powerful aura, he instantly captivated everyone's attention. The Wind Edgelord's face was cold, and he said, "Brother Huang, I'll have to trouble you to give young Master Lin a welcome." He heavily emphasized welcome, and his facial expression was cold, which suppressed the surrounding atmosphere. This was a sign that he was furious. He was one of the 4 young masters in the Heavenly Domain City, possessed nobility in the Divine Dragon Empire, was a top-tier Dragon Pulse realm genius, and came from a prestigious clan. It was rare for the Wind Edgelord to be furious. But today he was furious because what Lin Yun said earlier was too arrogant. Not only did Lin Yun just slap everyone here, but his face was also slapped. A mad dog like him should be taught a lesson. Wind Edgelord, you're too polite to him. Huang Xuanyi leaped and descended before Lin Yun. He coldly asked, "Lin Xiao, how do you want to die?" When he said those words, a terrifying killing intent exploded from him. From the killing intent he was giving off, everyone could see a terrifying illusion built from a mountain of corpses. It was a river formed with blood, and ghosts were crying, creating various phenomena that made everyone tremble. This made everyone feel a chill run down their spines and felt that Huang Xuanyi truly deserved his past spot as first on the Elysium Core ranking. His reputation was obtained through his strength, standing out from the crowd. Anyone could see his objective as he tried to suppress Lin Yun with his aura, using his killing intent to defeat Lin Yun. If Lin Yun didn't have a firm will, he would easily be crushed by the killing intent alone. But it was a pity that it was used on the wrong person. As a swordsman, the people he slew were more than Huang Xuanyi, not to mention he even killed a great saint. Using this kind of tactic on him was only a futile effort. With a casual smile, Lin Yun replied, "I was just curious. Weren't you blinded by flower burial? Now I finally know what's going on. So you transplanted a pair of dog's eyes. You bastard! You must be courting death." Huang Xuanyi lost it when he heard what Lin Yun said. This made everyone feel a chill run down their spines because the killing intent that Huang Xuanyi gave off became even more terrifying, with a dreadful chill sweeping out. When they looked at Lin Yun, their pupils were filled with pity because they knew this matter today wouldn't be resolved so easily. After all, Lin Yun just jabbed Huang Xuanyi's sore spot. The news of Huang Xuanyi being blinded by Lin Yun had long spread out within the Eastern Desolation, causing a huge commotion that made everyone outside the ancient barren domain hear about Flower Burial's name. When Flower Burial's name shocked the entire Kunlun realm, the act of him blinding Huang Xuanyi was dug out by others. Huang Xuanyi came out from it with great difficulty, but Flower Burial had become a sore spot for him. As Huang Xuanyi's gaze turned cold, he dashed towards Lin Yun. When he was in midair, his 10 fingers began to form seals and lightning condensed into a purple moon, while a bright sun flew out from him. When the sun and moon appeared, the radiance lit up the surroundings. When he reached Lin Yun, the sun and moon combined into an ancient Ming word. The surface of the Ming word was covered in terrifying saint runes, as it hovered in the air like a saint artifact, emitting an ancient aura. Everyone instantly recognized this was the light destruction divine array of the Ming cult. Not only could it restrict the cultivation and movements of the other party, but it could also be used as a means of attack like a myriad rune saint artifact. When Lin Yun clashed with him 3 times, he took 3 steps back. Under the pressure of the divine radiant annihilation art, Huang Xuanyi fully unleashed the power of his cultivation. Humph! But Huang Xuanyi didn't let Lin Yun off so easily. With a cold bark, the killing intent that he gave off grew even more terrifying. Lightless sun moon! Huang Xuanyi pushed his hands forth, and the Ming formed by the sun and moon descended from the sky. When the Ming word descended, the night sky and the light in the West Garden banquet became even darker. Lin Xiao Dai! The Ming word was like a sharp weapon charging towards Lin Yun. The surrounding atmosphere became bizarre since the West Garden banquet was held at night to begin with. But when the night became even darker, It was like an abyss that slowly devoured everyone's vision. There must be light. Lin Yun smiled and waved his hand just when he was about to be devoured by the darkness. The night was like a curtain being pulled apart as a dazzling golden radiance shone. Light returned to the world and became even more spectacular than before. One of the 3 divine sun-chasing arts phenomena was myriad miles divine radiance. Break! As Lin Yun's energies surged, his dragon origin went rampant, and 5 dragon pulses appeared behind him. The dragon pulses were covered in a faint saint radiance, and Lin Yun's aura began to rise when the dragon pulses appeared. His aura swiftly broke through the bottleneck of the 5th pulse dragon pulse realm. Throwing his punch forth, an ancient true dragon appeared with golden light emitted from his fist. As his punch came in contact with the Ming word, the word separated into a sun and a moon before dissipating. Huang Xuani's expression was indifferent. Even if he was shocked, he didn't show it on his face. He then waved his hand, summoning a sun in his palm. But he didn't stop there. He further empowered the sun with the Great Sun Saint Seal before unleashing it towards Lin Yun. Under the immense pressure from Huang Xuani's attack, cracks began to appear on the ground, which shocked everyone. Lin Yun wanted to execute the Azure Dragon Grasp by instinct to send it back. But recalling that he once fought with Huang Xuani, Lin Yun hesitated. If he could use his sword technique and Sovereign Dragon Fist, he was confident that he could suppress Huang Xuani with 3 attacks, which wouldn't be so troublesome. Taking the attack head-on, Lin Yun groaned and was sent flying away. Universal Reversal. Divine Sun and Moon. Huang Xuani hovered in the air and turned around. Heaven and earth beneath him intertwined into a sea of clouds as the sun and moon combined into an altar with a deity standing on it. It was as though everything in this world was beneath its feet, and this greatly shocked everyone in the surroundings. Oh my God! Is this a Holy Land's genius? Huang Xuani is too terrifying. Lin Xiao is dead now. He's too daring to jab at Huang Xuani's sore spot. I'm afraid that even Flower Burial might not be able to fight Huang Xuani now. The guests at the West Garden banquet cheered. Father, Lin Yun is dead now. Jiang Feng rejoiced at this scene and turned to Jiang Yu beside him. Jiang Yu smiled. I already said that he'd be in trouble sooner or later. He's courting death to act with such arrogance when he's all alone. I'm afraid that no one can save him now. It's a bargain for him to die so easily. A mad dog like him should be tortured before being killed. Taking revenge for the slaps he gave me back then, Lan Hongyan said. No worries. Huang Xuani definitely won't let him die so easily, Su Dongfei commented. On the other hand, the Wind Edge Lord wore an amicable expression, smiling as he saw this scene. But he had no intentions of stopping Huang Xuani. Lin Xiao kneel. Huang Xuani pushed his hands forth, and the deity on the altar also pushed out a palm towards Lin Yun. In the path of that palm, countless spiritual runes shattered from the pressure, and anyone could tell how powerful this strike was. After seeing that Huang Xuani had gotten stronger after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, Lin Yun inwardly sighed because he knew he wouldn't be able to stop Huang Xuani if he didn't use some of his trump cards. Since he couldn't use the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, he could only resort to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. A demonic cauldron rose out from his ocean of dragon origin. When the demonic cauldron flew out, Lin Yun's aura surged, and the aura he gave off was comparable to someone at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. When the torrential demonic aura from the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon poured into his eyes became dark crimson. With a wave of his right hand, the palm of the deity charging down was shattered, and the cracks soon spread to its arm. In the next second, this deity shattered into millions of pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's palm also fell onto the Divine Sun-Moon altar. How is this possible? Huang Xuani was shocked, looking at Lin Yun. He couldn't imagine how Lin Yun accomplished this to resolve his ultimate attack with his physique. Rising Great Sun. Lin Yun soared to the sky, and his golden radiance converted into flames. He was like a rising sun with golden radiance scattering like rain. When the Divine Sun-Moon altar in Huang Xuani's palm shattered, he was sent flying away. Golden crow wings. Not giving Huang Xuanyi the opportunity to turn the tables around, he took a step forth, and a massive golden crow manifested behind him. Dashing forth, Lin Yun reached out with his hand, wanting to grab Huang Xuanyi's neck. Huang Xuanyi quickly retreated in panic. He had exerted everything he could, including his constellation. But right then, a pair of golden crow's wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, casting a huge shadow over him. Not only was he giving off a massive aura, but the aura he gave off was also ancient. This immobilized Huang Xuanyi. Lin Yun then took this opportunity to grab onto his neck. "Let go!" Huang Xuanyi roared, and he tried to struggle, but Lin Yun merely shoved him down and slammed him against the ground. As cracks spread out on the floor from the impact, half of Huang Xuanyi's body was embedded into the ground. "You're courting death. I swear that I'll kill you today." Huang Xuanyi glared at Lin Yun while he was pinned to the ground. "Your eyes are disgusting," Lin Yun said. Before everyone could comprehend what was going on, Lin Yun swiped his left hand across like a sharp blade. "I can't see anything." As blood splashed, Huang Xuanyi fell into horror when he discovered that his vision had become dark. "No!" Huang Xuanyi wailed out, but Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with him and simply tossed him away. "Brother Huang." The Wind Edgelord was shocked as his wine glass fell. Executing his top speed, he caught Huang Xuanyi. But when he examined Huang Xuanyi, his face instantly became dark because Huang Xuanyi was blinded once again. All the guests were shocked by this scene, and their jaws nearly fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. Not only did the table turn around instantly, but Lin Yun even blinded Huang Xuanyi's eyes. As a terrifying killing intent swept out from the Wind Edgelord, he coldly looked at Lin Yun and reprimanded, "Lin Xiao, how dare you? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? How dare you be so ruthless in a friendly spar? What impressive breadth of mind. Wind Edgelord, why didn't you say anything earlier when he threatened me?" Then, Lin Yun ridiculed, "Wind Edgelord, why bother getting furious over a brat like him? You won't be able to answer the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion if you kill him. Let me do it." Xianxia stood up just when the Wind Edgelord's facial expression was extremely dark. "I'll have to trouble Uncle Jiang then. I'll thank you greatly after that." The Wind Edgelord rejoiced and quickly left with Huang Xuanyi. He immediately arranged for a senior of his clan to treat Huang Xuanyi's eyes. He had reservations about killing Lin Yun, but it would be great if Xianxia made a move. Xianxia appeared before Lin Yun with a flash, and he coldly looked at the latter. When he released his aura as a Samsara Edict realm expert, it immediately made everyone in the surroundings feel tremendous pressure. "Lin Xiao, Huang Xuanyi is a genius of the Holy Land. How dare a barbarian like you blind him? Are you trying to start a war between the two sects?" Xianxia said coldly while taking a step forth. "I have long discovered that you're a disaster, holding ulterior motives towards my Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Today, I'll clean up the scum and cripple your eyes before bringing you to the Ming cult to be punished. You dare!" Lin Yun glared at Xianxia, and he barked, "You're simply a traitor. As an elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, how dare you openly attend the West Garden banquet? Are you disregarding the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? A person is really invincible when he forsakes his face. Do you really think that I'm here alone?" Logically speaking, Gu Jun should be nearby, but Lin Yun could no longer trust him when Gu Jun still hadn't shown up. He could only treat it as Gu Jun had fled. After all, there was no way Gu Jun could protect him, even if he were around. But he couldn't be bothered with that and could only use it to intimidate Xianxia. He was confident that Xianxia was guilty and wouldn't dare to touch him. Everything went as he had expected. Xianxia's hand stopped in midair. Despite being furious, he didn't dare to move after hearing what Lin Yun said. He doubtfully looked around, trying to see if anyone else was hiding in the surroundings. "You want to make a move against me when you're already in trouble? Get lost." Lin Yun was flamboyant when he saw Xianxia panic. He quickly pushed his palm forth against Xianxia. But because Xianxia had strong cultivation, this palm couldn't injure him. Even so, he was still caught by surprise and was sent flying back, smashing a table into pieces. This scene dumbfounded everyone because they never expected that an expert at the pinnacle nirvana stage would be so pathetic in front of Lin Yun. "Father, kill him." Jiang Feng stood up when he saw Lin Yun being so arrogant. Jiang Yu's face changed, and he had a feeling that there was a pair of eyes directed at him. This instantly made him panic, and he began to look around to see if Saint Elder had come. He ignored what Jiang Feng said and became suspicious. The brightest moon shines on the most beautiful lady, and her graceful steps tingle my heart. While everyone was shocked and received a huge impact, an ancient song suddenly resounded within the banquet. This voice sounded ethereal, and the song soon captivated everyone. Their hearts became peaceful, with a rising moon and a beauty in their hearts. That was the saint tone. Everyone could instantly savor the artistic concept in the song. Turning their heads over, they saw the Orchid Creek Valley's chief disciple, Kong Ying, playing the zither. His clothes were fluttering, looking ethereal and elegant. The zither music manifested by Saint Tone sounded beautiful to others, but it harbored boundless killing intent towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun spun in midair and dodged the sound waves. When he stabilized himself in midair, the sound waves assaulted him again, and half of his fluttering hair was sliced off. This instantly made his hair scatter into a mess as his hair fell to the ground. The willow weep upon my departure, with rain and snow falling upon my return. Kong Ying strummed the zither, and another sound wave flew out. The sound waves manifested into willow branches lashing at Lin Yun. The willow branches might seem soft, but they left cracks in the surrounding space when lashed. Despite pushing his divine sun-chasing art to the limit, Lin Yun was still caught by the shock waves, which left several wounds on his body. Although he already expected that it would be terrifying when Kong Ying used those hands of his to play the zither, he never expected it to be so troublesome. When he took a few more lashes, Lin Yun returned to where he initially stood and gently placed his hands on the thunderstorm zither. Saint Tone was constantly being unleashed from Kong Ying's fingers through music, and his attacks were like herds of horses galloping over from different directions, emitting an ancient radiance. As Lin Yun placed his hands on the thunderstorm zither, he looked at Kong Ying before shaking his head. "Your song is disappointing," but Kong Ying didn't care about him, and he continued to sing, "Oh brilliant white colts, will you come to me?" Empowered by his music, the galloping white horses emitted a terrifying aura like ancient heavenly horses that wanted to crush Lin Yun. Right then, a phoenix cry echoed when Lin Yun's fingers strummed on the zither, and the speed of his strumming reached an unbelievable pace. The music was filled with ferocity, and the first note was like an explosion that resounded beside everyone's ears, making everyone feel their scalps tingle and ears ringing. As more musical notes flew out from Lin Yun's fingers, each note was terrifying, and Lin Yun's radiance was even stronger than Kong Ying's. Under his music, the galloping white horses began to explode and let out miserable wails. When everyone looked at Lin Yun again, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their eye sockets. This was because Lin Yun was also using Saint Tone, but how was that possible? They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was also a grand musician, and everyone present nearly went insane. No matter how they pondered it, the thought of Lin Yun being a grand musician had never crossed their minds. A grand musician was noble, so how could it possibly be connected with a barbarian like Lin Yun? To this, Su Dongfei and Lan Hongyan were dumbfounded, their faces becoming pale, especially Lan Hongyan, who nearly fainted on the spot. They also couldn't believe that someone so unruly would be a grand musician. There had to be a mistake somewhere. This caught Kong Ying by surprise, and the strings on his zither snapped in the next second, placing him in a dangerous position. Right then, the Wind Edge Lord waved his hand to retrieve an ancient zither before giving it to Kong Ying. "Brother Kong, use my zither." Simultaneously, two flute musics resounded, one from a normal flute and the other from a long flute. The Saint Tone became even more profound when the two flutes' music combined. When the Wind Edge Lord's zither fell before Kong Ying, the latter gently strummed it. Hearing the sound produced by the zither, Kong Ying praised, "What an excellent zither!" Raising his head to look at Lin Yun, Kong Ying began to play the zither. This time, Kong Ying, Xiahou Feng, and Xi and Wuhan joined forces. Their music instantly became more majestic, creating a massive phenomenon around them that filled every inch of space with musical notes. When their music swept towards Lin Yun in the form of 3 massive waves, their pupils were filled with destruction, as if they had become the manifestation of the waves. Their music immediately caused the prairie phoenix fire Lin Yun was playing to crumble, and the crimson phoenix also let out a wailful cry before being crushed into pieces by that wave. Excellent! Lin Yun smiled, looking at the 3 waves sweeping over, and his music changed once more. This time, he was playing the Nai Chong dress song. As snowflakes fell, the rainbow light rays were like clothes forming into a robe donning Lin Yun. Wearing a smile, Lin Yun's 10 fingers danced on the zither, and he was exuding unrivaled elegance at this moment. He was like a celestial rising to heaven, crushing the 3 waves under his music. As Lin Yun caressed his zither, he said, "My turn now." Pushing the divine phoenix tuft to the limit, Lin Yun's fingers became blurred, and everyone could see countless fingers strumming the zither. When Kong Ying, Xiahou Feng, and Xi Wuhan saw this scene, they were dumbfounded, and their eyeballs nearly fell out. As lightning flickered on the zither strings, Lin Yun played another ancient score by himself, the Silver Starry Sky and 9 Heavenly Phoenix Dance. When 2 ancient scores overlapped, the phenomena created began to change. Just a moment ago, it was only the Nai Chong dress song, but it suddenly changed to a Silver Starry Sky and Phoenix, catching Kong Ying, Xiahou Feng, and Xi Wuhan by surprise. The 3 had to work together. Even if they grasped the same tone, their musical instruments were different. So even if they didn't have any past interactions, they could swiftly adapt to each other and cooperate. After all, anyone who grasped the same tone was a genius. They could instantly collaborate and blend their music. But facing a monster like Lin Yun, they could feel their scalps tingle because they couldn't catch up with him. In the beginning, they were evenly matched with the prairie phoenix fire and found a method to deal with it. When the 3 waves were about to swallow Lin Yun, the latter's music changed to the Nai Chong dress song. But before they could adapt to the Nai Chong dress song, Lin Yun's music changed again, ruining the rapport between the 3. As a terrifying silver starlight exploded from Lin Yun, it formed into a silver river. Raising his hand, the silver river shone with starlight as it flew towards Kong Ying, Xiahou Feng, and Xi Wuhan. When the trio raised their heads, their pupils were filled with shock. Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan, who played flutes, soared to the sky while Kong Ying slammed his palm on the zither, causing the zither to spin in mid-air. When the silver river flew over, the zither he stepped on turned in mid-air before returning to him. "Help me," Kong Ying said to Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan while catching the zither. With a dash, he arrived before Lin Yun. Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan nodded as they used their musical notes to resist the phoenix cry and silver river. This allowed Kong Ying to land before Lin Yun and sat down. When he caressed the zither, the trio finally found their pace again. When Kong Ying's zither resounded again, beams of terrifying light rays shot out from his fingertips, and the light rays intertwined into various phenomena. There were thousands of fairies dancing on the lake, charging towards Lin Yun. As Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan exchanged glances, they stowed their musical instruments. They then quickly circulated their dragon origin to unleash the full power of their martial Dao while charging towards Lin Yun. When everyone saw this scene, they had surprise flashing across their pupils. But everyone in the West Garden banquet shared a rapport and reacted as if they saw nothing. "Watch out!" Yun Shi of the Orchid Creek Valley yelled. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene. Since they wanted to play, he would play with them. Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan's objectives were evident. They were trying to make Lin Yun stop playing his zither before holding him back to let Kong Ying suppress Lin Yun with his music. While grasping noble tone, Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan also had strong cultivation at the pinnacle of the 6-pulse dragon pulse realm. Perhaps their cultivation couldn't be compared to Huang Xuani, but it was more than enough to deal with Lin Yun. This gave them confidence, and they could only resort to this because they knew it would be tough for them to defeat Lin Yun with their music Dao. "What are you 2 trying to take?" Lin Yun smiled, looking at Xiahou Feng and Xi Wuhan. "Your life." Xiahou Feng said coldly. Ha ha ha. Trying to resort to a heterodox method when you guys can't defeat me with your music Dao? You guys are still too tender. Lin Yun laughed, and he stopped playing his zither. He smiled. I'll fulfill both of your wishes then. Get lost. Lin Yun raised the thunderstorm zither and swung it at them. This caught Xiahou Feng by surprise, and he was sent flying back. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He placed the thunderstorm zither down before activating his Azure Dragon Saint Physique, mobilizing all 100,000 dragon runes. As a violent gale howled and thunder rumbled, Lin Yun threw his punch forth. Taking his punch head-on, Xian Wuhan threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying back. Simultaneously, a storm manifested by Kong Ying's zither music swept over, and the fairies charged towards Lin Yun, wielding a sword. Everything happened too quickly, and Lin Yun suffered several cuts on his clothes before he could reach out for the thunderstorm zither. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun executed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit and soared to the sky. But just when he flew to the sky, the fairies manifested by Kong Ying descended from the sky along with musical notes that surrounded Lin Yun. Seeing that Lin Yun was surrounded and would suffer a heavy blow soon, something unexpected occurred. Lin Yun waved his hand, and he retrieved an indigo flute, unleashing a powerful musical note explosion with hundreds of changes. When the musical tone reached its peak, a crimson sun rose behind Lin Yun. The crimson sun manifested by Saint Tone instantly destroyed the phenomenon of fairies. When the sound wave spread out, countless tables and jade utensils shattered. Some couldn't bear the sound wave and were sent flying away. Kong Ying was surprised, and the strings on the zither in his hand snapped. This made him throw out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Xiahou Feng and Xian Wuhan were also caught in the storm of musical notes when they got up and fell beside Kong Ying. Lowering his flute, Lin Yun's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his face became pale. The fight wasn't as easy as it looked. He had to face 3 grand musicians, and the last outburst exhausted a tremendous amount of his mental energy. He placed his life on the line in that attack because if he couldn't defeat Kong Ying, he would be defeated instead. But the 3 gave him an opportunity. If they only competed in music Dao, it would be tough for him even if he managed to win. But the trio resorted to schemes and courted death, because there was no way Kong Ying could withstand Lin Yun's outburst by himself. Who still wants to challenge me? Martial Dao or music Dao? Anyone amongst the same generation can freely challenge me. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he stowed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and retrieved the thunderstorm zither. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could feel a burning slap on their faces. Regarding martial Dao, Huang Xuanyi was defeated, and his eyes were crippled again. As for musical Dao, the 3 grand musicians lost. There might be many people at the banquet, but who would dare to say they were stronger than those 4? With that, the entire West Garden banquet fell into a strange silence, and no one dared to look at Lin Yun straight in the eyes. Those who insulted Lin Yun earlier could feel a burning sensation on their faces. Seated on the main table, the Wind Edgelord's face was horrifyingly dark because what happened today was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. As the corner of his lips rose, Lin Yun looked at the Wind Edgelord. I was forced to make a move, and I apologize for disrupting your banquet. But this isn't exactly bad because it looks like you guys don't have to make a trip to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion tomorrow. I'll be taking my leave then. The Wind Edgelord slammed his wine cup on the table, jolting everyone's hearts. This made everyone wonder if Lu Qinfeng would personally make a move. That didn't seem impossible because the Wind Edgelord was only in his mid-30s, even if his cultivation reached the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. He might be slightly older than Lin Yun, but they could be considered to be in the same generation. You think you can come and go as you wish? Where do you think you are? The Wind Edgelord looked at Lin Yun with his face ugly. No emotions could be heard in his tone, but his voice was frighteningly prestigious. Wind Edgelord, you want to fight me? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He continued, come on then. I already said that anyone in the same generation can freely challenge me. Ha ha ha. The Wind Edgelord smiled. I'm already halfway into the Samsara Edict realm, and there are no benefits to me, even if I defeat you. On the other hand, you can boast for your entire life if you can withstand 10 moves from me. Everyone in the banquet secretly nodded, and the meaning behind the Wind Edgelord's words was evident. Lin Yun wasn't worthy to fight him. Squinting his eyes, Lin Yun smiled. You won't know if you don't try. Perhaps I can defeat you by luck. No need to try and provoke me because I won't make a move against you. Talk about it again when you reach the top hundredths on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Otherwise, you're not even qualified for me to bat an eye at you, the Wind Edgelord said indifferently. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up and unleashed a terrifying aura that made everyone feel suffocating under the tremendous pressure. It's natural for young people to be impulsive, and I can't be bothered by it. I don't care if that foolish brother of mine suffered in your hands, but I won't be able to give the Ming cult an explanation if I let you go just like that when you blinded Huang Xuani. The Wind Edgelord said, I'll have to trouble you to stay in my Lu Saint clan for a few days to discuss this matter after the Ming cult and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's representatives are here. What if I insist on leaving then? Lin Yun smiled. Leave. The Wind Edgelord snickered. You can give it a try. Several waves of pure Saint aura swept out when he said those words, and they all locked onto Lin Yun. Do you think that I'm here by myself? Lin Yun said indifferently. I'm not Uncle Jiang. Since I want you to stay, you can only stay, and no one can save you. The Wind Edgelord smiled. Ha! No one can save him? Wind Edgelord, why don't you try and touch my big brother Lin? When Wind Edgelord was speaking, a red figure appeared from the east. Behind that red figure was a white figure enveloped in saint radiance, and her expression was as indifferent as an iceberg and noble like a saint. Saint Elder. Jiang Yu's face changed when he saw the white figure. Jiang Yu panicked, his face becoming pale because he could recognize that the white figure was the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Saint Elder, Mu Shuling with a glance. Facing her, Jiang Yu had held fear and never dared to disobey her orders. He speculated that the red figure might be the profound fairy Yu Weiwei. This made the corner of Jiang Yu's lips twitch as fear clouded his head. It was just as he speculated. There was no way Lin Yun would come alone. To be honest, he never expected Lin Yun to be at the West Garden banquet, and he came to give face to the Wind Edgelord. This was because the Lu Saint clan treated Jiang Feng's injuries, and he had yet to do anything to betray the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Furthermore, Wind Edgelord was good with his words. None of his words were targeted at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He only piqued everyone's unhappiness towards the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion before going with the flow. Jiang Yu would lie to say he didn't have other thoughts. How could he not see through the Wind Edgelord's motive at his age? He came to the banquet to look at the Wind Edgelord's strength before making a decision. In the worst scenario, he could use the Wind Edgelord to kill Lin Xiao. As an elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, it was inappropriate for him to make a move against Lin Xiao when the Saint Elder wanted to protect him. But there weren't many reservations if an outsider did it. But he never expected Lin Xiao to appear at the banquet, nor did he expect that the Saint Elder would come personally. On the other hand, Lin Yun felt like he was dreaming when he heard, Big Brother Lin, and his heart was filled with complicated emotions. He knew that Yu Weiwei was here, and she had recognized him. She didn't reunite with him because she didn't want him to worry, but she couldn't help standing out when she saw Lin Yun in a dangerous position, just like how Lin Yun saved her from the Realm Sun's back on the heavenly path. As flute music resounded, it sounded so ethereal and unreal that it felt like it didn't belong to the mortal world. Just when everyone was fully immersed in the music, a majestic aura comparable to an emperor descended that shocked everything. That was the imperial tone, which was above saint tone. It was natural for everyone to recognize it since they were musicians, meaning they were susceptible to music Dao. Imperial tone. Xian Wuhan, Kong Ying, and Xiahou Feng were the first to realize it, and they had shock on their faces. After all, someone who grasped the imperial tone could be called a heavenly priest in ancient times. The imperial tone could connect with heaven and summon auspicious phenomena for mortal emperors, and each had a noble status. After all, even an emperor wouldn't dare to treat them lightly. Even in the Divine Dragon era, There weren't many people who grasped the imperial tone because that practically signified the top of the pyramid. So they couldn't help feeling respect when witnessing someone playing the imperial tone. When flute music resounded, the spiritual arrays within the Lu Saint clan's residence shattered like fireworks, and the music escorted the lady in the red dress down. But when Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling were approaching the West Garden, 3 figures appeared, wanting to stop them from getting closer. But a saint radiance shone from Mu Shuling's forehead, and her music manifested into a towering tree. The towering tree was rooted in the long flute in her hands. As it rose, it started to emit a saint radiance while rising towards the sky along with music Dao. In the blink of an eye, it reached 1,000 feet in height, with multiple suns appearing on the tree branches. The suns were like fruits that were grown on the tree. When 9 suns appeared, they emitted a dazzling radiance that sent the 3 saints flying back. The divine mulberry tree. The faces of the 3 saints changed, and their pupils were filled with fear. Mu Shuling stopped after she repelled the 3 saints before landing in the West Garden banquet with Yu Weiwei. Mu Shuling's appearance was too young. When the 3 saints looked at Mu Shuling, the latter emitted a saint radiance that felt as if she didn't belong to this world. Wind Edge Lord, what are you trying to do? You want to forcibly keep Lin Xiao around after he swept through your West Garden banquet? Yu Weiwei coldly said when she landed on the ground. Everyone's gazes shifted from Mu Shuling to Yu Weiwei, and they were instantly breathtaking. Her facial expression was clearly cold, but no one could have any thoughts of loathing her flawless face. She was like exquisite porcelain, enchanting and spiritual like a celestial. Profound fairy, how have you been? Pardon me for asking, but what's your relationship with Lin Xiao? The Wind Edge Lord squinted his eyes. Even if this wasn't his first time seeing Yu Weiwei, it was hard for him to suppress his emotions because Yu Weiwei was too alluring. But the Wind Edge Lord was ambitious and wouldn't give up everything for a woman. He had a clear understanding of his position. Meanwhile, everyone else couldn't help taking a few more glances at Yu Weiwei because seeing her in person far preceded her reputation. Looking at Lin Xiao, Yu Weiwei replied, "He's my senior brother." Mu Shuling glanced at Yu Weiwei when she heard that. She knew that Yu Weiwei was bullshitting again, and she didn't remember when she had such an unreliable junior brother. "I see. Your senior brother." The Wind Edge Lord smiled, but he naturally wouldn't believe it. Since Saint Elder and Profound Fairy are here, I naturally can't keep Lin Xiao around. But we still have to wait for my father to decide. The Wind Edge Lord said, completely disregarding Lin Yun. Even after Mu Shuling arrived, even if he kept his arrogance, he could still face Mu Shuling without cowering. Lin Yun was surprised because the Wind Edge Lord had some demeanor. It was no wonder why he could hold such a huge banquet. Someone like him was the most terrifying. "We're not in a hurry." Mu Shuling calmly looked at the Wind Edge Lord, instantly placing the latter under immense pressure. Even if he had 3 saints standing behind him, the pressure given off by Mu Shuling was massive, and she had a unique temperament on her that not even saints could see through. When she was done speaking, she was like a hen protecting her chick and waved her hand to pull Lin Yun behind her with Yu Weiwei. The corner of the Wind Edge Lord's lips twitched when he heard that, and his facial expression was somewhat ugly. After all, he just declared that no one could take Lin Yun away. But there was nothing he could do about it. Despite having his heart filled with rage, he still wore a polite smile on his face. "It's rude of me not to receive Elder Mu firsthand." When everyone could no longer suppress the current atmosphere, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked out. This man was donned in a blue robe. He was the current patriarch of the Lu Saint clan and was Lu Qinfeng's father. "We pay our greetings to Saint Lu." Everyone quickly bowed. Saint Lu nodded his head before he turned to look at Mu Shuling. "He blinded the Ming cult's genius, and you should be able to understand my son's decision to keep him around for a few days to wait for the arrival of Ming cult's elders. Get them to come to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Then," Mu Shuling said coldly, completely ignoring what Saint Lu said. Saint Lu was briefly stunned because he never expected that Mu Shuling wouldn't give him any face. And this was the first time everyone felt Mu Shuling's overbearing demeanor. All the guests were shocked and began to wonder who said the heavenly fragrance pavilion had declined. Their Saint Elder dared to be so domineering in the Lu Saint clan's residence, and she didn't place Saint Lu in her eyes. Zhang Yu, come here. Mu Shuling didn't care if Saint Lu agreed, and her gaze turned to Zhang Yu. This made Zhang Yu freeze, and his body started trembling. Saint Elder, I. Zhang Yu stuttered, and he couldn't articulate his words properly. I told you to come here and didn't allow you to speak, Mu Shuling said, looking at Zhang Yu. This made everyone feel a chill run down their spines, and they were shocked by the aura she was giving off. Lin Yun was also shocked because he had never expected Mu Shuling to be so terrifying. After recalling how he teased her back then, Lin Yun couldn't help having some lingering fear, and he instantly decided not to provoke her in the future. Yu Weiwei's attention was on Lin Yun this entire time. So when she saw Lin Yun taking a peek at Mu Shuling, she instantly knew what was in his mind, and she couldn't help smiling. When she smiled, her eyes became two crescent moons that made her look adorable. But only a few people paid attention to her smile, since everyone was focused on Zhang Yu. As for the latter, he didn't dare to look at Mu Shuling and turned to look at Saint Lu, asking for help. Saint Elder can leave with Lin Xiao. As for Zhang Yu, he's a guest of my Lu Saint clan and has to stay here for a few more days, Saint Lu said. He knew that Zhang Yu probably came here to join them, and the Lu Saint clan would lose their prestige if they couldn't protect the latter. Lin Xiao could leave, but Saint Lu couldn't allow Mu Shuling to take Zhang Yu away. Furthermore, Saint Lu didn't think Mu Shuling dared to forcibly take Zhang Yu away when she was alone. This was his confidence based on the Lu Saint clan's foundation that they had accumulated in the heavenly domain's unholy sea over the years. Mu Shuling didn't argue with Saint Lu. She merely took out a medal before raising it up. The next second, the metal emitted a dazzling golden radiance, causing Saint Lu to close his eyes. Once he gradually adapted to the dazzling radiance, Saint Lu opened his eyes. When he looked at the metal, he froze, before his face drastically changed. He and everyone else in the Lu Saint clan, including the Wind Edgelord, was dumbfounded. Everyone could feel a chill running down their spines, and their jaws nearly fell to the ground. They couldn't figure out how Mu Shuling came to possess that metal, and the Wind Edgelord looked at the metal with disbelief in his pupils. Everyone was captivated by the gold medal in Mu Shuling's hand. It practically contained the aura of the entire era and all the spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius submitted to it. The metal also appeared to contain the fortune of the whole divine dragon era, like an abyss devouring the surrounding aura and making everyone's breathing become hurried. It was fine for those beneath the saint realm because they could only feel massive pressure crashing down on them. But for saints, their facial expressions changed to horror, as though their life and death were being controlled by that metal, and Mu Shuling could kill them any time she wanted to. It felt as though their necks were being choked by an invisible hand. This can't be. Kong Ying, Xan Wuhan, and Xiahou Feng exchanged glances as they suddenly thought of something. Lin Yun squinted his eyes, and his shock wasn't any lighter than anyone else's. He could sense a supreme dragon aura from the metal. The dragon's aura might be powerful, but it didn't make him feel much pressure since he possessed the blue dragon bone. Then again, under the terrifying dragon aura from the metal, Lin Yun realized that he couldn't even release his heavenly dome sword intent. But his blue dragon's aura wasn't affected because it was also a dragon's aura. However, the dragon aura contained within the metal was 100 times stronger than his own. Even so, the blue dragon bone wasn't afraid of the dragon aura from the metal, which was why Lin Yun could maintain his composure. Don't tell me that you don't recognize this metal? Mu Shuling said. She doesn't know Saint Lu's name and doesn't address him as Saint Lu, like the others. As Saint Lu's face became pale, he said in a trembling voice, "The Imperial Dragon Order. How can you possibly possess the Imperial Dragon Order? This should be in the hands of the Divine Dragon Empire's Empress, and seeing the metal is the same as seeing the Empress." His voice gradually died down, and he fell onto the ground with his face drastically changing. The other members of the Lu Saint clan also came to their senses and went on their knees, with their faces drastically changing. We pay our respects to the Supreme Empress of the Kunlun realm. Long live the Empress! They first went down on one knee before going down on two knees and performed a kowtow, looking petty before the Imperial Dragon Order. Everyone from the Lu Saint clan went down on their knees and performed a kowtow. When the other guests came to their senses, they also went down on one knee, but they weren't as humble and grand as the Lu Saint clan. As for why, the Lu Saint clan had a title conferred by the Empress, and they were absolutely loyal to the Empress. As for the other guests, they just had to show their respect for the Empress. After all, this was the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea. Even those from the ancient Barren Domain didn't have much respect for the Divine Dragon Empire, not to mention the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea. Get up, Mu Shuling said. When everyone got up, those from the Lu Saint clan were still in deep shock. No matter how they racked their brains, they would never be able to think that Mu Shuling would possess the Imperial Dragon Order given by the Empress. The medal was a token of the Empress, and seeing the medal was the same as seeing the Empress. This was absolutely real, and no one in the Divine Dragon Empire dared to fake this medal, not to mention that it couldn't be faked. Zhang Yu, come with me, Mu Shuling said. She immediately left after she said that, with Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei quickly following behind her. As for Zhang Yu, he briefly hesitated before following behind Mu Shuling. No one was able to expect that the West Garden banquet would end in this manner. Lin Yun appeared at the banquet, stepping on everyone beneath his foot, and made the Wind Edgelord's plan of heading to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion become a joke. Then, Mu Shuling appeared and caused a massive wave with the Imperial Dragon Order. This meant that the Lu Saint clan would have to think twice if they wanted to stretch their claws towards the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. After leaving the Lu Saint clan, Lin Yun raised his head and saw Gu Jun drinking wine outside the residence. This scene made the corner of his lips twitch because this meant that Gu Jun was never inside. You've been hiding outside the entire time? Lin Yun questioned when Gu Jun walked over. Gu Jun smiled. If I didn't inform Saint Elder, do you think you'd be able to come out of Lu Saint clan's residence? After sweeping his gaze to Zhang Yu, who was beside them, Gu Jun continued, Grand Elder, so you're also here. You already knew that I was here? Zhang Yu asked coldly, but Gu Jun merely replied with a smile. Let's go. Mu Shuling ignored the two and soared to the sky. For hours later, they stopped when they were about to enter the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei. You two go in first. Hearing that made the uneasy Zhang Yu's heart jolt. He asked, Saint Elder, I still have some matters to attend to. Can I go first? On the other hand, Gu Jun merely looked at him and drank his wine quietly. There's no need for you to hurry, Mu Shuling replied. The calmer her facial expression was, the more uneasy Zhang Yu felt. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei exchanged glances before they calmly entered the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. When they disappeared from Mu Shuling's sight, Lin Yun suddenly felt someone hugging him from his back before he could respond. Big brother Lin, when will you still hide from me? Yu Weiwei said, leaning on Lin Yun's back. Lin Yun bitterly smiled when he heard that. When Yu Weiwei was done hugging him, he asked, when did you discover my identity? I had a speculation when you first played on the Snowy Mountain, and I slowly became even more certain that Lin Xiao is Lin Yun. Yu Weiwei smiled, tilting her head to the side. Big brother Lin, you're here to see me, right? But you can't reunite with me because of your identity. Yu Weiwei smiled, and her pupils were filled with gentleness. But just when Lin Yun was about to reply, Yu Weiwei continued, Big brother Lin just has to say yes. Yeah. Lin Yun replied after a brief stun. Hehe. Big brother Lin, you're the best. Yu Weiwei smiled before kissing Lin Yun. It was just a light peck to the lips, but it left ripples in Lin Yun's heart. While Lin Yun was stunned, Yu Weiwei continued, Big brother Lin is now powerful in Music Dao. Since you already found out about my true identity, why didn't you reunite with me? Lin Yun asked curiously. It's fine this way. Not to mention I couldn't be sure until you took out the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute. Big brother Lin would be jealous if I hugged and kissed the wrong person. Right? Yu Weiwei replied. Lin Yun pondered over what she said and found that it made sense. But when he raised his head, he saw a cunning light flashing across her pupils, and he instantly knew that she was teasing him. Big Brother Lin, did you know that Wei Wei has much to tell you? Yu Weiwei suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yun, her eyes becoming watery. But her feelings were genuine because she had a lot to share with Lin Yun. She wanted to tell Lin Yun how much she missed him ever since they parted on the heavenly path and share how tough her time was in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. She also wanted to tell Lin Yun how worried she was when she heard what happened in the ancient barren battlefield. She had a lot of words, but she couldn't say any after reuniting with Lin Yun. Looking at him, she no longer had any sadness and only had happiness in her heart. I know, Lin Yun said, looking at Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei smiled, wearing a naive smile on her enchanting face. The innocence on her face was the same as their first meeting by the lakeside many years ago. Just when they were going to be more intimate, footsteps resounded, and Yu Weiwei's face changed before she obediently sat beside Lin Yun. Mu Shuling came in, alternating her gaze between Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei. This made the two nervous, especially Yu Weiwei, who accidentally called Lin Xiao Big Brother Lin. She knew that Mu Shuling must have sensed something. Follow me, Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because he didn't expect Mu Shuling to not say anything about it, and even Yu Weiwei was surprised by this. Where are we going? Lin Yun asked curiously. The heavenly fragrance treasury. Since you've grasped the saint tone, it's time for me to teach you. Perhaps there might be a pleasant surprise in the Nirvana banquet. Mu Shuling reply indicated that she didn't hear Yu Weiwei addressing Lin Yun as Big Brother Lin. What about Elder Jiang? He's no longer an elder, and his cultivation is gone. From today onwards, there will be no Jiangyu in the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Mu Shuling replied as though she was saying something insignificant. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that because even though a pinnacle samsara edict realm expert was crippled just like that, Mu Shuling didn't even show any fluctuation in her emotions. Does Mu Shuling not have any emotions? Furthermore, how did she obtain the Imperial Dragon Order? He had a lot of questions in his heart while following Mu Shuling to the heavenly fragrance treasury. On the other hand, the West Garden banquet ended in a mess in the Lu Saint clan. All the guests left, and only members of the Lu Saint clan remained. Patriarch, how can Mu Shuling possibly possess the Imperial Dragon Order? This makes no sense, a Saint Realm elder said. Everyone else was also shocked and had yet to recover from their shock. Their eyes were also filled with disbelief, but all of their gazes were on Saint Lu. Saint Lu's brows were locked together because he was baffled by what had happened today. The shock he felt was more significant than anyone else when he saw the Imperial Dragon Order. Since he had the qualifications to request an audience with the Empress, he knew what it meant. Seeing the Imperial Dragon Order was the same as seeing the Empress herself. With the Imperial Dragon Order, Mu Shuling possessed the authority to determine the life and death of anyone loyal to the Divine Dragon Empire. Most importantly, there was only one Imperial Dragon Order in the Kunlun realm. According to his understanding, the Imperial Dragon Order didn't only signify the Empress, but it could also open various treasuries of the Divine Dragon Empire. To a certain degree, it was equivalent to the seal of an empire in ancient times. Something is weird about this. Saint Lu sighed. Jiangyu said that Mu Shuling came from the heavenly fragrance divine mountain, and she's not from the saint city. The Wind Edge Lord suddenly said, The heavenly fragrance divine mountain? Saint Lu squinted his eyes. He said, She's not possibly related to the Blue Dragon record, right? The Blue Dragon record? Everyone, including the Wind Edgelord, had confusion on their faces. Stroking his beard, St. Lu explained, There has always been a rumor. No one in the Divine Dragon Empire, including the Empress, is in control of this divine artifact, albeit to be in the hands of the Divine Dragon Empire. There are rumors that the Blue Dragon record was something that the 9 emperors obtained after paying a visit to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. But to fully activate the Blue Dragon record, it requires a designated time and a designated person. The Wind Edgelord's face changed when he heard that, and he asked, Father, you're not trying to say that Mu Shuling came down from the divine mountain to activate the Blue Dragon record, right? But St. Lu fell into a long silence before he said, "This is only a speculation. I'll personally make a trip to the Divine Dragon Empire. For the time being, don't touch the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. You guys can leave first." "Yes," everyone said before leaving. The Wind Edgelord walked around the Lu Saint clan before he came to a hovering palace. This was his private residence, and there were already 4 people waiting for him. They were Huang Xuanyi, Kong Ying, Xiahofeng, and Xian Wuhan. They were the only ones that caught the Wind Edgelord's attention amongst the guests. After simple treatment, Huang Xuanyi had a white cloth wrapped around his eyes. "Brother Huang, I'm responsible for this, and I will surely find a way to treat your eyes. I believe that I can find blue dragon saliva in the heavenly domain city," the Wind Edgelord said, stepping forth. Huang Xuanyi smiled, and he replied, "There's no need to hurry. On the contrary, I benefited from being blinded instead. When I was previously blinded, I reached the 7th stage in the light destruction divine art, so it's a fortune in disguise. This time, I can use this opportunity to reach the 9th stage in one go." To someone in the Dragon Pulse realm, being unable to see isn't something significant. The Wind Edgelord was stunned because he never expected Huang Xuanyi to be so optimistic, which was surprising. Right then, Konging asked, "Wind Edgelord, what's the origin of that Lin Xiao? Isn't it too bizarre for someone like him to suddenly appear in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? His music Dao might be strong, but the feeling he gave me doesn't seem like a musician." "That's right. His saint tone is crude, and the outcome will be uncertain if we continue to compete in music Dao. Thinking about it now, we were too anxious before. He should be more proficient in martial Dao," Xiahofeng added. "A swordsman," Xian Wuhan said without raising his head and toyed with his flute. "What swordsman?" Everyone was startled and turned their gazes over. Raising his head, Xian Wuhan explained, "The feel that he gave me is more like a swordsman. Coincidentally, his surname is Lin. He possesses the Azure Dragon Saint physique, and he's similarly arrogant. Doesn't that make you think of someone?" Lin Yun instantly crossed everyone's minds when they heard what Xian Wuhan said, and they were shocked. That was the same for the Wind Edgelord. After all, Flower Burial was a name of legend, and there wasn't a person in the Kunlun realm who hadn't heard of his name. When he appeared, he was like a rising star, spreading his name throughout the Kunlun realm. "That's impossible." Huang Xuanyi rejected that speculation. "I fought with Lin Yun before, and I'm well aware of his martial techniques. I can't see any traces of Lin Yun's martial techniques on Lin Xiao. As for the Azure Dragon Saint physique, it's normal that multiple people in the Kunlun realm possess it, despite being rare." Then again, he still had something he didn't say. He refused to believe that Lin Yun could defeat him without using his sword. Lin Yun was a true genius of the sword sect, and his sword technique was breathtaking, with no one capable of rivaling him in the entire ancient barren domain amongst the younger generation. Although his other means were also top-tiered, they weren't as heaven-defying as his sword Dao. When they previously fought, Huang Xuanyi lost to Lin Yun's sword. So how could Huang Xuanyi believe that Lin Yun could now defeat him without using his sword? That would make him feel even more terrible than him being killed. The Wind Edgelord nodded his head. What Huang Xuanyi said made sense. The Azure Dragon Saint physique might be rare, but that didn't mean that no one else in the Kunlun realm possessed it. At the very least, he knew at least 3 people in the Eastern Desolation who possessed the Azure Dragon Saint physique. As for the Divine Dragon Empire or other ancient domains, there would only be even more people. So the Azure Dragon Saint physique didn't mean anything. He said, "This person has no relationship with Lin Yun, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion already conducted a check on him with the Heavenly Origin Mirror. The Heavenly Origin Mirror can see through all disguises and illusions, so not even a saint can hide from it. There's no way he can be Lin Yun." Nodding his head, Konging replied, "That makes sense. Not to mention that he also won't have the guts to appear in public. The Blood Moon sect's recent competition with the Demon Gate has been intense within the Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea. There might be some commotion in the Black Tortoise Void Sea, so we can put the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's matters aside. For now." Wind Edgelord, what do you think? Huang Xuani said. I happen to share the same thoughts. The appearance of the Imperial Dragon Order is too weird, so there's no need for us to continue provoking the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. I heard a female venerable appeared in the Demon Gate, and her means are terrifying. The Demon Gate has been suppressed by the Blood Moon sect all along in the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea, and yet she practically turned the tables around. The Wind Edgelord smiled. The Black Tortoise Void Sea is truly weird. I heard that the Blood Moon sect might dispatch a holy sun over. Kong Ying and others fell into deep thoughts because there were rumors that the Black Tortoise Void Sea was related to the Black Tortoise's inheritance. In ancient times, an ancient sect once fell within the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and pieces of treasures could also be found there. But none of them were of great value. They paled in comparison to the dangers in that region. If that's really the case, this might be an opportunity for Wind Edgelord. I bet it'll be bustling with many Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses gathered at that time. The 6 Holy Lands might also be attracted to it. Kong Ying said. He had a good relationship with the Wind Edgelord and knew that the latter was planning something big, holding a strong obsession to be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. As flames blazed within the Wind Edgelord's pupils, he smiled. Jian Jingtian had been occupying the first on the Dragon Pulse ranking for so many years. Now that he has taken a step forth, it's time for this position to be determined. Ever since Jian Jingtian made a breakthrough and became a king, the first of the Dragon Pulse ranking kept changing because no one could sit firmly on it like Jian Jingtian. Being first on the rankings didn't only mean reputation, the rankings were sovereign saint artifacts. They could be considered a weakened version of the Blue Dragon record, and those with their names recorded on it would obtain benefits. Although the Dragon Pulse ranking was in chaos, everyone was qualified to compete. It was making preparations and waiting for an opportunity for all the Dragon Pulse rankings geniuses to gather. The moment the opportunity came and one managed to suppress all the Dragon Pulse rankings geniuses, they would be able to firmly sit as first on the ranking. At that time, the Dragon Pulse ranking wouldn't be as chaotic as before and kept changing. That's decided, then. The Wind Edgelord smiled. You guys can stay in the Lu Saint clan for the time being and make preparations so that we can obtain the initiative at that time. The Heavenly Fragrance Treasury was located on the forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. After watching Mu Shuling open the treasury, Lin Yun turned to Yu Weiwei and asked, "What is this place?" This is where ancient musical instruments and scores are stored. Aside from that, there are many ancient divine runes, and you can consider the Heavenly Fragrance Treasury to be the asset of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Senior sister intends to nurture you, Big Brother Lin. Yu Weiwei smiled. What are you two talking about? Mu Shuling turned around. Stowing the smile on her face, Yu Weiwei stood there seriously. But Mu Shuling merely glanced at her before saying, "You can leave first. I'll bring him in myself. Senior sister, bring me along as well. I also want to take a look," Yu Weiwei said in a coy tone. Having no way of dealing with Yu Weiwei, Mu Shuling ultimately agreed. Come in then. When the Heavenly Fragrance Treasury opened, the two followed behind Mu Shuling. Along the way, they noticed many jade tablets that were engraved into ancient monuments. The monuments were covered with runes. They might seem complicated, but they could be traced. Every rune was an ancient saint rune, filled with ancient rhythms. Faintly, they could even hear ancient music resounding beside their ears. These monuments were forged with jade, and those runes are musical scores. Most ancient scores are incomplete, so we can only use saint runes to preserve the scores on the ancient monument. Mu Shuling explained while she walked. Aside from ancient scores, there is also some mental energy cultivation techniques. When they entered the next level, this was a true treasury. There weren't many musical instruments here, but every single one was hovering in the air, emitting a white radiance. There were various musical instruments and many rare instruments in various weird shapes. Since Mu Shuling understood them well, she casually explained to Lin Yun. Occasionally, she would even play them herself. Each musical instrument had its own unique traits, and an ancient score would be different in the hands of other musical instruments. This wasn't just in terms of power but the artistic concept as well. For example, if Lin Yun played the sun and moon with the thunderstorm zither, it would be hard for him to accomplish what he did with the divine indigo jade bamboo flute at the West Garden banquet. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a familiar musical instrument. But he couldn't recall the name of it at the moment because it was old and had no luster on the surface. Compared to other saint instruments, it looked too ordinary. This instrument had a long vertical stick-like neck, at the top of which were two big tuning pegs, and a small resonator body at the bottom. But this instrument didn't have any strings, and Lin Yun couldn't recall the name of this instrument after pondering for a long time. This is a zither, forged with divine mulberry wood. This instrument has a divine rune engraved with golden crow's divine blood. In terms of value alone, it is higher than all the other instruments here added up. After all, divine mulberry wood is extremely rare. Mu Shuling had pity on her face when she looked at this instrument. She sighed. But it's a pity that this instrument is damaged, and the technique to play it is also lost. We also can't find any musical scores for this instrument. Senior sister, it doesn't seem to have any strings. Yu Weiwei said. It's useless even if there are strings. No one knows how to play it. Mu Shuling replied. I heard of this instrument before and that the blue dragon ancestral deity forged it. Aside from him, no one knows how to use this instrument since it was lost over time. Yu Weiwei smiled. It's true that there are rumors about that. Mu Shuling casually replied. She wasn't interested in this instrument. Ascent this an eru? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. He finally knew why no one could play this instrument. After all, it still required a bow to play. Just when he was about to say something, Mu Shuling continued walking. She said, You don't need to care about that for the time being, and your thunderstorm zither is stronger than most of the musical instruments here. Lin Yun was alarmed when he heard that, so Mu Shuling had long recognized the thunderstorm zither. When they went up to the third level, Lin Yun's vision opened up. This was an isolated and spacious hall, and an ancient altar was at the far end of the hall. The altar had flames burning on it, and an ancient painting was hovering above the fire. The flames were golden, emitting a dazzling radiance that looked like they were alive. The entire hall was covered in the saint aura emitted from the flames. When Lin Yun looked at it, he was nearly sent flying away. Mu Shuling helped him in the critical moment by releasing her aura to resist the force. But compared to the golden flames, Lin Yun was more shocked by the painting. He began to wonder what material the painting was made of since it wasn't damaged by the fire. On the contrary, it even looked sacred under the flames. That's the Golden Crow Saint Flame, and this altar has a divine Great Sun array. It can preserve the flames for 10,000 years without extinguishing. The altar's surface was forged with Golden Crow's saint blood, which has been around for 10,000 years. It's one of the greatest secrets of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Mu Shuling said as she stopped. What about that painting? Lin Yun asked. That painting is the reason why I brought you here. Your mental cultivation is too weak. Even though you've grasped the saint tone, your mental energy still can't fully unleash the saint tone's power. Mu Shuling explained. For example, just like how you grasped the heavenly dome sword intent. But if your cultivation is only at the Empyrean realm, do you think you can fully unleash the power of your sword intent? Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. For some reason, he felt Mu Shuling had a hidden meaning in her words. But her gaze was calm, looking at the Golden Crow altar. It's impossible to unleash the power of the heavenly dome sword intent even in the Elysium core realm. Even the Dragon Pulse realm is barely enough. Lin Yun replied. Is that so? Mu Shuling turned to look at Lin Yun, and her gaze made him feel a chill run down his spine. But there are some geniuses in the world who have grasped the heavenly dome sword intent in the Dragon Pulse realm. Mu Shuling replied. And even grasping Saint Tone as a 5th grade Saint Spiritualist? Saint Elder? Who are you talking about? Lin Yun smiled. My mental cultivation has reached the 7th grade Saint Spiritualist. The 7th grade Saint Spiritualist is still lacking. There are 13 grades as a Saint Spiritualist, and you need to be at least in the 9th grade if you want to shine on the Nirvana banquet. Mu Shuling continued. As for Saint Tone, you'll have to reach the great Saint Tone at the very least. The current you can only barely participate. The Nirvana banquet, is that terrifying? Lin Yun exclaimed. You think I'll bluff you? Mu Shuling said indifferently. Your half-baked music Dao can only intimidate others. If you encounter a genuine expert, you won't be able to put up any resistance. What do you mean by a genuine expert? Lin Yun asked. Those at the West Garden banquet aren't considered geniuses? If those people can be considered geniuses, why didn't they join the 3 other musical houses but had to gather around Wind Edge Lord? Mu Shuling replied with a question. As for a genuine expert, don't you have one standing beside you? Lin Yun turned to look at Yu Weiwei when he heard that, and Yu Weiwei replied, I'm not an expert. Big Brother Lin is the expert. With a smile, Lin Yun clearly didn't believe what Yu Weiwei said. Big Brother Lin is the expert. After all, Big Brother Lin cultivated music Dao for less than a year. It's unfair for Big Brother Lin to compare with those people who cultivated in music Dao for decades. Yu Weiwei said, No one will talk to you about fairness in the Nirvana banquet. Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun wore an awkward smile, since Yu Weiwei said that what Mu Shuling said was probably true. Most importantly, Mu Shuling didn't have a reason to lie to him. What's in the painting? Lin Yun asked. This painting was created with Golden Crow's divine blood. Since you're fully recovered, you have reached the bare minimum of being baptized by the divine blood. Mu Shuling said, and she continued, if you want to increase your mental cultivation in a short time, it's impossible without external help. This is the same for others. Some have received external help since they were young. It's just that the external help they've received isn't as powerful as this painting. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked. He had seen some divine runes before, and they weren't naturally formed divine ones. But he had never seen a painting created entirely with divine runes before. Just a single divine rune was already shocking enough, so how terrifying would a painting entirely made with divine runes be? He didn't dare to imagine it and could feel his scalp tingle. When Mu Shuling waved her hand, the painting in the Golden Crow Saint Flame opened up, and a lake appeared on the painting. The lake had 9 lotuses with different colors, and the lotus petals were emitting a faint fog filled with strong devilish beauty. The 9 lotus diagram. Yu Weiwei was shocked. When the painting unfolded, the power contained within the divine runes slowly spread out, and the 2 saint runes within Lin Yun's profound palace began to tremble. As the saint runes started devouring the aura emitted from the painting, Lin Yun could sense his mental energy growing at a visible speed. Simultaneously, Lin Yun could sense a surge of warmth within his body. But shortly after, Lin Yun's internal organs, blood, and skin started to ache, as if they were being ignited. Looking at the painting again, Lin Yun's pupils were filled with shock. How bizarre! This is a painting forged with Golden Crow's divine blood. Even if you do nothing, standing here can strengthen your dragon origin, soul energy, and physique. Mu Shuling explained. If you cultivate on the altar, the speed will increase by 10 to 100-fold. You can only depend on yourself to see how long you can last. You should be able to sense the power of the Golden Crow's divine blood, but there's no way you can bear it with your current physique. Lin Yun nodded and could sense that Mu Shuling wasn't lying. Big Brother Lin, are you sure you want to cultivate here? I've heard that many people were burnt to death by this Golden Crow altar. Look at the fog in the painting. That was manifested by all those who've died. Yu Weiwei said with concern filling in her pupils. She's right, Mu Shuling replied. Things created with divine runes are spiritual, and you can consider the 9 lotuses alive. While you're using them to cultivate, they're also using your vitality to cultivate. Lin Yun's eyes squinted when he heard that because this was the first time he had heard of something so bizarre. How's your consideration? Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun. Do I have a choice? Lin Yun replied, but his eyes were glued to the 9 lotus diagram. Cultivation was like rowing a boat upstream. If you stop moving forward, you fall back. Since he was focused on music Dao when he was injured, he wasted a lot of time on his martial Dao. Furthermore, He also fell behind in his sword techniques without a master's teaching. So he couldn't accept that he couldn't shine at the Nirvana banquet after making such a massive effort, since all of his plans would go down the drain. The reason why he wanted to go to the Nirvana banquet wasn't only because of the Azure Dragon's lineage but also the Three Lives fruit. If he could obtain the legendary Three Lives fruit, it could complement his lack of time in cultivating. I have no reason to refuse this opportunity, and I'm also grateful for this opportunity. Lin Yun snet a serious look towards Mu Shuling. The 9 Lotus diagram might be dangerous, but it was also an excellent opportunity for him. As long as Mu Shuling was willing, who knew how many geniuses were willing to give it a try? After all, this painting was entirely created with divine runes, and the value was unimaginable. What do I have to do? Lin Yun asked. He knew that nothing was free in the world. Play the Ni Chong dress song well, and help junior sister master the 9 heavenly profound dance. Mu Shuling said. I don't need to do anything at the Nirvana banquet. Lin Yun asked. I'll naturally be happy if you can be first in the heavenly Nirvana pavilion, but can you do it? I don't have much hope for you, so you can just do whatever you want. Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he bitterly smiled. It had been a long time since he was belittled. Saint Elder is really unfathomable and I can't see through you at all. Lin Yun sighed after glancing at her. I'll teach you the 9 Lotus art first. Otherwise, you won't be able to activate the 9 Lotus diagram. Mu Shuling said. When she was done, she pointed at Lin Yun's forehead. As boundless information poured into his mind, Lin Yun closed his eyes to comprehend it and was soon proficient in it. The 9 Lotus art wasn't a cultivation technique, but a secret technique. It was a secret technique used to activate the 9 Lotus diagram, and it was pretty easy to grasp. In reality, the 9 Lotus diagram was a mighty treasure, and the 9 Lotus art that Mu Shuling gave him was incomplete. The entire 9 Lotus art could even control the 9 Lotus diagram, unleashing various unfathomable abilities. I remembered it. Lin Yun opened his eyes after a brief moment. Oh. What's the difference between Golden Crow's Saint Blood and Divine Blood? Lin Yun asked. The altar surface was made with Saint Blood, but the diagram was created with Divine Blood. So there must be a difference between the two. The Golden Crow is a saint beast at birth, which means their blood is saint blood. It's hard for a Golden Crow to become a deity, and only a Golden Crow who became a deity can produce Divine Blood. Divine Blood contains divine traits, and the divine runes in a painting can be preserved for eternity that way. Mu Shuling explained. Understood. Lin Yun wondered if he needed to obtain divine blood to engrave divine runes on the divine astral flower. He began to wonder how Li Wuyo, who specially went to the profound amber realm to retrieve the vermilion bird's divine blood, was doing in the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun couldn't help reminiscing upon mentioning divine blood, and he dazed off. Lin Xiao, my junior sister, and I will leave first. It'll depend on your fortune to see how much you can benefit from the 9 Lotus diagram. Mu Shuling said. She had no interest in knowing what Lin Yun was thinking right now. Big brother Lin, don't force yourself. The painting is dangerous. Yu Weiwei warned before leaving with Mu Shuling. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to be the only one left in this hall. I should give it my all now. Lin Yun squinted his eyes, looking at the distant altar. It didn't feel great to be belittled, especially by a woman, even if she was a quasi-saint who had grasped imperial tone. Outside the heavenly fragrance treasury, Mu Shuling, walking with Yu Weiwei, suddenly asked, Lin Xiao is Lin Yun, right? Lin Yun. Yu Weiwei was briefly stunned before she put on a silly smile. Senior sister, what are you talking about? He's Flower Burial Lin Yun, the same person you ran into on the heavenly path. You came out of the divine mountain to break free from your father's control to meet him, right? Mu Shuling continued. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Yu Weiwei smiled. You accidentally called him Big Brother Lin at the West Garden banquet, and I have already guessed it. Mu Shuling replied. You already knew his true identity, right? You kept it from me for so long. Seeing this, Yu Weiwei no longer feigned innocence and smiled. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep it from Senior Sister. But Senior Sister won't make things difficult for him, right? I should have guessed his true identity when he drank and sang back then. After all, if Flower Burial didn't have that much charm, why would you sneak out of the divine mountain? Mu Shuling turned back to the heavenly fragrance treasury, and she continued, I naturally won't make things difficult for him, but he's still far from being compatible with you. The Golden Age will arrive soon, and the Kunlun realm will undergo a drastic transformation. He possesses a great treasure, and if he doesn't have enough strength, he won't even be able to protect himself, not to mention receive your father's acknowledgement. This is why Senior Sister activated the 9 Lotus diagram? Yu Weiwei asked. Why else? Mu Shuling replied. You think that just anyone can make me activate the 9 Lotus diagram for them? The Saint Flames have nourished the 9 Lotus diagram for nearly a millennium. But I also have some selfish thoughts in doing so. What selfish thoughts? Yu Weiwei asked curiously. That's a secret. Mu Shuling replied and retracted her gaze from the heavenly fragrance treasury. Squinting her eyes, Yu Weiwei smiled. I'm guessing that it has something to do with the Blue Dragon record. But don't rejoice so early. It's uncertain if he can even make it out alive. Even if he managed to endure it, he might not be able to last long. Without great willpower, it'll be difficult for him to obtain any harvest from the 9 Lotus diagram. Mu Shuling replied. Big Brother Lin will be able to do it. Yu Weiwei said. I'll wait and see then. Who knows, maybe he hasn't even ascended the altar now. After he has ascended the altar, the 9 Lotus diagram will give him a greater surprise. Mu Shuling replied. Senior Sister, you're really annoying, and I'm getting angry. Big Brother Lin will surely be able to do it. Yu Weiwei said unhappily. Her reaction made Mu Shuling smile, and she knew that Yu Weiwei had really fallen for Lin Yun because she never saw Yu Weiwei care so much for someone. Standing before the Golden Crow altar, Lin Yun's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He spent nearly half an incense's time to travel 1,000 feet because the saint flames blazing on the altar were too intense, emitting a powerful saint aura. He was struggling under the saint aura, even with the blue dragon bone that had never failed him. He made it so far by purely relying on the Azure Dragon Saint physique. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun circulated the blue dragon sky-breaking art, and 100,000 dragon runes started appearing on his body's surface. As his heart pumped, his vitality coursed through his body like magma. When the 100,000 dragon runes appeared, Lin Yun stomped his foot. Lin Yun soared to the sky as the ground trembled and faced the saint flames on the altar head-on. But when he landed on the ground, he was forced down on his knees under the pressure of the divine runes. The heat from the Golden Crow saint flames on the altar was intense, and it felt like the flames were burning his face. Raising his head with great difficulty, Lin Yun looked at the 9 saint lotuses in the 9 Lotus diagram. Each lotus was bewitching, containing massive and unbelievable mental energy. Facing the invisible pressure from the 9 Lotus diagram, Lin Yun felt like he would collapse at any moment. As the divine rune's aura emitted from the diagram suddenly grew, Lin Yun was almost blown off the altar before he could even react. But when he was nearly blown off of the altar, he reached out and grabbed the edge of the altar and was hovering in midair. This made Lin Yun wear a bitter smile. Was the 9 Lotus diagram trying to intimidate him? At this moment, he really believed that the 9 lotuses contained intelligence. I won't admit defeat so easily. Lin Yun's pupils flashed with stubbornness. As a dragon's roar echoed within his body, the dragon runes gathered into his right arm and became as tough as a dragon's claw. With a sudden outburst of strength, Lin Yun yanked with his right hand and landed on the altar again. Since he was experienced this time, his hands joined together, and a pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind him. The reason why he didn't use the golden crow wings before was a safety precaution. But it was the right opportunity now. The golden crow wings were flickering with a metallic luster with 20,000 saint runes engraved on them. When he activated the golden crow wings, the wings could even obtain a resonation with the golden crow altar. As the golden crow aura that Lin Yun was emitting suddenly increased, he finally managed to resist the divine rune's aura from the 9 lotus diagram. With no hesitation, Lin Yun's hands joined together and activated the 9 lotus art. When he circulated the 9 lotus art, the 9 lotus diagram finally became a little more friendly, and the painting was like a flying carpet hovering in the saint flames. After recalling the golden crow wings back into his body, Lin Yun landed on the diagram and sat on it. When he landed on the 9 lotus diagram, a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix phenomenon appeared on his left and right sides. When he circulated the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, he could feel boundless divine rune energy endlessly flowing into his body. This made his body tremble, and he could sense the energy coursing throughout his 4 limbs and internal organs. The surface of his body also became red, and he could clearly sense his dragon origin, mental energy, and physique were greedily devouring the divine rune's energy. But before he could think about it, a burning sensation soon spread throughout his body, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. Not long later, the dragon origin ocean within his violet palace began to boil, and the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron within the ocean started to rumble. At this moment, the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon showed signs of making a breakthrough. This instantly made Lin Yun rejoice because the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon had been stuck in the 5th stage for a long time. But when he just came in contact with the 9 lotus diagram, his sword sutra's bottleneck began to loosen before he made a mental cultivation breakthrough, which was a pleasant surprise. The effects are truly worthy of being a painting created with divine runes. So I should try and stay here for as long as possible, Lin Yun muttered. But he also knew he couldn't afford to treat it lightly because Mu Shuling said that the Saint Lotuses would devour his vitality. With a smile, Lin Yun decided to compete with the 9 lotus diagram. After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated and circulated the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon at full force to devour the divine rune's energy that was being emitted from the painting. Simultaneously, Lin Yun could clearly sense that the Saint Lotuses were absorbing his vitality. But Lin Yun didn't have to worry about that factor with the blue dragon bone. As time passed, Lin Yun's body was covered in 9 colored flames. The 9 Saint Lotuses produced a flame of different colors that enveloped him. Looking from afar, it looked as though there was a sword stabbed into the 9 lotus diagram, tempered by the flames. But it wasn't as calm as it appeared because Lin Yun and the 9 lotuses were competing. The Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon is really strong. Haha, the Iris Sword Saint didn't let me down, Lin Yun inwardly muttered. In the beginning, the 9 lotuses didn't want to devour Lin Yun's vitality, fearing that they might suck Lin Yun dry. They decided to take their time, but they soon noticed that something wasn't right. With the blue dragon bone replenishing Lin Yun's vitality, his vitality was nearly endless. The divine runes on the lotuses that had been nourished for a millennium were swiftly decreasing, and the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron was like a vortex absorbing the divine blood. Divine blood contained divine traits that could be used to create divine runes. So it was tough for the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron to shake them. But the 9 Saint Lotuses panicked because the divine blood was their foundation. If the divine blood was completely absorbed by Lin Yun, they would suffer a considerable loss. Thus, the 9 Saint Lotuses began to absorb Lin Yun's vitality together. But even so, they couldn't beat Lin Yun. If Mu Shuling was here, her jaw would probably fall to the ground with shock. 7 days later, a dragon's roar and phoenix's cry echoed from Lin Yun's body as he sat on the 9 Saint diagram. As waves of powerful sword aura swept out from Lin Yun, he emitted an unprecedented golden brilliance like a sword that had undergone the temperament of flames for 1,000 years. At this moment, Lin Yun's Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon finally reached the 6th stage. Along with a breakthrough in the Sword Sutra, the scriptures engraved on the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron increased and grew from 1,000 to 2,000 words. The 2,000 ancient words were emitting a faint radiance and a destructive and bloodlusty aura. When the cauldron trembled, a sword vibration echoed. The cauldron became much heavier, and the nether flower, initially suppressing the cauldron, was knocked away. When the dragon origin ocean broke apart, The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron restored its demonic trait with a destructive and bloodlusty aura being emitted, trying to possess him. This fellow is really a double-edged sword. Lin Yun predicted this, and knew that the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra at the 7th stage would have great difficulty suppressing the cauldron. But he didn't panic. The golden human in his sword ocean formed a seal, and the golden dragon coursed through his body. When the Azure Dragon's sword soul was released, Lin Yun was enveloped in a sword ray with every part of his body covered in torrential killing intent. He was no longer the same person he was when he joined the sword sect. If the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron wanted to cause him trouble, he would just teach it a lesson. Then, as shattering noises echoed from within his body, the crimson demonic radiance emitted from the cauldron began to crumble. Within his sword ocean, the golden human was controlling the Azure Dragon's sword soul to teach it a lesson. If the crimson demonic radiance was spreading through his blood, he would just have to deal with it from the root. If the crimson demonic radiance took root in his internal organs, he would just have to force it out. If the crimson demonic radiance wanted to hide within his dragon pulses, he would just have to destroy it within his dragon pulses. He didn't go easy and efficiently suppressed the crimson demonic radiance. Go back! Lin Yun roared, forcing the crimson demonic radiance from the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron back. A contending sensation spread throughout his body when the crimson demonic radiance was pushed back. But even if the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron had calmed down, Lin Yun had no intentions of letting it off. His Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon had just reached the 6th stage, and he needed to make the cauldron spit something out. Under the control of the golden human within his sword soul, the Azure Dragon's sword soul entered the nether flower. As 64 petals opened simultaneously, a 5-foot sword rose from the stamen. In the next second, the nether flower began to rotate with a boundless sword aura crashing down on the cauldron. When the cauldron was slowly dragged out from the dragon origin ocean, he could sense that the cauldron was trying to struggle free. But Lin Yun ignored its struggles since he was determined to teach it a lesson today. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was a behemoth, devouring a lot of Lin Yun's resources. So who knew how much it devoured from the 9 lotus diagram? But he was sure that the cauldron devoured at least 9/10. Not only was it a behemoth and devoured most of his resources, it even wanted to possess him. So how could Lin Yun possibly let the cauldron off so easily? When he activated his blue dragon bone, 100,000 dragon runes appeared above the dragon origin ocean. They were like an army of 100,000, strengthening the sword aura of the nether flower. He was determined to teach the cauldron a lesson today, no matter what. Spit it out! Lin Yun inwardly roared. The trembling cauldron finally couldn't take it, and boundless light started gushing out. That was the divine rune's highly purified energies, which made the 2 saint runes insane within his profound palace. The golden crow and silver phoenix saint runes were like bottomless black holes devouring the divine rune's energies, and Lin Yun could sense his mental cultivation snowballing. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage saint spiritualist. But before he could respond, he easily broke through the bottleneck and reached the 8th stage saint spiritualist. Under the control of his 2 saint runes, his massive mental energy was condensed into 8 dazzling stars. Fuck! This bastard! Lin Yun couldn't help cursing because he found out the cauldron devoured 99% of the divine rune's energy that he had absorbed over the past 7 days. Just a moment ago, he was just rejoicing that the 9 Saint Lotuses couldn't compete over him. But it was no wonder why he didn't make any breakthrough in his mental cultivation. Not enough! Lin Yun roared. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron tried to struggle free and escape, but 100,000 dragon runes were like shackles descending from the sky, binding the cauldron. Then, the nether flower transmitted sword intent through the restraints. After he managed to suppress the cauldron, he used his sword intent to slam into it again and again, wanting it to spit out all of the divine rune's energy that it absorbed. A long time later, 2 streaks of light flew out. They were the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix that were previously devoured by the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. Through this period of nurturing, the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix became even more vivid and stronger than before. Lin Yun rejoiced because he could sense that when the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix rose to the sky of the dragon origin ocean, his dragon origin ocean began to grow. Just when he relaxed, the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron finally managed to break free from the shackles and dove into the dragon origin ocean. Looking at it, the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because the cauldron submitted. After the cauldron sank to the bottom of the ocean, he controlled the nether flower to descend to the dragon origin ocean. This is my dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron and dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon now, Lin Yun inwardly muttered. Although he couldn't control the cauldron entirely, it should be easier for him to handle it in the future. Continue to devour. Lin Yun's confidence was significantly boosted. Now that he had dealt with the cauldron, it was time for him to deal with the 9 Saint Lotuses. The Saint Lotuses weren't easy opponents either because they had fought him for the past 7 days and 7 nights, trying to suck him dry. In his heart, the divine rune's energies were great nourishment. In the Saint Lotus's eyes, Lin Yun was also their greatest nourishment, since he possessed the blue dragon bone, which produced vitality for him. Just when Lin Yun was going to go for it, a piece of fragile information flowed into his mind from the Saint Lotuses. The information needed to be clearer with a complete sentence of words. This was a primitive method of mental transmission, and Lin Yun could roughly understand the information. The 9 Lotuses were reaching their limit, hoping Lin Yun wouldn't use the cauldron again. They were already struggling to begin with. So when Lin Yun reached the 8th stage Saint Spiritualist, and his Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon reached the 6th stage, the Saint Lotuses finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 9 Saint Lotuses possessed simple intelligence, but they were primitive. They were one, but they were also individual entities. No need to beg for mercy. As long as you guys don't try and absorb my vitality at once, I won't use the cauldron, Lin Yun said. The 9 Lotus diagram might not be able to suck him dry, but it would significantly exhaust his vitality if all of them initiated the absorption at the same time, and he couldn't be genuinely refined by the altar. The moment he got any benefits, they were devoured by the Saint Lotuses. His words made the Saint Lotuses happy, and Lin Yun could hear the birds chipping. The flames enveloping him also slowly weakened. Before Lin Yun could even respond while sitting on the 9 Lotus diagram, ripples began to spread out on the painting, and Lin Yun slowly entered it. When he came to his senses, he discovered that he was at a pond. Lin Yun instantly understood that the 9 Lotus diagram displayed goodwill to him. Cultivating here was more convenient than when he was outside the painting. You guys want me to cultivate here? Lin Yun asked, looking at the 9 Lotuses. As the 9 Lotuses swayed as though they were nodding their heads, Lin Yun smiled. Who's first? As the Saint Lotuses swayed, the 9 Lotuses were conversing amongst themselves. In the end, a white lotus floated over like a bashful girl. Lin Yun wanted to reach out at the white lotus by instinct when it came before him. But the white lotus was alarmed and retreated. Looking at this, Lin Yun smiled. All right, I won't touch you, so don't be afraid. But the white lotus didn't seem to believe him and waited for a long time before slowly approaching Lin Yun. Interesting. Lin Yun smiled and started cultivating. The effect was more significant than he had imagined, and the lake was filled with an unimaginable amount of divine rune energy. Lin Yun devoured the surrounding divine rune energy with the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. Not only could it strengthen his mental cultivation, but his physique and cultivation were also growing. Perhaps I can try and reach the 6th stage in my cultivation, Lin Yun inwardly muttered. As time passed, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On the summit of the snowy mountain, Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling were chatting amongst themselves. Senior sister, isn't big brother Lin great? He's still inside. Yu Weiwei smiled. Mu Shuling was reading a book, and she replied, He'll have to spend at least a few days to ascend the Golden Crow altar. He will need a few more days to stand firmly before the 9 Lotus diagram. He should still be cultivating on the altar, but it won't be easy to control the 9 Lotus diagram. Who knows? Perhaps he might not have officially started yet. Is that so? Yu Weiwei asked. Don't worry about it. Do you think I'll bluff you? He'll come out by himself in less than 10 days. The 9 lotus diagram isn't something that just anyone can withstand. Mu Shuling indifferently lowered the book. Senior sister, do you want to make a bet with me? Yu Weiwei smiled. What bet? Mu Shuling asked. After hearing what Yu Weiwei said, Mu Shuling asked, You sure you'll go back to the Divine Mountain and obediently be the Holy Maiden when you lose? The price of this bet is a little on the higher side. After all, it wasn't easy for you to come out. I believe in Big Brother Lin. Yu Weiwei replied. Okay. Mu Shuling agreed to the bet without any hesitation. She was confident that she wouldn't lose. Then, Senior sister isn't allowed to go back on your words if you lose. Yu Weiwei winked, and a cunning light flashed across her pupils. Within the 9 lotus diagram, Lin Yun had no idea of the bet between Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling. He was having a peaceful interaction with the 9 lotuses within the painting. The 9 Saint Lotuses would take turns cultivating with him. He needed their divine rune energy, and they needed his vitality that the blue dragon bone had purified. The two complemented each other and merely took what they needed. After all, the 9 lotus diagram should be dangerous, and yet suddenly Lin Yun didn't want to leave. The 9 lotus diagram was simply the perfect place to cultivate regardless of his mental cultivation or physique. They both greatly benefited from it, especially the improvement of his mental cultivation. The only regret would be his cultivation. This place might be filled with spiritual energy, but it wasn't easy to quickly reach the 6-pulse dragon pulse realm. But Lin Yun wasn't anxious about that because he still had 6 leaves of the divine blood fruit. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun swallowed a leaf. This was the first time he refined the leaves after he had recovered from his injuries. It might be impossible for him to make a breakthrough with the spiritual energy here, but it shouldn't be a problem since he had the leaves. If he couldn't, he would just have to consume another leaf. After all, he might as well use all the available resources he could. Since he was injured in the past, the leaf could only strengthen his mental cultivation. Now that he had fully recovered, he no longer had any reservations. He did need a boost in his cultivation now since it needed to catch up to his sword Dao. He couldn't unleash the full power of his sword Dao with his cultivation at the 6-pulse dragon pulse realm. His cultivation was his greatest weakness when compared to those with a high rank on the dragon pulse ranking. After all, his opponents wouldn't just have a friendly spar with him. He might lose terribly if they relied on the advantage of their cultivation. Time passed and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to the month before cultivating within the 9 lotus diagram, Lin Yun had stayed in the heavenly fragrance treasury for nearly 3 months, which was a somewhat unbelievable amount of time. If Mu Shuling didn't have an ongoing bet with Yu Weiwei, she would have long come in. But because of the bet between them, the two practically forgot about it. Mu Shuling would spend her time reading books or supervising Yu Weiwei's 9 heavenly profound dance with the pavilion master. But without the help of the Anai Chong dress song, her improvement significantly slowed down. But thanks to her astonishing comprehension and her mental state being better than before, she was still making constant improvements in the 9 heavenly profound dance. Her figure was light as she danced on the snowy mountains lake, basking in the saint radiance shining down from the sky. Senior sister. Yu Weiwei's eyes lit up. She continued, Senior sister, your saint origin is a lot clearer than before. It looks like you've made quite the progress in this period. I'm afraid it won't take long for you to become a saint. Mu Shuling had long become a quasi-saint, and she wasn't just an ordinary quasi-saint. She had already grasped Saint Dao to a certain degree and just needed time to smoothly become a saint. Her bottleneck shook when she saw Lin Yun's performance back at the Cloud Fragrance Hall, significantly shortening the time for her to become a saint. You're really patient. You didn't even come and look for me in the past 2 months. Mu Shuling gently brushed the accumulated snow on Yu Weiwei's head. Hehe. Senior sister, are you going to admit defeat now? Yu Weiwei chuckled. You're not worried about his life and death? He already went in for so long, so he should have reached his limit, even with the blue dragon bone. Even if he were barely holding on, he definitely wouldn't dare to stay on the altar. Mu Shuling asked. It's pointless for him to stay any longer. He won't be able to absorb mental energy from the divine runes after reaching a certain height. I believe in Big Brother Lin. Yu Weiwei smiled. When Mu Shuling looked at Yu Weiwei, she was briefly stunned because she could tell that the latter was serious. This piqued her interest even more. She was curious about what the two experienced for Yu Weiwei to hold such strong confidence in Lin Yun. There must be something special about him since he can acquire his current achievement. But the 9 lotus diagram isn't as simple as you think. Staying longer doesn't mean it's the better. We must bring him out 3 days from now no matter what. Otherwise, I can't ensure that he might damage his foundation. Mu Shuling said. Big Brother Lin can do it. Yu Weiwei said, keeping her smile. 3 days later, Lin Yun was enveloped in a golden radiance as he sat on the lotus within the 9 lotus diagram. There was a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix on his left and right sides. Behind him were multiple dragon pulses over 100 feet. There were 7 dragon pulses behind him, which meant that his cultivation had reached the 7th pulse dragon pulse realm. The 9 Saint Lotuses were around him, but they didn't devour much of his vitality. Lin Yun had 9 light rays that connected him with the Saint Lotuses. But he wasn't devouring the divine runes energy from the Saint Lotuses. 10 days ago, he discovered that he could no longer strengthen his mental cultivation by devouring the divine runes energy. The divine runes within the Saint Lotuses have significantly weakened, and they needed a long time to recover. The blue dragon bone produced the vitality that the Saint Lotuses devoured, so it wouldn't cause any exhaustion. To replenish, he had to circulate the blue dragon bone whenever his vitality fell below 1/3. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his eyes with starlight shining within his pupils. As a terrifying aura rumbled around him, 10 stars bloomed above the 2 saint runes within the profound palace. His mental cultivation has reached the 10th stage Saint Spiritualist. Breathing out, Lin Yun felt energetic. Time to go out, Lin Yun said. He should have left this place a long time ago because the improvement of his mental cultivation became slow 10 days ago. But when he finished going through his tribulation, his cultivation reached the late phase of the 7th pulse dragon pulse realm before he could even stabilize his cultivation. Over the past 2 months, he refined all the divine blood fruits leaves. He used 2 saint leaves to reach the 6th pulse and 4 leaves to reach the 7th pulse dragon pulse realm. With that, he had ultimately used up all the saint leaves, and only the divine blood fruit remained. Lin Yun planned to use it when he reached the Samsara Edict realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun recollected his vitality and left under the Saint Lotus's reluctance. Turning to the Saint Lotuses, Lin Yun smiled and cupped his hands together. Thank you. The Saint Lotuses were the main reason he could reach the 7th pulse dragon pulse realm and 10th stage Saint Spiritualist in 2 months, aside from the 6 saint leaves. The lotuses were made up of divine runes, and the divine runes energy was being emitted from them. This meant that there was practically no exhaustion for them. Lin Yun absorbed the energy of the divine runes that filled this secret space, and the fog could no longer be seen. With a thought, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword from his interspatial bracelet. He couldn't store it within the interspatial bracelet in the past. But after it was upgraded to a saint's sword, this restriction was lifted. Flower burial, it has been a long time. Lin Yun smiled. The sword vibrated in response, as though it was filled with grievances. Ever since the ancient barren battlefield, it had been close to half a year since Lin Yun last took it out. Haha! Sorry about that. Lin Yun smiled. He drew his sword and started practicing various sword techniques in this space. The Aqua Heaven sword technique, Fleeting Cloud 13 swords, Carefree 9 swords, and the 3 heavenly wrens. He even practiced the Overlord sword that he hadn't used in a while. Lin Yun was excited to hold his sword again, mainly because he focused entirely on music Dao during this period. Dragon Phoenix World, Annihilating Sword Cannon. Lin Yun roared, circulating the Sword Sutra. When the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix appeared, the sword aura he gave off suddenly became majestic. The heavenly dragon roared whenever he swung his sword, and the divine phoenix cried out. When a 10-foot sword ray exploded from his body, the massive golden sword ray gave off the feeling that it could even tear space apart with a swing. What power! Lin Yun's face was excited when he sensed the power of this sword ray. After the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon reached the 6th stage, the power underwent a drastic transformation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the cauldron really needed a beating. Heavenly Dragon! Lin Yun soared to the sky and swung his sword. As the Heavenly Dragon entered the sword, it unleashed a terrifying dragon's aura, and the flower burial sword manifested into a silver-gray sword ray of a few dozen feet. The surface of the sword ray was engraved in dragon runes with an ancient and overbearing aura. When the sword ray flickered, the dragon's roar echoed incessantly. When the Heavenly Dragon dissipated and the Divine Phoenix entered the flower burial sword, the sword turned red, and it would unleash crimson flames whenever he swung it. Dragon Phoenix! Lin Yun spun in mid-air, raising the sword to the sky. When the crimson and silver-gray sword rays combined, the flower burial sword released a sword ray that reached 100 feet long. At the tip of the sword ray, a thunderstorm raged before forming into a black vortex. At this moment, his Azure Dragon Sword Intent unleashed a devastating power under the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. The potential of his Azure Dragon Saint Physique was practically excavated after the Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix combined. Is this the genuine Azure Dragon Undying Sword Intent? Lin Yun was dazed while looking at the phenomenon he had created. Meanwhile, 2 figures appeared outside the Golden Crow altar. They were naturally Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling. Where's Big Brother Lin? Yu Weiwei's expression became weird when she couldn't see Lin Yun anywhere, but Mu Shuling's gaze was glued to the Golden Crow altar with shock. She couldn't fathom how Lin Yun managed to enter the 9 Lotus diagram, no matter how she racked her brain over it. A long time later, Mu Shuling said, "He's in the 9 Lotus diagram?" In the 9 Lotus diagram, Big Brother Lin really gave us a surprise. Yu Weiwei was briefly stunned before she smiled. Squinting her eyes, her pupils were filled with joy, and she gave Mu Shuling a playful gaze. Mu Shuling still hadn't recovered from her shock. Taking a deep breath, she formed the 9 Lotus Saint seal. When the space within the Saint diagram trembled, Lin Yun was forced out of the 9 Lotus diagram. When Lin Yun appeared on the Golden Crow altar, he turned around and looked at the 2 ladies before smiling. With a flash, he appeared before them. Saint Elder, Profound Fairy. Lin Yun smiled, winking his eyes. Just when Mu Shuling calmed down a little, she was deeply shocked again when she saw Lin Yun. She asked, "You've reached the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm?" Lin Yun nodded his head in response, acknowledging it. "You've also reached the 10th grade Saint Spiritualist?" Mu Shuling asked again. Once again, Lin Yun nodded his head with a smile. When Mu Shuling saw Lin Yun's response, she fell silent while Yu Weiwei's smile became even more brilliant. She turned to look at Mu Shuling. "Senior sister, I'm right, aren't I?" "I lost," Mu Shuling replied. "MHM?" Lin Yun was confused when he heard that. "I made a bet with senior sister to see if you can reach the 9th stage Saint Spiritualist within this period of time." Yu Weiwei smiled. "What's the betting stake?" Lin Yun asked. "Hee hee." Yu Weiwei smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Mu Shuling indifferently turned around and started walking away. This made Lin Yun smile awkwardly because he could sense she wasn't too happy. When he raised his head to look at Yu Weiwei, they exchanged a gaze before they smiled. Suddenly, Mu Shuling turned around, causing the 2 to quickly stow their smiles. But they soon noticed that Mu Shuling wasn't looking at them, but behind them. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei turned around, they discovered that the 9 Lotus diagram had flown out of the altar without them noticing it, and it was following Lin Yun. As Mu Shuling waved her hand, the 9 Lotus diagram changed direction and flew towards her right hand. But when it flew out halfway, it returned to Lin Yun. This repeated 3 times, but Mu Shuling couldn't summon the 9 Lotus diagram to her, no matter how she tried. In the end, Mu Shuling lost her patience and formed a seal, forcibly summoning the 9 Lotus diagram. When the 9 Lotus diagram flew over, and she grabbed it, before her gaze fell onto Lin Yun with bafflement. Saint Elder, this has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of taking this painting away, Lin Yun said with an awkward expression. After all, this misunderstanding was a little huge, and this painting could be considered a priceless treasure. The value wasn't at all inferior to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's heavenly origin mirror. I know, Mu Shuling replied. Suddenly, Yu Weiwei innocently blinked her eyes and said, Senior sister, since the Nine Lotus diagram wants to follow Big Brother Lin, why don't you loan it to him? I believe Big Brother Lin will return it. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. He was first surprised by Yu Weiwei's form of address toward Mu Shuling before he was shocked by her suggestion. After all, it was a painting created with divine runes. How could someone possibly borrow something like this? Even if Mu Shuling was willing to loan it to him, Lin Yun might not dare to use it. But just when he wanted to refuse it, Mu Shuling said, That's not impossible. But the Nine Lotus diagram will have difficulty maintaining their divine runes' energy without the nourishment of Saint Flames from the Golden Crow altar. Is it this? Lin Yun opened his palm, and a wisp of golden flames appeared from his palm. The golden radiance wasn't dazzling, nor did it possess that much saint aura. There was no way it could be compared to the Saint Flames on the altar, but anyone could sense the Golden Crow's aura coming from it. For some reason, the fire within Lin Yun's palm was purer than the flames on the altar. That's the Golden Crow Saint Flames, but it's a little too weak. Where did you get it from? Mu Shuling asked. With a smile, Lin Yun summoned the Golden Crow wings. The wingspan was close to 20 feet, and it had over 20,000 saint runes engraved on it. A Golden Crow divine rune was at the core of this pair of wings. The Golden Crow wings were comparable to a pair of top-tiered saint artifacts. To begin with, it might not be comparable to sovereign saint artifacts, but it was stronger than ordinary myriad rune saint artifacts. Your encounter is a little terrifying, Mu Shuling said. You should have cultivated the divine sun-chasing art, right? Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that, and he replied, Saint Elder is right. It appears Saint Elder already knows of my true identity. When Mu Shuling nodded her head, Lin Yun wasn't too surprised. If Mu Shuling still didn't know about his identity, Yu Weiwei wouldn't be so casual with him. So, what are you going to do with me? Lin Yun asked, recalling the Golden Crow wings. I already said that I don't mind your identity. Since the heavenly origin mirror failed to discover your true identity, you're Lin Xiao in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun breathed out a sigh of relief. For some reason, he didn't suspect her words, despite his fear for her. Senior sister, what about the Nine Lotus diagram? Yu Weiwei smiled. You can have it, then. I will also teach you the complete Nine Lotus art later. Mu Shuling handed the Nine Lotus diagram over. Lin Yun was in disbelief. After all, it was a painting forged with divine runes. Even if the effects weren't as strong as before, his mental cultivation would snowball as long as he cultivated within the painting. If he could use it to fight, he couldn't imagine how powerful it would become. At the very least, he could predict that it wouldn't be inferior to his sovereign saint artifact. Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella. You don't want it? Mu Shuling asked. Of course I want it. Lin Yun seized it from her. Senior sister, what about the heavenly mulberry score? Yu Weiwei chuckled. This was their bet. Yu Weiwei would obediently return to the Divine Mountain if she lost, and Mu Shuling would teach Lin Yun the heavenly mulberry score if she lost. The heavenly mulberry score? Lin Yun's heart trembled when he heard that. Was it the song that Mu Shuling played at the West Garden banquet? That song gave him a deep impression of a towering tree growing from the bamboo flute with suns hanging on the branches like fruits. Mu Shuling easily knocked away the three Saint Lords' auras using that song. Mu Shuling turned around without saying anything. This made Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei baffled, but they could only follow behind her. When they passed by the level storing musical instruments, Lin Yun's gaze fell onto that eru forged with divine mulberry wood. Saint Elder, can I borrow this instrument? Lin Yun asked. This instrument is long lost, nor can it emit any music. What do you want it for? It's useless when compared to your thunderstorm zither. Mu Shuling sent a weird look to Lin Yun. I wish to study it. Lin Yun smiled. Take it with you then. It's fine as long as you don't dismantle it. Mu Shuling wasn't too bothered by it. But this instrument was forged with divine mulberry wood, and the material used to craft this instrument was 10 times more valuable than its value as a musical instrument. So as long as Lin Yun didn't dismantle it, Mu Shuling wouldn't mind him taking it away. Thank you, Saint Elder. Lin Yun thanked Mu Shuling. When they left the heavenly fragrance treasury, it became peaceful once more. Lin Yun would oblige their agreement and use the Ni Chang dress song to assist Yu Weiwei in practicing the 9 heavenly profound dance. Meanwhile, aside from stabilizing his cultivation and practicing the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, he would also spend time on the divine firefly sword that his master gave him. It was a sword technique created by the ancestor of the Jian clan, one of the few who could compete with the blue dragon ancestral deity in primordial times. The divine firefly sword was a powerful sword technique that was widely spread in ancient times. It was one of the sword techniques many sword saints had to practice. But it had a high threshold, and the minimum requirement was firmament sword intent at complete mastery and cultivation in the Samsara Edict realm to barely practice it. Lin Yun might be lacking in his cultivation, but he grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, so he could try and comprehend it. But when he attempted to understand it for the first time, he felt a setback. This was the first time he failed to even enter the threshold of a sword technique. This was the first time he had run into something like this. When he forcibly tried to practice it, his sword intent nearly spiraled out of control several times. Logically speaking, I should be able to cultivate it. Lin Yun was baffled. But he couldn't get an answer because his master wasn't around with him, and he couldn't figure out why. Thus, this gave him a massive headache. One day, when he was done playing the Ni Chang dress song, Yu Weiwei gently landed beside him and smiled. Big brother Lin, do you have something bothering you? Knowing that he couldn't keep it from her, Lin Yun could only tell her what was troubling him. When Yu Weiwei heard what he said, she smiled. Go ask my senior sister about it. She definitely knows the reason. How can she possibly know when she's not even a swordsman? Lin Yun asked. Big brother Lin, just go and ask her. Senior sister is strong, and you haven't gone to look for her, right? You can't use the 9 lotus diagram, right? And you also haven't learned the heavenly mulberry score. Yu Weiwei asked. Lin Yun hesitated because he was embarrassed to do that. After all, he was asking a little too much when he had already received a lot of help from Mu Shuling, so he didn't know how to open his mouth again. Senior sister has a thin face, and the heavenly mulberry score can only be taught to disciples of the divine mountain. So even if she lost the bet, she wouldn't lower herself to teach you on her own accord. Yu Weiwei smiled. But I'm not a disciple of the divine mountain, Lin Yun said. But you're not an outsider either. Yu Weiwei winked, and the smile on her face grew even denser. Lin Yun fell silent when he heard that and wondered if he should try asking Mu Shuling for help. This question was wandering around his mind when he left the snowy mountain. In the end, he still couldn't make up his mind. But he first headed to Gu Jun's residence. The latter was now the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. When Gu Jun saw Lin Yun, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. It has been a long time since you visited me. Shall we have a game or two? Since Lin Yun had lost quite a bit of profound Saint pellets to Gu Jun, he naturally wouldn't fall for it again. He went straight into the topic and asked, what is the best material for zither strings? Dragon tendons, of course. Gu Jun replied. But dragon tendons are hard to find, even harder than dragon bones. Why did you suddenly ask about it? Help me find 2 dragon tendons. Lin Yun replied. Through a period of study, he couldn't find any damage on that arrow, aside from being a little old. It could still be used if he could find strings and a bow. But it would be impossible to play it without the bow, and Mu Shuling wouldn't be able to figure out how to play it, no matter how she racked her brain. Gu Jun's face sank when he heard Lin Yun's request, and he replied, Aren't you giving me a tough question? Make a trip to the Heavenly Star Pavilion and help me spread the news. Also, let them help me create this as well. Lin Yun replied and took out the blueprint for the bow that he had already prepared. The Nirvana banquet wasn't far away, so he naturally had to make preparations when he was determined to do something. Who would give up on something like the 3 lives fruit if he could become first? That's more like it. Gu Jun smiled, stowing the blueprint. But just when he was about to leave, Lin Yun suddenly held on to him and asked, "Wait, do you know about the Saint Elder's identity? I thought you were not curious since you've never asked me." Gu Jun smiled. Hearing that, Lin Yun's heart throbbed. Could it be that Gu Jun really knew something? What's the origin of Saint Elder? No matter how strong she is, isn't she only a quasi-saint? Lin Yun probed. Saint Elder isn't just a quasi-saint. Her martial cultivation is only a quasi-saint, but she could enter the saint realm anytime she wanted, since she was already a saint realm expert in other factors. Otherwise, why do you think Jiang Yu is so afraid of her? Gu Jun smiled. So she could enter the saint realm anytime she wanted? Lin Yun briefly pondered before asking, "How old is she?" "How would I know? I only know she's younger than me. Do you think I'll ask her about it? Isn't that the same as courting death?" Gu Jun rolled his eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, "Don't bother trying to probe me. I can honestly tell you that Saint Elder's martial cultivation is insignificant. Her true strength lies in her mental cultivation and music Tao. She's a genuine heavenly spiritualist, and her mental cultivation is already comparable to saints. The imperial tone is divided into 9 grades, and she's at least in the 3rd. I'm not sure whether she has other means." "What's your mental cultivation, then?" Lin Yun asked after a brief pondering. 13th stage Saint Spiritualist. "That's a surprise. You're actually a pinnacle Saint Spiritualist and only 1 step from the Heavenly Spiritualist." Lin Yun replied in a surprised tone. Saint Spiritualists were divided into 13 grades, and the first 10 grades were equivalent to the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The following 3 grades were comparable to the 3 stages in the Samsara Edict realm. When Lin Yun cultivated in the 9 Lotus diagram, he could sense that the difficulty of him making any progress in his mental cultivation had increased after the 10th grade. The last 3 grades were harder than ascending the sky, and most people would be stuck at the 10th grade Saint Spiritualist if they didn't have any fortunate encounters in their life. With the mental cultivation of the 13th grade Saint Spiritualist and his martial cultivation, Gu Jun could face any quasi-saint head-on. He now knew where Gu Jun got his confidence from when they were on the streets facing Lu Chenxin. "You're really an outsider." Gu Jun looked at Lin Yun as though he was looking at an idiot. Making a breakthrough to the heavenly spiritualist is even harder than reaching the saint realm. "I've been stuck in my cultivation for over a century. Do you have any idea how powerful a heavenly spiritualist is? With the imperial tone, it's practically impossible to kill Saint Elder if a great saint doesn't make a move." Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. Thanks to Gu Jun's explanation, Lin Yun finally realized how strong Mu Shuling was, and he realized how lucky he was for not being killed when he teased her. "Haha, you're afraid now?" Gu Jun chuckled. "Do you know how terrified we were when you previously teased the Saint Elder? Your guts really have no limit. As for what happened after that and even teaching the Saint Elder how to play the Prairie Phoenix Fire, you're lucky that the Saint Elder is generous. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how many times you'd have been killed." At this moment, Lin Yun could feel a chill run down his spine after realizing how many times he had brushed past death. He knew all along that Mu Shuling was strong, but he had no idea of how strong she was. This was because she looked young and rarely released her saint aura. Not to mention that she was usually indifferent and wouldn't show any emotions. Thus, this gave everyone a misperception. But after hearing what Gu Jun said, Mu Shuling's strength was probably equivalent to the sword sect master, Mu Shenkong. Thinking about it, Lin Yun felt a little despair since if anyone dared to tease Mu Shenkong, they would probably be beaten to death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun bitterly smiled. "So I really have brushed past death several times. Oh, how did she come to possess the Imperial Dragon Order? I have no idea about that." Gu Jun's face changed, and he stroked his beard. "You must have some speculations. Share them with me." Lin Yun could tell with a glance that Gu Jun was lying. Glaring at Lin Yun, Gu Jun replied, "I'll just talk about it casually. It might be related to the Blue Dragon record. Although Lin Yun had no changes in his facial expression, his heart was bellowing with waves. The heavenly fragrance divine mountain is fairly mysterious, and not even the 9 emperors dare to carelessly intrude, even if they join hands. Gu Jun sighed. You can leave now. I need time to digest all this information. Oh, I just need 2 random dragon tendons. It doesn't have to be of the best quality. Lin Yun said. The Eru was already powerful since it was forged with the divine mulberry wood. As long as it could be played, there was no doubt it would be stronger than the thunderstorm zither. But the Eru wasn't as versatile as a zither and could only be considered a trump card. After all, he only undid the first seal on the thunderstorm zither, a commonly seen musical instrument. This also meant that there were ways to deal with it. On the other hand, Eru's techniques were long lost, and not even Mu Shuling knew them. At night, when stars covered the sky, Lin Yun practiced his sword in a courtyard, fully unleashing his heavenly dome sword intent. Under his sword, the night sky became even eerier, and each of his footsteps was careful. The speed of his sword was terrifying, and the aura contained within the sword was massive. When Lin Yun moved, he circulated the divine firefly sword and focused entirely on it. Suddenly, he thrust his sword forth, and starlight bloomed in the nightscape like fireflies. As a powerful sword aura swept out from Lin Yun, it soared to the sky, wanting to tear the sky apart. It's a success, Lin Yun rejoiced. But his smile soon froze on his face when the fireflies exploded like glass, and that sword aura instantly collapsed. When the backlash returned to his body, Lin Yun's face paled, and he threw out a mouthful of blood. How difficult! Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips, and his pupils became dim. This was because he failed again and couldn't remember how many times he had failed. He would always fail whenever he came this far. Logically speaking, with his cultivation reaching the late phase of the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm and even grasping the heavenly dome sword intent, he should be able to practice this sword technique. But he couldn't enter the threshold, no matter how he tried, not to mention lesser mastery. Did his master make a mistake, or was he too terrible? Lin Yun couldn't help suspecting as he laid on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky, and his thoughts swiftly drifted back to the sword sect. He recalled how he trained in the sword with his master. He wouldn't be so troubled if he was still in the sword sect. It wasn't easy for him to find a home in the Kunlun realm, but he had to leave before he could settle down. He also began to wonder how his master was doing now. His master initially still had 5 years of lifespan left. Now that his master was forced to fight, how much lifespan was his master left with? 4 years? 3 years? Or 2 years? It was all because of Tian Xuanzi. He had never felt so much hatred for someone. Killing intent began to flicker within his pupils, and he soon lost control of it and hammered his fist on the ground. As his facial expression became sinister, Lin Yun gritted his teeth. I'll kill you for sure. Standing up, Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and he soon made up his mind. An hour later, Lin Yun arrived on the mountain where Mu Shuling resides. Mu Shuling had an entire spiritual mountain in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion as her residence. It was the Aquafrost Mountain. It was even colder than the Snowy Mountain, and this was a forbidden zone within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. No one dared to carelessly intrude on this mountain, aside from Yu Weiwei. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun began to climb the mountain and soon discovered that there wasn't any restriction around this mountain, aside from being a little cold. This mountain was massive and there were many palaces, but there was no one on it, making the entire mountain seem lonely. Does Mu Shuling really reside here? Lin Yun muttered to himself because this place was a little too desolate. The snowy mountain might be cold and dull, but Yu Weiwei had the company of Lin Wan and Luo Shui. There were also many disciples cultivating on the hillside, and it was pretty bustling since a Saint Vane was located there. But the Aquafrost Mountain was a little too cold, and yet, initially, there should be people residing on this mountain. It's just that they had all moved out now. When he reached the summit of the mountain, no one was around. Just when Lin Yun wondered what he should do now since the Saint Elder couldn't be found anywhere, he suddenly sensed something and looked down the mountain. At the bottom of a cliff, someone was playing the lute by the waterfall lake. This was a serene valley, and the entire valley was shrouded in music. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard it because someone was playing the song he sang on the day the exquisite court came for a challenge, Smile of the Mortal World. But the voice needed a carefree artistic concept, so it sounded lonely, instead. The valley looked desolate to begin with, so the song only made it even colder. When he jumped down the valley, he waited for Mu Shuling to finish the song before he opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, Mu Shuling spoke first. "You're here." Nodding his head, Lin Yun shared with Mu Shuling what was troubling him the past few days. Mu Shuling showed no emotions, but there seemed to be a smear of disappointment flashing across her pupils when she heard Lin Yun. She said, "I initially thought you were here to inquire about music Dao. I'm ultimately a swordsman." Lin Yun replied, "It's fine. They're the same, so I can teach you." Mu Shuling replied. Just when Lin Yun was surprised she could really teach him, Mu Shuling waved her hand, and a long sword flew out from the lake before Lin Yun could say anything. "Lin Xiao, draw your sword and attack me with all your sword techniques. I will fight you with the same cultivation and martial intent." "Yes, Saint Elder." Lin Yun didn't hesitate to draw the flower burial sword. "Come on." "Yes." Lin Yun unleashed his heavenly dome sword intent and thrust his sword towards Mu Shuling. In response to his attack, Mu Shuling merely moved her sword. When the two swords clashed, Lin Yun could sense a bizarre energy suppressing his sword intent at the point of impact. Before he could pull his sword back, Mu Shuling's sword already fell onto his neck. "You lost." Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun. "Come again." Lin Yun had enveloped himself with his heavenly dome sword intent earlier, and he felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to avoid that sword if Mu Shuling swung it. That sword from Mu Shuling was terrifying. "Yes." Lin Yun attacked again. As sparks flew around in the serene valley, Lin Yun lost 9 times in their fights. In his most successful attempt, he managed to block 9 attacks from Mu Shuling. "Your sword technique doesn't look special." Mu Shuling was confused, and she asked, "Are you really a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint?" Lin Yun lowered his head in shame when he heard that. After all, it was a little awkward to be looked down on by a musician. But no matter how they fought, Mu Shuling could detect the flaw in his sword technique, while her sword had none. "No, I have no intentions of mocking you or the Radiant Sword Saint. I'm only curious about why you haven't grasped the sword heart when your sword intent is so strong." Mu Shuling said, "I only mimicked some techniques of the sword heart earlier." "What is the sword heart?" Lin Yun asked. "It won't be a huge problem then. I'll teach you how to grasp the sword heart. Come with me." Mu Shuling casually tossed the sword into the lake and walked forth with Lin Yun closely following her. Lin Yun followed Mu Shuling down the valley. When he raised his head, he could see Mu Shuling wearing a white dress, and the starlight was like a sacred veil enveloping her. "Saint Elder, do you know the sword heart?" Lin Yun couldn't help asking. "I don't. I only briefly understood it through books and mimicked some techniques of the sword heart earlier. It's far in comparison to the genuine sword heart," Mu Shuling said without turning back. She continued, "Actually, you have already come in contact with the surface of the sword heart." "Really? Why don't I know about it?" Lin Yun asked. "There are many things you don't know about," Mu Shuling replied, still as indifferent as she always was. She continued, "It's hard to grasp the sword heart, and Heavenly Dome sword intent is the basic requirement. Many people who've grasped the Heavenly Dome sword intent don't grasp the sword heart. Many saints know how to use the sword and have grasped the sword intent, but they cannot be called a sword saint if they don't grasp the sword heart. Only those who grasp the sword heart can be formally called a swordsman and possess the qualification to practice the divine firefly sword. Even if your master can't teach you, he should have arranged something instead, or he wouldn't have let you practice the divine firefly sword. After all, you'll easily run amok if you carelessly practice this sword technique, and the higher your talent, the easier accidents will happen." "Saint Elder, how do you know about that?" Lin Yun asked. His master did instruct him to go to the Heavenly Dao sect and let his senior brother teach him. It's nothing surprising. I only read many books. Mu Shuling replied. When she stopped, she said, "Give me your hand." Nodding his head, Lin Yun stretched his hand out. When Mu Shuling grabbed onto his hand, she leapt into the air, and Lin Yun could feel that he had passed through a particular membrane. When Lin Yun's vision recovered, he noticed that he was standing on a snowy plain. This place was filled with spiritual energy that was even denser than the snowy mountain where Yu Weiwei stayed. But when Lin Yun took a deep breath, it was so cold that he shivered. This is the Aquafrost's secret realm, and there is only one spiritual energy attribute here with no influence of the outside world. This place is pretty suitable to grasp the sword heart, and I like this place. Mu Shuling casually found a place to sit down and looked at Lin Yun. Saint Elder, what is the sword heart? Lin Yun asked. It's hard to describe with words alone. Come here. When Lin Yun walked over, Mu Shuling tapped her finger on Lin Yun's forehead. When the cold touch came in contact with Lin Yun's forehead, his vision became dark, and his 5 senses were sealed. He couldn't see, hear, or sense anything. His world became dark, but his heart was bright. When his heart lit up, the surrounding world also became apparent. Lin Yun could see everything within a 10-mile radius, and everything was so beautiful. He noticed that the usual Mu Shuling he saw wasn't the genuine Mu Shuling. There was not much difference between the two, but the current Mu Shuling was a little too beautiful. Her features were perfect, her skin was as smooth as snow, and she looked ethereal, like a fairy. While Lin Yun was being breathtaken by Mu Shuling's beauty, a power swept over him and sent him flying. When he fell onto the ground, his senses recovered. Raising his head to look at Mu Shuling, the latter was still beautiful but not as much as before. "Don't look at me," Mu Shuling said coldly. Knowing that he was discovered, Lin Yun awkwardly changed the topic. "That's the sword heart earlier?" Nodding her head, Mu Shuling replied, "That's more or less it, but it's not the true sword heart. I only allowed you to briefly experience it." "So what did you mean earlier when you said I already came in touch with the surface of sword heart?" Lin Yun asked. "When you grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, did you feel that you can avoid danger by occasionally relying on your senses?" Mu Shuling asked. "How do you know about it?" Lin Yun replied in shock. "It's written in books." "What book is it? Can I take a look at it?" "The Book of Sword Tao is on the Divine Mountain, so I can't loan it to you," Mu Shuling said. Hearing how Mu Shuling replied seriously, the corner of Lin Yun's lips couldn't help twitching. "I will seal your 6 senses and sword intent now before using the Heavenly Sword Baptism score to temper your sword intent, helping you to quickly grasp the sword heart," Mu Shuling said. "Is it useful?" "It is, but you can only rely on yourself to grasp the sword heart. After grasping it, it will be easier for you to practice the divine firefly sword," Mu Shuling explained. "All right, Saint Elder, please help me," Lin Yun said. "It's a shortcut and the process will be painful." "Are you sure about that?" Mu Shuling asked again. "I am." Lin Yun had already made up his mind when he came here. As long as he could increase his strength, he was willing to bear any hardship. His master might only have 2 years of lifespan left or even a year. He wasn't willing to think about it, but he knew that he couldn't resolve anything if he only knew how to avoid the problem. When Lin Yun was done speaking, his vision suddenly became dark. Soon, he discovered that it wasn't just his vision but his sense of smell and touch as well. His sword intent was still around, but he couldn't sense his sword intent, and his mental energy was also locked within his profound palace. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he soon calmed down. When Mu Shuling tapped on him before, her Saint Tao must have entered his body. "Time to begin." Mu Shuling transmitted her voice to Lin Yun before she played the lute in her embrace. Her lute music was like swords flying out from her hands, and her 10 fingers were highly agile. Lin Yun couldn't see or hear anything but could sense the incoming dangers. He quickly executed his movement technique, avoiding the swords manifested from the sound waves. But more sword rays flew over from the surroundings like a violent storm. This immediately made Lin Yun panic. He wanted to release his sword intent and dragon origin by instinct, but it was futile because he still couldn't see anything. In the next second, Lin Yun was struck by 10-odd sword rays, and he could sense pain all over his body. Lin Yun was shocked by the pain and knew Mu Shuling was serious. But he knew that he had to calm down now, so he forced himself to calm down. He was like a blind person, and he couldn't sense anything. But he could only rely on his instincts to avoid them because he couldn't see anything. It was fine if it was just a sword ray, but the danger senses from his sword intent became useless when the number of attacks increased. 6 hours passed without him knowing, and Lin Yun was taking a one-sided beating. It didn't take long for him to be covered in blood by the sword rays. "Let's stop for now." Mu Shuling's voice resounded within his mind. When Mu Shuling's voice resounded within his mind, Lin Yun's senses gradually recovered, and his face became pale with exhaustion because it was a huge failure. Looking at Mu Shuling, Lin Yun asked, "This instinct doesn't seem to have any usage. Does this really work? Look carefully at your heart, throat, forehead, eyes, and other fatal spots. None of them are injured." Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun was alarmed when he heard that. When he examined himself, he discovered it was really, as Mu Shuling said. He might be covered with injuries, but none of them were fatal, and he didn't even sense the instinct of the heavenly dome sword intent. "It's really bizarre," Lin Yun exclaimed in shock. "When you can sense those fatal threads and avoid them yourself, you're not far from grasping the sword heart." Mu Shuling replied. "Wait!" Lin Yun suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. He asked, "Saint Elder, are you really going to launch attacks at my fatal spots?" "That's right," Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun took a deep breath and wondered if it was too dangerous. He bitterly smiled. "What if I failed to avoid them?" "You won't die. Your blue dragon skybreaking art has already reached the 3rd stage, and you won't immediately die, even if your heart is pierced," Mu Shuling explained. "It's recorded in the books." Hearing that, Lin Yun could feel his teeth itching. Ultimately, he could only sit down and activate the blue dragon bone to treat his injuries. Mu Shuling retrieved the bamboo flute to play the heavenly sword baptism score. Whenever she played a note, the musical notes turned into wisps of yellow aura that entered his body and heart. "It's cooling." Lin Yun felt as though his heart was being cleansed by water. When musical notes entered his body, his sword intent became gentle, and insights began to appear within his mind. As the flute music resounded right beside his ears, it felt as though the music was achieving a resonation with Tao. This made Lin Yun briefly alarmed before he started to carefully comprehend it. Half an incense later, the flute stopped, and Lin Yun opened his eyes. He said, "Saint Elder, I'm ready to go again." "Let's continue then," Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun's world became dark again, and he relied on his instincts to avoid the incoming attacks. As time passed, he repeated this dry process. "Is this fellow insane?" Even Mu Shuling couldn't help feeling surprised because 7 days had passed, and Lin Yun repeated this process for the past 7 days, trusting her with his life. He didn't have any complaints, regardless of his injuries. He gritted his teeth and persevered, chasing after the invisible sword heart. Suddenly, a massive sword aura exploded from Lin Yun, and a dazzling radiance shone on his chest. Lin Yun's senses were still sealed, but he felt that his senses came back to him, avoiding all the incoming sword rays. No matter how fast Mu Shuling's attacks were, none could genuinely harm him, and they couldn't even catch the edge of his robe. It became easier for him to avoid the attacks, as though he was taking a stroll. Lin Yun became increasingly calmer as the sword rays intertwined, and he could even retaliate. When the radiance from his chest grew even more dazzling, he ultimately soared to the sky, and the radiance was like a sun that exploded. Mu Shuling's hands stopped because the strings of her lute snapped. He succeeded? Mu Shuling carried her lute as she looked at Lin Yun. The light shining on Lin Yun's chest was a blazing sword intent like an erupting volcano. This was a sign that Lin Yun had grasped the sword heart, but it was too fast. The sword heart was hard to grasp, and even saints who possessed the heavenly dome sword intent might not grasp it. Lin Yun grasped the sword heart, so he could become a sword saint when he reached the sword realm and not just a saint who uses the sword. There was a massive difference between the two. But it would depend on Lin Yun's fortune if he could obtain the same title as his master and become one of the 3 great sword saints of the Eastern Desolation. He's ultimately a swordsman. Mu Shuling found it a pity because Lin Yun was also talented in music Dao. If he worked hard, there was a high possibility that he might grasp the imperial tone in the future or even the divine dragon tone. Saint Elder, I've succeeded. Lin Yun opened his eyes, and the light dissipated and swept back to his heart. His eyes were filled with childlike excitement. As Lin Yun shook his arms, he landed before Mu Shuling. The joy on his face was like water overflowing from a cup and even infected Mu Shuling. Grasping the sword heart is only the first step. You still have to work hard. When you achieve the 7th grade sword intent, you can try to grasp the sword domain. This is, Mu Shuling said. But before she could finish, Lin Yun finished for her with a smile. Written on the book. Yeah, written in the book. Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun's smile grew denser because he suddenly realized Mu Shuling was pretty adorable when she was serious. Saint Elder, why are you hiding your true appearance? Lin Yun couldn't help asking. After grasping the sword heart, it was the same as having an inner eye. This meant that the disguise Mu Shuling did to her appearance could no longer stop him. I can't. Mu Shuling replied with another question. Ah, you can. Lin Yun said. Mu Shuling no longer dwelled in it, and she changed the topic. I will teach the complete 9 lotus art. I roughly know why the 9 lotus diagram wants to follow you now. Your vitality attracts them. This is also a good thing because you'll receive huge benefits when they reach the 9 colored Saint Lotuses with your vitality. Every time the Saint Lotuses make a breakthrough, the lake's quality will transform. Mu Shuling said while she taught Lin Yun the complete 9 lotus art. An hour later, Lin Yun learned the 9 lotus saint seal. When he dropped his blood essence into the painting was like a water ripple that slowly fused into his body. The painting traveled throughout his body before it stopped at the golden crow divine rune on his back. If you can obtain the blood of powerful saint beasts, the Saint Lotuses will benefit from them when you refine it. Mu Shuling explained. I'll leave the 9 lotus diagram in your hands now. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. Didn't they come to an agreement that he would only loan it? He hesitated before he said, Saint Elder, this doesn't sound like a good idea. He felt uneasy about receiving too much, and Mu Shuling was too good to him. You can rest now. When you grasp the first sword of the divine firefly sword, I'll guide you in music Dao and the heavenly mulberry score. Mu Shuling said. Okay, I will do my best at the Nirvana banquet. Lin Yun said seriously and bowed before leaving. When Lin Yun was about to leave this secret realm, Mu Shuling suddenly said, Lin Yun, the golden age will descend upon Kunlun again, and I hope your name will be on the Blue Dragon record one day. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that because he heard about the Blue Dragon record again. The old man was right. Mu Shuling might have something to do with the Blue Dragon record. But this made him even more baffled. The Blue Dragon record was the supreme treasure of the Divine Dragon Empire. So how could Mu Shuling have something to do with it? I got it. Lin Yun smiled and left the secret realm. After leaving the Aquafrost secret realm, Lin Yun did not go to rest as Mu Shuling asked. He began to get familiar with the sword heart. The sword heart was special, since it was located in his heart, between the boundaries of real and fake. It was practically unnoticeable when he didn't use it, and no one would sense it, either. He gave it several attempts, and it was roughly 50 meters in radius when he didn't activate it. If he activated it, the range would multiply by 3 to 5-fold, but his sword intent would also be rapidly exhausted. Saint Elder is right. I did come in touch with the surface of Sword Heart before. Lin Yun recalled his state when he comprehended the heavenly dome sword intent. He felt he had a pair of eyes growing at the back of his head, but it was previously a form of instinct, and he couldn't control it as he wished. Now that he could control it as he wanted, he could practice it and develop it into a sword domain. The sword domain was what Mu Shenkong previously used to kill the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan, sheathing his sword for 300 years and drenching his sword in saint blood to become famous. Lin Yun spent the remaining time practicing the divine firefly sword. 2 days later, Lin Yun drew his sword in the courtyard. His sword ray was as dazzling as sunlight that lit up the entire yard. But Lin Yun's movements were slow, a drastic contrast from when he rapidly drew his sword earlier. As his sword slowed, an invisible air current flowed around in the space. The airflow was weak and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. But under Lin Yun's sword heart, he could clearly see the movement of the divine firefly sword. The dazzling sword ray that he emitted became dim. It was bizarre and incomprehensible. The massive sword's intent dissolved all the light, making it look even more unfathomable. A brief moment later, the courtyard fell into darkness. But the sword intent Lin Yun released didn't weaken. The sword intent within his brows became even more shocking, and he exhausted 2/3 of his sword intent in such a short time. The sky became darker, and starlight couldn't even shine down. When he nearly exhausted his sword intent, the surroundings became so dark that no one could sense it with just dragon origin. If someone tried to probe with their mental energy, they would be shocked to discover his mental energy fell into the abyss. Lin Yun was the only one left in this pitch-black world. 150 meters around him was like an abyss, and no one could see anything no matter how they tried. Suddenly, fireflies bloomed in the darkness. Lin Yun's sword intent suddenly exploded, and the sword ray released was like a dazzling sun. The surrounding space trembled with cracks spreading out, as though space had collapsed. What power! Lin Yun's face became pale, but his pupils were filled with joy. He had finally entered the threshold of the divine firefly sword with his sword intent manifesting into compressed formless water. When it was compressed to a limit, he still had to control it because all his effort would go down the drain if he made a mistake, and he would run amok. He realized why he couldn't comprehend this sword technique until now. This was because he wouldn't be able to sense the invisible air current if he didn't grasp sword heart. I have just entered the threshold, and I'll need to practice it, or it'll be useless in actual battle, Lin Yun said after calming down. After all, his opponent wouldn't give him the time to prepare when fighting his opponent. If his opponent took the opportunity to break his sword technique, he would suffer a backlash. Lin Yun spent his remaining time practicing the divine firefly sword and heavenly mulberry score. Other than that, he would accompany Yu Weiwei to practice the 9 heavenly profound dance when he was free. Everything was calm and straightforward. As Nirvana banquet slowly approached, the atmosphere within the heavenly fragrance pavilion became even more intense. Even Lin Yun could sense that the disciples were feeling uneasy with no confidence. When he occasionally met Lin Wan and Luo Shui, he noticed that they looked haggard. The heavenly fragrance pavilion's disciples had no confidence in the upcoming Nirvana banquet. They were at the bottom multiple times and heard that this Nirvana banquet would be on a much bigger scale than before. This was because it had been a long time since the 3 Lives tree bore fruit, and the heavenly Nirvana pavilion was losing their patience. Aside from the 4 musical houses, they had sent disciples from around the Eastern Desolation and even the Divine Dragon Empire. They would pay every sect with some reputation in music, trying to win over all musical geniuses. So there was no doubt that the scale of this Nirvana banquet would be the largest. This was why the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was anxious, but Mu Shuling wasn't bothered at all. Lin Yun was confused because he had no idea what she was thinking. To be honest, the Nirvana banquet didn't mean much to Lin Yun. The rewards were somewhat attractive at most, but he wouldn't be too bothered if he couldn't obtain it. His true objective was to find out if the heavenly Nirvana pavilion was related to the Azure Dragon's lineage. But he received too much during his time in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. He didn't want to see the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion ranked at the bottom again. So he was pretty serious when Mu Shuling taught him the Heavenly Mulberry score. When the Divine Firefly Sword reached Lesser Mastery, he temporarily placed his sword Dao down and spent time practicing the Heavenly Mulberry score. This song was complex to learn, way harder than any ancient scores that Lin Yun had learned by far. He had never seen such a complicated song before, but the power also left him breathtaken. Aside from that, he was also waiting for Gu Jun to return. 2 months passed, and Lin Yun was furious when he saw Gu Jun returning from the Heavenly Star Pavilion. He didn't even have to think about what Gu Jun did during his time there. Relax, you can't blame me for this. Gu Jun smiled. The dragon tendons you're looking for weren't easy to find, and that lass had to help out. She was passionate and asked me to stay in the Heavenly Star Pavilion to wait for the news. I couldn't refuse, even if I wanted to. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with that for now, and he asked, "Where are the things I asked of you?" Here. They're genuine ancient dragon tendons, and they're even refined by a heavenly spiritualist. She had done a lot for you, Gu Jun said, taking out a long box. Ancient dragon tendons? Lin Yun was simultaneously surprised and touched by Lu Yen. Lin Yun watched as Gu Jun took out 2 delicate strings from the box. When Lin Yun briefly sensed them, he knew that the strings were light, and he couldn't see any traces of it being dragon tendons. After being refined by a heavenly spiritualist, the essence of the dragon tendons was preserved and made into perfect strings. But it was also made according to his request, and the strings were thicker than those meant for the lute. They're really the ancient dragon tendons, Lin Yun said. He could sense an ancient dragon aura from the strings. Since he possessed the blue dragon bone and azure dragon saint physique, he was sensitive to that. Compared to dragon bones, the dragon tendons were a lot more valuable. This was because dragon tendons were more challenging to find than divine dragon bones, since they were hard to preserve. Why do you need this for? Gu Jun looked at Lin Yun doubtfully. He then took out another item and asked, "And this bow is weird. What is this for?" "You don't have to care about that." Lin Yun took the bow and briefly looked at it before he exclaimed, "Divine dragonwood?" He was shocked that the bow was made of divine dragonwood. Although the value of the divine dragonwood couldn't be compared to the divine mulberry wood, it could still be considered a precious divine wood. "Ha! Why do you think it took so long?" That lass didn't even question your request and immediately went to make preparations. Gu Jun glared at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't bother with Gu Jun and took out the eru before slowly placing the strings. This was his first time doing this, so he was having some difficulty. "Let me take over. I can tell with a glance that your hands are meant for the sword." Gu Jun looked at Lin Yun with disdain. He snatched the eru and strings from him. It didn't take long for him to install the strings on the eru. "So this is what you're planning. But this has been long lost since ancient times, and no one knows how to play it. I'm afraid you're busy in vain if you're trying to use it as a trump card at the banquet." Gu Jun smiled with disappointment before handing the eru to Lin Yun. "Who says that it cannot be played?" Lin Yun placed the bow on the strings before he pulled it left and right. A tone that Lin Yun had never heard before resounded from the eru. The sound was filled with desolation, sounding like sobbings. Gu Jun had never heard of such a tone before, and he was instantly stumped. He looked at Lin Yun with disbelief because not only could Lin Yun play it, but he was playing an ancient score he had never heard before. The song could make others feel sorrow, and Gu Jun was sure that it was a song specially meant for the eru. Lowering the bow, Lin Yun's pupils shone brightly. "It really works. What song is this? Isn't this instrument long lost? So how did you manage to do it?" Gu Jun nearly went insane and asked when Lin Yun stopped. "Moon Reflection," Lin Yun replied. This was the name of this song. He had listened to it before and shouldn't be able to remember it. But after grasping music Dao, he became sensitive to various songs from his previous life and could easily recall them. He could even complement the incomplete portions with his attainment. But this was only a small test, and Lin Yun had a bigger ambition. This eru was forged with divine mulberry wood, so it might be perfect if he played the heavenly mulberry score with it. "You're simply a genius," Gu Jun praised, looking at Lin Yun. "This isn't enough. My foundation in music Dao is too low, and my flaws will be magnified if I fall into a stalemate with other grand musicians." Lin Yun shook his head. He was calm and knew that the eru could only be used as a trump card, so he couldn't put all his stake in it. If he wanted it to be a failsafe, he would need to make another breakthrough in the Divine Phoenix Touch, and it was best for him to reach the Phoenix Nirvana stage. Since he still had time before the banquet, Lin Yun still wasn't in a hurry, so he might as well wait in Gu Jun's abode. In the beginning, he performed the heavenly mulberry score with the zither before switching to the eru, then seeking advice from Gu Jun. The saint tone was divided into 9 grades and also at different stages. They were the saint, great saint, and saint king tones. The difference between the 3 wasn't too different because every 3 grades was a stage in the former, and the stages were named the latter. Gu Jun's attainment had long reached the saint king tone, and he was only 1 step away from the imperial tone. But his attainment in music Dao was stuck in the same spot for a long time. But he was more than enough to guide Lin Yun. Gu Jun learned a lot during his interaction with Lin Yun, and their interactions became even more of a rapport. "Old Gu, what's the great saint tone?" Lin Yun asked. As Gu Jun caressed the eru, he smiled. Saint tone can allow music to manifest into the wind wandering throughout the world. It could perfectly display the phenomenon contained within the score, and it is also called the saint wind. Great saint tone bestows life to music. Each musical note is an individual soul. Even when the musical note dissipates, the music will still linger and overlap. The phenomena you create possesses a life that appears as though they truly existed. For example, Gu Jun explained as he started playing with the eru. Each musical note was transparent. When the musical notes gradually dissipated, they sounded like rumbling thunder within Lin Yun's ears, making his body tremble. But before he could come to his senses, a new musical note was born. As the remnant musical notes overlapped, they caused the surroundings to start trembling. Ha ha ha! This is satisfying. This instrument forged by the divine mulberry wood is excellent stuff. Forget it. Let me show you what the Saint King tone is. Gu Jun's hair fluttered in the wind, and the musical notes played with the eru changed. When a storm appeared, heaven and earth began to tremble. Lin Yun's face changed, and he crossed his arms before him. But when he hesitated for a moment, he was knocked flying away by the aura that Gu Jun gave off. When he landed on the ground, he raised his head, and Gu Jun's aura reached a horrifying height. There was a pack of horses galloping behind him, and the tone of his music was captivating. This shocked Lin Yun because he realized that he never actually saw through this old man. This old man was normally a miser who shamelessly conned him of his profound saint pellets. But judging from the aura he gave off now, it made Lin Yun feel that this wasn't the same person. It was like how Gu Jun gave Lu Chenxin a beating back on the streets, overbearing and unreasonable. As a 13th grade saint spiritualist, pinnacle nirvana stage, and acquiring the Saint King tone, Lin Yun was shocked to discover he had belittled Gu Jun. He previously thought that not even a quasi-saint could do anything to Gu Jun. But now that he looked at him again, even an ordinary saint lord might not be able to suppress him. This instantly made Lin Yun wonder if Gu Jun had an origin. How is it? Gu Jun looked at Lin Yun. Not bad. Lin Yun was shocked, but his face was calm. You had eyes but couldn't see MT Tai. Only Saint Elder and the Pavilion Master are qualified to say that to me in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Jun smiled. Saint Elder is younger than you, and she's already a quasi-saint. Not to mention she even grasped the imperial tone. Lin Yun said, "You'll anger me to death sooner or later." Gu Jun lowered the eru. "Don't you have some conscience?" Lin Yun smiled, and he continued to get familiar with the zither. When he used his divine phoenix touch to play the Phoenix Heart song, his fingers rapidly danced on the zither, and his figure became blurred. His music also became weird, and it looked as though there were a few more people. There were 9 afterimages on the thunderstorm zither, and a phoenix cry echoed from within his body. When the music combined and reached a new height, intense flames suddenly ignited on the surface of his body. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, a phoenix flew to the sky from Lin Yun. As Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, he muttered, "I've finally reached greater mastery in the divine phoenix touch." But if Lil Purple were still around, she would definitely reprimand him, and Lin Yun couldn't help smiling while thinking about it. He began to wonder how Lil Purple and Lil Red were doing. The Myriad Demon Peak was a forbidden zone. Even a Saint Lord's life would be in danger if they entered. Don't forget about our promise to meet in the heavenly Tao sect. Lin Yun stowed the thunderstorm zither and stepped forth, holding the eru and bow. Before he left, he briefly pondered before leaving behind a dragon clan's wine and several profound saint pellets. When dusk came, and Gu Jun returned, he was briefly stunned when he saw the dragon clan's wine and profound saint pellets on the table before he smiled. At least he has some conscience. The Nirvana banquet was 7 days away, so Lin Yun made another trip to the summit of the snowy mountain. As snowflakes danced on the lake, Yu Weiwei practiced the 9 heavenly profound dance. The 9 heavenly profound dance was complicated, and even with Lin Yun's Ni Chong dress song, Yu Weiwei only managed to master the first 15 sections of the dance. She still hadn't grasped the last 3 sections. The 9 heavenly profound dance could be considered a high-grade dragon spirit martial technique and had a high requirement for talent. With Yu Weiwei's current cultivation, it was already heaven-defying that she could achieve this much. Regardless of the pavilion master or saint elder, they were strict with Yu Weiwei, and he never saw them praising her. Suddenly, Lin Yun's footsteps stopped because a blue-robed youth was standing together with Mu Shuling. The blue-robed youth suddenly turned around with his gaze on Lin Yun, and Lin Yun also managed to see the latter's appearance. The blue-clothed youth had exquisite features, and he gave off an ethereal temperament. He speculated this must be the chief disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. When he walked over, the blue-robed youth examined him before saying, "I heard from Saint Elder that you're assisting junior sister with the Ni Chong dress song in this period. Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Yun replied. The blue-robed youth was briefly stunned and raised his brow. But a smile soon appeared on his face because this newcomer was a little impulsive. "I naturally have no problem with it since Saint Elder arranged it." The blue-robed youth was somewhat unhappy with Lin Yun's tone, but he still replied with a smile. "Oh." Lin Yun nodded. When the blue-robed youth saw Lin Yun's response, his pupils flashed with unhappiness. He wondered where Lin Yun came from. After all, this fellow had practically replaced his position within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion over the past 6 months. Not only was he qualified to play the Ni Chong dress song for Yu Weiwei, but he was also arrogant. He initially wanted to suppress Lin Yun with his identity as the chief disciple, but he never expected Lin Yun to not even bother with him and treat him as if he was invisible. Furthermore, he couldn't do anything because of his identity as the chief disciple. "Lin Xiao, this is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Yan Tianqian. He just returned from training on the Divine Mountain and will take the lead during this Nirvana banquet to compete with the other forces." Mu Shuling explained while examining Lin Yun. "Are there any rules during the Nirvana banquet?" Lin Yun asked. "Tianqian, you tell him," Mu Shuling said. In the past, the Nirvana banquet was only between the 4 musical houses, and the other forces were only embellishments. But the 6 holy lands will be around for this Nirvana banquet, along with the various musical clans in the Kunlun realm. The 10 musical clans might even come for this banquet. Yan Tianqian smiled. After a brief pause, he continued smiling. On a conservative estimate, there should be at least 10,000 musicians participating. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that number. He now knew why Mu Shuling was so calm about it. If the 10 musical clans came, the 4 musical houses would pale in comparison. The 10 musical clans all possessed the inheritance of a grandmaster musician. This meant that they had a grandmaster musician in the past or a living grandmaster musician in their clan. Grandmaster musicians grasped the divine dragon tone and were comparable to Emperor realm experts in terms of strength. They were scarce in the Kunlun realm. Yan Tianqian continued, "The reward this time is generous. Those who reach the top 10 can receive an ancient score, 10 dragon clan wines, and at least 100 profound saint pellets." "What is the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion up to?" Lin Yun asked curiously. What could they obtain in return for giving out so many resources? Yan Tianqian was briefly stunned because he had never considered that before. The Nirvana banquet is used to nurture geniuses in music Dao, waiting for someone to grasp the legendary celestial tone. They have been doing this for the past few millennia. Not only the 4 musical houses, but the 10 musical clans all have a relationship with the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. Mu Shuling said. Celestial tone? Yan Tianxian was shocked. How is that possible? No one has grasped the celestial tone, even in ancient times. No one can be sure if it even exists. This is the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's issue. You guys just have to know that if you display enough talent, the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion won't hesitate in their rewards. The first at the Nirvana banquet will be invited to the Nirvana treasury, and the resources there aren't what you can imagine. Don't belittle the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's foundation, especially since they could stand above all the forces in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. The Nirvana treasury. Yan Tianxian's pupils had flames blazing within. He said, I heard they have a winery that has countless Dragon Clan wines, Mo Clan's Millennium Flame, and even the legendary Lunar Incineration wine brewed by deities. Dragon Clan wines? Millennium Flame? Lunar Incineration wine? Lin Yun was attracted to those words and had a stronger feeling that the heavenly Nirvana banquet was related to the Azure Dragon's lineage. What are you guys talking about? A figure chuckled as she descended from the sky. She was Yu Weiwei, who was done practicing the 9 heavenly profound dance. She asked her question when she saw Lin Yun in deep thought. The Nirvana banquet. Lin Yun smiled when he came to his senses. There are only 7 days left. Senior brother, is this the reason why you came back? Yu Weiwei turned to look at Yan Tianxian. Yan Tianxian nodded. He was an attentive person. With just a glance, he discovered that the relationship between Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei wasn't simple. They stood close together, as if it was natural for them. Yu Weiwei seemed closer to Lin Yun than Saint Elder, which shocked him. His junior sister fell for this brat? He had been acquainted with Yu Weiwei for a year and naturally knew her personality. She would wear a smile when interacting with anyone but would also maintain her distance from everyone. This distance she maintained wasn't rude, but it also wouldn't allow anyone to get close to her. There are only 7 days left. Junior sister, you don't have to work so hard. So rest well. The meaning isn't great now. Yan Tianxian squeezed out a smile despite the bitterness in his heart. Before anyone could reply, he had already left. This shocked everyone, and they could sense that the atmosphere wasn't right. Lin Yun looked at Yan Tianxian's silhouette and fell into deep thoughts. As a man, he roughly knew the reason why. Tianxian is right. Only 7 days are left, so it's pointless to continue practicing. You two can rest well during this period. Mu Shuling said. When Mu Shuling left, Yu Weiwei sighed. Senior brother is a good person. Big brother Lin, did you make him angry earlier? Probably. Lin Yun rubbed his nose. Now that he thought about it again, Yan Tianxian did nothing, but his attitude towards him wasn't good. Reflecting on it, it was totally unnecessary. Humph. I already guessed it. No next time. Yu Weiwei said to Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile, and he didn't know how to explain. At night, Lin Yun practiced his sword in the courtyard. His sword was slow, but each movement contained boundless profundity. The massive aura fused with the surrounding space formed a majestic trend. Simultaneously, Lin Yun's vitality began to rumble with a dragon roar echoing from his body. As 100,000 dragon runes wandered on the surface of his body, they released a powerful dragon aura, and each sword contained the divine dragon's power. This was the blue dragon skybreaking art. After it reached the 3rd stage, it would affect his aura and pressure all the time. No matter what sword technique Lin Yun practiced, it would slowly strengthen his physique. Although the number of dragon runes did not increase, Lin Yun could sense that his physique was constantly becoming stronger. Upon reaching the 4th stage, the Azure Dragon Saint Art and Blue Dragon Skybreaking Art could fuse together. His Azure Dragon Saint Art might undergo a drastic transformation at that time. Right then, a figure landed on the wall. He asked, Junior brother Lin, can we talk? This person was Yan Tianxian, holding onto a wine jar and looking at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see that Yan Tianxian's hair was unkempt, and he no longer had the previous ethereal temperament. Lin Yun was stunned because he never expected Yan Tianxian to get wasted. Senior brother, come down and speak, Lin Yun said after coming to his senses. As Yan Tianxin jumped down from the wall, he poured a cup of wine for Lin Yun and smiled. Do you drink? Of course. Lin Yun gulped down the wine in one go. Looking at the cup, he said, Not bad. I brought it from the Divine Mountain, but it's nothing compared to the myriad flowers wine Saint Elder gave you. Even so, this is also an extraordinary wine. Yan Tianxin smiled. You know about me so well? Lin Yun was surprised. He never expected Yan Tianxin would go and find out something that happened so long ago. Wearing a bitter smile, Yan Tianxin replied, You already played the Ni Chong dress song for junior sister, so I naturally have to find out about you. But you're impressive and can be considered a legend within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Not only did you give Elder Jiang a beating on your first day here, you teased Saint Elder and even dared to teach Saint Elder how to play the zither. But that wasn't all. You even sneaked into the West Garden banquet alone and challenged everyone. The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched, but he could sense the complicated emotions in Yan Tianxin's tone. Treat junior sister well, Yan Tianxin suddenly said. I know I don't have the qualifications to say that, but she is a kind girl. I've never seen her so intimate with someone, so you two must have experienced a lot. It's fine. I understand what you mean. Lin Yun was briefly stunned. He didn't know that Yan Tianxin was also such a devoted person. Yan Tianxin smiled. Let's not talk about that. Do you think the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has a high chance during the Nirvana banquet? I'm not sure about that. I don't understand the 3 other musical houses much, not to mention the 6 holy lands and musical clans. Lin Yun replied, You're being too humble. I can sense that you're strong, and anyone who belittles you will die a terrible death. Yan Tianxin said. Lin Yun didn't respond, but didn't know how to answer that. No matter who we run into, even if we face someone from the 10 musical houses, I will do my best and try to bring us as far as we can. Yan Tianxin sighed. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has lost too many times. If we're at the bottom again, it will a great blow to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's reputation, and many people might leave. Lin Yun could tell Yan Tianxin had strong feelings for the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. For some reason, he saw a similarity between Yan Tianxin and the chief disciple of the sword sect, Gu Ruochen. Senior brother, you're too overly concerned. Lin Yun persuaded. I'm not. Yan Tianxin shook his head and continued to drink with Lin Yun. When the moon climbed up in the sky, Yan Tianxin was already wasted, and Lin Yun couldn't wake him, no matter how he tried. Yu Weiwei descended from the sky when he wanted to carry Yan Tianxin to the room. What's wrong with senior brother? Yu Weiwei was first alarmed before she quickly descended to the ground. When she discovered that Yan Tianxin was drunk, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yun told Yu Weiwei about his conversation with Yan Tianxin. When Yu Weiwei heard what Lin Yun said, she sighed. Senior brother actually has a lot weighing on his heart. There are no talents in the current generation of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Before my senior sister and I came, he was the only one who grasped the great Saint tone amongst those of the same generation. Lin Yun knew well that the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would probably be embarrassed by the exquisite court if he wasn't around. I'm surprised that he can come back alive, Yu Weiwei said. What do you mean by that? Lin Yun asked. With the approaching Nirvana banquet, he probably entered the Divine Blood Purgatory on the Divine Mountain to quickly gain strength. That place is so dangerous that even disciples of the Divine Mountain are afraid of it. Yu Weiwei's pupils flashed with fear. Lin Yun turned around and looked at Yan Tianxin. He really didn't expect Yan Tianxin to bear it all on his shoulders, just so that everyone could enjoy a peaceful time here. And he had no one to rely on in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. After putting Yan Tianxin in a room, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei laid on a grass patch outside the yard, looking at the moon. The night was serene, and their hearts were peaceful as they occasionally heard zither music sounding from afar. Suddenly, they both turned to look at each other with rapport. When they looked at each other, they smiled, and Yu Weiwei leaned towards Lin Yun. Big brother Lin, how did you spend the past 4 years? Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun and asked, Has it already been 4 years? Lin Yun was stunned before realizing that it had really been 4 years since they parted on the heavenly path. He stayed in the fleeting cloud sword sect for a year, and the sword sect for 2 years, so it was nearly 4 years now. After we parted on the heavenly path, I first went to the fleeting cloud sword sect. Lin Yun briefly hesitated before sharing his experience in the fleeting cloud sword sect. He also didn't hide the information about Su Xiao from Yu Weiwei. When moonlight shone on Yu Weiwei's face, she was just quietly looking at Lin Yun, listening to his story. Upon hearing how Lin Yun killed with the flute during a full moon, her eyes narrowed into a smile because she knew he used the flute she gave him. Turned out that Lin Yun had carried it around with him. When she heard about Lin Yun's experience on Profound Wither Island, her emotions couldn't help fluctuating. Upon hearing what Lin Yun experienced outside the Profound Wither Island, her heart was lifted to her throat. When she noticed the pain and anger when Lin Yun talked about his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, she couldn't help feeling heartache for him. Others only saw how Lin Yun killed a great saint outside the ancient barren battlefield, but no one knew the sorrow and helplessness he felt when he saw his master's arrival. His master was only left with 5 years of lifespan. So when he appeared, who knows how much lifespan he had left? 3 years? 2 years? Or 1 year? Hearing Lin Yun's story made Yu Weiwei feel terrible. Lin Yun continued his story and soon shared his objective for coming to the Nirvana banquet. Only then did Yu Weiwei know that Lin Yun came for the Azure Dragon's lineage, and she engraved it in her mind. I have never told anyone about it, so I feel much better now. Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei with a smile. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun with heartache. Lin Yun was only at the Dragon Pulse realm, but he had to face enemies like Tian Xuanzi. Not to mention that he didn't have much time with his master due to his master's remaining lifespan. So she could only imagine how much pressure Lin Yun was under. Big brother Lin can tell me more in the future. I like to listen to anything related to you. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun. What about you? Lin Yun smiled. Me? I'm all right. I have my father, senior sister, and everything is pretty good. Yu Weiwei smiled, brushing past her story. But Mu Shuling did mention that it wasn't easy for Yu Weiwei to come here. Big brother Lin, why don't I dance for you? Yu Weiwei suddenly sat up and held on to Lin Yun's hand. The 9 heavenly profound dance? Lin Yun asked. Hehe, not that. That is for the divine mountain ceremony. I'll dance something my mother taught me. Yu Weiwei gently leaped, and she smiled at Lin Yun. She continued, Big brother Lin, you can play a casual song, and I'll follow up. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he retrieved the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute and played the Phoenix Heart Song. When he started playing the song, the moonlight was manipulated by Lin Yun, and it manifested into flowers that descended under the musical note. How beautiful! Yu Weiwei reached out, looking at the moonlight falling on her palm. A brief moment later, she began to dance under the Phoenix Heart Song. Unlike the solemnness and ethereal of the 9 heavenly profound dance, Yu Weiwei's movements were agile like a white fox under the moon. This made her look charming, and when she looked at Lin Yun, the charm of her smile was fatal. She wore a red dress with a wide sleeve, and the dance looked flawless, like a painting. When she danced, she emitted a bizarre fragrance that made heaven and earth pale in comparison to her. This would instantly captivate everyone's attention, and her smile was bright like the spring, innocent and spiritual. Lin Yun's attention was entirely captivated by her. Yu Weiwei had perfectly matched his music, and his musical notes already manifested into moonlight. Her body was gentle as she gently stepped on the moonlight. Yu Weiwei gently descended from the sky like a cloud when the song ended. Lowering the Divine Indigo Jade Bamboo Flute, Lin Yun reached out, and Yu Weiwei held onto his hand with a smile. Yu Weiwei's face blushed while nervously looking at Lin Yun. Big brother Lin, is my dance nice? It's beautiful, Lin Yun said. Hehe. This is the spiritual fox dance my mother taught me. She said that all ladies of the Fox clan need to know this dance, and we won't be able to find our other half if our dance isn't good. Yu Weiwei smiled. If Big brother Lin likes it, I'll only dance for you in the future. With a smile, Lin Yun nodded his head. Hehe. Big brother Lin, let's go out and have fun. I heard the Saint City is fun. But no one could accompany me before because I've been staying on the snowy mountain. Yu Weiwei said. I've also never strolled in the Saint City before. Lin Yun replied. Let's go. Senior sister should be asleep now. Yu Weiwei stuck out her tongue and comforted herself. After making up their minds, they changed their clothes and quietly left the heavenly fragrance pavilion. When they left, Yu Weiwei was extremely nervous. But she soon became excited. Hee. Senior sister didn't notice me. Lin Yun wasn't too sure about that, and he turned around. I can feel a pair of eyes on us for some reason. Saint Elder probably discovered us already. Big brother Lin, you're foolish. If I say that no one discovered us, then no one discovered us. Yu Weiwei said. Lin Yun scratched his head when he heard that. When Yu Weiwei saw Lin Yun's awkwardness, she pulled him along and smiled. Let's go. 1,000 meters away, Mu Shuling and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's pavilion master stood together as they watched Yu Weiwei leave. You really guessed it. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's pavilion master smiled. Junior sister is smart. When I told her to rest, she guessed I'd let her leave the mountain. Mu Shuling replied. If she puts her entire attention on cultivation, her current achievements won't be inferior to her mother's. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's pavilion master said. With a gentle expression, Mu Shuling smiled. But Aunt is still alive, and she will be happy to see her like this. Junior sister has loved to smile since she was young. But I know that she was never genuinely happy. She doesn't like to live like someone else. Over the next 7 days, Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei strolled the Heavenly Domain City, abandoning all their troubles. They would tour the entire city on a boat, try various delicacies, or tour ancient ruins. When they did nothing, they would stare into the sky, dazing off. 7 days weren't long, but the days they spent together were long and serene. 7 days later, it was night when they returned to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was peaceful compared to the past, and most people were already asleep. When Lin Yun returned to his room, he noticed that Yu Weiwei was following behind him. Yu Weiwei said, Big brother Lin, the sky is already dark. It's not safe to return at night. Lin Yun wore a weird expression when he heard that, and he asked, Weiwei, are you serious? Hearing that made Yu Weiwei's face blush, and she glared at Lin Yun. Don't imagine it. That's not what I mean. I didn't. Lin Yun replied awkwardly. You'll be going to the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion tomorrow, and Big brother Lin might not return. So I want to stay with you longer. Yu Weiwei lowered her head. You'll be coming along as well, right? Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. But Yu Weiwei began to sob and she hugged Lin Yun. I only want you for myself. But you won't only be mine after tomorrow. Don't cry. You're no longer a child. Lin Yun smiled gently. Big brother Lin, I can't sleep. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun. Let me play something for you. Lin Yun said gently, and he took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute before the window. When he started playing the Phoenix Heart Song, the song was serene, like moonlight cleansing Yu Weiwei's heart. Yu Weiwei laid on the bed, staring at Lin Yun. But before she knew it, she already fell asleep. Seeing Yu Weiwei falling asleep, Lin Yun's pupils were filled with doting, and his music became even more gentle. His music was beautiful, and even the moon had reappeared as if the flute music attracted it. The next day when dawn arrived, Yu Weiwei opened her eyes to see Lin Yun leaning on the table, sleeping, but he firmly held onto the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. This made her wonder if Lin Yun played the entire night, and she wore a smile as she came over to Lin Yun. Staring at Lin Yun's face, a cunning light flashed in her pupils, and she gave Lin Yun a peck on his cheek. Her face then turned red from shyness, with her heart throbbing. Her face was red, and she wondered if Lin Yun had discovered it. She soon wondered if she should give Lin Yun another peck. When that thought appeared in her mind, she could no longer be restrained. But just when Yu Weiwei leaned down, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed onto Yu Weiwei's wrist. When they looked at each other, Yu Weiwei's face turned red like a child who did something wrong. But this brought a smile to Lin Yun's face because she was adorable. Sharing a smile, Lin Yun stood up and pulled her into his embrace before they kissed. Yu Weiwei's heart throbbed violently when they kissed, but she soon calmed down and only felt blissful. Was this the feeling of falling in love with someone? Tears rolled down Yu Weiwei's cheeks, and an unprecedented smile bloomed on her face. The kiss lasted for a long time before they parted. Yu Weiwei smiled sweetly. Big brother Lin, it's time for us to get going. Let's go. Lin Yun smiled. An hour later, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's party gathered with Mu Shuling leading the party. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had 7 quotas, and they were given to Lin Yun, Yan Tianchen, Yu Weiwei, Lin Wan, Zhang Mu, Zhuang Yun, and Xiang Feilwan. They might have a lot of quotas, but everyone knew that only Lin Yun, Yu Weiwei, and Yan Tianchen stood out amongst them. The others didn't even grasp the Saint tone, and it was already a problem for them to get through the first test. When the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion set off, many people in the Heavenly Domain City rushed out of the city. On the sea 1,000 miles away, there was a hovering island enveloped in spiritual light. It was the legendary Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. There was once a real star hovering above the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea. But that star shattered in the battle of deities, scattering into various islands. But only the island where the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion was residing still hovered in the air. No one knew where the island was located, and it would appear outside the Heavenly Domain City when the Nirvana Banquet arrived. Ordinary people couldn't participate in the Nirvana Banquet but could observe as long as they went onto the island. Then again, it wasn't easy to ascend the island because it was impossible if one wasn't strong enough. After the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's party left the Heavenly Domain City, they raised their heads and immediately discovered that island. The island was enveloped in aurora lights, and one could faintly see the majestic palaces on it emitting an ancient aura. This is the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion? Lin Yun squinted his eyes and felt that it was really mysterious. Lin Yun still couldn't confirm if the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion was related to the Azure Dragon's lineage. This is the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion? I heard that this Nirvana banquet is way bigger than in the past. There won't be another banquet of this scale for at least 800 years. 10,000 people, it's a little unbelievable. I heard that the 6 Holy Lands will be sending out their geniuses, aiming to become first. The 4 musical houses are under great pressure this time. That's hard to say. The 4 musical houses have a deep foundation, so they should be able to obtain the top 10 at least. That's right. But should you never include the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. They were all from the Heavenly Domain City. There were also experts who came from elsewhere to attend the Nirvana banquet. As multiple figures soared to the sky, they rushed towards the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion didn't stop anyone from ascending the island, and the majority spent a great deal of effort. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's party followed along, and they could see the Nirvana stage upon raising their heads. That was where the Nirvana banquet was being held. A figure descended from the sky, and this person was dashing. Many gazes fell onto that figure. He was the chief disciple of the Flying Snow Pavilion, and the Flying Snow Pavilion was the strongest of the 4 musical houses. That's Bai Yunfei of the Flying Snow Pavilion. Before the Nirvana banquet began, Bai Yunfei had high popularity, so he naturally became the center of attention when he appeared. The 7 Exquisite Palaces musicians are also here. Many people turned in another direction and saw a group of people coming over. There was one person amongst them that was like the moon among the stars. That person was the most talented disciple of the 7 Exquisite Palace, Dichio. It was rumored that he had just reached 20 and was already a grand musician. This was enough to prove that this person was talented. It's Hua Hongyu. Another exclamation resounded. This time, it was a gorgeous lady with a veil covering her face. But the veil couldn't conceal how breathtaking she was, and she instantly attracted everyone's attention upon her arrival. She was Hua Hongyu of the Myriad Flowers Hall and was acknowledged as the most beautiful lady in Heavenly Domain City for a long time. In terms of popularity, she far exceeded Bai Yunfei and Dichio. After all, who wouldn't like a beauty like her? Yan Tianchen was quietly watching and didn't stand out amongst the crowd. He might be the chief disciple of the heavenly fragrance pavilion, but no one recognized him. This further meant that his popularity was pale in comparison to the geniuses of the three other musical houses. On the other hand, Lin Yun attracted many people's attention. That white-robed youth is Lin Xiao? That's him. I heard he defeated all the geniuses at the West Garden banquet. Are you serious? Absolutely. The Wind Edge Lord suppressed this matter, so no one said anything to give him face. But a paper cannot contain the fire, and it has long spread out. How ruthless! But they briefly glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention. After all, not many people have witnessed Lin Yun's strength. Thus, his popularity in the Nirvana banquet wasn't as high as the other popular candidates. Lin Yun kept a low profile while cultivating in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion during this period. So when the West Garden Banquet's event died down, the number of people discussing it gradually decreased. But they weren't bothered and continued moving forward. It didn't take long for them to reach the core region of the Nirvana stage. There were guards of the Heavenly Nirvana Banquet guarding the stage and upholding order. The Nirvana stage had a long history. There were rumors that it was an ancient saint artifact, and it was heard that playing the musical instrument here could transmit to the 9 heavens. This was why everyone who came here obliged to the rules, and no one dared to cause chaos. This was the prestige that the Nirvana banquet had accumulated over thousands of years. Some tried to cause trouble in the past, but they died a terrible death. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion also had a close relationship with the 6 Holy Lands, so no one in the heavenly domain's unholy sea dared to provoke them. At the top of the Nirvana stage was a throne. The elders and geniuses of the Holy Lands were gathered around the throne, and the 4 musical houses' elders were also invited over. Close to the throne there was a youth that stood out. He glanced around, and his pupils radiated with an arrogance that made even those from the 3 musical houses respectful to him. Is that Li Yuxi of the Ming cult? Someone whispered. The Ming cult was one of the 6 Holy Lands and was a top-tiered force since they could be called a Holy Land. They had an ancient inheritance, and they have existed since ancient times. To become a Holy Land, the force had to exist before the Dark Era and possess an unrivaled foundation. Not only that, but they had to possess ancient saint veins, sovereign saint artifacts, and inheritances that far exceeded the dragon spirit martial technique. Most importantly, they needed an Emperor Realm expert in the force. The Sword Sect had fulfilled all the requirements except for an Emperor Realm expert. Otherwise, there would be 7 Holy Lands in the Eastern Desolation now. Li Yuxi was amongst the few with the highest popularity in this Nirvana banquet, and he had one additional advantage compared to others. Not only did he grasp the Great Saint Tone, but he was also ranked in the top 100th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. The Dragon Pulse ranking consisted of all Dragon Pulse realm cultivators in the Eastern Desolation, regardless of age. Entering the top 100th at such a young age was enough to prove his talent, and there were rumors that Li Yuxi had fused his martial Dao and music Dao together. He might not be comparable to the 4 musical houses' geniuses in his music Dao alone. Still, he had a decisive advantage after combining his martial Dao with it. Yuxi, you're a strong candidate, so don't fall and become a joke to the other Holy Lands. A Ming cult's senior smiled. I will definitely obtain first, and the 3 lives fruit will be mine, Li Yuxi said. The Ming cult seniors nodded their heads when they heard that because Li Yuxi was strong. As more people came, the Nirvana stage became even more bustling, and the surroundings were filled with people. The Nirvana banquet was a grand occasion for musicians, and 70% of Kunlun Realm's musicians would place their attention here. When the sun rose from the east with sunlight shining down, a figure slowly walked towards the throne under the guards of the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. They instantly became the center of attention when they appeared. The one leading the party was a middle-aged man with an incredible breadth of mind. He was the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master. When he appeared, the elders on the guest seats all stood up in the form of respect. When Lin Yun turned to look, he noticed that even the Holy Land's elders stood up. Everyone, except for Mu Shuling. Interesting. Lin Yun wore an indifferent smile. We pay our greetings to the pavilion master. The guests cupped their hands together and bowed. For the Holy Land's elders to be so respectful, everyone had to admit that the pavilion master looked pretty almighty. The pavilion master looked to be in his 40s. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he had an elegant temperament that made everyone feel immense pressure, so no one dared to look at him for long. The Nirvana banquet will begin today, and I'm only a host. All of you are musicians who came from various parts of the world, so there's no need to pay much attention to me. The pavilion master smiled. Pavilion master, you're being too humble. The guests waited for him to sit before they sat down. The Nirvana banquet has nurtured geniuses in music Dao, and most young musicians are here. I hope everyone can shine brightly on this platform, and it's fine even if you lose. If you catch my attention, you can still enter the Nirvana treasury, and I won't be a miser, the pavilion master said. But I know many musicians also practice martial Dao simultaneously or mainly focus on martial cultivation. But this is an event for musicians, so I won't give you any face if you take advantage of your martial cultivation, even if you're a Holy Land's genius. His voice was calm but unquestionable. The reward of this banquet was shocking, and there was bound to be martial cultivators who were tempted. Some might use their martial cultivation, especially geniuses of the Holy Land. If they fought with their lives on the line, not many people could defeat them. The pavilion master's words calmed everyone down. A Ming cult's elder asked, "Is it against the rules to fuse martial Dao and music Dao?" Naturally not. The pavilion master smiled as he turned to look at Li Yuxi. I heard that this young lad here cultivates the ice and fire intents simultaneously, and that you can completely fuse them into your music Dao. I hope that you will surprise me. Pavilion master, you're being too serious. This is just a small trick. Li Yuxi smiled. His words were humble, but everyone could sense his pride. Many people couldn't help feeling shocked when they looked at Li Yuxi. Even the pavilion master had heard of his name, so it appeared that Li Yuxi came with confidence to the Nirvana banquet. Not to mention that he was a genius of a holy land. So who could possibly stop him? The pavilion master continued. Those who can enter the top 100 during this banquet can observe the primordial myriad dragon diagram, rewarded with 10 profound Saint pellets and 50 dragon Saint pellets. Those who can enter the top 30 can pick an ancient score within the heavenly Nirvana treasury and be rewarded with 30 profound Saint pellets. Those who can enter the top 15 will be additionally rewarded with 100 profound Saint pellets, 10 3 lives leaves, and you can pick a myriad saint artifact in the heavenly Nirvana pavilion along with taking a master. The pavilion master's words caused an uproar because the rewards were far beyond everyone's imagination. It was no wonder why the Holy Land's geniuses couldn't help coming. Not even the Holy Lands could take out so many resources. Those in the top 5 will obtain 3 3 lives flowers, and the champion will obtain 3 saint fruits. At the same time, they can make a request to me, and I will fulfill it as long as it's within my abilities. This time, even the Holy Land's elders smiled. Although the reward was generous, the Holy Lands could also provide resources. But there was only one 3 lives tree in the world, and it was in the heavenly Nirvana pavilion. Divine trees were so rare that not even the Holy Lands had one. The reward is really generous. Lin Yun looked at the pavilion master. Have you discovered anything so far? Yu Weiwei smiled, looking at Lin Yun. Nothing. Lin Yun shook his head. He knew Yu Weiwei was definitely asking if he discovered if the heavenly Nirvana banquet had any connection with the Azure Dragon's lineage. Where's the 3 lives tree? Lin Yun looked around, but couldn't find it anywhere. Logically speaking, the 3 lives tree should be majestic as a divine tree and be discovered long ago. Perhaps we've already found it but didn't realize it. Yu Weiwei. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. All right, aside from those who were invited, everyone else can leave, the pavilion master said. Very quickly, only those participating in the banquet were left in the surroundings as the other guests returned to their seats. With that, the Nirvana banquet had officially begun. Several elders from the heavenly Nirvana pavilion landed on the stage, each facing a different direction. Multiple white jades were hovering before them, and the jades recorded the names of all participating musicians. There were over 10,000 jade slips, and they each emitted a faint radiance. The rules of this Nirvana banquet will be different this time. It will be separated into 3 rounds. In the first round, 100 people will face off on a stage at once, and the 5 who stood out will proceed to the next round. 5 people will face off at once in the second round, and 1 will stand out. As for the final round, the remaining 100 people will face off to be ranked. Since there were too many musicians at this banquet, the rules naturally had to change, and they had to end it quickly. This banquet was brutal because only the strong would stand till the end. Everyone became nervous when the rules were announced, and the elders soon called out names. A person would go on the stage whenever the elders called out a name. It didn't take long for the stage to be filled with people and become chaotic. A battle soon broke out on the stage when 100 names were called. Various music echoed from the stage, and everyone's gazes were on it. This included Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei, who were seriously observing the stage. All the musicians qualified to participate in the banquet were geniuses, and none were weak. Furthermore, a battle in music Dao was a lot more intense than martial Dao. In a chaotic battle between 100 people, aside from pure strength, one also needed some skills. If they didn't know how to conceal themselves well, they would easily be sieged by everyone. Very quickly, only 5 people standing on the stage were qualified to make it into the next round. Yan Tianqian, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's chief disciple, was soon called out. Before him, Lin Wan and everyone else was eliminated. Only Yan Tianqian, Lin Yun, and Yu Weiwei were left. "I'll get going now." Yan Tianqian smiled at Lin Yun, and he went on the stage. He was insignificant on the stage. The most dazzling one amongst these 100 people was Di Qiu. Di Qiu was a genius of the 7 Exquisite Palace, grasping the great Saint Tone at the age of 20. He was a peerless genius in music Dao. To grasp the great Saint Tone at such a young age, he could be ranked in the top 3 in terms of talent in the 7 Exquisite Palace for the past 1,000 years. This alone was enough to show how strong his talent was. As for Yan Tianqian, he didn't have much of a reputation aside from being the chief disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. On the other hand, Di Qiu was arrogant and didn't know how to keep a low profile, so he instantly became the focus of attention the moment he appeared. Di Qiu is on the stage. Tsk. I'm afraid the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion will be eliminated now. Yan Tianqian is really unlucky. If he ran into someone else, it shouldn't be an issue for him to make it into the next stage with his strength. Everyone said. They weren't optimistic about Yan Tianqian. They only felt that Yan Tianqian would become Di Qiu's stepping stone. When Lin Yun heard the surrounding discussions, he roughly knew what kind of person Di Qiu was, and a smile rose on his lips. After all, Yan Tianqian crawled out of the Divine Mountain's blood purgatory. As for him becoming someone's stepping stone, who were they kidding? On the Nirvana stage, everyone's attention was on Di Qiu, and they saw Di Qiu retrieving a flute before he started to play it. The flute music was piercing, and the musical notes were bizarre. It sounded terrible. It sounded like the shrieks of demonic beasts and the howls of ghosts. There was nothing more torturing than this, and many people threw out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Some of them even painfully held onto their heads and screamed on the ground. What was even more bizarre was that their painful screams fused into Di Qiu's music. This only made his music Dao even more terrifying. Some could resist it, but they began to struggle when the screams merged with Di Qiu's music. What the hell is this music? Can this be considered music Dao? How ignorant. This is the 7-morn demonic score of the 7 Exquisite Palace. Can play the most painful music in the world. Qi Jiu's control in music has reached a terrifying height, and his mental cultivation is so strong at such a young age. Everyone was shocked before they wore an expression as though they had already expected this scene. Most of the people who remained wanted to join forces to deal with Di Qiu, but their faces were distorted with pain when they got close. That's enough, the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's elders said when only 5 people were standing. He wanted to stop Di Qiu, but the latter had no intention of stopping and continued to play his song. He's not going to stop if the song doesn't end. Everyone was shocked and quickly realized that Di Chou wanted to suppress everyone on the stage. This further showed how arrogant Di Chou was. The heavenly Nirvana banquet's elders turned to look at the pavilion master, and the latter nodded his head. The pavilion master loves geniuses and wouldn't mind giving them an exemption. When most of the remaining people got 7 feet away from Di Chou, they suddenly bled from their 7 orifices before falling to the ground. Their faces were distorted as though they were in great pain, and Di Chou was the only one standing. It has come to an end. Just when everyone felt that this had ended, they were surprised to see someone calmly seated on the stage. This person was Yen Tianqian of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Turned out that he was still around, and this shocked many people because Yen Tianqian actually managed to endure for so long. Senior brother Yen, you're still not going to admit defeat? Di Chou continued with his music. They were disciples of the 4 musical houses, so there was no problem with Di Chou addressing Yen Tianqian as senior brother, and it could be considered a respectful form of address. But for some reason, it sounded weird to others because it felt like mockery to everyone. It's not bad. I don't mind listening, Yen Tianqian said. Haha, do you think I didn't notice you? If you don't want to admit defeat with dignity, don't blame me for embarrassing the chief disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Then, Di Chou mocked. He didn't have much respect for Yen Tianqian, who was the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's chief disciple. The flute music suddenly became unfathomable, and the terrible music also became sharp to the ears. Everyone who listened to it felt like their eardrums were about to burst. Suddenly, phenomena began to appear, and the crimson miasma from the flute music manifested into various ominous beasts. At this moment, it seemed his flute music had become demonic, and the 7 beasts were ugly and sinister. When those beasts released a despairing howl, it placed everyone in fear. Senior brother Yen, the times have changed. There is no longer a spot for the old generation like you, and there was no spot for you in Heavenly Domain City long ago. Di Chou wore a sinister smile, and the 7 ominous beasts charged forth, wanting to devour Yen Tianqian. Yen Tianqian's expression was calm as he fell into deep thoughts while looking at the ominous beasts. Haha, senior brother, are you still not going to use your musical instrument? Just surrender. There's no meaning in, Di Chou mocked. But before he could finish, Yen Tianqian reached out and grabbed onto a leaf. I don't need my musical instrument to deal with someone like you. The leaf was something he casually took from beneath the stage. When everyone was puzzled, Yen Tianqian said, You've never seen purgatory before, so you're too naive to think you can play the genuine demonic music. Let me show you the true meaning of demonic music, the true meaning of despair. When he was done, Yen Tianqian placed the leaf by his lips and played piercing music. As a terrifying demonic light exploded from Yen Tianqian, his pupils became scarlet, and crimson veins began to climb on his face. His face also became sinister, and his pupils flickered with demonic radiance as if he was saying he was the demon, and Di Chou knew nothing about demonic music. At this moment, Yen Tianqian exploded with torrential rage. Di Chou's music was broken the next moment, and the 7 ominous beasts were reduced to crimson mist. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, Di Chou took 3 steps back before he fell onto one knee with 2 droplets of blood dripping from his eyes. He knew that he had already lost. Everyone looked at Yen Tianqian in disbelief, and their pupils were shocked. This was especially the case for those who belonged to the 7 Exquisite Palace. The surroundings of the Nirvana stage fell into silence. When Yen Tianqian lowered the leaf in his hand, many people's hearts trembled when he turned to coldly look at Di Chou. In this fight, he showed everyone the might of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's chief disciple. Great! Lin Yun clapped with a smile on his face. It was rare for him to be emotional. He was genuinely emotional now. He wouldn't clap for anyone else, but Yen Tianqian was worthy. It looks like senior brother didn't suffer so much for nothing. Yu Weiwei smiled. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, but Lin Yun's clap woke everyone from shock. When everyone came to their senses, their gazes became complicated when they looked at Yen Tianqian. Di Chou's popularity might not be higher than Li Yuxi, but it was undeniable that he was a genius, and his performance on the stage proved it all. After all, Dichio had practically suppressed everyone with the 7 Morn demonic score. But he was unlucky because he ran into Yen Tianxian. This further made what Dichio said to Yen Tianxian earlier sound like ridicule. 2 people have made it to the next round, the judge announced after glancing at the pavilion master. Dichio might have lost, but he still made it to the next round according to the rules. Since the pavilion master loves talent, he naturally wouldn't want to see Dichio being kicked out. "Don't let me run into you in the next round," Dichio said coldly, wiping the blood off his lips. "Oh," Yen Tianxian replied. The gaze of the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master was on Yen Tianxian right now. He glanced at the latter and nodded before looking at Mu Shuling. He smiled. He should have gone to the Divine Mountain, right? The Divine Mountain is really impressive. The outcome of this battle was surprising, but Lin Yun wasn't surprised at all. Yen Tianxian bore such considerable pressure, bearing everyone on his shoulders. So how could he allow himself to be defeated by the likes of Dichio? It would only be a humiliation to him if he lost. "Pass," the elders of the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion said. As the banquet continued, more geniuses were being called out to fight. Lin Yun's attention was also entirely focused on the stage. He wasn't complacent, and his pupils were flickering. He was like a sponge absorbing everything he could learn. Interesting, the flute can also be used in this manner. Perhaps I can try it, but this is a shortcut, and there are a lot of flaws. He might seem calm, but his thoughts were processing at a swift speed. Suddenly, 2 names were called out, leaving Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei stunned before exchanging a glance. Lin Yun, Yu Weiwei. They never expected that they would be arranged in a match together. When they stood up and went on the stage, they instantly became the center of attention. It's the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Lin Xiao and Profound Fairy. That's Lin Xiao? That barbarian who caused a mess at the West Garden banquet. That Profound Fairy is beautiful, and she looks compatible with that brat. Lin Yun caused a mess at the West Garden banquet, while Yu Weiwei was a peerless beauty. So their appearances naturally sparked controversy. How beautiful! The spectators and even geniuses of Holy Lands and other musical houses were shocked by Yu Weiwei's beauty. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion actually has such a beauty? Li Yushi of the Ming cult praised. Haha, Brother Li, you can arrange for a meeting between you 2 with the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion if you're interested. I heard that this woman possesses breathtaking dancing skills. The Flying Snow Pavilions by Yunfei smiled. Ha! Li Yushi smiled, but he didn't say anything. On the stage, Lin Yun casually found a corner to sit down with Yu Weiwei quietly standing beside him. She didn't seem to care about anything aside from Lin Yun. "Do you want to hear zither or flute music? Or something else?" Lin Yun turned to look at Yu Weiwei. "Me?" Yu Weiwei initially wanted to say she would love anything Lin Yun plays. She suddenly thought of something and smiled. "The zither. Okay." Lin Yun responded, completely disregarding everyone else on the stage. His attitude instantly attracted everyone's attention. He was even more arrogant than Dichio. After all, Dichio bothered to put on an act, but Lin Yun couldn't even be bothered with that. He quickly went on the stage and disregarded everyone, acting as though the Nirvana stage was his backyard. This fellow is really arrogant. He's really as arrogant as the rumors. Does 90-odd people not exist in his eyes? Let's deal with him first. Everyone on the Nirvana stage instantly became unhappy because Lin Yun was too arrogant. Most importantly, they were jealous. Yu Weiwei's smile earlier was alluring, but her smile was for Lin Yun. Can't he give us peace of mind? Lin Wan and Luo Shi's lips twitched, and they were worried for Lin Yun, worried that he would be ganged up on by everyone else. It's natural based on his reputation. For someone so outstanding like junior brother Lin, he can't keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. Not to mention that he's together with junior sister on the stage. Yen Tianxian smiled. Senior brother, why are you siding with him? Luo Shi said unhappily. You should advise him. But Yen Tianxian merely responded with a smile. He nearly went insane in his first meeting with Lin Yun, and it would be weird if Lin Yun could be persuaded. But these people all wanted to gang up on Lin Yun. He smiled because he knew it wouldn't be easy. When everyone who was called out went on the stage, a battle soon broke out. The 98 people all unleashed their attacks towards Lin Yun, and the phenomenons created by their musical tones were terrifying. This scene made Yu Weiwei's face change, and the smile on her face changed to frost. "Don't worry, and just listen to the song," Lin Yun said, to which Yu Weiwei responded with a smile and stayed where she was. When the music resounded from the zither, Lin Yun's music was calm, making everyone feel at peace. His music sounded like a performance, and it didn't give off a feeling that he was in a battle. But his musical notes were even sharper than swords, and the various phenomena coming at him were torn to pieces before they even got close. In a split second, sounds of metal snapping could be heard. This made everyone's faces change, and they took a step back. They focused their mental energy on their musical instruments, and the musical notes played by them became even more terrifying. But facing their attacks, Lin Yun merely smiled and strummed the zither. His speed was mediocre and nothing impressive. In the next second, a faint phoenix cry echoed from Lin Yun. He was playing the Prairie Phoenix Fire. He didn't unleash the true artistic concept in his music. It was gentle. This was because this song was meant for Yu Weiwei, and he did not need to play it with ferocity. His mental cultivation was terrifying. So even if this song didn't contain any ferocity, when all the musical notes manifested into flames, they had combined to form an ocean of fire. Everyone else on the Nirvana stage could feel that they were standing in an ocean, and the ocean was made up of torrential flames that rippled along with his music. There were some who were knocked out and some who were swept to the sky. Like that, more and more of the 98 people began to be eliminated. Lin Yun's music was beautiful, and many people have forgotten this was the Nirvana banquet. They were fully immersed in Lin Yun's zither music and its artistic concept. There was a phoenix cry in the music that sounded aloof. Even the fatal phoenix fire was gentle, like the warm sun in winter. But because of this music, the number of people on the stage began to decrease. Suddenly, a shocking zither music explosion echoed, filled with helplessness and rage like a final struggle. Those immersed in the music came to their senses, and their jaws nearly fell off when they looked at the stage. Oh my God! What happened? This was because only 8 people were left on the stage aside from Lin Yun, and the stage suddenly became spacious. Aside from the zither music, most people were eliminated by Lin Yun, which made everyone feel a chill run down their spines because this was too terrifying. That Lin Xiao is too terrifying, eliminating so many people without anyone knowing it. His zither music is weird. It contained no killing intent, but no one could do anything about it. While everyone was shocked, the flames sent 2 more people off of the stage. Let's stop here. Lin Yun sped up his pace, and dazzling flames exploded from him before the 5 could react. The entire stage was covered in a fire before manifesting into a phoenix and soaring to the sky. The phoenix entirely suppressed the 5 before they could do anything. How is it? Lin Yun stowed the zither and looked at Yu Weiwei with a smile. It's beautiful. Yu Weiwei nodded. Everyone's lips twitched because Lin Yun clearly didn't place the 98 people in his eyes. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lin Yun being ganged up on by everyone. But who could have thought that the 98 people would be powerless before Lin Yun from the start to the end? Gentleness is fatal. The heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master smiled when he looked at Lin Yun. Pass, the elder said. He clearly wanted to chase Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei down from the stage as he was reaching his limit of looking at the 2 being so cheesy. An unharmonious voice resounded. The heavenly fragrance pavilion's profound fairy only knows how to hide behind a man? Aren't you too shameless to make it to the next round through this period? It looks like the profound fairy doesn't deserve her reputation. When everyone turned to look at where the voice came from, their voices changed because it was from Hua Hongyu. She was the genius of the Myriad Flowers Hall and the most beautiful lady in the heavenly domain city. Hua Hongyu's words were filled with gunpowder. Everyone would only be slightly shocked if they heard it from someone else because this was a public provocation. But when it's coming from Hua Hongyu, it was only more shocking. At times, the competition between women would only be more intense and cruel than men, and Hua Hongyu was clearly jealous. After all, Yu Weiwei had stumped many people with her beauty when she went on the stage earlier, and Hua Hongyu was known as the most beautiful lady in Heavenly Domain City. Even if she wasn't bothered by it, it was unavoidable for her to be unhappy, not to mention that she really cared about that reputation. Since Yu Weiwei made her appearance, she could sense that the attention on her was decreasing. Some people even said that Yu Weiwei was the most beautiful woman in Heavenly Domain City, and this naturally made Hua Hongyu furious. Most importantly, even someone as prideful as her had to admit that she was inferior to Yu Weiwei in beauty. This was why she stood out when she saw that Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei were about to leave the stage. Everyone in the surroundings fell into silence and held their breath. This was because no one expected this play after a breathtaking battle in Music Dao. After they were briefly stunned, they all wore playful gazes. Everyone knew what Hua Hongyu was trying to do, so they were curious about how the profound fairy would react. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's gaze turned cold when he looked at the Hua Hongyu. But just when he was going to respond, Yu Weiwei held onto his hand and smiled. Big sister is right. I'm sorry for disappointing big sister, then. This made Hua Hongyu's face change because Yu Weiwei's attitude made her feel contempt, and she couldn't vent her pent-up resentment. With a cold gaze, she continued, "Since you know shame, back out if you still have any face then." Her words made Yu Weiwei furrow her brows. Just when she was going to refute, a cold voice resounded beside her. "What has it got to do with you then? Who do you think you are? The most beautiful woman in Heavenly Domain City? You're really shameless." When everyone's gazes turned to where the voice came from, they saw that it was from Lin Yun, who stood beside Yu Weiwei, and his gaze was indifferent. Lin Yun already wanted to respond when she initially questioned Yu Weiwei. But since she didn't want any face, Lin Yun naturally wouldn't give her any. Everyone was shocked when they looked at Lin Yun. The faces of those from the Myriad Flowers Hall were ugly because Hua Hongyu represented them right now. Mocking her in public was the same as slapping the Myriad Flowers Hall's face. Not to mention that they couldn't find an issue in what Hua Hongyu said. After all, the profound fairy was promoted to the next round when she did nothing on the stage. After all, the profound fairy got promoted when she didn't even make a move on the stage. A Myriad Flowers Hall's disciple said, "Don't make yourself look like a clown." The pavilion master has yet to say a word. "So who do you think your Myriad Flowers Hall is?" Lin Yun said with a chill flashing across his pupils. When Hua Hongyu saw Lin Yun's ferocity, she smiled. This was what she wanted to see, them losing their composure. She smiled and pitifully said, "You're right. I'm not qualified to say anything when the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master hasn't. I am just being outspoken, and I apologize to young Master Lin Xiao. I have no intentions of targeting you." Scram! Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to play with Hua Hongyu. He looked at the Myriad Flowers Hall party and said, "If the Myriad Flowers Hall isn't happy, I welcome all challenges. Martial Dao or Music Dao, I welcome any challenge. Weiwei, let's go." When he said that, he ignored the unsightly expression of the Myriad Flowers Hall and left with Yu Weiwei. This made Yu Weiwei briefly stunned before she smiled. Her big brother Lin was overbearing, but she liked it. The surroundings fell into silence, with everyone looking at Lin Yun in disbelief. They realized that they couldn't look at Lin Yun normally because this fellow was too arrogant. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei returned, Yan Tianxin sent a helpless look at Lin Yun because the latter was as arrogant as always. He didn't know how to keep a low profile at all. Lin Wan and Luo Shuyi looked at Lin Yun but weren't angry. Their pupils were filled with envy and admiration when they looked at Lin Yun, and they realized that there was a reason why Lin Yun could catch the profound fairy's attention. No one in the same generation probably had the same courage as him, protecting Yu Weiwei in public and even daring to challenge the entire Myriad Flowers Hall. There was no one as arrogant as him. After all, even those who could do it would have reservations, but Lin Yun couldn't be bothered. Since they wanted to bully Yu Weiwei, there was no need for Lin Yun to give them any face and just publicly slap them. The Nirvana stage continued after this incident. Lin Yun noticed a man as he stood beside Yu Weiwei, and this person was a Holy Land genius. He was Qin Hao of the Heavenly Flame sect. He was dashing, and his cultivation reached the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. His popularity wasn't at all inferior, even when he was compared to Li Yuxi. The dragon origin in his body was massive, like a blazing sun. Lin Yun took note of this person because he felt hostility coming from Qin Hao when he rebuked Hua Hongyu earlier. When the Holy Land's geniuses began to appear, the battles on the Nirvana stage became increasingly intense. Everyone could clearly sense the terror of the Holy Land's geniuses, and the phenomenons from their music emitted tremendous pressure. They could feel a chill run down their spines when they saw how the Holy Land geniuses swept through the stage. This was because they were too terrifying. Even when the Pavilion Master said that no one was allowed to use their martial cultivation, everyone could sense how strong the Holy Land geniuses were when they infused their dragon origin with their music. Lin Yun paid particular attention to the Holy Land geniuses. This was because they weren't merely geniuses in music Dao but also martial Dao. At the very least, many were on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Simply put, they were the same as him. Their main focus was on martial Dao. But the difference was that these people relied on brute force. Even if they grasped the Great Saint Tone, their attainment in music Dao couldn't be compared to those actual music Dao geniuses. This filled the music Dao geniuses with resentment, but they could only bear it because they didn't violate the rules. Not to mention they were Holy Land geniuses. So who dared to question them? When dusk came, the first round of the Nirvana banquet ended, and only 300-odd people of the 10,000 made it to the next round. In many rounds, the stage was cleared before the judge could even announce the results, especially the ones that had the Holy Land geniuses. They were arrogant and didn't give anyone else a face. When the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master stood up, everyone quickly got on their feet. The Pavilion Master smiled. "Let's call it a day here. Tonight, my son, Ingtian, will host a banquet to receive everyone here. There will be Dragon Clan wines for you guys to enjoy the night. We will continue tomorrow." Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement when they heard about the Dragon Clan wine. This was because Dragon Clan wines were rare, and yet they could enjoy them today. When night came, the young master of the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, Zhang Ingtian, was already waiting there. He raised his cup and said, "The first round of the Nirvana banquet has ended here today, and all of you are music Dao geniuses in the Kunlun realm. In the future, there might be someone who has grasped the divine dragon tone amongst you. So don't forget about this banquet today. I give everyone a toast here." Lin Yun also drank with everyone, and the Dragon Clan wine was as delicious as always. But he was already used to it, so he didn't feel that it was anything special. What Zhang Ingtian said was right. Everyone here was a genius in music Dao, and there would definitely be someone who would grasp the divine dragon tone amongst them when the Golden Age arrived. This was probably the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's objective, to befriend that person early on so they would benefit in the future. The Dragon Clan's wine is truly extraordinary. The foundation of the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion is really shocking. The Flying Snow Pavilions by Yunfei smiled as he gulped down a cup of wine. Indeed, the scenery in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion is beautiful, and this is an eye-opening experience. It's not an exaggeration to call it a celestial realm. The banquet was bustling, and many people shared their memorable encounters and recent events in the Kunlun realm. Many people mentioned the Blue Dragon record, and the Holy Land geniuses had received the news that the Blue Dragon record would appear soon. The Golden Age would come at that time, and the Divine Dragon era would welcome a spectacular time. Under Lin Yun's observation, he noticed that the protagonists of this banquet were the Holy Land geniuses. After them would be those from the 3 of the 4 musical houses, by Yunfei, Diqiu, and Hua Hongyu. Outside the ancient barren domain, the 6 holy lands of the Eastern Desolation were the Heavenly Dao sect, Divine Phoenix Mountain, Heavenly Flame sect, Ming Cult, Divine Dao Pavilion, and the Myriad Lightning sect. Even if they were music Dao geniuses, they were still the center of attention at this banquet. As for those extraordinary ones amongst them, like Li Yuxi, he naturally became the true protagonist of this banquet. Even the Holy Land geniuses were pale in comparison to him. "Since we're so happy today, Let me play everyone a song. Li Yushi smiled. Great! Everyone naturally gave their support since Li Yushi wanted to play for everyone. If there was no exception, there was a high possibility that Li Yushi would be first at the Nirvana banquet. At the very least, achieving the top 3 shouldn't be a problem for him. So everyone naturally gave Li Yushi a face. I heard the profound fairy is proficient in dance. I wonder if you can cooperate with my song. Li Yushi smiled as he looked at Yu Weiwei with flames blazing within his pupils. And he had completely disregarded Lin Yun. Young Master Yushi, I bet you don't know that the profound fairy isn't only proficient in dancing, but her dancing skills are superb. If the profound fairy is willing to dance, it will surely be a joyful matter. Who knows, we might be able to witness the legendary 9 heavenly profound dance. Hua Hongyu smiled. Is that so? Everyone instantly became even more interested as they looked at Yu Weiwei. They were looking forward to seeing Yu Weiwei's performance. You talk a lot, Lin Yun said, coldly looking at Hua Hongyu as he placed his cup on the ground. Did I say anything wrong? Hua Hongyu smiled. Ha! Lin Yun sneered and threw the wine in his cup forth, splashing the wine on Hua Hongyu's face. This instantly made the surroundings fall into a dead silence as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Weiwei, let's go. There's no point in staying here, Lin Yun said and stood up. Yu Weiwei nodded beside him, and she also slowly stood up. Lin Xiao. When they stood up, Hua Hongyu screamed. She nearly went insane from her rage. This was the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's banquet, and everyone here was a music Dao genius. There were also Holy Land's geniuses, including the young master of the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. But Lin Yun didn't give her any face and splashed wine on her. There was nothing more humiliating than this. Everyone present was shocked. They were shocked when they looked at Lin Yun. They never expected him to be so barbaric, and this was too ruthless. His temper was a little too foul. Many people unhappily furrowed their brows at this scene because Lin Yun's action was no different from a barbarian. Ha! Someone like him can represent the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? It looks like the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has really declined. Bai Yunfei said with disdain as he gulped down the wine in his cup. A person landed beside Hua Hongyu and helped her clean up. This person was Qin Hao of the Heavenly Flame Sect. It was a half-disclosed secret to everyone here that Hua Hongyu was his woman. Qin Hao was already furious when Lin Yun rebuked Hua Hongyu earlier, but he couldn't be bothered by the barbarian. But Lin Yun was simply too much this time. I'm fine. Hua Hongyu squeezed out a smile. As the rage of flames blazed within his pupils, Qin Hao raised his head. Lin Xiao, get your ass over here and apologize. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest. He had a terrifying strength and was a genius of the Heavenly Flame Sect. Now that he was furious, he emitted a terrifying aura with his dragon origin boiling. His gaze was glued on Lin Yun, looking as though he would launch his attack the next moment if Lin Yun dared to say another word. The Heavenly Dao Sect, Ming Cult, Divine Phoenix Mountain, Divine Dao Pavilion, and myriad Lightning Sect's geniuses were looking at Lin Yun with interest in their pupils. Even Jiang Tian, who was in the main seat, furrowed his brows, and he was worried about how to resolve this matter. What if I refuse? Lin Yun calmly looked at Qin Hao without any fear in his pupils. Ha! You'd already be a dead person if we're not in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. A barbarian like you dares to be so arrogant? We're letting you apologize by giving you a chance, a youth said as he drank. This person was Zhang Ying, a genius of the Divine Dao Pavilion. The Divine Dao Pavilion was famed for their spiritual runes, which naturally meant their disciples had horrifying mental cultivation. Based on Zhang Ying's terrifying mental cultivation, he was a popular candidate for obtaining first during this Nirvana banquet. Brother Zhang is right, the myriad Lightning Sect's Qin Jun said, lowering his cup. If we're not in the Nirvana banquet, you wouldn't even qualify to step into this place. Letting the profound fairy perform should be an honor to your Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. If profound fairy is willing to dance, I believe Brother Qin will give me face and put this matter to rest. The Ming cult's Li Yushi said with his eyes were glued on Yu Weiwei. Hearing what Li Yushi said, Xianxia was briefly stunned. His face changed, but he couldn't refute Li Yushi's words. With that, only the Divine Phoenix Mountain and Heavenly Tao Sect were the only ones amongst the 6 Holy Lands that didn't say a word. As for the other 4 Holy Lands, they all joined hands to pressure Lin Yun. After all, they were geniuses of the Holy Lands and would naturally compete amongst themselves. This was because they were in the same circle. Even if they had no personal relationship, they wouldn't help an outsider. As for the few hundred people at the banquet, none of them dared to say a word because the atmosphere was too terrifying. Profound Fairy, what do you think? Li Yushi asked, seeing Yu Weiwei not saying anything. Am I familiar with you? Yu Weiwei's pupils flashed with a cold light. She was clearly unhappy. Li Yushi was briefly stunned when he heard what Yu Weiwei said, before he furiously slammed his palm down. The entire zither was snapped into 2, and anyone could tell how furious Li Yushi was. He was a genius of a holy land, and yet this was what he received when he asked politely. This was simply a humiliation to him. Ha! As expected of the profound fairy. Hua Hongyu snickered on purpose. Shut it! Lin Yun coldly looked at Hua Hongyu. This woman was vicious and repeatedly tried to cause trouble when it had nothing to do with her. If he could, Lin Yun would have taught her a lesson long ago, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Big brother Lin. Yu Weiwei held onto Lin Yun's hand. She knew Lin Yun was here for the Azure Dragon's lineage and was trying to tell him not to be impulsive. It would be terrible if he messed up his matter. Ladies and gentlemen, can you guys give me some face and put this matter to rest? Zhang Yingtian finally couldn't keep watching any longer. If he didn't speak out, a fight might break out right here, and the entire Nirvana banquet would be destroyed. Humph! Li Yushi glared at Lin Yun before he left. When he stood up, the few from the Holy Lands also left. I'll give the young master a face and not hold it against you. I hope that you don't run into me tomorrow. Xianxia said before leaving with Hua Hongyu and those from the Myriad Flowers Hall. Weiwei seems to have caused trouble for you. Yu Weiwei smiled. Don't be so sure about that. Who knows who's in trouble? Lin Yun said without any fear in his tone. Did these people really think he was a pushover just because he wasn't from a holy land? Xianxia even said not to run into him? Where did he get the confidence to say those words? Young master. When Lin Yun was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhang Yingtian. Thanks for today. He might not be afraid of those people, but he naturally had to express his gratitude since Zhang Yingtian helped him. Lin Yun still had a distinct recognition of who was the enemy and who was a friend. Zhang Yingtian smiled. It's understandable. Brother Lin doesn't have to be worried. No one can touch you in the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, and my father holds high hopes for you. The pavilion master took note of him. This was good because it showed that the Nirvana banquet paid no attention to the background and only Music Dao. They were generous to Music Dao geniuses, so if he could form a relationship with them, it was a piece of good news, regardless of whether the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion was part of the Azure Dragon's lineage. It's my honor. Lin Yun smiled before leaving with Yu Weiwei. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's chief disciple, Yan Tianqin, briefly stayed before leaving. The others from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion hesitated, but they ultimately decided to stay. After all, they weren't done enjoying the wine at this banquet. Big brother Lin, you were too impulsive earlier. Yu Weiwei smiled, looking at Lin Yun. I'm not the impulsive one. I just don't want what happened on the heavenly path to be reenacted. You suffered a lot back then, so you just have to stand behind me in the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun said. Yu Weiwei was stunned when she heard Lin Yun mention the heavenly path. It was perilous back then for both of them, and Yu Weiwei had never encountered such danger since her birth. Big brother Lin, it's still early. Why don't we go and look for the Three Lives tree? Yu Weiwei smiled, recollecting her thoughts. Okay. Lin Yun nodded. Like that, they both strolled into the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, enjoying the surrounding scenery. They ran into many ancient trees along the way, but not the legendary Three Lives tree. In the end, they had no choice but to ask a heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's disciple about the location of the Three Lives tree. Haha, the Three Lives tree is in the Dual Moon Lake, and it's hard to see it around here, normally. You two are lovers, right? You can take a stroll at the dual moon lake. The heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's disciple smiled with a wink. The female disciple behind him wore a weird expression while looking at her junior brother. But she ultimately said nothing. Nevertheless, Lin Yun had a keen sense and asked, "Oh, is there something wrong?" But that heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's disciple still wore a smile, and he replied, "The dual moon lake might be a little far from here, but the scenery is good, and there aren't many people over there. It's not easy to cross the lake. But there's a legend that if you can hold hands and reach the lake's heart, any wish you make will come true and can ensure that your love will be long-lasting." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. He could tell that something wasn't right somewhere, but he couldn't describe where the problem was. "Let's go and take a look," Yu Weiwei said, to which Lin Yun nodded his head in agreement. "Thanks." The two thanked him before heading towards the dual moon lake. When they were far away, Lin Yun could faintly hear the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's disciple laughing out loud, and the other disciple was reprimanding him. They even said that it would be good if they could break them apart, and that Lin Yun was a scumbag at first glance. It was just as that disciple said. The path toward the dual moon lake was remote, and they crossed several mountains before they stood before it. When they saw the dual moon lake, their eyes lit up, and they were shocked by the scenery before them. "Big brother Lin, it's so beautiful," Yu Weiwei exclaimed. The clear blue lake was like a mirror. It looked like a gigantic sapphire stone embedded in the ground. But what was even more breathtaking was that there were two moons in the lake. One was the one that already existed on the lake's heart, and the other was a reflection of the lake in the sky. One could see three moons if one stood at the lake's heart. But what made Lin Yun alert was that there was not a single person there despite the beautiful scenery. The path here may be remote, but it would only take some time for a Dragon Pulse Realm expert. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei raised their heads, they saw a stage on the lake's heart, and an ancient zither was on it. "Big brother Lin, why don't we go and make a wish?" Yu Weiwei said with excitement as she looked at the lake's heart. "Wait!" Lin Yun stopped her, and he said, "Let me check it with the sword heart first." Lin Yun activated the sword heart, and white light shone from his heart. It was glittering, looking like a diamond engraved on his heart. The sword heart could be considered an inner heart, and Lin Yun could see many details that couldn't be seen through the naked eye. But what he saw with his sword heart was even more beautiful than the naked eyes. This instantly made his heart sink. He could see a gorgeous tree within the moon on the lake's heart. The tree was beautiful, looking like a goddess at the bottom of the lake. Because there was a layer of lake water, he couldn't see the actual appearance of the Three Lives tree with the sword heart. It looked like there was a layer of fog covering it. When he opened his eyes a moment later, he said, "It's safe. We can go over there now." Aside from the Three Lives tree, he couldn't detect anything else with the sword heart. But he didn't notice that when he activated the sword heart, an old man opened his eyes in a secret realm hidden at the bottom of the lake. Before this old man, there was a metal enveloped in lightning, unleashing unprecedented lightning flickers. Right then, a person descended from the sky, and this person was Mu Shuling. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei were shocked, especially Yu Weiwei, who looked bashful. It was as though they were caught when they were doing something bad. "Saint Elder, why are you here?" Lin Yun asked. "I'm always around and witnessed what you did at the banquet," Mu Shuling replied. Yu Weiwei wasn't surprised and smiled. "Senior sister, this is the dual moon lake. Big brother Lin and I are going to make our wish. If the wish will come true, why isn't there anyone here then?" Mu Shuling asked, without any change in her expression, looking at the lake. That question stumped Yu Weiwei, and Lin Yun also couldn't figure it out. Just when Lin Yun was about to ask, Mu Shuling said, "The dual moon lake is famous in the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. The reason it's famous isn't that it can make wishes come true, but because only two who are genuinely in love can reach the lake's heart while holding hands. Otherwise, they will be sent out by the Three Lives tree. Those who are sent out are those who aren't loyal in love. No wonder there's no one here. I bet a lot of people failed." Lin Yun said, "That's right. Not just anyone can come here because the outcome will be terrible if one fails. If it's a scumbag. Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun when she said that. This made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch. Why was Mu Shuling looking at him? Big Brother Lin isn't a scumbag. Big Brother Lin, let's go. Yu Weiwei turned to Lin Yun and wore an innocent smile. She asked, Big Brother Lin, we won't fail, right? Anyone could tell that this lass wasn't simple with her intentions. Don't force yourself, Mu Shuling said indifferently. One side was Mu Shuling's disdainful gaze, and the other was Yu Weiwei's seemingly naive yet cunning smile. Lin Yun would be lying if he said he wasn't in a difficult position. When he looked at the sapphire lake, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and wasn't in a hurry to reply. A brief moment later, he asked, How does Saint Elder know about these secrets? From books. But it cannot be considered a secret because almost all the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's disciples know about it. Mu Shuling said. Hearing that, Lin Yun finally knew why the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's disciple was wearing such a weird expression earlier. Everything made sense now. Let's go, Lin Yun said without hesitation. He was curious about the Three Lives tree at the bottom of the lake. This was the legendary ancient divine tree, and one could find their past, present, and future from it. This signified that this tree grasped the Tao of space and time. Big Brother Lin, you're really not going to reconsider? Yu Weiwei smiled. There's no need, Lin Yun said firmly. MHM? This made Yu Weiwei and Mu Shuling surprised instead. Holding on to Yu Weiwei's hand, Lin Yun walked on the surface of the sapphire lake. When he stepped on the lake, he could sense warm light enveloping his hand. How beautiful! Yu Weiwei was breathtaken by the beautiful scenery while holding on to Lin Yun's hand. The sky and lake were blue. When moonlight from the moon in the lake and sky intertwined, it created a beautiful and dreamy scenery on the lake. This gave everyone a misperception, not knowing if they were standing on the lake or sky. The surrounding scenery was unbelievably beautiful, and it couldn't be simply described with words. As they slowly walked on the lake, ripples would spread out on the lake's surface with every step, and the ripples would spread out in the form of rings. When Lin Yun walked on it and didn't sense any danger, he breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Hee. Big Brother Lin seems nervous. Yu Weiwei held onto Lin Yun's hand, and she looked charming when the moonlight shone on her fair skin. It's nothing. Lin Yun smiled, calming himself down. But when he turned back, his face changed because he saw a familiar figure at the bottom of the lake. It was Su Xiao, whom he hadn't met for a long time. While Lin Yun was being stunned, he could sense a surge of killing intent at the bottom of the lake, and he could see a tree branch lashing over with the sword heart. Before Yu Weiwei could react, Lin Yun embraced her before kissing her. Humph, man. Mu Shuling snickered by the lakeside. As ripples spread across the lake's surface, a tree branch flew out before lashing toward Lin Yun. Everything happened too quickly, and Lin Yun leaped to the sky with Yu Weiwei before using his fingers as a sword and severing the incoming tree branch with his heavenly dome sword intent. When Lin Yun landed on the lake's surface again, the lake had calmed down. On the other hand, Yu Weiwei felt a little dizzy from the sudden kiss. Her cheeks became rosy as though she was drunk, and she looked at Lin Yun. Big Brother Lin, that's too sudden. Let's go. Lin Yun smiled and carried on forth. Okay. Yu Weiwei obediently nodded her head before glancing back without anyone noticing. As ripples continued to spread across the lake's surface, moonlight shone down as they continued forth. When Lin Yun came to a stop again, a face suddenly appeared in the lake once more. It was his senior sister back in the Firmament Sword Pavilion, Xianxia. Looking at this face, Lin Yun couldn't help but be dazed because it had been long since he saw Xianxia. Big Brother Lin, what are you looking at? Yu Weiwei blinked her eyes, and she looked at the lake's surface. She couldn't see anything aside from the moonlight shining down. It's nothing. Lin Yun was finally clear he was the only one who could see it. He then flicked his finger with his left hand and severed another tree branch that had just broken out from the lake's surface. Let's go. Lin Yun didn't take long to see another person on the lake's surface. It was Luyen. His face was calm this time, and he roughly knew what was going on with this dual moon lake. But under the sword heart, the 3 lives tree couldn't harm him. When they were close to the lake's heart, Lin Yun finally breathed a breath of relief. But when he lowered his head to look at the lake's surface, he saw a face he had never expected, Mu Shuling. He was stumped this time since this made no sense. If those women before had some relation with him, it made no sense for Mu Shuling to appear. This was why he was stumped and couldn't figure it out. Yu Weiwei smiled. Big brother Lin? Who did you see? No one. Lin Yun came to his senses and stepped on the lake's heart with Yu Weiwei. The tree branch that was assaulting them also quietly retracted. It looks like there are no difficulties. Lin Yun smiled. On the other hand, Yu Weiwei was in disbelief as she said, We really reached the lake's heart? You already know the secret of the dual moon lake, right? Lin Yun smiled. Why don't you take a guess? Yu Weiwei smiled cunningly. Lin Yun smiled, but didn't dwell on that. Seated before the stage, Lin Yun took a deep breath before he started playing the zither. The music on the dual moon lake added a serene atmosphere to the dreamy surroundings. When Lin Yun played the zither, he didn't play any specific song. What he saw along the way were people important to him, and he couldn't sever them from his life. Regardless of anyone, he once shared a beautiful memory with them. He missed his senior sister Xinyan, Su Ziao, and Lu Yen, who forked out so much for him without saying anything. As for Mu Shuling, it was really unexpected, and he had no idea why she would appear. What is love? Lin Yun's heart gradually became a mess as the faces of Su Ziao, Yu Weiwei, and Lu Yen, and Yi Xinyan began to alternate within his mind. On the other hand, Yu Weiwei just stood there listening to the music and gently placed her right hand on Lin Yun's arm. When the music ended, Lin Yun felt a little more relieved. He realized that the 4 women were important people in his life. It became clearer at the end. This means Big Brother Lin must have thought it through, right? Yu Weiwei smiled. Placing both of his hands on the zither, Lin Yun turned to look at the sapphire lake, and he said, There are some things in this world that are destined to never be figured out. Big Brother Lin, Weiwei will always stand by you, no matter what you think or what happens. Yu Weiwei suddenly held on to Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun's heart throbbed because Yu Weiwei was brilliant, and she definitely knew many things. After all, there was no way he could conceal what he did earlier from Yu Weiwei, which was clearly a sign that she didn't mind that. This suddenly made him feel complicated. He wanted to grab her hand, but when he looked at Yu Weiwei's gaze as if she was saying that she would stand by his side no matter what happened, he couldn't help feeling heartache. He began to wonder if he deserved Yu Weiwei. It's getting late, so let us return. Lin Yun squeezed out a smile and suppressed the feelings in his heart. Okay. Yu Weiwei had a meticulous heart and noticed Lin Yun's emotions. When they returned to the lakeside, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling weird when he saw Mu Shuling and thought of her face appearing on the lake at the end. He smiled. I'll get going first. See you 2 tomorrow. When Mu Shuling and Yu Weiwei were left, Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun's silhouette before asking, Senior sister, how many are there? Mu Shuling merely raised 3 fingers. Looking at the 3 fingers, Yu Weiwei smiled. It looks like Big Brother Lin has a lot of people in his heart. She knew about the secret of the dual moon lake, and she brought him here on purpose. But gradually, she couldn't help looking concerned and said, But Big Brother Lin doesn't seem happy. Even though I don't mind. What if he does? Mu Shuling replied. Those words made Yu Weiwei's heart tremble, and she instantly figured it out. But when she looked at Lin Yun's departing silhouette, she couldn't help feeling terrible for him. With a smile, she said, Senior sister, let us get going. Big Brother Lin still has to participate in the Nirvana banquet tomorrow. When no one else was at the dual moon lake, a dragon roar echoed from the bottom of the lake, and a dragon enveloped in a thunderstorm broke out from the lake's surface. Then, the dragon transformed into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man looked prestigious and emitted a horrifying aura. The aura that he gave off far surpassed any saint's. Old Patriarch. Far away, the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master opened his eyes with his face changed. He quickly rushed over and soon appeared at the dual moon lake. When he saw the middle-aged man, he asked in shock, "Old patriarch, why have you come out?" It had been at least 1,000 years since the old patriarch appeared. The last time he appeared was when the heavenly Nirvana pavilion was in a crisis, and he had no choice but to show himself. The middle-aged man looked in a particular direction before he muttered, "The wind god order has appeared." The face of the heavenly Nirvana pavilion's pavilion master changed when he heard that. He couldn't help lowering his voice and asked, "Are you sure about that?" When the wind god order and thunder god order combine, it'd form the supreme token of the Azure Dragon's lineage, the divine Azure Order. Back then, when the Dragon Gate was destroyed, the Azure Dragon's lineage hid themselves, and it had been 100,000 years since then. The Azure Dragon's lineage had a strong foundation because they controlled the Dragon Gate for many years. But over the past 100,000 years, it was divided into various factions, and some factions were destroyed. Some tried to reunite them, and they would be more terrifying than any holy land in the world if the entire Azure Dragon's lineage came together. But no one had the rightful rights without the divine Azure Order. Thus, the multiple attempts to reunite the Azure Dragon's lineage failed. Seeing the old patriarch falling into silence, the pavilion master knew that it was probably true. After a brief shock, the pavilion master became excited because many inheritances and treasuries of the Azure Dragon's lineage required the divine Azure Order. If they could reunite the Azure Dragon's lineage, everyone in the heavenly Nirvana pavilion would benefit. "Who is it?" the pavilion master asked. But a brief moment later, the pavilion master replied, "It's actually him? That lad provoked a lot of people, and he'll probably be in trouble tomorrow. Should I help him?" "Not now," the middle-aged man replied. "Since he's here for the Nirvana banquet, we'll have to see if he's worthy of possessing the divine Azure Order. After all, more troubles are waiting for him beyond that." "Okay." The pavilion master nodded after a brief consideration. The Nirvana stage was filled with people the following day. After yesterday, only 300-odd out of 10,000 people were left. This meant more than 90% of the people were eliminated in one day, and anyone could see how brutal this banquet was. But there was no doubt that the 300 people remaining were all geniuses standing at the top of the pyramid. Undoubtedly, the battle today would be 100-fold more brilliant than yesterday. When everyone came to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the other forces' geniuses were already waiting. When Lin Yun appeared, he could sense several gazes on him, including the heavenly flame sex Qin Hao. He didn't bother concealing his relationship with Hua Hongyu today, and stood in the Myriad Flowers Hall with her, publicly disclosing their relationship. But Lin Yun completely disregarded Qin Hao. His gaze was on the Ming cult's Li Yushi. When Yu Weiwei slapped his face yesterday, the grudge was on his head. Aside from that, there were also the Divine Tao Pavilion's Zhang Ying and the Myriad Lightning Sect's Chen Jun who stood out on Qin Hao's side. They were both looking at him with hostility and determined to teach him a lesson today for his arrogance yesterday. That was especially so for Qin Hao, who wanted to teach Lin Yun on the spot. Not long later, the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master and elders came. After everyone bowed, the pavilion master nodded his head with a smile. But this caught Yu Weiwei's attention because she discovered that the pavilion master took several glances at Lin Yun. "Let's begin." The pavilion master smiled. On the Nirvana stage, the elders sorted the list of those who won yesterday, and they had jade slips hovering above them. An old man said, "Today is the second round of the Nirvana banquet, and we will determine the top 100. Aside from that, I will also call out 15 names who will make it to the final round." Through the battle yesterday, the heavenly Nirvana banquet elders discovered several people who were stronger than others. For them, it was a waste of time for them to continue in the second round because anyone else would be defeated if they ran into them, and they wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength. For example, if those with the potential of entering the top 100 ran into them, they might not be able to make it into the top 100. After coming this far, those 15 people no longer needed to prove themselves. Everyone instantly knew what the pavilion master meant. They wanted to pick out the seeded candidates so that even the weakest among them could make it into the top 30. "Li Yushi," an elder announced. But no one was surprised by this. including Li Yuxi himself. Qin Jun, Zhang Ying, Qin Hao, more names were being called out, and everyone's faces gradually changed. The seated candidates were practically Holy Land geniuses and were in the Ninth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Aside from music Dao, they also had strong martial cultivation. They were almost invincible even amongst those of the same generation. Everyone's gazes gradually became dim. The music Dao's geniuses naturally had a considerable disadvantage against them. This was simple to understand. If one cultivated in music and martial Dao simultaneously, they naturally held a higher advantage than those who only cultivated in one. Not to mention some geniuses managed to fuse their martial intent into music Dao. When the seated candidates were called out, the second round of the Nirvana banquet officially began. 30 people would fight amongst themselves in each match, and the 3 who remained standing on the stage would make it to the next round. Then again, there may only be one person. Junior brother Lin's name isn't on the list? Lin Wan furrowed her brows. Even Luo Shui was also baffled because half of the candidates were given to Holy Land geniuses, and Lin Yun wasn't amongst them. Even Yan Tianqin and Yu Weiwei weren't amongst the 15. Yan Tianqin furrowed his brows and shook his head. They seem to be listed out because of their martial cultivation. This means the Nirvana banquet has changed. There isn't a distinct line between martial and music Dao. Lin Yun wasn't bothered about that, and he didn't mind fighting another round. As long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter whether he was a seated candidate or not. When he bumped gazes with Yu Weiwei, he saw a smile blooming on her face. This made Lin Yun briefly stunned. He nodded his head before turning away. He still hadn't recovered from what happened yesterday, and he was conflicted when he saw Yu Weiwei. He kept wondering if he was worthy of Yu Weiwei's selfless love. On the other hand, Yu Weiwei was disappointed with her smile disappearing. There was an invisible barrier between them, and the barrier was gradually becoming bigger. As the Nirvana banquet continued, it was finally Yan Tianqin's turn on the third match. When Yan Tianqin went on the stage, it instantly caused an uproar. If it weren't for Lin Yun's performance yesterday, Yan Tianqin would definitely be the center of attention. Even so, many people felt Yan Tianqin, who could trounce Diqiu, might be stronger than Lin Yun. "Come at me together," Yan Tianqin said to the 29 people. Everyone was shocked when they heard that because that was an arrogant declaration. Everyone who could make it to the second round was strong. So where did Yan Tianqin get his confidence from? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he didn't notice that Yan Tianqin was so arrogant before. Everyone else on the Nirvana stage unhappily looked at Yan Tianqin. Was everyone from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion so arrogant? Most importantly, 2 amongst the 29 were popular candidates for making it into the top 10. One of them was Xianxia, and the other was Xiao Mingliang. The former was only second to the Flying Snow Pavilion's chief disciple, and the latter was the strongest of the 7 exquisite palace. If it weren't for their cultivation being their weakness, they would definitely be considered seated candidates, and their attainment in music Dao wasn't at all inferior to those 15. "Allow me!" Xianxia stood out and charged at Yan Tianqin. When he was in mid-air, he blew his bamboo flute and summoned a demonic ape behind him. When Xianxia approached, those around Yan Tianqin felt tremendous pressure and quickly left. Xianxia is making a move. The audience's eyes lit up, looking forward to this fight. After all, Yan Tianqin didn't even use his musical instrument before, so everyone was looking forward to seeing how strong Yan Tianqin was. As Astral roars echoed from the Nirvana stage, the roars overlapped with his flute music, and the massive demonic ape became even more realistic before sending a palm towards Yan Tianqin. But Yan Tianqin had no change on his face. He took out a bamboo flute before tapping his foot on the ground and retreating. When flute music resounded, a crimson-armored general appeared behind him before clashing with the demonic ape. There was nothing fancy about their music. After 10 odd moves later, they both crossed each other, causing a huge commotion on the Nirvana stage. When the 2 pieces of music clashed, a terrifying crimson shockwave swept out. In the next second, the crimson-armored general created a hole in the demonic ape's chest with a punch. When they crossed paths once more, Xianxia fell onto one knee. "This Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Xianxia supported himself on the ground with both hands. His face was pale and he threw out blood. On the other hand, Xianxia continued to play the flute, and a crimson light swept through the stage. When everyone saw his back figure, it made him look like a ghost general who came from hell. This made everyone's faces change, and more people began to give up or were sent off the Nirvana stage. Very quickly, Xiao Mingliang was the only one left on the stage. As for Xianxia, he was carried off the stage by his fellow disciples. Wind! Xiao Mingliang roared, and he rose to the sky. An invisible air current formed into a five-colored wind that enveloped him and lifted him to the sky. This gradually made everyone's faces change because Xiao Mingliang's wind intent was slowly fusing into his music Dao. This was something that no one had expected. Xiao Mingliang long noticed that Xianxia had a strong foundation in mental cultivation. His mental cultivation seemed to have been tempered by blood and fire, and he knew he wouldn't have any chance of winning against Xianxia. Thus, he could only resort to using tricks. Taking out a lute, Xiao Mingliang's attacks were like spears raining down on Xianxia. Xianxia was still blowing the flute, and the crimson-armored general took a step forth and stood before him. When the spears stabbed into the arm of the crimson-armored general, it quickly covered his arm in spikes, looking like a hedgehog. But before the spectators could exclaim, the crimson flames on the general melted the spears. I knew that I couldn't stop you with that. Xiao Mingliang's music changed, and a piece of ancient music resounded from the Nirvana stage. With his lute, Xiao Mingliang controlled the wind and shrouded Xianxia. As the music turned to bolts of golden lightning, it flew toward Xianxia from various angles while his body was like the wind, and no one could catch him. As time passed, everyone watched as the Crimson General could only take a one-sided beating. The Crimson General was soon covered in holes by the lightning. A brief moment later, the Crimson General finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell onto the ground on one knee. The holes on its body were covered in a crimson radiance that lingered in the air. But when everyone felt that Xiao Mingliang's tactic was successful, Xianxia finally made a move. Stomping his foot on the ground, the crimson light spread around the stage and swept over to him. In the next second, a crimson tornado exploded from Xianxia, along with flute music. Everything happened too quickly. Before anyone could react, the wind was forced away. The five-colored wind that surrounded him was like a pair of wings that were sliced off by the tornado around Xianxia. When the five-colored wind dissipated, Xiao Mingliang was like a broken kite falling to the ground. But Xianxia didn't end it there. The Crimson General threw a punch forth, sending Xiao Mingliang flying away. The outcome of this battle also made everyone in the surroundings fall into silence. Xianxia pass, the judge said, and everyone finally recovered from their shock. When they raised their heads, Xianxia had already left the stage. Another ruthless person from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Xianxia. A brief moment later, cheers echoed from the surroundings, and many people shouted Xianxia's name. Xianxia could be considered an old-generation genius in the Heavenly Domain City, and he had already forged a reputation for himself many years ago. But because he had no stunning performances lately, everyone gradually forgot about his name. This was also why Di Qiu mocked him when they fought, saying Xianxia's time had passed. But Xianxia proved with strength that this was still his time, and music Dao was never weaker than martial Dao. Several rounds later, it was finally Lin Yun's turn. The Flying Snow Pavilion's chief disciple by Yunfei, Ming Cult's disciples Wei Yi, and Myriad Flowers Hall's chief disciple Fu Ye went on the Nirvana stage. Aside from that, there were also many of Myriad Flowers Hall's disciples. When Lin Yun went on the stage, he could sense the surrounding hostility, and the opponents he ran into were stronger than Xianxia, two chief disciples out of the 4 musical houses and a Ming Cult's disciple. Brother Qin asked me to take good care of you before coming on the stage. Bai Yunfei smiled, and everyone surrounded Lin Yun as he spoke. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see Qin how coldly looking at him from down below. Turning to look at his enemies, Lin Yun felt a little agitated because his heart was in a mess right now. Seeing their gazes, his pupils gradually became cold, and he said, "Don't be so sure about that. Haha, you still dare to be so arrogant even though you're finished? You still have a chance to give up now." The Ming cult's Zhuyi said indifferently. The heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master looked at Lin Yun. He wanted to know how Lin Yun would face this situation. He was keen, and noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Yun. It appeared that Lin Yun's heart was chaotic. "Go!" When the judge announced the start of the battle, Bai Yunfei, Zhuyi, and Fuya charged over, playing their musical instruments. All three of them grasped the great saint tone, and when their music overlapped, the Nirvana stage was instantly turned into an ancient battlefield. On this ancient battlefield, their music manifested into arrows that flew towards Lin Yun. When everyone else heard the music, they could only find it profound. They didn't expect that they would cooperate so well when so many great saint tones combined. But Lin Yun had no change on his face as he took out the thunderstorm zither and started playing it. As a majestic sun rose behind him, multiple golden crows flew out and blocked the incoming arrows. The surroundings of the Nirvana stage felt as though they were in a desolate plain, and this was an ancient battlefield. On this battlefield, Lin Yun was facing an entire army. He played the sun and moon. The songs played by Yunfei, Zhuyi, and Fuya were different, but the artistic concepts in their music were similar. This was why they could manifest an ancient battlefield along with various weapons. There were warriors riding ancient beasts and beast tamers who summoned thousands of demonic beasts, which made this ancient battlefield look realistic. They had a strong rapport, and the ancient battlefield became increasingly realistic along with their music. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this scene, sensing the indifference and killing intent contained in the music. But Lin Yun was like an immovable mountain facing the army with a great sun rising behind him. When the musical notes flew out from his fingers, Lin Yun's white robe fluttered in the wind, and countless golden crows flew out from the sun, covering the battlefield with flames. He was facing an entire army by himself, and this calmness was something that everyone sought. They couldn't imagine the so-called barbarian would have such composure. Suddenly, the stalemate began to change, and another moon rose to the sky after the sun. When the sun and moon revolved, the music played by Yunfei, Zhuyi, and Fuya became chaotic. This made the three surprised before their faces changed. But Lin Yun didn't let them go so easily. As light exploded from Lin Yun, his 10 fingers sped up. His musical notes manifested into a tornado, causing cracks to start spreading on the ancient battlefield. The army summoned by the three let out a howl, and was on the verge of collapsing. No one could compete with Lin Yun on this ancient battlefield. This made everyone's faces change, and their pupils were filled with rage when they looked at him. Lin Yun was blazing with fury, venting it out through his music. It didn't take long for his music to become chaotic, but this also made the artistic concept in his music even more terrifying. When the sun descended from the sky, it instantly left the ground tattered. When an ocean of flames appeared, many people couldn't take it head-on, and they were sent flying away from the stage. The sun disappeared, and only a moon was hanging high in the sky. We admit, the faces of Bai Yunfei, Zhuyi, and Fuya changed. They didn't hesitate to lower their musical instruments and wanted to fly off of the Nirvana stage. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't allow them to finish their words. Soaring to the sky, Lin Yun spun in midair, and his musical notes were like meteorites falling from the sky. They were struck by the meteorites one after another. They were heavily injured and lost consciousness when they fell to the ground. Looking at Bai Yunfei, Zhuyi, and Fuya, everyone took a cold breath because their injuries were too severe. They couldn't imagine that these geniuses were defeated by the hands of one person. When Lin Yun landed on the stage, there wasn't anyone else on it. Donned in his white robe, Lin Yun turned to look at Qin Hao and the other Holy Land geniuses. As Qin Hao's face changed, Lin Yun indifferently said, "I'm waiting for you." Along with Lin Yun's voice, the faces of everyone from Myriad Flowers Hall became ugly. Hua Hongyu's face had turned black, After all, the Myriad Flowers Hall and Flying Snow Pavilion's chief disciples were defeated by Lin Yun, as well as a disciple of the Ming cult. Countless gazes fell onto Lin Yun, and they could feel a chill run down their spines. This was because Lin Yun was too ruthless. Yan Tianqin was already arrogant, but he paled in comparison to Lin Yun. They were even more shocked that Lin Yun wasn't satisfied after defeating by Yunfei, Zui Yi, and Fuya. He quickly turned to look at Qin Hao and gave out a provocation, not putting a seated candidate in his eyes. But Lin Yun didn't care what others thought of him. When the judge announced the outcome of this match, he immediately left the stage. After a few more matches, only 5 people were left out of the 300 people, aside from the seated candidates. They were Lin Yun, Yan Tianqin, Yu Weiwei, Hua Hongyu, and Di Qiu. Besides the seated candidates, only 20 people could participate in the third round. 3 representatives from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Yan Tianqin, Yu Weiwei, and Lin Yun. Lin Yun was the most mysterious amongst them. Yu Weiwei was the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's profound fairy, while Yan Tianqin was the chief disciple. As for Lin Yun, they only knew about his moniker Lin Xiao and nothing else. So this naturally piqued everyone's interest. Let's rest for 2 hours and aim to finish the final round before sunset. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master said, looking at everyone with a smile. Lin Yun and everyone else had just finished their second round, so it would be too unfair for them to face the seated candidates in their current state. When the pavilion master was done, he quickly left. But everyone on the Nirvana stage was still around because the top 3 would be determined soon in an hour. So no one was willing to leave now. Soon, the audience around the stage became bustling. Lin Yun, Yan Tianqin, and Yu Weiwei came to where Mu Shuling was. You might be able to try and contend for the top 5. Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun. The difference in the rewards of the top 15 wasn't significant, but making it into the top 5 would be different. Those in the top 5 would be rewarded with the 3 lives flowers, and those who came after would only be rewarded with the 3 lives leaves. The difference between them was only 1 word, but the difference was drastic. The seated candidates were practically Holy Land geniuses and were at the top of the pyramid in martial and music daos. Many of them were at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, not to mention that they came from Holy Lands. Thus, they all had a strong foundation. So Mu Shuling was already optimistic about Lin Yun when she said he could make it into the top 5. Saint Elder thinks too highly of me. Lin Yun didn't dare to look at Mu Shuling. Ever since he saw her face on the Dual Moon Lake, he couldn't help feeling guilty whenever he saw her. He was no longer as calm and composed as before either. Why not first? Yu Weiwei asked. Mu Shuling said nothing, but Yan Tianqin smiled. It's too hard. Li Yuxi is strong, and his mental cultivation should be at the 10th grade Saint Spiritualist. Most importantly, he fused his martial Dao into music Dao, and his martial Dao far surpasses junior brother Lin as well. The difference between the 7th and 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm might seem small, but each pulse in the Dragon Pulse realm was a tribulation. This meant those who made it through the tribulation would have a significant boost in their strength. That was especially the case for the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. It was the pinnacle of the Dragon Pulse realm, and a cultivator would undergo a complete transformation. They were only 1 step away from the Samsara Edict realm. After reaching the Samsara Edict realm, they could be considered kings. Lin Yun didn't refute those words, and they casually chatted. When Yu Weiwei secretly got close to Lin Yun and their hands touched, Lin Yun's face changed, and he moved away from her. This stunned Yu Weiwei, but when she looked at Lin Yun's composition, she couldn't help feeling an ache in her heart. I'll go and take a rest, Lin Yun said and left. Lin Xiao, what's your attitude toward the profound fairy? Mu Shuling glared at Lin Yun, and her gaze gradually became cold. Saint Elder, do you have anything else to say? Lin Yun raised his head. Senior sister, Lin Xiao is tired, so let him rest. Yu Weiwei stopped Mu Shuling, who was going to flare up. This made Mu Shuling sigh before she looked at Lin Yun. Very well. Yan Tianqin could sense that something wasn't right, so he also left with a smile. Lin Yun walked towards a stone tablet before sitting down. This was a remote corner. He took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and couldn't help feeling the urge to look at Yu Weiwei. But he ultimately suppressed this urge. While looking at the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, he recalled that it had been 4 years. It had been 4 years since he played the flute on a full moon to kill his enemies. He had just come to the Kunlun realm at that time, shining brightly. He also climbed the 13 tests back in the fleeting cloud sword sect. But he was forced to disguise himself and couldn't even use his name. His feelings were complicated after last night, and he had nowhere to vent them. He couldn't pick it up, nor could he put it down. Who could have guessed that not only did flower burial fail to save his master, but he was even troubled by love. He wanted to make a clean cut with Yu Weiwei, but how could it be done so easily? Back then, Yu Weiwei played the flute to help him grasp the sword intent by the lakeside, and exhausted her martial soul to treat his injuries in the Een windstream. The next time they met was at the Draconic banquet, and they could only rely on each other on the heavenly path. Lin Yun closed his eyes, and his heart was a mess. Weiwei, you pamper him too much. That fellow is a scumbag. I have witnessed it with my eyes. There are at least 3 more women in his heart. Mu Shuling became furious when she rarely showed any emotions. This was because what Lin Yun did earlier hurt Yu Weiwei. But Yu Weiwei wore her usual smile. She lowered her head and explained, "That's not it. Big Brother Lin isn't trying to hurt me on purpose. I shouldn't have brought him to the Dual Moon Lake yesterday. It's all my fault. I believe Big Brother Lin is in more pain than me." "I highly doubt that." Mu Shuling glanced at Lin Yun. When Yu Weiwei raised her head and looked at Lin Yun, her pupils also flashed with heartache. She said, "It's hard for Big Brother Lin to be first on the Nirvana banquet with his current state, right? It'll be impressive enough if he can make it into the top 5. Mu Shuling said, "I want to help him." Yu Weiwei's heart clenched. "How are you going to help him?" Mu Shuling's gaze sank, and she continued, "Don't be foolish." But Yu Weiwei merely looked at Lin Yun without saying a word. 2 hours quickly passed by, and the Nirvana stage's surroundings were filled with people discussing the final round and who could become first during the Nirvana banquet. The favored candidate was naturally the Ming cult's Li Yuxi. But the myriad lightning sects Qin Jun, Divine Dao Pavilion's Zhang Ying, and Heavenly Flame sects Qin Hao weren't weak either. They also had a shot at becoming first during the Nirvana banquet. Aside from that, Yan Tianqin was the next highest popular candidate. He had a high position in the hearts of many musicians because Yan Tianqin was a pure genius in music Dao, unlike the other candidates who also cultivated martial Dao. So Yan Tianqin could be considered their faith. As fellow musicians, they naturally hoped that Yan Tianqin could become first on the Nirvana banquet. When the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master returned, he casually glanced at Lin Yun before frowning his brows. He said, "Let's begin." From the previous battle, he had already noticed an issue with Lin Yun's mental state. Although his emotions fluctuated significantly in the last battle, his music was a complete mess. It was fine if he fought ordinary people, but he would be filled with flaws if he faced top-tier geniuses. The judge on the Nirvana stage swept his gaze at the last 20 people and said, "There are no rules in this round. You can freely fight, and the pavilion master will determine your rankings based on your performance." The surrounding atmosphere instantly became bizarre when they just made the announcement. They weren't surprised by it because it was the same rules as the previous final round, with the pavilion master determining the ranking of the Nirvana banquet. But those who were determined to become first on the Nirvana banquet weren't in a hurry to make a move. They knew that everyone who remained in the 3rd round was an expert and would suffer a massive loss if they didn't have absolute confidence. "Let's start with me." Just when everyone was hesitating, a person went on the Nirvana stage. This person was Yu Weiwei. When Lin Yun raised his head, he was surprised and wondered what Yu Weiwei was trying to do. He knew that Yu Weiwei had no interest in the Nirvana banquet, and she didn't like to stand out. Yu Weiwei glanced over everyone before stopping on a genius from the Divine Phoenix Mountain. She asked, "Wen Yushu, do you dare to fight me?" Wen Yushu was briefly stunned when he was called out before he went on the stage. Even if he wasn't willing, he had no reason to avoid this battle because the pavilion master was watching. You shouldn't have chosen me. When Yushu said indifferently, "Who cares?" Yu Weiwei smiled, and her smile was gorgeous. As she slowly turned around, white ribbons began to fly around her. The white ribbons looked sacred, which made her look noble. This was her first time using the white ribbons. When the ribbons danced, musical notes jumped around, making her look like a celestial. This made Wen Yushu's face change, and his face gradually became grave. When Yu Weiwei took out a flute, Wen Yushu could feel an extremely threatening aura. He quickly focused, and a dazzling radiance shone out from him before an ancient zither enveloped in flames appeared. The two quickly fought, with various phenomena created by their music, and filled the entire stage with their powerful music. When Yu Weiwei blew the flute, the music empowered the white ribbons before sweeping toward Wen Yushu. But Wen Yushu was prepared, with blades flying out when his fingers danced on the zither. After he severed the incoming ribbons, his music suddenly became dense, and the surrounding temperature sharply fell. The ground was also quickly covered in a layer of frost. Before anyone could respond, snowflakes began falling from the sky, which was the ice intent. When Yushu had fused his ice intent into his zither, instantly forcing Yu Weiwei into a desperate state. But Yu Weiwei was calm and composed, playing her music while facing the snowflakes. Just when the chill was about to devour Yu Weiwei, a piercing light flashed across her pupils and a terrifying outburst of mental energy swept out. The outburst of mental energy shattered the ice forming on the ground, completely crushing it. The ice dust didn't melt and quickly formed a fog in the surrounding area, with Yu Weiwei playing the flute in the fog donned in her red dress. When her music suddenly changed, the white ribbons were like 9 serpents that came to life and their agility was brought to the next level. This made Wen Yushu's face change. As he avoided the incoming serpents, his 10 fingers didn't stop dancing on the ancient zither. Like that, they both clashed another 10 odd times, performing their ancient scores to a limit. Half an incense later, the 9 serpents shattered the surrounding zither music before bolting toward Wen Yushu. This made Wen Yushu squint his eyes, and he quickly retreated. But he was one step too slow, and the 9 serpents turned back into white ribbons that coiled around him in midair. "You've lost," Yu Weiwei said with a smile. Yu Weiwei's performance shocked everyone this time because no one expected the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's profound fairy to have such a high attainment in music Dao. But this wasn't what surprised them the most. After defeating Wen Yushu, Yu Weiwei didn't stop there and continued to challenge others. Just like that, she defeated 6 people in a row, almost half of the 20 were left. When she defeated the 7th person, everyone took in a cold breath with their faces changed. They were shocked by Yu Weiwei's strength. Even Lin Yun was stunned and soon understood what Yu Weiwei was trying to do. She was trying to clear the enemies for him so that they wouldn't hinder his path to becoming first during the Nirvana banquet. Looking at her, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling heartache. "Yu Weiwei, you can really last. Let me, Hua Hongyu, face you." A cold voice resounded, and Hua Hongyu finally couldn't hold it back anymore. She wanted to end Yu Weiwei with her hands and step on her to vent the hatred within her heart. Hua Hongyu wanted to challenge Yu Weiwei, which made the already heated battle even more exciting. Everyone knew that there was a grudge between Hua Hongyu and Yu Weiwei. The former provoked the latter publicly, and there were rumors that they crossed hands again at the banquet last night. Anyone with eyes could tell that Hua Hongyu's reputation as the most beautiful woman in the heavenly domain city was worthless before Yu Weiwei's appearance. They were both considered beauties, but Hua Hongyu had lost to Yu Weiwei in terms of beauty. This was why Hua Hongyu targeted Yu Weiwei. She was jealous. The opportunity she picked was ingenious. She wasn't in a hurry to fight Yu Weiwei because she wasn't confident she could defeat her. But Yu Weiwei had undergone multiple battles, and she wouldn't have much mental energy left, even if she was strong. "You can rest if you want. I'm not in a hurry," Hua Hongyu said indifferently, putting on an act. "Profound fairy, you can rest before fighting. As long as you have not lost, you can carry on fighting," an elder of the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion said. This made Hua Hongyu lightly furrow her brows as she glanced at the elder, cursing him in her heart. She was only casually saying it, but did not genuinely intend to let Yu Weiwei rest. Lin Yun wanted to persuade her to come down, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to let her go if he opened his mouth. Since he had decided to make a clean cut with her, he should be decisive about it. But even so, he couldn't help feeling heartache. "Let's begin," Yu Weiwei said, and the white ribbons around her danced. When her 10 fingers moved, wind intent appeared. She also grasped a powerful martial intent. As she played the flute, she emitted a dazzling radiance. She was like an ethereal fairy who came from heaven. This made Hua Hongyu's face change because she didn't expect that Yu Weiwei to still have trump cards after so many rounds. She raised her flute by her lips and started playing it. When a dazzling radiance shone behind her, multiple flowers flew out and soon spread around the Nirvana stage. As she stood in the sea of flowers, there was a fiery phoenix dancing amongst the flowers. When Hua Hongyu flew to the sky, she gently tapped her feet on the ground and landed on the phoenix. Simultaneously, her flute music became sacred and ancient. The sound waves in the surroundings were like sword auras clashing together. They sounded like metallic clashings, like billowing waves. On the other hand, Yu Weiwei was slowly lifted into the air by the wind. Under her music, the gentle breeze formed into blades flying towards Hua Hongyu. Seeing this, Hua Hongyu sneered, and the phoenix wings flapped its wings to block the incoming blades. When the phoenix flapped its wings again, torrential flames swept out, and the flower petals formed into an ocean. Soaring to the sky, Hua Hongyu stood on the sea of petals, flute music forming billowing waves. As waves rose on the sea of petals, she stood on the wave, and the billowing waves swept over, wanting to devour Yu Weiwei whole. This instantly placed Yu Weiwei in a dangerous position. Lin Yun shut his eyes, but his hands were clenched and trembling. His heart wasn't calm. Right then, Yu Weiwei's music became sharp, and a crimson mark appeared on her forehead with a powerful mental energy sweeping out. Her flute music soon became eerie, with a layer of frost forming on the sea of petals. The entire ocean and Hua Hongyu were sealed in ice in the next second. But Yu Weiwei didn't stop there. The 9 white ribbons around her manifested into 9 serpents that pounced towards Hua Hongyu. The ice only managed to briefly seal Hua Hongyu before she broke free from the ice. But the 9 serpents struck her when Hua Hongyu broke free from the ice. This made Hua Hongyu throw out a mouthful of blood, and the ocean of flowers instantly shattered. When she fell from the sky, the 9 serpents were like sharp swords stopping before her just when she wanted to raise her flute to her lips again. If Hua Hongyu dared to make a move, the white serpents would instantly strike her again. "You lost," Yu Weiwei said. Her voice was calm, which stunned everyone around the stage. "I've not lost." Hua Hongyu's pupils radiated with reluctance, and she wanted to raise the flute to her lips. But just when she made a move, the 9 serpents sent her flying away, and the impact made Hua Hongyu throw out a mouthful of blood. With that, Yu Weiwei defeated Hua Hongyu after several battles, and she nearly eliminated half of the remaining 20 people by herself. The outcome of this battle surprised everyone, because they thought Hua Hongyu would defeat Yu Weiwei after experiencing several battles without any suspense. After all, Hua Hongyu clearly came prepared and probed Yu Weiwei's strength through the previous battles. But Yu Weiwei easily won the battle, completely suppressing Hua Hongyu. "Her white ribbons are weird, and you have belittled your enemy. It's not because you're weaker than her, so you don't have to be too bothered about this loss." Qin Hao comforted Hua Hongyu. His voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by everyone else. He was signifying this battle wasn't fair because Yu Weiwei used an external object. Yu Weiwei manipulated those white ribbons with music, not to mention she fought several battles. So Hua Hongyu should hold the advantage. But she lost, which only meant she was weaker than Yu Weiwei. Then again, no one dared to say anything because of Qin Hao's identity as a Holy Land's genius. "Yu Weiwei, let me come face you." An indifferent voice resounded from Qin Hao. This made everyone briefly stunned, with surprise flashing across their pupils. They never expected Qin Hao to lower himself to fight Yu Weiwei, since he was a popular candidate. At the very least, Yu Weiwei shouldn't be worthy of him making a move when she underwent several battles. Everyone was briefly stunned before they came to their senses. It was clear that Qin Hao wanted to stand out for Hua Hongyu, and he wanted to teach Yu Weiwei a lesson. When Qin Hao stepped forth, he hovered over the nirvana stage. When massive mental energy swept out, flames appeared behind Qin Hao, and the fire was terrifying and looked like it was alive. Not good. Yan Tianqin furrowed his brows beside Lin Yun, and he could clearly sense Qin Hao wasn't the same as the other opponents Yu Weiwei faced. Weiwei, admit defeat. Mu Shuling sent a furious look at Lin Yun before roaring at Yu Weiwei. Come then. Yu Weiwei ignored what Mu Shuling said and stared at Qin Hao. Let me teach you some rules. Qin Hao's face was indifferent, looking arrogant. As he spread his arms apart, his hands emitted a faint radiance. As flames swept out behind him, it formed into an ancient zither before him, and the zither emitted a massive pressure under the fire. Everything happened too quickly. Before Yu Weiwei came to her senses, zither music resounded with musical notes flying out. The musical notes soon manifested into fireballs that appeared before Yu Weiwei. This caught her by surprise, and she could only block the incoming attacks with the white ribbons since she didn't have time to play the flute. But the zither music was too fast, like a violent storm, while Yu Weiwei was a small rift. Yu Weiwei only briefly lasted with the 9 ribbons before a fireball landed on her. Before Yu Weiwei could play the flute, she was already sent flying away. The impact made her throw out a mouthful of blood, and she nearly lost her grip on her flute. This scene made Yan Tianqin anxious, and he couldn't help getting up on his feet. The difference is too great. It's not because the difference is too great, but mainly because Yu Weiwei has undergone several battles, and she doesn't have much mental energy left. Isn't this a little too cruel? Why is the profound fairy persevering? Then, I don't know. Qin Hao is too much. She doesn't even have to admit defeat and just go down the stage to rest. It's fine if he wants to stand out for his woman, but is there a need to take advantage of her? Controversy resounded from the surroundings. Not only did Qin Hao take advantage of Yu Weiwei's condition after several battles, but he didn't even allow her to play the flute. It was a one-sided suppression on the nirvana stage, but Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth. She was trying to find an opportunity to play the flute. Let's end this now. Qin Hao coldly snorted, and the flames from the zither swept out. The flames instantly enveloped Yu Weiwei, and the 9 serpents were soon incinerated to ashes. She's finished. Everyone's faces changed because Qin Hao was a little too much. Below the stage, Hua Hongyu snickered, and he felt a lot more comfortable. Just then, a torrential outburst of killing intent swept over the nirvana stage. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. They were scared by the killing intent and could feel a chill running down their spines under an immense pressure. When they turned their attention to where the aura came from, they saw Lin Yun opening his eyes with killing intent filling his pupils. Qin Hao, you're courting death. Lin Yun roared, and he charged towards the nirvana stage. He gave up everything that was on his mind just a moment ago. How could he be considered a swordsman if he couldn't protect his woman? As boundless rage filled his heart, Lin Yun was like a fiend god who came from hell as he charged towards the stage. Lin Yun's azure dragon Saint Physique became berserk under his torrential killing intent. In his path, a thunderstorm appeared as 100,000 dragon runes converged towards his palm, and he arrived before Qin Hao in the next second. MHM? Qin Hao was shocked and wondered if Lin Yun had gone insane. Not only did Lin Yun interfere in a fight, but he even used martial Dao. Everyone was shocked because they never expected Lin Xiao to be so insane. When he let out a roar, the 100,000 dragon runes manifested into a 100-foot-long azure dragon. As the azure dragon merged with his fist was the azure dragon's head, and his punch released a dragon's roar. Before his punch even arrived, the strings on Qin Hao's zither began to snap. When Lin Yun's punch landed on Qin Hao's chest, 9 dragon pulses appeared behind the latter to withstand this attack. But this attack was too strong, and Qin Hao was sent flying away. When he fell to the ground, he still had lightning flickering over the surface of his body. Enduring the flickering lightning, Qin Hao let out a roar to repel the lightning from his body with his dragon origin. After Lin Yun sent Qin Hao flying away, He returned to Yu Weiwei's side. When Lin Yun came to Yu Weiwei's side, his rage burned once more when he saw Yu Weiwei's injuries. He asked, Weiwei, why are you so silly? Because I wanted to help you become first on the Nirvana banquet. Yu Weiwei smiled. You go down first and rest. Leave this to me. I realized my mistake, and I shouldn't have lied to myself. I won't let you down in this lifetime. Lin Yun said with heartache. Yu Weiwei's eyes became watery, and all the grievances in her heart gushed out. Under the fluctuation of her emotions, she even threw out a mouthful of blood, her face becoming pale. Her aura weakened, and her mental energy was already exhausted through the multiple battles. Weiwei! Lin Yun became anxious and held her into his embrace. He even used his right hand to probe Yu Weiwei's pulse through her wrist. Hehe. Weiwei is fine. I used the sealed power, so I'm a little exhausted. You don't have to worry about me. I will take care of my injuries. A brilliant smile appeared on Yu Weiwei's face. When Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei's forehead, the crimson mark on her forehead gradually faded away, recalling how her mental energy was significantly boosted when she fought Hua Hongyu. Lin Yun instantly understood what was happening. He carried Yu Weiwei down the stage and came to Yan Tianxin. Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yu Weiwei. Yan Tianxin nodded his head. After Lin Yun lightly nodded, he turned around and appeared on the Nirvana stage with a step. When his gaze fell on Qin Hao, Lin Yun roared, Qin Hao, you only know how to bully a woman. Get your ass up on the stage and fight me. His words shocked everyone because Lin Yun was too arrogant. Lin Yun was only at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, while Qin Hao was a Holy Land genius at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think Lin Yun was on the same level as Qin Hao, regardless of whether they competed in music or martial Dao. When Qin Hao recovered his vitality and heard Lin Yun's words, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, a cold light flashed across his pupils, with a mocking smile on his lips. He was so ruthless to Yu Weiwei because he wanted to lure Lin Yun out. Since Lin Yun came out, it was time for them to resolve their grudges. But just when Qin Hao was about to speak, a person coldly said, Lin Xiao, we also have to resolve the grudge between us. This voice came from Li Yuxi, the most popular candidate in this Nirvana banquet. He was worried he wouldn't have a chance if Qin Hao defeated Lin Yun. This shocked everyone because no one expected Li Yuxi would join in. Right then, two more voices resounded. Young Master Lin, why don't you fight me first? The Divine Dao Pavilion's Zhang Ying coldly sneered. Leave a barbarian like him to me. After all, you guys will lower your status to deal with someone like him. The myriad lightning sects Chun Jun said. With that, all the Holy Land geniuses were targeting Lin Yun, and everyone quickly realized that they were those who stood against Lin Yun at the banquet last night. What happened now was just a continuation of yesterday's quarrel because the Holy Land geniuses couldn't stand Lin Yun's arrogance. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon, Lin Yun said indifferently, looking at Li Yuxi, Zhang Ying, and Chen Jun. Everyone around the Nirvana stage wore grave expressions. They were shocked by Lin Yun's arrogance and confidence. But when they thought about it, that had always been how Lin Yun had been. Initially, he didn't place the Holy Land geniuses in his eyes. He would return humiliation if humiliated and didn't bother keeping a low profile. Qin Hao went on the stage with a darkened face and coldly said, It's time to resolve the grudge between us. If the rules did not bind us, I would have taught you a lesson yesterday. Ha! Then let me see what capability our Holy Land's geniuses have. Lin Yun smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, flames surged behind Qin Hao that manifested into an ancient zither once more. On the other hand, a thunderstorm zither appeared before Lin Yun. When the thunderstorm zither appeared, Lin Yun's restrained his killing intent, and he only had his zither in his eyes. Qin Hao made a move first and he unleashed a musical note. His music was like a volcanic eruption, instantly captivating everyone's gazes. Qin Hao's movements were gentle, but the musical note he played was shocking. Whenever his fingers danced on the zither, it felt like a volcano had erupted. When countless volcanoes erupted, the sky was instantly covered in flames. Lin Yun's facial expression was calm. When his 10 fingers began to dance on the zither, it sounded like a bolt of rumbling lightning with torrential ferocity and crimson radiance gushing out. He was playing the Prairie Phoenix Fire. But this time, Lin Yun no longer held back in this song and fully unleashed the ferocity contained within this music with a phoenix manifested from the zither music. Closing his eyes, he vented all his rage through the zither while recalling the heavenly path. He recalled how the 3 realm suns captured Yu Weiwei, and his heart's hatred was utterly vented through the Prairie Phoenix Fire. The Nirvana stage was soon enveloped in zither music. When flames from the 2 sides collided, they instantly filled the entire stage. One side was the crimson flames of a divine phoenix, while the other was an ancient heavenly flame. When the surroundings heard the zither music, they felt like they were in an ocean of flames. The sky and ground were enveloped in flames with only crimson radiance and ferocious aura remaining. The heavenly flame sect's disciples' pupils were filled with mockery when he saw the scene on the Nirvana stage. Playing fire with Qin Hao? Didn't Lin Yun know that the heavenly flame sect was an ancestor regarding fire manipulation? So what he did was no different from courting humiliation. As flames collided, terrifying crimson bolts of lightning flickered around. Right then, a lightning bolt rumbled, and the 2 flames slammed together. Everyone quickly saw a crimson lightning bolt descend from the sky when the flames clashed. This made everyone's hearts tremble, and they didn't think anyone could withstand such a horrifying phenomenon aside from the Holy Land geniuses. But Lin Yun was calm as he executed the divine phoenix touch, and his 10 fingers danced even faster on the zither. Lightning also suddenly crackled on the zither, and his hands were too fast. As 3 afterimages overlapped, the thunderstorm zither's music became sharp, with torrential ferocity converging before forming into a phoenix cry, as if it wanted to break free from all restrictions and burn the world. The crimson lightning bolt was resolved as crimson light exploded from Lin Yun. This shocked everyone because this was enough to prove Lin Yun's attainment in music Dao wasn't simple. But this was just a temporary solution. As long as the flames in the sky did not dissipate, it was just a matter of time before Lin Yun was defeated. Everyone could sense that when Qin Hao fused his martial Dao into his music, the flames grew even more terrifying, and it wasn't purely created by music Dao any longer. But Lin Yun stood fearlessly, and his fingers danced even faster on the zither. His mental energy began to gush with the 10 stars within his profound palace shining brightly. The speed of his mental energy poured into the zither, but it still couldn't keep up with his fingers. This was shocking, and many people who grasped the music Dao were so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. How terrifying was Lin Yun's music Dao that his mental energy couldn't keep up with his fingers. In other words, his current mental cultivation couldn't keep up with his music Dao. If his mental energy could keep up, the power of Lin Yun's music would become even more terrifying. Very quickly, a crimson radiance shone from Lin Yun's zither strings before manifesting into a devastating note. It was like a phoenix that could incinerate everything in the world. This made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Yun was like an aloof crimson phoenix. They dared not look at him directly. On the other hand, Qin Hao increased his speed, and his zither music began to fuse into the surrounding flames. Everyone could feel as though they were about to be devoured by the fire. Their musical notes combined, and the flames were instantly extinguished. The musical notes stopped, and the outcome was already determined. Qin Hao was pushed back to the edge of the Nirvana stage and threw out a mouthful of blood. He fell onto one knee and supported himself with the zither. Many people's gazes fell onto Lin Yun, and their pupils shone brightly. An elder of the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion declared, "Lin Xiao wins. Pavilion Master, I'm not convinced by the result." Qin Hao's pupils radiated with the unwillingness to accept the result. He looked at the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master and said, "Lin Xiao interfered in my battle with Yu Weiwei earlier, giving me a punch with martial Dao. So I'm unconvinced by this outcome unless he can take a punch from me." Qin Hao's words instantly caused an uproar in the surroundings. After all, Qin Hao was at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and his cultivation was higher than Lin Yun's, not to mention that he was a Holy Land genius. Based on his strength, he could face a quasi-king head-on if he wanted to. So wasn't he bullying Lin Yun to suggest a battle with Martial Dao? This only made Qin Hao seem like a sore loser. When the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master heard what he said, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you sure about that? One move. Otherwise, I'm unwilling to accept this outcome." Qin Hao gritted his teeth. Lin Yun was at fault for making a move against you earlier, but there was a reason behind that. I believe you know the reason well. The profound fairy had fought several battles, so you must receive her acknowledgement if you want to challenge her. But you didn't, and you forcibly started the battle, the pavilion master said. Secondly, Lin Xiao and Yu Weiwei are lovers, and it's understandable for him to want to stop you and protect her. Isn't that the same case when forcibly you challenged Yu Weiwei without her agreement? Qin Hao's face changed when he heard that. There was nothing he could say to refute what the pavilion master said. Last but not least, a loss is a loss. You can do nothing even if you are unwilling to accept the outcome. If you're unhappy, you can leave right now, and I won't stop you. The pavilion master was calm, shocking everyone with fear rising in their hearts. At the same time, everyone turned to look at the pavilion master with shock on their faces, because his words were a ruthless slap to Qin Hao's face. The pavilion master was pretty blatant with his words. If Qin Hao was unhappy, he could scram. Thus, this naturally caused a fluctuation in everyone's hearts, making them wonder if Lin Yun had any background. After all, the pavilion master didn't give Qin Hao any face for Lin Yun. But Qin Hao was a Holy Land genius. Did this mean Lin Yun's background was even more significant than a Holy Land? Qin Hao's face was ugly because the pavilion master made himself clear. But he couldn't accept such a grievous defeat and wasn't willing to accept the result. Raising his head, his pupils blazed with flames of reluctance, and he said, "Only one move. Just one move without using weapons and constellations. Please fulfill my wish, Pavilion Master." His words made the Pavilion Master furrow his brows, and everyone could sense that the Pavilion Master was furious. After all, what Qin Hao did was different from questioning a saint. One move is too little. Let's go with 3. Lin Yun suddenly spoke right at that moment. This startled everyone, and they had no idea where Lin Yun got his confidence from for him to fight with a Holy Land genius in martial Dao. "Lin Xiao, are you sure about that?" the pavilion master asked. "Since he's unconvinced, I'll just have to convince him. I have violated the rules by making a sudden move against him. Since that's the case, I'll give him 3 moves then." Lin Yun replied. "That's a promise then." Qin Hao laughed, not giving Lin Yun and the pavilion master a chance to change their minds. He stepped forward and appeared before Lin Yun, and his dragon pulses simultaneously appeared. Each of his dragon pulses reached a terrifying length of 300 feet. He threw his punch towards Lin Yun without any hesitation. Under his punch, the entire Nirvana stage began to tremble. This surprised Lin Yun. Qin Hao probably practiced a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique with a strong foundation. But facing Qin Hao's attack, Lin Yun didn't take a step back, nor did he intend to block it. Is this fellow insane? Everyone was shocked by this scene, with their faces changing. If Lin Yun took this punch head-on, he would be heavily injured, even if he was lucky, and he wouldn't be able to participate in the 3rd round any longer. Looking at this scene, even the Divine Dao Pavilion's Zhang Ying, Myriad Lightning Sect's Qin Jun, and Ming Cult's Li Yuxi were surprised. When Qin Hao's punch fell onto Lin Yun's chest, the massive dragon origin behind his punch penetrated Lin Yun's heart through his chest. When the dragon origin entered Lin Yun's heart, it wanted to ignite it. But something surprising happened. Lin Yun didn't step back, and his chest shone brightly. 100,000 dragon runes had gathered in one spot to resist this punch. Under his punch, the dragon runes began to shatter, but the blue dragon bone soon produced more dragon runes to replenish the destroyed ones. Thus, Qin Hao's punch wasn't able to harm Lin Yun. Facing this dangerous situation, Lin Yun circulated the blue dragon sky-breaking art and azure dragon saint art to withstand Qin Hao's attack. This made Qin Hao's face slightly change, and he coldly said, "Not bad. Take another punch from me. Then, this time, when the 9 dragon pulses appeared, flames were blazing in the depths of his pupils. Taking 3 steps back, he threw out a punch, using the high-grade ghost spirit martial technique, the heavenly sky-shattering flaming fist. As flames blazed on his fist, a sea of fire appeared behind him, and his punch incinerated half the sky. He even used his martial intent this time, so he was serious this time. But facing his attack, Lin Yun executed the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra when Qin Hao's punch fell onto him. As the ancient netherflower bloomed above his dragon origin ocean, the 64 petals filled his body with nether energy. After using his martial technique and martial intent, Qin Hao's punch instantly shattered the 100,000 dragon runes. The terrifying flames were like roaring demons rampaging within Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun's heart was the first to take a blow. This made Qin Hao rejoice, and he already had a solution. It was just as he had expected. At least 50% of power was preserved in his attack after he destroyed the dragon runes, and it was enough to injure Lin Yun, even if he had a strong physique. But something weird happened. He didn't see Lin Yun throwing out blood. On the contrary, his body was like a mountain, and the nether energy was slowly eroding the flames that were sent into his body. Ultimately, Qin Hao's punch failed to injure Lin Yun once again. "You have 1 move left," Lin Yun said indifferently. This made Qin Hao squint his pupils, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He couldn't believe that Lin Yun was fine after taking his attack. Heavenly sky-shattering flaming fist, breaking divine dragon, Qin Hao roared. He took a step, appearing 100 meters away. When he dashed forth again, the sea of flames beneath him released a dragon's roar, and the boundless flames manifested into a crimson dragon. It was the red dragon of the 7 divine dragons. The red dragon looked vivid, and each scale was flickering with flames. As Qin Hao stood on the dragon's head, he appeared to be one with the dragon. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help exclaiming. They had witnessed the strength of a holy land's genius now. The heavenly sky-shattering flaming fist was fused with the essence of the dragon clan's martial techniques, and it wasn't something ordinary people could grasp. Lin Yun took a deep breath when he saw this scene. Without using his sword intent and the flower burial sword, he would face tremendous pressure facing a 9th pulse dragon pulse realm genius. After all, he was in disguise and had many means he couldn't use, which significantly restricted him. But he was determined to beat Qin Hao today because no one could bully Yu Weiwei. Taking a deep breath, his pupils became crimson, and his presence was replaced with a destructive aura. When the terrifying aura was being emitted from him, Lin Yun inwardly roared while dragging out the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron from the bottom of his Dragon Origin Ocean through the Netherflower. When Qin Hao's attack landed on his chest again, torrential flames enveloped them both. When the sea of fire gradually dissipated a brief moment later, everyone was surprised when they raised their heads to see Lin Yun still standing on the Nirvana stage. This surprised everyone, and they looked at Lin Yun on the stage with disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Hao was shocked as he looked at Lin Yun. "Your 3 moves are done, and it's my turn now." Lin Yun coldly looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao squinted his eyes when he heard that. He spread his arms apart and quickly retreated. "You think you can flee?" Lin Yun snorted. When he moved, the ground trembled as though a colossal mountain was being moved. Along with the dragon's roar, Lin Yun caught up with Qin Hao with 1 step. He started to form seals before unleashing them towards Qin Hao. The seals were naturally the blue dragon seal, golden dragon seal, silver dragon seal, and sovereign dragon seal. As 3 radiances bloomed from his fingers, an ancient dragon seal that was like a miniature sun was descending from the sky and collided with Qin Hao. Taking the blow head-on, Qin Hao threw out a mouthful of blood and flew into a rage. But he could hear the wind howling beside his ears just when he wanted to raise his head. This was because Lin Yun was flying over with 1 kick, and 100,000 dragon runes poured into his right foot. Shortly after, Lin Yun's right foot came in contact with Qin Hao's face. Now for the 3rd move, Lin Yun roared, and his dragon origin went berserk with dragons flying from his body. Sovereign Dragon Fist. Soaring Divine Dragon. When his punch landed on Qin Hao's chest, his attack instantly shattered the dragon origin around Qin Hao. As more dragons continued to fly from his body, 1,000 dragons soon covered the entire sky. When Qin Hao was sent out of the Nirvana stage, he created a vast crater upon falling to the ground and immediately fainted. This made the surroundings fall into a dead silence, and they were all shocked by this scene. No one expected this outcome, including Hua Hongyu and the others. They were shocked as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief filling their pupils. Who's first? Lin Yun hovered in the air, his hair fluttering in the sky while he looked at Zhang Ying, Qin Jun, and Li Yuxi. This stunned the three because they never expected Lin Yun to be so arrogant to come after them when he was done humiliating Qin Hao. The three scrambled to fight Lin Yun earlier, but they were no longer as confident as before after witnessing how he beat Qin Hao. Even Li Yuxi, known to be the strongest, was uncertain, and this contrasting scene shocked everyone. They began to wonder if Lin Yun would really become first on the Nirvana banquet. That brat. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master was shocked, and he began to recall his conversation with the old patriarch. He now understood why Lin Yun was the bearer of the Wind God Order, and there was indeed something impressive about him. Standing beside Yen Tianqin, Yu Weiwei gently smiled despite her pale face. Even Yen Tianqin gulped down a mouthful of saliva and was shocked by Lin Yun's performance. Li Yuxi, Zhang Ying, and Chen Jun began to hesitate. None of them wanted to stand out under Lin Yun's gaze, and this scene instantly sparked a discussion amongst the audience. It looks like the Holy Lands aren't impressive after all. The first on the Nirvana banquet is just a name, and we're fighting for ourselves. Lin Yun looked at the three with mockery and coldly continued, "The three of you don't want to fight me one by one, and I also don't want to let you guys off. The three of you can come to me together. If I lose, I'll give up on being first in the Nirvana banquet. If I win, all of you will apologize to the profound fairy and me. That fellow is really arrogant." Lin Yun's words sparked an uproar, and even the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master couldn't help commenting. Everyone was already shocked that Lin Yun could defeat Qin Hao, but he didn't lay low and wanted to face Li Yuxi, Zhang Ying, and Qin Jun, seeing they weren't willing to challenge him alone. The reason why they weren't willing to fight Lin Yun wasn't that they felt that they couldn't defeat Lin Yun, but because they could sense how strong he was. If they fought with Lin Yun, they might have to say farewell to becoming first in the Nirvana banquet. After all, they weren't only here for fame but also for the Three Lives fruit. If they couldn't be first in the Nirvana banquet, they would lose both fame and interest even if they could defeat Lin Yun. This was the reason why they hesitated and weren't willing to go up on the stage. But what Lin Yun said had forced them to a dead end, and they had no choice but to accept the challenge. Lin Yun's words were enough to show how furious he was and represented his pride. After all, these people looked down on him at the banquet yesterday, especially Li Yuxi, who even shamelessly asked for Yu Weiwei to dance, and no man could endure that. Who the hell did Li Yuxi think he was to shamelessly ask his partner to dance in public? Since Li Yuxi didn't dare to accept his challenge, he would just have to force Li Yuxi to accept it. He couldn't let this matter go, even if he had to give up on being first during the Nirvana banquet. The surroundings fell silent, and everyone's gazes fell on Li Yuxi, Zhang Ying, and Qin Jun. This made the three feel grievance, and they would be humiliated regardless of whether they fought or not. If they won, they merely won with the advantage in numbers. If they lost, they would be thoroughly embarrassed. But they had no choice but to fight unless they wanted to give up on being first during the Nirvana banquet and the Three Lives fruit. After Li Yuxi, Zhang Ying, and Chen Jun exchanged glances, they soon decided to appear on the Nirvana stage. The three of them stood together and looked at Lin Yun. The Divine Tao Pavilion's Zhang Ying said, "Lin Xiao, since you want to fight us, don't blame us for having the advantage in numbers. Come on, then," Lin Yun said indifferently, sweeping a glance at the three. He was determined not to let anyone that had formed a grudge against him during the banquet off. "Let's end this quickly," Li Yuxi said indifferently, raising his brow. It wasn't graceful for three to fight against one, so they could only suppress Lin Yun quickly before determining who was first during the Nirvana banquet amongst them. But despite saying that he wouldn't belittle Lin Yun, after witnessing the fight with Qin Hao, they knew how strong Lin Yun was. If he underestimated his opponent, even he might be defeated. Lu Yushi made a move first. He took out his flute and started playing it. When his flute music resounded, a massive pair of flaming wings appeared behind him, lifting him into the air. On the other hand, Lin Yun took 2 steps back and played the Prairie Phoenix Fire with the thunderstorm zither. A powerful aura swept out in the next second as the flute and zither clashed. Lu Yushi was strong and used his flute music to manifest his martial Dao, his greater mastery of the 5th grade flame intent. His flute music soon manifested into multiple massive fire dragons that charged towards Lin Yun. As the fire dragons opened their mouths, the surrounding space was sealed off, wanting to devour Lin Yun. Blazing flames filled the surroundings, looking like a living hell. This further made Li Yushi, hovering in the air from the pair of wings, look like a dignified deity. "Let's go!" Zhang Ying and Qin Jun also moved, one playing the zither and the other playing the lute. Their musical notes manifested into various weapons that flew towards Lin Yun. They had a clear plan. They wanted to interrupt Lin Yun while Li Yushi suppressed him. Zhang Ying and Qin Jun's mental energy was strong, and the weapons manifested by their musical notes contained powerful mental energy. If those weapons struck Lin Yun, even he would be injured, even if he possessed the Azure Dragon Saint physique. As Lin Yun let out a roar, he soared to the sky, and his 10 fingers danced on the zither. Under his zither music, all the incoming weapons were shattered, but this also meant that Lin Yun had to be distracted when he had to face the fire dragons. Lin Yun couldn't avoid the incoming attacks in midair because Zhang Ying and Qin Jun's attacks flew over when the dragons created by Li Yushi flew over. But Lin Yun was calm as he strummed the zither with his 10 fingers, and the zither music became even sharper, shattering all the incoming weapons in a split second. But after this move, he could no longer play Prairie Phoenix Fire because his musical rhythm was a mess. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun tossed the thunderstorm zither away. While everyone was baffled, Lin Yun took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute, and sharp flute music resounded. In a split second, he unleashed 500 different music notes. Simultaneously, Lin Yun was devoured by the fire dragons, causing an uproar in the surroundings. The first thing that came to their minds was that Lin Yun was defeated. After all, they didn't think anyone could turn the tables around when facing this situation. Perhaps Lin Yun could survive by relying on the Azure Dragon Saint physique and wouldn't be heavily injured. But they were sure he would be injured, and he wouldn't be able to continue fighting. But just when this thought crossed their minds, a majestic sun appeared that destroyed the hundreds of fire dragons. As flames splashed out on the Nirvana stage, countless fragments of flames scattered like fireworks. Within the fireworks, Lin Yun slowly descended to the ground, holding onto the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. His flute music was firm and robust, with his white robe and hair fluttering in the wind. This scene made Li Yushi, Zhang Ying, and Qin Jun surprised. But they didn't give up so quickly and unleashed another round of attacks. Li Yushi was responsible for attacking, while Zhang Ying and Qin Jun tried to restrain Lin Yun, wanting to quickly suppress him. But Lin Yun sneered when he saw this scene. Since he dared to face 3 of them alone, he naturally had confidence. His confidence naturally came from the Divine Phoenix Touch. When he executed the Divine Phoenix Touch, an ancient phoenix cry echoed from within his body. As crimson flames blazed on him, the flame's radiance contained an ancient yet aloof aura. This scene instantly made everyone from the Divine Phoenix Mountains' faces change with great billows in their hearts. This was because the Divine Phoenix aura coming from Lin Yun was too pure, making them wonder where Lin Yun got his inheritance from. Thus, this naturally left the Divine Phoenix Mountains' disciples shocked. Others might not know what the Divine Phoenix aura meant, but they knew what it signified because they had interacted with it from the first day they joined the Divine Phoenix Mountain. But what shocked them even more was that Lin Yun appeared to have grown an extra pair of hands, and his fingers moved at an unbelievable speed. Lin Yun used one pair of hands to play the zither while his other pair of hands played the flute. Everyone began to rub their eyes and wondered if their eyes were messing with them. When they looked closer, they realized that Lin Yun wasn't playing the zither and flute with an extra hands, but Lin Yun was divided into two. He used 2 hands to play the flute and 2 to play the zither. But his speed was too quick, alternating between the 2 musical instruments, and his fingers were moving so quickly that no one could see clearly. Lin Yun's hands gradually blurred in their eyes, and his divine phoenix aura became even more apparent, making everyone from the divine phoenix mountain exclaim, "How is this possible? That's the divine phoenix touch. Where did he get his inheritance from?" The divine phoenix touch is already long lost. Lin Yun's performance dumbfounded those from the divine phoenix mountain. The faces of Li Yuxi, Zhang Ying, and Chen Jun also changed. As the clouds tumbled across the stage, the tables were turned around in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun used his music to resist the torrential flames and block the attacks from the other 2. It didn't take long before Zhang Ying and Chen Jun reached their limit. Lin Yun played 2 ancient scores simultaneously, the Prairie Phoenix Fire and Sun and Moon. He played Sun and Moon with the flute, manifesting a sun and a moon in the sky revolving around, stopping the sea of flames summoned by Li Yuxi from getting close to him. On the other hand, he played the Prairie Phoenix Fire with the zither, and the ferocity of this song made Zhang Ying and Chen Ying feel terrible. They failed to restrict Lin Yun, and their music became even more chaotic. 15 minutes later, his zither music swept back before manifesting into a fire phoenix. When the phoenix manifested, Zhang Ying and Chen Jun threw out a mouthful of blood before they were sent flying away. With that, Lin Yun and Li Yuxi were the only ones left on the Nirvana stage. This made Li Yuxi's face change. He was strong, and his attainment in music Dao far surpassed Zhang Ying and Chen Jun. But his true strength laid in his flame intent, containing both yin and yang attributes. The ocean of flames might seem chaotic, but there was a circulation of yin and yang. As yin and yang circulated, it blocked all incoming attacks. The stalemate lasted briefly before Lin Yun abandoned the zither and dashed over with the flute. With both hands on the flute, musical notes constantly exploded in mid-air, and he flew over with a horrifying aura. He was standing on a phoenix which looked like it would sweep through everything. The fire dragons charging at him were all destroyed, which made Li Yuxi's face ugly, with a terrifying chill flickering in his pupils. Ultimately, he decided to stake it all and charge towards Lin Yun. One side was a divine phoenix, while the other was a boundless ocean of flames. They quickly collided under everyone's gazes. When the phoenix and the ocean of fire crashed, Li Yuxi immediately felt an irresistible power that shattered his ocean of fire. But that wasn't the end. When the phoenix Lin Yun stood on flapped its wings, countless fire arrows flew towards Li Yuxi. Under the barrage of attacks, Li Yuxi was quickly knocked down from the sky. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, Li Yuxi's face became terrifyingly pale, and everyone was shocked to witness this scene. On the Nirvana stage, Lin Yun was the only one standing, stepping on the phoenix. They could feel that Lin Yun had completely suppressed Li Yuxi with his music Dao. Under immense pressure, Li Yuxi was nearly forced down to his knees. "Still want Wei Wei to dance for you?" Lin Yun indifferently said. "I already have something I wanted to tell you long ago. Do you want Wei Wei to dance for you? Are you even qualified?" Everyone was speechless because Lin Yun really sought revenge for even the slightest grievance. Li Yuxi invited Yu Weiwei to dance at the banquet, but he was slapped by Yu Weiwei instead. Back then, Lin Yun's reaction wasn't great. But it turned out he remembered it and was waiting for this moment. Everyone couldn't help feeling sympathy for Li Yuxi. He had thoroughly embarrassed himself as someone with the highest fame at this banquet. Not only did he fail to become first on the Nirvana banquet, but he was so ruthlessly humiliated. Right then, Li Yuxi snapped the bamboo flute in his hand before slamming his palm on the Nirvana stage, causing the surrounding space to distort. His pupils turned red as he looked at Lin Yun, and he nearly went insane. He roared, "I, Li Yuxi, have never been humiliated like this. Lin Xiao, you can have the first position for the Nirvana banquet, but if you have the guts, come and fight me with swords." If I can't defeat you within 10 moves, I'll go down on my knees and kowtow. Li Yushi's words caused controversy, and they could hear the grievance filling his tone. Under his rage, his words reached an extreme. But Lin Yun was merely looking at him with an indifferent expression as a cold light flashing across his pupils. Lin Xiao, do you dare or not? Li Yushi asked as he slowly walked over. When he took 10 steps forth, his aura reached a horrifying height, and the pressure he gave off far surpassed Qin Hao, even though they were both at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. As Lin Yun looked at Li Yushi, he calmly replied, "Firstly, being first at the Nirvana banquet belongs to me whether you like it or not. So don't make it sound like you're letting me have it. Secondly, why do I have to compete with you? Who wants you to go down on your knees? You think too highly of yourself. I won't even bat an eye at you, even if you want to be my dog for the rest of your life." His words naturally caused an uproar because what he said was too ruthless and arrogant. Isn't this fellow a little too arrogant? Someone beside the pavilion master couldn't help speaking out. The various forces elders furrowed their brows, especially those from the Ming cult. Their pupils were practically blazing with flames. But thinking about it again, there was nothing wrong with what Lin Yun said. Why should he compete with Li Yushi with the sword? As for kowtowing, who cares? Lin Yun was arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. He could only receive a kowtow if he won and would be embarrassed if he lost. If he wasn't careful, he might even be heavily injured. Lin Xiao, you're courting death. Li Yushi nearly went insane when he heard what Lin Yun said, and his face was distorted with anger. Even the faces of Zhang Ying and Chen Jun changed, and they were shocked when they looked at Lin Yun. Taking a deep breath, Li Yushi calmed himself down before retrieving a saint's sword. He said, "This sword has 10,500 saint runes engraved on it. It's a replica of one of the hidden sword manor's 9 sovereign saint swords. Skyhook. If you win, not only will I kowtow to you, but this sword will belong to you. It will be considered your win if I can't take you down within 10 moves. If you lose, you must take back what you said earlier. Today, I'm only fighting for myself." Everyone's faces changed, and they felt Li Yushi had gone insane. Lin Yun was briefly surprised before he wore a mocking smile. "You're so confident that you can defeat me? So, do you dare or not?" Li Yushi said coldly. "Since you want to force me to fight, I'll fulfill your wish then." Lin Yun said indifferently. "Good." Li Yushi drew his sword from the sheath. When the sword was drawn out, the sky became dark. Anyone could tell this was a great sword. An invisible sword aura exploded from Li Yushi. This was the firmament sword intent at greater mastery. Seeing this, everyone squinted their pupils. They now knew why Li Yushi could make it into the top 100th on the Dragon Pulse ranking. 5th grade flame intent, in addition to firmament sword intent, was enough for him to sweep through all the older generation Dragon Pulse realm experts. Dragon luring shackles. When Li Yushi drew his sword, he disappeared and only left behind an afterimage while he charged towards Lin Yun. The shadow sword technique. Everyone's faces changed because they instantly recognized the sword technique that Li Yushi was performing. This was the transcendent grade ghost spirit martial technique of the Ming cult. It was invisible and formless. When he appeared before Lin Yun, a thread that looked like a shadow instantly manifested into thousands of sword rays. Each sword ray was a fine shadow, and the shadows were like death rays that intertwined and trapped Lin Yun. This made everyone exclaim because this sword was too shocking. He had no space to dodge. After all, Lin Yun would be heavily injured if a shadow struck him. The fine threads looked thin and fragile, but they were all created by such a strong flame intent that even a myriad runes saint armor would be shredded into pieces. Most importantly, everyone could only see the intertwining shadows. They couldn't see Li Yushi clearly. This also meant no one could see how Li Yushi unleashed his attacks. But Lin Yun could clearly see the sword's trajectory with the sword heart. A brief moment later, Lin Yun finally moved and used the divine indigo jade bamboo flute as a sword. When he moved, he pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit with sunlight shining from him. When he swung the flute, it collided with the incoming shadows. Along with metallic clashes, Li Yushi's sword rays were shattered by the flute, and Lin Yun didn't take long to break the dragon-luring shackles. Under the explosion of sword rays, Li Yuxi's figure was forced to appear, and his sword clashed with Lin Yun's jade flute. This surprised Li Yuxi before he divided himself into 9, with each sword accompanied by flames. The flames manifested into various phenomena. There were dragons, a sea, a moon, a battlefield, a wall, and many more. But Lin Yun relied on his sword heart to resolve Li Yuxi's attacks, and his flute easily destroyed the 9 phenomena. 1,000 shadows. Li Yuxi calmly executed the 3rd sword. This time, the phenomenon he created was even more unbelievable, leaving thousands of black afterimages behind when he flickered, with each afterimage swinging a sword. While each afterimage swung a sword, each sword was different. But the 1,000 afterimages felt like an entity. So Lin Yun would have to face them as an entity, regardless of which afterimage he faced. And this was a profound sword technique. This even surprised the elders present. Everyone now knew where Li Yuxi's confidence came from. But Lin Yun didn't panic. He had a faint smile. When Li Yuxi unleashed his attack, Lin Yun also moved, and he resolved this attack with his sword heart. The afterimages might seem like an entity, but each afterimage had a flaw. So as long as he could accurately find the flaw in those afterimages, it would be easy to deal with this attack. Break! Lin Yun roared, as he soared to the sky like a sun. As he spun in midair, he unleashed countless sword rays with the jade flute in his hand. Struck by the sword rays, the afterimages shattered before they drizzled down like snowflakes. This was because nothing could be hidden from the sword heart. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, Li Yuxi already dashed over with his sword. But Lin Yun reacted as though he had already expected this scene beforehand. When Li Yuxi landed on the ground, his attack reached the limit, 2 inches away from Lin Yun. But Li Yuxi wasn't willing to give up and took 2 steps forth, while Lin Yun took 2 steps back in response. The 2-inch was like a gulf that Li Yuxi could never cross, no matter how he tried. This naturally made Li Yuxi inwardly curse. As he retreated, he unleashed the 4th sword. As the wind rose on the Nirvana stage, a bizarre scene occurred. Li Yuxi's sword techniques were brilliant, and each attack could draw an exclamation from the surroundings. But whenever he swung his sword, Lin Yun could block it. Just like that, the famous shadow sword technique was nothing before Lin Yun, and this nearly made everyone's jaws drop, especially the Ming cult's disciples. They couldn't figure out how Lin Yun managed to accomplish this. The eyes of the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's pavilion master flickered, and he had a speculation. But that speculation made him even more shocked. Can it be that Lin Xiao has grasped the sword heart? But how is that possible? Not many swordsmen in the Samsara Edict realm can grasp the sword heart. So just how strong is Lin Xiao's talent for him to grasp sword heart at such a young age? Upon realizing that, the pavilion master's face changed. It has been 10 moves. A cold voice suddenly resounded from the stage, and there weren't any emotions. The Ming cult's disciples felt a bucket of cold water pouring down on them when they heard that, and they were shocked. 10 moves were over so quickly? Not only was Lin Yun still standing, but he didn't even suffer any injuries. Li Yuxi's face changed. Recalling what he said earlier, his heart throbbed violently with fear enveloping his heart. I have a sword, and I'd like to seek guidance from Brother Li. Just when Li Yuxi felt uncertain, Lin Yun raised his head to coldly look at him. Lin Yun had already disappeared when Li Yuxi raised his head. When Lin Yun reappeared, a majestic sun appeared before him, and he swung the divine indigo jade bamboo flute down like a sword. When he released his firmament sword intent, dazzling golden radiance shone on him, making him look like he was forged with gold, unleashing a torrential pressure that swept out. As Lin Yun let out a roar, his sword ocean began to rumble, and the golden human above the sword ocean also formed a seal, executing the divine azure annihilation. The azure dragon that was hidden within the sword ocean breached the ocean's surface. This was one of Lin Yun's 2 sword souls. The azure dragon looked vivid and was going berserk, unwilling to be controlled. But the golden human was like a deity, and its golden radiance was even stronger than the azure dragon's sword soul. When the azure dragon was empowered by sword intent, A small hand reached out, and the Azure Dragon was placed under significant restriction. When the Azure Dragon flew from Lin Yun's brows, a thunderstorm swept out, and the sword ray Li Yuxi gave off was instantly crushed. The surrounding space immediately became restricted, isolated from the outside world. This naturally placed Li Yuxi in great fear because he discovered he couldn't break free from the restriction of Lin Yun's sword intent. Everyone around the Nirvana stage was shocked. Lin Yun also used the firmament sword intent, but he was several times stronger than Li Yuxi. It was like Qin Hao was nothing before Li Yuxi, despite being at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. That was the same for Li Yuxi, who was insignificant before Lin Yun. Taking a step forth, Lin Yun's hair and robe fluttered in the wind. This made him look aloof, and the divine indigo jade bamboo flute was thrust into Qin Hao's body, creating a massive hole in the latter's chest. As blood splashed, Li Yuxi let loose a painful scream before falling onto his knee, clutching his chest. He lost his grip on the sword under the pain, allowing his sword to fall to the ground. When Li Yuxi raised his head, his pupils were filled with reluctance. Lin Yun looked down at Li Yuxi from high above before waving his hand, summoning the skyhook to his hand. "My sword?" Li Yuxi wanted to reach out for it, but he ultimately pulled his hand back with bitterness on his face. He could not say anything about it because he lost the battle, and he had to acknowledge the bet about giving it to Lin Yun. But when Lin Yun held onto Skyhook, he didn't even look at it. He held the sword hilt with his right hand and the tip with his left before bending it. Just like that, the priceless myriad runes Saint's sword shattered into pieces. "No!" Li Yuxi was stunned before his eyes bulged out. This was because Lin Yun destroyed his sword, which was even more humiliating than having Skyhook seized by Lin Yun. "Since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish then. But this so-called Skyhook sword is nothing in my eyes. I just want to tell you that you're not worthy of letting Yu Weiwei dance for you, nor clashing swords with me," Lin Yun said indifferently. The surroundings fell silent, and everyone was dumbfounded by what Lin Yun said. Lin Yun was in the limelight at this moment. He had taken up 90% of the attention on the Nirvana banquet, and the remaining 10% was split between everyone. "Get the strongest of your Ming cult to come. Li Yuxi, you're too weak. I don't need your kowtow. I just need you to stay in the Ming cult for the next century to reflect on yourself." Lin Yun left with the thunderstorm zither when he was done, leaving Li Yuxi dazed. Down the stage, Zhang Ying and Qin Jun gulped down a mouthful of saliva and rejoiced. It might be embarrassing that Lin Yun defeated them, but they weren't as humiliated as Li Yuxi. "Bring him down." The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master waved his hand, and several elders brought Li Yuxi away. "Is anyone willing to challenge him?" The Pavilion Master looked around and asked. "Does anyone still want to fight Lin Xiao?" No one said a word when they heard that, and they turned to look at Yan Tianqin. In the final battle between the 20, Yu Weiwei defeated 7 while Lin Yun defeated 4. This meant that only Yan Tianqin was the strongest amongst everyone who hadn't fought. But Yan Tianqin shook his head. He naturally didn't want to fight Lin Yun. Not only was he unsure if he could win, but they were both representing the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. So there was no meaning in competing for the first. Yan Tianqin swept through the remaining people as expected as the battles continued. The battles were pretty exciting because of Yan Tianqin's achievement in Music Dao. But for some reason, everyone felt bored after witnessing the fight between Lin Yun and Li Yuxi. No matter how breathtaking they were, these battles lacked luster when compared to their fight. With that, the Nirvana banquet was finally concluded, and the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master announced the rankings. Third on the Nirvana banquet, Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei's performance at the banquet was stunning. Although she lost to Qin Hao after 7 consecutive wins, the Pavilion Master felt that Yu Weiwei was stronger than Qin Hao if she had fought him in her best condition. Second on the Nirvana banquet, Yan Tianqin. The Pavilion Master smiled, and he turned to Yan Tianqin. "I believe your attainment in Music Dao might not be inferior to Lin Xiao, and you held back in your battles. Are you sure you're not going to fight him? If you're willing, I can make an exception for you. In terms of Music Dao alone, you still stand a pretty high chance." His words caused an uproar because no one expected that the pavilion master would hold such a high opinion of Yen Tianqian, and he was even willing to give the latter an exception when the third round ended. No need. Junior brother Lin only practiced music Dao for 2 years, which proves nothing even if I win. Yen Tianqian was pretty optimistic about it, and he smiled. Furthermore, since the pavilion master feels that I've not given it my all, how do you know Lin Xiao hasn't given it his all either? Oh! The pavilion master was surprised to hear Lin Yun hadn't given his all in his fight. Yen Tianqian merely responded with a smile. Others might not know, but he knew that Lin Xiao didn't use his full strength in his fight. First on the Nirvana banquet, Lin Xiao, the pavilion master announced after a brief pause. The surroundings fell into a brief silence before everyone turned to look at Lin Yun, with the latter becoming the center of attention. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion turned the tables on this Nirvana banquet, occupying the top 3. Yu Weiwei smiled, looking at Lin Yun. Ever since he was forced to leave the ancient barren domain, his heart had been filled with rage, and no one could understand how he felt. Others only knew that Flower Burial was a peerless genius in the sword, but they couldn't understand the pain and sorrow he had to bear when he was forced to disguise himself. When the Radiant Sword Saint descended outside the ancient barren battlefield and saved Lin Yun, this further shortened his lifespan. He did not have much left. This was Tian Xuanzi's scheme, and this was also the pain in Lin Yun's heart. Thus, Yu Weiwei hoped that first on the Nirvana banquet could comfort Lin Yun. Very quickly, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples came forth for their rewards. There were 500 profound saint pellets. Aside from that, they could also pick ancient scores and musical instruments from the Heavenly Nirvana treasury. Then again, the 3 Lives fruit was the center of attention. There was a legend that one would be brought into the 3 Lives realm by devouring it, and the flow of time within it differed from the outside world. Spending a year in that realm was only an incense's time in the outside world. If one had enough opportunities, they could even stay there for 10 years. This was a treasure that even Holy Land geniuses were attracted to. The various Holy Lands had similar time-space treasures, but the price to activate them was high. So even in the Holy Lands, few people were qualified to use the treasures. Not to mention that one didn't have to pay any price for using the 3 Lives fruit, which was enough to show its value. When the rewards were distributed, the pavilion master smiled. Tomorrow, those in the top 10 will have a chance to play a song before the 3 Lives tree. If you're lucky enough, you might be able to obtain a 3 Lives fruit. Even if you're not lucky, you can improve your music Dao before the 3 Lives tree. Everyone was excited when they heard that, but they soon calmed down. It had been centuries since flowers bloomed on the 3 Lives tree, so it was practically impossible to make it bear fruit. But what the pavilion master said was right. Even if they couldn't obtain the 3 Lives fruit and 3 Lives flower, they would still benefit from it. Pavilion master, I have something to say, Lin Yun suddenly said, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was curious about what Lin Yun was going to say. Go on. The pavilion master smiled. His attitude towards Lin Yun was great. He already knew Lin Yun possessed the Wind God Order, and the Nirvana banquet was a test for him, which Lin Yun gave a perfect answer to his test. I'll not be going to the Dual Moon Lake tomorrow, Lin Yun said. Why not? The pavilion master was surprised. He furrowed his brows and asked, You're leaving? He was a little anxious and couldn't understand why Lin Yun wanted to immediately leave after becoming first on the Nirvana banquet. Didn't he know what the Wind God Order signified? Before Lin Yun could reply, he secretly transmitted his voice. Young friend, do you mind staying a few more days? I should have something that interests you. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard the transmission, and he instantly understood what the pavilion master meant. He briefly hesitated and looked at the pavilion master in shock. He was wondering what the pavilion master was trying to hint at, but he wasn't going to leave. He just didn't want to go to the Dual Moon Lake and wanted to take care of Yu Weiwei. The scenery in the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion is beautiful, and I'm not in a hurry to leave. But the profound fairy is injured, and I wish to care for her tomorrow, Lin Yun said. When Yu Weiwei heard what Lin Yun said, she could feel warmth in her heart. and a gentle smile rose on her lips. This time, everyone's impression of Lin Yun changed because of his devotion. He could be furious over his woman and even give up the opportunity to play before Three Lives Tree for her. I see. The pavilion master smiled, and he turned to look at Yen Tianchen. Okay, but don't refuse, young brother Yen. Yen Tianchen naturally nodded his head. He was pretty interested in the dual moon lake. Furthermore, there was a chance he could obtain the Three Lives fruit, even if the odds were low. We'll meet again tomorrow, then. The pavilion master smiled before leaving. After he left, everyone also left, but they were filled with anticipation for the dual moon lake. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei were about to leave, two figures suddenly rushed over. They both wore smiles on their faces, and Lin Yun naturally recognized them. They were Yi Chun and Lu Ruochen, geniuses of the Divine Phoenix Mountain and Heavenly Dao sect. They were both experts on the Dragon Pulse ranking, and their cultivation wasn't inferior to Li Yuxi. In terms of music Dao alone, their attainment was even higher than the latter. Brother Lin, please hold on. They both approached with smiles and greeted Yu Weiwei. Lin Yun nodded his head in response. They might be Holy Land geniuses, but they had no grudges. They did not stand on Qin Hao's side at the banquet last night, so he responded in kind. He wouldn't offend others if he wasn't offended and would return respect with respect. Big brother Lin, what plans do you have after the Nirvana banquet? Lu Ruochen asked first. He smiled. Why don't you visit the Heavenly Dao sect? You're a swordsman. The Heavenly Dao sect might not be a sect that mainly focuses on the sword, but we're the strongest with the sword in the Eastern Desolation. Lin Yun couldn't help finding those words irritating as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. But he didn't say anything about it because Lu Ruochen clearly meant no hostility, and he wasn't exactly wrong either. The sword sect was the strongest with the sword in the ancient barren domain, but the Heavenly Dao sect was undoubtedly the strongest holy land in the Eastern Desolation. This naturally meant their foundation in the sword was stronger than the sword sects. The Heavenly Dao sect also had two famous swords, the Heaven Sword and Dao Sword. Those two swords were sovereign saint artifacts, and there were rumors that they could be comparable to a divine artifact when they combined. Brother Lu, you're already starting to poach him? The Divine Phoenix Mountain's Yi Chun smiled. It doesn't look nice before the Profound Fairy. The Profound Fairy can also come to play. Speaking of which, the Heavenly Dao sect also has a sword saint, and this person is the heir of the Radiant Sword Saint. Lu Ruochen smiled. Lin Yun knew that the person Lu Ruochen was talking about was his senior brother. Okay. I will visit the Heavenly Dao sect when I'm free. Lin Yun replied. He would naturally go to the Heavenly Dao sect, but it was uncertain which identity he would go with. But since Lu Ruochen invited him, this might be an opportunity for him. Are you serious? Lu Ruochen asked in disbelief. What attitude is that? Were you joking with your invitation earlier? Yu Weiwei smiled. Lu Ruochen waved his hand, and he smiled. Ha ha ha. I'm not joking, but I didn't expect Brother Lin to agree so decisively. All right, that's a promise then. Hearing that, Yi Chun became anxious and said, Don't. Brother Lin, why don't you visit the Divine Phoenix Mountain instead? I'll not keep it from you. I'm under the orders of our elders. The Divine Phoenix touch has reappeared, and we'd like to invite Brother Lin to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. You don't have to worry. You're from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, so we won't make it hard for you. He even explained, fearing that Lin Yun might misunderstand. Lin Yun had no idea what he was trying to say, but they probably wanted to use something to exchange for the Divine Phoenix touch. The Divine Phoenix Mountain was a powerful holy land that might be related to Lil Purple's origin, so it was fine for him to make a trip over. He didn't mind handing the Divine Phoenix touch over if he could receive corresponding resources. He had to face Tian Xuanzi, and the Divine Phoenix Mountain might be able to help him, so there was no harm in making more friends. Sure, you can get the elder of the Divine Phoenix Mountain to speak with me, Lin Yun replied. Yi Chun was shocked to see how nice Lin Yun was. He smiled. Ha ha ha, that's great. I'll be able to have an answer now. Oh right, Brother Lin, are you really not going to duel Moon Lake tomorrow? The Three Lives tree is an ancient tree from ancient times, and it likes to listen to music. Playing music before the Three Lives tree can be a reward for those in the top 10. So the losses are great if you give up on it, Lu Ruochen said. Nodding his head, Yichan said, "It's normally hard to see the Three Lives tree. I heard that someone from the 10 musician clans might come tomorrow." Lin Yun had heard of the 10 musician clans before the Nirvana banquet began. But because they were nowhere to be seen throughout the Nirvana banquet, he practically forgot about them. He asked, "Why didn't they come to the Nirvana banquet and only come when it has ended?" "I'm not sure about that. Perhaps they were disdainful about interacting with us. But that was only what I heard, and I'm not sure if they will really show up." Yichen smiled. Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied, "I'm not interested in them. We can talk about what we discussed earlier further after tomorrow, then." "Okay." Yichun and Lu Ruochen cupped their hands before leaving. They had gotten the answers they wanted, so there was no reason for them to keep Lin Yun around any longer. "What do you think?" Yichen asked, looking at Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei's silhouettes. Lu Ruochen naturally knew what he wanted to ask and replied, "He's friendlier than I've expected. I thought it would be tough to interact with him, due to his arrogant performance, but I never expected it to be so easy." Nodding his head, Yichen smiled. "That's what I feel as well, and I can't believe how easy it is to talk to him. He's arrogant with Li Yuxi, but he's actually so courteous with us. Now that we looked at it again, Li Yuxi is a laughingstock. Lin Yun does have the capability not to submit to them," Lu Ruochen said. "First on the Nirvana banquet, he's fully worthy of it." Yichun sighed, fully convinced of Lin Yun's achievements. When they returned to the courtyard assigned to them by the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, Lin Yun examined Yu Weiwei's injuries before furrowing his brows. He realized that her injuries were more severe than he had imagined. At the same time, he could sense a great power sealed within her body. She had probably used this power when she fought Hua Hongyu. The aura of this power was massive and ancient. When Lin Yun briefly examined it, he could sense a faint threat directed at him. "This is what my mother left for me, the inheritance of the Heavenly Fox's lineage. The Heavenly Fox is a powerful existence, even amongst all the foxes. Only a Heavenly Fox with 9 tails can receive the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox's inheritance, and I can start inheriting it upon reaching the Samsara Edict realm," Yu Weiwei said. She didn't bother concealing it. "Let me treat your injuries first. Don't be so silly in the future," Lin Yun replied. "Okay." Yu Weiwei smiled. She didn't give a direct reply to his request. They placed their hands together while sitting face to face. Lin Yun then started pouring the boundless vitality from his blue dragon bone over to Yu Weiwei. Not only could it treat all sorts of injuries, but it could also resolve all poisons. 4 hours later, Yu Weiwei's face became rosy once more. With the help of the blue dragon bone, she completely recovered from her injuries. But Lin Yun still wasn't relieved, and he even left a blue spiritual light within her body. But because of the great exhaustion in her mental energy, she was exhausted even after recovering from her injuries and fell asleep in Lin Yun's embrace. After Lin Yun played a song for her, he took out the 3 Lives fruit. Becoming first on the Nirvana banquet, the greatest reward was this 3 Lives fruit. The other treasures might be priceless, but they didn't have many temptations for him. This fruit could give the consumer a year to 10 years of extra time, and Lin Yun needed time the most. He couldn't imagine how terrifying his cultivation would become if he could get an additional 10 years. Even if he only had 1 year, it was a godsend. A year to 10 years. The uncertainty is too great. Lin Yun briefly pondered and knew he had to ask the pavilion master about it to see how he could bring out the greatest effect of the 3 Lives fruit. What the pavilion master secretly said to him should be hinting about the Wind God Order. This confirmed that the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion was related to the Azure Dragon's lineage, and this instantly made him uncertain because he didn't know how to face them. He was too weak to face the entire Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. If they wanted to forcefully seize the Wind God Order and kill him, there was nothing he could do, so perhaps he would have to rely on Mu Shuling to help him. Lin Yun long discovered that Mu Shuling showed no respect even when facing the pavilion master. But whenever he thought about Mu Shuling, he would recall how he saw her face on the dual moon lake. That night, 4 people appeared on the dual moon lake. They were Yi Xinyan, Su Xiao, and Lu Yen and Mu Shuling. But Lin Yun couldn't figure out why Mu Shuling would appear. As dawn gradually arrived under his thoughts, many people rushed towards the dual moon lake when the first sunlight shone down. Yu Weiwei slowly woke up and rubbed her eyes. She asked, "Big brother Lin, are you really not going to the dual moon lake?" Lin Yun shook his head and told Yu Weiwei what the pavilion master said when he secretly transmitted his voice. Yu Weiwei blinked her eyes and said, "We have to discuss this with senior sister. Tell her about it. I believe she will agree to it." "Together," Lin Yun said. Yu Weiwei sent a doubtful look towards Lin Yun when she heard that before replying, "Let's go then,